welcome to the Munich Major. We're so excited to have you here with us on this wonderful day because it is day one of playoffs. From 16 teams, only 8 have kept their heads above the water to make it to this play day, but also to the main stage come Friday. Hello and welcome to our pre-show and our analyst desk, our standing desk, if anything. I'm Milosh, by my side are Laxing and Fox. Gents, I'm so happy to be by your side again. Feels good.
Listen, I just got to say, 1, I'm happy you're here. 2, I'm happy you're here. You know, no bias here. I think this is a much better desk. I don't think anyone's going to be taking any shots as a former NA.
Are you saying we're not going to be trying to roast you in any way, shape, or form?
You aren't. I hope not. I mean, we got history
EML.
together. We got history together.
That's true. But still.
Don't be too
that's why I got brought in. I heard everything that was being said about NA.
backup.
Yeah, needed backup, called me in, had to come through to be able to support you, support the NA teams that are still playing. So I'm excited to be here.
Well, speaking of NA teams and what's been going on, let's take a look at our schedule for today. 4 best of 3s, a long day but full of action with our remaining 2 North American teams that are competing. But let's move on very quickly into our bracket, because that bracket lays out all of our games. The 8 teams that have qualified here, nobody's getting knocked out today. It is all about surviving through the upper bracket. And are there any surprising games or ones that you're really looking forward to?
I mean, we were talking about NA and EU right now. We only have 2 NA teams, but Secret against G2. One of you guys from EU is going to be sent down to the lower bracket and have to face off against what I would say is the surprise, seeing Nip and Furia down there. So that is a very difficult road.
Definitely the biggest one for me, I mean, is seeing Furia all the way at the bottom, being the headhunters of all of the SAL, sitting in lowers, trying to climb their way to a grand final.
There's a lot on the line for all of these teams, and some of them have never won a major before, but that doesn't mean they're any less excited. And if you missed the excitement from yesterday's matches, don't you worry. Here's something to get your blood pumping. It is always incredibly emotional seeing all the teams that are knocked out and those that get to progress, but that's just part of competing. You've all been there. I've been there watching it for years now, but we have to move on. If anything, move on by recapping kind of 3 big things. We've climbed high up into the mountains here all around Munich to give you a good panorama. Our 3 moments that you got to take a look at, our monster, our moment, and of course, our must-see for today. First of all, our monster. My God, some people dream, some people live the fantasy.
And I love that. You know, that was beautifully put, to say the least. But if you're going to describe a player such as Fantasy, he surely fits this being the monster. I mean, throughout this entire event here so far in the Munich Major, especially in that matchup versus BDS, he was the monster. He was having his foot on the back of his team's neck. He was the one that was constantly head above the water, keeping his opponents under it.
And to constantly have all of that pressure on your shoulders, to be able to be the lifeblood of the team, the one that's getting those entry picks, the one that's being the entry, now you have to do it fighting through the lower bracket. He's never shown any type of shakiness when it comes to those big moments. So now, I mean, I can't imagine we're going to see him fall off at all.
From one Brazilian that's been hyped up to for years at this point to another, Loira is, of course, our moment. He's had a hell of a moment during the Weibo match versus G2 yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, it goes without saying, the 2-1 win for G2 against Weibo. I mean, you saw it in that last matchup where Loira had 17 kills to bounce back from that 1-7 loss. And then in the end, he was screaming at Weibo, you must have forgot who he was. And we did. We didn't respect his game, and he proved it to us and made sure that Weibo remembers his name. I don't also also understand why exactly he had to go that hard against Weibo, but, you know, we love the energy that you get.
I love just being in the player booth, seeing these moments, living in these moments, hyping these players up, because it just builds and creates such a fun atmosphere. And for Loira to really showcase not only his play, but his voice, it's a beautiful thing to see.
It's 100% reason to remember the name. And though at the end of it, there is still one more piece. And of course, it is the must-see for today. And it just so happens to be a matchup that includes one of our North American teams, Wildcard versus FaZe Clan. This matchup is unbalanced in many ways, but incredibly cool to witness.
Absolutely. I mean, you have the top dogs, the SI World Champions of FaZe Clan going against an unknown entity for them in terms of Wildcard. A very, very big uphill battle coming into this matchup. Limits are going to be tested. Water's going to need to be stayed afloat. It's going to be a good one.
Absolutely. I mean, it goes without saying that Wildcard has a very big challenge ahead of them, and FaZe is going to be another notch if they can accomplish it to depth in their resume on why they deserve to be here, because they've been surprising everybody so far.
And it just so happens that that is our first matchup of today. So let's bring it up. It is a matchup in our open Coliseum here at the Munich Major. Gabe, are you entertained?
I'm always entertained, but is FaZe entertained when they're looking at this wildcard roster? And I don't think so at all. I think this beautifully displays what this matchup is going to be. It's all for wildcard to show FaZe Clan what they have, and for FaZe Clan to put them in the dirt.
I love this graphic to kind of really highlight how it is, but at the end of the day, you cannot remain Emperor. You cannot be that winning SI team forever. It's happened many times before where you lose out on that crown. And let's talk about this wildcard squad that are challenging in this matchup.
I mean, Wildcard may be the underdogs in this story, but at the end of the day, they always have been. They have such a young roster, and to see them get this far, obviously with the experience of Dash, with the experience of Kansan, this team is not only getting better and better, like a plant growing in soil. They've only been getting progressively stronger.
They absolutely have, and what I'm seeing here throughout this event so far is they're looking like they look back in Reload. We are seeing glimpses of that wild card where they are dominant, they're able to adapt, they're able to be in sync, and something that I even highlighted was their defenses. That has been their shining factor, their key of success here at the Munich Major so far.
Well, I'm so glad that you brought up defenses, because that's exactly why they've been winning. I mean, out of their last 4 to 5 matches, they've been able to close games out based off of defenses, because they're so strong at the trading aspect of the game. I mean, they have the highest amount of trades out of all the teams in the tournament, and it goes without saying that not only are they trading individually, but the maps that they're playing amplifies it, makes it that much better, because it's a double-edged sword. You have to worry about the time, you have to worry about the trades, and 2 of the biggest players that come from Wildcard side that are impacting those trades is Bay and Baby Shark. It goes without saying, when you have 2 amazing flex players, one on the entry, one in the middle ground, to be able to trade off of each other, always be there on defense and attack. They're constantly there for everybody on the team, and they're not only doing their positions, but making sure that they can fit in like a glove for all of the other teammates.
No, it's important to highlight these 2 yet again. I mean, these 2 have been such a pillar for this team, and you have to keep in mind, for the people that are unaware, this is only their second S-tier event, the other one being Reload, and finding themselves here in the Munich Major. They are still topping the charts, they are still young, they are still hungry, and they haven't even gotten started yet.
All right. Gentlemen, this is NAL bias that's showing here. I'm going to bring us back to reality. Snap out of it, because on the other side of Wildcard are the reigning world champions from the Invitational 25 in Boston. That's FaZe Clan, and they have definitely kicked it up in the gear.
Absolutely. I mean, this is going to be a tough matchup for Wildcard, and you have to give the respect to the SI World Champions of FaZe. There is not a single slouch on this team. There is nothing negative you can even find within this team. They are exemplary in every single category, in their playstyle, in their own right. The intuition that every single player has on this team is next to none. And then you have to look at the face-off between these 2. Vidiking versus Spiker, the experience versus the inexperienced, the exemplary versus the exceptional. Vidiking on one end, you can see all of his accolades, his stats so far at the event, and then you have Spiker. This is the underdog that has to go up such a force of Vidiking, trying to IGL better, trying to be the better performer. It's going to be a tough match, and it's exactly why we're building up the exact way that it is.
And you have to start somewhere if you're Spiker, but for Vidiking, one thing that I love seeing from an IGL like him is the fact that he's constantly pushing the envelope for his team and what they're allowed to do. I mean, we've constantly been seeing them throughout the last SAL stage flex different operators. They've been playing a whole merry-go-round of different operators, specifically Cyber. We see him on the entry. Now we've been seeing him on Ace, on the support. Every player on this team is not locked to one singular role, and that's what makes FaZe a different monster entirely. They can switch it on a dime.
And you know what? In this sort of level of experience, it seems like FaZe's depth of map pool is incredible. You've seen it in best of fives, you've seen it in a Boston, but can that translate into this matchup?
Wow, this is actually very interesting, Milos. Going into this match, I wasn't sure what we were going to see from FaZe, and just give me 1 second here, because when I'm looking at these maps, this clearly shows me that FaZe is taking it very lightly against Wildcard. They are playing some of their most banned maps, especially Cafe. In this year, 2025, they have banned that map, I believe, 29 times. So this leaves me to reckon that they're looking at Wildcard as a piece of the puzzle for them to try to limit test themselves. Because reality, if they lose any of this today, they just go into lowers. They have a lifeline.
And looking at this, I mean, you'd say all of these maps are good for Wildcard, but at the end of the day, you have to look at how you play the maps. It comes down to the stylistic matchups of being aggressive, finding those picks. We talked about Wildcard being good on slower maps where they can maintain the tempo of the other team. That's not Chalet. That's not Clubhouse. So if we see it and we don't see Bay getting those opening kills, managing the tempo from FaZe's side, if FaZe run away with the first map, it doesn't really matter where Cafe goes because Clubhouse is going to be a FaZe map.
And that's Chalet with Wildcard starting off on the attack. Yes, you need the tempo going, but FaZe can be a solid wall game.
Oh, they absolutely can, and it talks about what Fox was saying. They all can play any single role at any given moment, so it's going to be even more imperative that Wildcard is going to be able to adapt, to be able to identify the win condition, because FaZe by no means is going to be able to be read like a book, especially when you're looking at the maps yet again. There's not a lot of VOD on it, so it really is going to be important going back to Spiker to reel in the troops, gets the duck in a line to go for those executes.
Yeah, it really is going to come down to, in my opinion, Bay versus Cyber when it comes to the lurks, being able to get those opening kills and manage it vice versa on the defensive side. Because if we see one of those two able to get the edge on the other and constantly shut it down, you lose your X factor. It doesn't matter what operators FaZe brings. If they don't have that lurk ability, they're just going to look like another team in Wildcard's path.
Can you handle the energy? Can you handle the stress and the momentum that something like Chalet requires? Well, we got the casters to take us all through it. It's Jesse and Intero. Gentlemen, how are we doing today? We got an NAL team to kick things off.
Yeah, we do, Milos. I mean, this is going to be Wildcard, the underdogs coming in against the world champions. It's a tall task, but there's no doubt in my mind that they are prepared for it. Wildcard might be a young team, but do not underestimate them.
Yeah, I mean, both of these teams have such a big difference between what they bring to the table and the level of experience that they have, right? You've got a team that's done it all and a team that's basically done nothing up to this point. So it's time for Wildcard to start writing their history, but for FaZe Clan, maybe it's just another chapter in an already long book.
Could not have said it any better, Haggard. Thank you very much, gentlemen. We'll get you started on FaZe versus Wildcard. Enjoy.
Thank you very much. Greatly appreciate it. We'll start things off today with Jesse, on paper, the closest matchup of the remaining 8 teams. Now, for those of you that don't know how this bracket works, it was talked about a little bit by the analysts before we got into our segment here. You do not go home if you lose.
Correct.
There is a lower bracket. The only thing is if you are Ninjas in Pajamas or Furia and you lose your games, you might go home. They're going to be waiting for this upper bracket to finish. The loser of this game will go down to face off against Ninjas in Pajamas. The winner will go on to face M80.
That's right. That game will be happening later today as well. We got 4 best of 3 today, the upper quarters and the upper semis, so lots of Siege. M80 waiting in the wings for the victor of this game later today. Should be a good one. FaZe Clan Wildcard starting off on Chalet. The desk talked quite a bit about this, but this is, of course, going to be the pick of Wildcard. They played this map twice this stage so far, Parker. Both were 7-2, but one was a win and one was a loss. They beat Cloud9 and then fell to M80 in groups. I think they picked this map just because it's not so common of a map for FaZe Clan, and when they have played it, results have been a little shaky. 3 games this stage, an 8-7 win versus Liquid, then 2 losses to Furia and W7M. So we know that they can be shaky on this map at times. Wildcard are going to hope to exploit some of those weaknesses, and in the operator ban phase, I'm seeing no surprises to start things off. Azami always banned out on this map. Monty a common ban as well. I could definitely see a double shield. Focus on Dash, who loves to play those shield operators. There it is. The Blitz gets removed, as does the Castle.
I was actually talking about this with some of the talent yesterday after our matches were done, Jesse, and Chalet has been far and away the least played of all of the maps here in Munich. Only 8 rounds played so far. The next closest is Consulate, which has 33 rounds. So for some particular reason, this map continues to slip through the ban phase for all these teams. They do not want to go to it at all, so finally we will get to see it ourselves. And what a matchup this will be. The storyline is FaZe have won just about everything. They are multi-time major champions. They won SI. They won BR6. I'm trying to think of all the different names because they keep changing the name of all the Brazilian ones.
SIL, yeah.
Yeah. So this is a team that really doesn't have anything to prove at this point. FaZe is a known quantity. They've got incredible players on the roster. You're familiar with a lot of these names. These guys have been around the block. On Wildcard, couldn't be further from the truth.
Yeah.
All they've been to is reload.
Exactly. I mean, they're not a very experienced roster. And this morning, I went down to the hotel breakfast. I had a delicious salmon and cream cheese bagel. But more importantly, I found the guys on Wildcard. And I asked them how they felt about this game. I got to talk with Justin a little bit, the analyst for Wildcard. And I thought he had a really great answer about this game. He said, when we faced W7M, that was the best team we've ever gone up against, and we played amazing. As long as we play amazing once again today, we know FaZe will be another incredible team. We know we can beat them, and that's the attitude you need when you're going up against the world champions.
I mean, every single team that's here is going to be aware of their strengths and weaknesses, but once you make the Final 8, the goal is not to just win one match, it's to win it all. And what is the point of competing at this level if you don't think you have what it takes? You need to believe yourself and believe in yourself. Cyber will start things off by taking down Baby Shark, one of the top performers in North America, currently remaining at this event, and that will be a big loss for Wildcard early.
Yeah, it will. Already Kansan hunting for a little more, though. Finds a gap, but can he hit the shots, Parker? It's handy on the other side of things, but missing for now.
And they'll double up on him. Bay on the other side of the board. These 417s going crazy. 3 of them in the hands of Wildcard. The Sens, the Lion, and the Twitch. All rocking this same gun. And with Vidaking gone, that's all your smokes in the ground. They'll also punish KDS and find another as Kansan grabs Handy. Souls is last man standing, and he's down below. I'm not sure what he's going to be able to muster, as he's done some damage to some of these Wildcard players. Still half of the round to go. Spiker getting Diffuser down, and Souls is on the wrong floor. No Nitro cell, nothing to really deal with. He'll have to make his way back up those Solarium stairs. And they'll be watched, Jesse. I don't know if he's going to be able to make this out alive. He's got a premonition, but no, Dash will seal the deal. Some Brazilian on Brazilian crime, and Wildcard takes round number 1.
Yeah, tough round there. I mean, he did have good information. He hacked 2 drones playing on the Mozzie in that round, but 1v4 just felt like it was a little bit out of reach coming through from Souls. Excellent entry play coming in from Kansan. Sometimes takes a bit more of a backseat role. You talk about Bay and Shark as kind of the primary entry duo on this team. Kansan a bit more of a cleanup guy. He's really good in those late rounds, but he found a gap. He decided to hit it. Didn't hit every single shot, but he causes the distraction so Bay can come in right there with him. I thought it was a great point by Fox on the desk before this game started that it was going to be up to those lurk and anti-lurk players. Cyber versus Bay. Who's going to come out on top? Both of them striking hard in the first round, but Bay just a little bit better.
It really is quite stunning to see how prominent these 417s have been. I mean, they're on meta ops. Twitch, very good if the defenders bring the right amount of gadgetry. Lion is almost always good for most of these teams. Sens has seen a steady amount of incremental buffs that have put now Sens into a position where they're a very strong operator, especially on particular bomb sites. This is usually a great bomb site for Sens as well, but Wildcard swaps off of the operator at the last second. There's some confusion as to what Dash was going to play. Dash was on this carousel where he had Sens and then was thinking maybe Dokkaebi, and now will rest on the Blackbeard. That suggests to me that Wildcard, just doing their late calling, have figured something out about this defense very late in the prep phase, and hope, if you're a fan of Wildcard, that it will pay off.
Yeah, well, it's interesting. FaZe perma-banned Dash in the operator ban phase. They banned his Blitz, they banned his Monty. Dash is the shield guy. And I don't think it's a coincidence that FaZe have so much experience playing against Dash. Of course, most of his career was spent in the SAL. He's played FaZe Clan 11 times in his pro career with 4 wins and 7 losses. So they know him very well. They know what he likes to play. This Blackbeard is going to be the best he's got and probably won't have it for too many more rounds.
And it's his most played operator because they keep banning the shields against him. So he's had no choice but to play a lot of Blackbeard and play a lot of Grim. if a shield is not available. And I mean, Blackbeard is obviously a shield operator, but a little bit different deployment than you'd see out of a Blitz or a Monty.
Well, here, of course, top floor is going to be very important. KDS with the same mirror setup they were running in the last setup, but Dash is already in the site, Parker. He's going deep.
Looking for something more. Vidiking gets baited into an engagement. Baby Shark the first to die for wildcard yet again. They've got one in back bar, and Dash needs to be aware of this, dealing with the Valkyrie. Soul still surviving. It's a calamity inside the site as KDS pulls off a triple. Kansan on the board. It was a rush from wildcard, and the kills came fast and furious, but they stacked up in favor of FaZe Clan, and wildcard will now find themselves trailing by 1, but they've done some serious damage to both Souls and KDS. Dash coming within a couple HP points. Health points.
Gotta be careful.
I don't think that's going to be enough, though. KDS is on a heater right now. He's got 4 kills in this round. Only thing that stands between him and the ace is Kansan just out of reach. They trade! He gets the ace from the grave! Yet another, add it to the tally. FaZe Clan on the board as KDS clears out every single member of Wildcard himself.
And that's going to be a huge boost of confidence for KDS. You know, he is one of the best players in the world. Nobody would doubt that, but he's currently the lowest rated on this FaZe Clan team here in Munich, and he's not had the best year. Since winning the 6th Invitational in Boston, he's been negative in every international event that he's been to. Was negative at Reload, went negative at EWC. That's despite the fact that he's been incredible domestically, one of their best players. So it's good to see KDS getting on the board early. He is positive through this event so far, but it is relatively close. +4 KD coming into this game, and that will jump up with the big ace in round 2.
It's a long series, so you cannot tilt. The wild card has shown some mental resiliency. For those that are not familiar with the game of Wildcard, maybe you don't watch the NA League, maybe you just haven't watched much of the Munich Major. This was a team that entered on the depth charts as the lowest rated North American team, and yet here they are, still present at the event, while 2 teams on paper that were better than them, both Space Station and Shopify Rebellion, are probably midway home at this point. SSG might already be back in North America. I believe Shopify Rebellion are leaving today. But that's what happens when you actually play the game. We don't play these matches on paper, as we like to remind people. Wildcard surprised everybody by being a strong LAN team at Reload. Now, Reload was not a conventional event, and I think it's fair to judge it differently and separately from a normal major, because there were a card system present and changes to gameplay that deviated from just what you do inside of the server. It was innovative, but it wasn't just a straight major like we're used to seeing. So I think it's fair for people to say, well, it's hard to tell if Wildcard would be the best team. It's also worth noting that CAG were technically the 2nd best team in that event. So things were obviously not exactly quote-unquote normal. But Wildcard has shown some promise here as a LAN team. Maybe not this round, Jesse, as it's already fallen by the wayside. Souls with 2 kills, Baby Shark slingshots himself into the bomb site and has his hands full with FaZe Clan members well above him. He's got the defuse kit, but the hatch being opened will give him some pause, as he could easily try to stick that defuse. It would come down to Dash and Spiker, watching as 4 members of FaZe will be trying to hunt this down. Vidiking now on the board. Down goes Baby Shark. Right back on his shield. Spiker a missed opportunity to tear more strips out of Vidiking. That's a 4v2 with half the round to go for FaZe Clan.
You gotta really pull this back now if you're Wildcard. Of course, they're pretty separated, these last 2 players, but Spiker wins his one. That gives them an opportunity on site, but without top floor control, Parker, there's no way they're gonna get a defuse kit down. Minute 20 on the clock. They've got to take that time to pressure these top floor players, then maybe go for a plant later on. It is not an easy task, with Souls shutting down that rush right at the start of the round. It's backup plan time once again for Wildcard.
And this is where the Clash is going to gain so much value. Vidiking just needs to stand on the stairs and stare at you. There's no real utility that Spiker or Dash have to do much. They're all out of flashbangs. It's not even like their main gadgetry could affect that clash. It really just comes down to whether Vidiking wants to rest his shield down and take an engagement head on. But when you've got Handy and KDS supporting you, even if their overlying numbers have not been the greatest, you're not going to jeopardize yourself by getting off of that shield. Spiker will get spotted from that hole above. Handy punishing him, and now it's all up to Dash in a 1v3. FaZe Clan well positioned to take 2 in a row. A very different story from how they pulled it off last time, with KDS getting the ace. Dash will attempt the defuse kit. He's letting that boogie drone use the noise to his advantage. And KDS will save the round yet again. Very different result, or very different way to get there, but the same result for FaZe Clan as they put it together.
Nice little try from Dash with the boogie drone to try to create that noise, but really tough round for them to win. They really had to do something better with that rush, and I think you've got to give a lot of credit to Souls in that round. He was the lone anchor. All 4 of his teammates were playing above him on the top floor, and there's a lot of pressure when you're the solo player on site. When the rush is happening, you've got to be ready for it. Souls was. He killed both Bay and Kansan outside of West Main right at the start of that round. Did not panic when Baby Shark came up that hatch. They eventually do get the trade out, but the damage had been done. Really nice job stopping that rush from Wildcard.
Let's work a little bit more around what Kansan said is perfect. That was in my notes, but like for Master Bomb side, like do the nades. Probably gonna start playing more traps because they're so fast. Like do the nades setup. And one thing, guys, play the demos. We're gonna get the opening queue. This opening queue is gonna be the top 5 player, and then the demos, the rest of the players. Demos, the bar player, like play around the demos, okay, for the late rounds after the opening queue. Same for bar. They're probably gonna repeat bar room again, opening queue on top 5 player, and then in this case we can be more smart. We can push bomb side or just wait a little bit. Of course, I think like not in tempo is better for this match, at least for the moment right now. We'll get the opening queue top 5, start the round. The demos everyone then, okay? What
They're spamming Valk. Is IQ or Deimos better for me?
I think like I think Deimos is important, guys. If you guys can feel the composition, even you.
I can play IQ instead of BB.
Yeah, no, one thing is you can play the IQ and then Bay can play the Deimos. One thing, okay? Another thing, guys.
You're kind of.
Big words coming out from Lagonis, the head coach of Wildcard, former IGL and player himself here at the pro level. But I think really important stuff coming to help out the Wildcard guys. Hoping to bring that Deimos out here to try to find some of those offsite players. FaZe have been playing very aggressively. There probably are opportunities to hunt them down with the Deimos. We'd often see Baby Shark taking that operator, but it sounded like Bay was the one who was going to take it instead. That might just be a Chalet adaptation. And indeed, as we load in, Bay is currently selecting over the operator.
Is it one of the top 3 most played operators for Baby Shark? So pass it along, that's fine. I mean, with the way that they're playing it, just in terms of kills, Baby Shark has not shown the same prowess as Bay has. Admittedly, we are 3 rounds in, so it might be too early for us to tell, but Bay is hitting his shots. Baby Shark is using a different set of operators and a different set of tools with how he wants to crack this map.
Yeah, and it's worth noting, I mean, these two have been the backbone of Wildcard since they got to Munich. Both have very similar EPS, 117 for Bay, 116 for Baby Shark. They've both been incredible firing for this team, number 1 and 2 rated in the entire lobby. No one on FaZe Clan even putting up numbers like that. So they've been good so far. This will be their toughest match, and that adaptation being called for by Lagonis could be enough to push them over the edge and get more of these attacking rounds.
It's a breathtaking pace when he speaks during the timeouts, by the way.
Oh yeah, he could be a caster.
Yeah, the amount of words he's able to fit into such a small period of time is really quite impressive.
Coming for your job.
Why my job? Why not your job?
Because you're the fast-talking caster.
I remember the Corn Pop 16 days. Oh my goodness. Kansan stunned by that one. Bay trades it back, but you've already lost your Blackbeard with still over 2 minutes to go. I do not love this for Wildcard, even if they are able to flush out some of that top floor control. Now they almost lose Dash as well, as they'll get Souls on the run. I imagine that hatch has opened up and he's dropped. It sure sounded like it, as the Denari of Cyber is currently being watched by Bay, who's hoping for kill number 2 on the round, and to give something that Wildcard really hasn't had through these 3, which is a numbers advantage.
Yeah, they're really hunting for these picks. They did a great job clearing out Mez. They weren't able to do that previously because they were playing the Miro window up there, but of course, that gets banned out after round 3, so it's a little bit better to clear through that. And now Spiker strikes back. Front door, he finds Cyber, the best player on FaZe Clan statistically in many of their international events. He's going to be removed from this game, leaving just Vidiking, Handy, and Souls, who have to now retreat back towards the bomb site.
And Cyber is the best rated player here at the event as well, Jesse, but the EPS scores and the kill scores for FaZe Clan are not very high, and that's because of how efficient they've been in their matches. One of the lowest round counts played here at the Munich Major, only 48 rounds played by FaZe up to this point. That is almost nothing. We were casting teams yesterday and the day before that were already in the 70s.
Yeah.
That's almost a full 3 maps played more than what FaZe Clan have. But I mean, hey, FaZe is an efficient team, and they also don't need to play a lot of maps to show people what they can do.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Souls captures his 3rd drone with Mozzie on this game. We rarely see that, so he's been doing great work with that, with those Mozzie pests.
I mean, Mozzie is usually used for area denial, not to actually gain information, but here we are. And Handy will fire back onto Baby Shark. To a 3v3, the advantage that Wildcard had, Jesse, is completely gone, and it looks like a plant is shaping up. Spiker inside the site. There goes the Nitro Cell, caught very well by Bay, but the cross over towards Piano was not there. Bay really has to do it all on this round. He got that opening pick. That's all he's going to get, though. Really quite a devastating mid to late round here by Wildcard. FaZe Clan doing FaZe Clan things, looking so strong. And that offense got kick-started by the 5K, the ace that came in from KDS, and since then, FaZe have been in full control.
Yeah, it really felt like they were close to winning that round, but it's a game of inches here in Siege, and I think Dash catching that C4 was really the game changer. He was supposed to be the guy pressuring into Piano, could have been the guy to kill Handy, but unfortunately just wasn't there in time, ended up going down. Really good teamwork to see that from FaZe Clan as well. And what I like about this team, what I've always liked about this team, is how smart they are when they re-aggress. You know, they were in the man count disadvantage, Parker, in the 3v4 Chalet, attacker-sided map to an extent. So you kind of need to do something to get that man count back. They did just that, extending on to Baby Shark, aware that he's playing the Piano window. Handy, I believe, 3 kills in that round, and every single one was impactful.
When do we begin to sound the alarms here on this series? Because this is not FaZe Clan's map. So if FaZe Clan continue to run up the score here on Chalet, say they take it 7-3, obviously that's a bad sign going to Cafe, but what is, to you, danger zone on this map?
I think how this half ends is going to be really telling for the whole series, because if Wildcard end up losing this, say, 5-1, maybe even 4-2, I think we're starting to panic. 5-1 in particular feels like, okay, this might just be the FaZe Clan we expected up against a younger team who would be the underdogs in this matchup. But if Wildcard keep this first half competitive, they bring it back to a 3-3, 4-2 again, kind of that borderline. I would expect this to be a competitive series. Wildcard presumably will have some stronger defenses on Chalet as well. FaZe Clan got side choice, so they must think the defense is the stronger side, at least marginally, here on Chalet. So really, I think it's going to come down to that. If Wildcard can get the 3-3, the 4-2, they're very much still in this, but they cannot fall apart now.
I don't know if it's sloppiness on the side of Wildcard or if we have to give credit to FaZe Clan for this, but it's just now, I think, the third round where we've seen a drone go in and FaZe Clan immediately gets rid of it, and there's no real follow-up from Wildcard. It will go from bad to worse. You don't just lose a drone, you lose 2 players. Spiker and Dash in the ground. Baby Shark, the next one being watched. No point of damage has been done to FaZe Clan, and there goes Baby Shark. Wildcard have already called their timeout, and they are in free fall at this point in time. FaZe Clan looking invincible so far. Outside of that first round, which Wildcard obviously bared their teeth down on this FaZe defense. Since then, it's been FaZe all the way. Finally landing some shots to deal some damage, but really, there's not much good to say here for Wildcard.
Yeah, I mean, they got information, but you have no tools to root this guy out, and he wins the fight. Cyber's nasty, man. What are you supposed to do against a guy like that?
They're screaming, by the way. I know, you can't hear the players. We're sitting right behind the booths, but Cyber was screaming. There's Bay as well to be the janitor, just trying to sweep up those. At least Dash and Lagonis will understand it.
That's true. Dash and Lagonis, of course, Brazilian players and a coach, they will have that little back and forth going through, and it really feels like FaZe have full confidence right now, Parker. They look like they are in control of this match. Even if we didn't see the scoreline, you just watch that round, you know FaZe is a team who feel like they are in full control, jumping out the window in the 5v3, making that a 5v2. Cyber swinging like crazy. I mean, he's doing this because he knows that he's better. He knows that if he keeps playing like this, he's going to get deeper and deeper into their heads. Wildcard need to be strong in this moment. They've got to be resilient with the mental game. They are the single youngest team here by average age. They average just 21 years old, which is insane given how some of these teams, how long some of them have been competing. The average age of Wildcard is younger than every single player on FaZe Clan. Only Kansan and Dash are above 20 years old.
10 seconds to go.
With youth comes inexperience, and with not playing a lot of games comes inexperience. So Wildcard have both of those in spades. I mean, I've probably talked more about this FaZe Clan roster than I have casted Wildcard in my entire life. So
yeah.
It's really quite incredible when you think about it. And a reminder that even if things do go catastrophically wrong for Wildcard, they are not eliminated from this event. We do have a lower bracket for the Munich Major. While today is technically the first day of playoffs, all 8 teams will still make main stage. Some of them will be in more jeopardy than others.
Yeah.
The loser of this series goes down to play Ninjas in Pajamas in the lower bracket. The winner moves on to go up against M80. M80, one of those two 3-0 teams that did not drop a single matchup in the group stages. I mean, yeah, I guess you kind of got to do that.
Yeah.
Cyber just ran out the main door because he thought he had a read on somebody by the stairs.
I mean, if Cyber had gotten a kill there or survived, I think that's a huge chalker for Wildcard. It is critical that they kill him. Cyber's the type of guy where he's going to play aggressive, he's going to do stupid stuff, and when he thinks he's dominating you, when he doesn't maybe respect you as a team, you've got to be shutting that down. So an important pick from Wildcard.
Not really much to gain from the regional stats on this map. FaZe Clan up 4-1 would make you think that this is quite a defender-sided map. That's actually not what the numbers show. In Brazil, it skews towards the attackers. In NA, it skews towards the defenders, but barely. This is a 50-50 map. So FaZe Clan just right now dominating with their operator lineup, dominating when it comes to the bans. Souls eliminated by Kansan. And Wildcard's lead will continue to grow after they got that freebie against Cyber.
Kansan once again the lone anchor. He was the really linchpin when they defended this last time, but now everyone's fallen by the wayside.
And KDS's last man standing, a flawless round for Wildcard was on the cards, but Dash gets punished by KDS. Over in Solarium now, watching those kill holes down below, as that's where the bomb site is. But Bay is still upstairs, and yet again, exit frags for Bay. Wildcard managed to salvage the first half by picking up a second round. 4-2's oh so common in Siege, and we see one to start off a very long day today. FaZe Clan, though, primed and ready for this second half as they'll go on to attack.
Yeah, again, that's an important round to get your confidence back a little bit. You're playing against the world champions right now in FaZe Clan. FaZe Clan are playing extremely aggressive. They're playing, frankly, disrespectfully against you. You have to be able to shut them down when they play like that. Really important pick from Kansan in the middle of that round. He just walks through Fireplace, goes through the kitchen hall, and picks off Souls, the one site player in that round. I think a critical moment where they got that two-man advantage. Baby Shark then walked right into a frost map, but he picked himself up and nobody noticed, so it was fine. And now they can move on to defense with at least a 2-round buffer to play with. They aren't going up against that 5-1, and they can start to claw things back, take control of the game once again on this defensive side. My real question, Parker, is are they going to replicate FaZe Clan? FaZe played so confidently in that first half. Can and should Wildcard do the same with jump outs and spawn peaks galore?
I mean, how do you knock FaZe Clan off their stride? FaZe is at their best when you allow them to settle into a match. They are not always a team that bursts forward with a lot of victories. It can take them some time to find their footing, but as we saw throughout much of the SAL playoffs, once FaZe is locked in, it is so hard to shake them from that spot. And that's up against teams that know them very well and is in the most competitive region in Siege. Now, obviously, no slight to Wildcard here, but if you were to look at the remaining teams and say, which of these squads do you think is most capable and most experienced in order to knock FaZe Clan off, Wildcard's probably not one of those teams that you're going to mention. It's not that they're a bad team, it's simply that they don't have that same level of experience and they don't have that history playing up against FaZe. So if spawn peaks, hop outs, playing far more aggressive on defense when FaZe is not expecting it. If those are things that can catch FaZe off guard and maybe trip them up enough to let them get in their head, maybe close that gap, burn their timeout, I think Lagonis will call that for Wildcard.
Yep, I think you'd be happy with a result like that, but it's really up to Wildcard to make those plays. We've got 4 players up on the top floor. It's just going to be Dash who's playing down below. He's all the way in bar, actually, so a very extended roam. You've got Bay playing that Mez position up top as well, and it doesn't seem like FaZe are so interested in roam clearing, Parker. You see Souls here on the solar window starting to get some drone work in. Cyber's up on the roof as well. KDS in and around this area too. So a lot of these FaZe Clan players look like they just want to go direct to site. They don't seem to care about Dash or Bay out on the roam.
You talked about how Twitch sees so much usage when it was Wildcard piloting the operator. Now we see the same out of Cyber as that drone gets the all clear. And the Osa of Handy can take up even greater space inside of Solarium now that most of that utility is gone. Baby Shark runs right into that Claymore. That is unlucky. We saw that one get sit down even earlier. What'd you say? Be unpredictable, right? Wildcard tried to do that. It did not work out. They do have a kill, though, as they managed to dust off Handy, but FaZe Clan are in full control yet again. The other Amaya Spiker trapped inside of Closet, And he's going to have to fight his way out or die trying. KDS will seal the deal, and FaZe are marching their way towards map 2.
Yeah, just smart play from Souls inside of Solar. Gets that Claymore kill to start, and then 2 more frags. And all of those kills, barring maybe the second one, were against players that were pushing into him, right? He had the Claymore, which was a really smart play proactively. He caught the flank coming up the Solar stairs. And it's kind of funny for Souls because he is statistically the worst attacking player on FaZe Clan. He's got horrible attacking stats, but he's their best defending player. And he gets a big 3K on attack here, and you might think, okay, flipping the script a little bit. But when you look at those kills, he's kind of playing it as a defender, right? I mean, his Claymore kill, he's catching a flank. A lot of those frags are when the enemy team are coming to him. That's when Souls is the most comfortable. That's when he feels the strongest, and he played absolutely perfect in this match here.
This is when I bet Wildcard wish they had a timeout.
Yep.
Again.
Yep.
You burned it early, hoping to turn the tides. You were not successful. You only won a single round since then. FaZe Clan have been bullying you all over this map, and it is quite a devastating start from Wildcard on their own pick. FaZe Clan have been impervious to damage throughout so many of these rounds, working very effectively. Souls and KDS have been the story from a fragging perspective. Jesse, as you pointed out, KDS entered as the lowest rated player on his team and has had some rough goes of it on LAN over the last calendar year, but I mean, you're going to take every good game that you can get. Wildcard not very happy with the fact that KDS is just sprung to life. We are 20 seconds in. Vidiking getting diffuser down. He survives the Nitro Cell. Souls dies. Vidiking still in that position. A brawl, and FaZe Clan is coming out ahead. Wildcard down to just Baby Shark.
Jesus.
Oh my God, and it's FaZe Clan to go shark hunting. 6-2. We barely loaded into this map, and we've almost found our way out of it.
Someone's going to have to check the numbers, but that might be the fastest round of Siege that's been played competitively all season. I think certainly the fastest round that I've seen at this event. Incredibly quick from FaZe. They get in, they plant that fuse kit, and they're letting Wildcard know exactly what they're doing, Parker. I mean, Wildcard were all over the map there. It was a great recognition from FaZe Clan. Bay was in master bedroom. We saw Baby Shark spawn peeking Solar window. Dash was upstairs in library. Only really Spiker was on the site. Even Kansan was kind of in the hallway. So when you see such a low site presence, when you see so few players there, why not go for a rush like that? You've already got a 5-2 lead.
I honestly think nerves are playing a bigger role here than we think.
Yeah.
And that's because time after time we go to show highlights of these teams, and you see them completely whiffing what are very routine shots. And I do have to wonder if Wildcard are just in their own head. They understand the expectations, everything that comes with it. It is entirely within the realm of possibility that Wildcard have a good plan and the plan can be executed upon properly. But what's that old saying? Everybody's got a plan until they get punched in the face.
Yeah.
And FaZe is doing a lot of punching right now, and Wildcard's face does not look so great. So it's entirely possible that they're just letting nerves get to them. Spiker losing that engagement. It was Dash losing an engagement much earlier when he had 2 targets that on a Blackbeard should have been quite routine. When you get to this level of gameplay, you're going to miss some shots. Everybody will.
Yeah.
But with the amount of shots that Wildcard have been missing, I do wonder if nerves are the main culprit here.
Yeah, and I think in a nervous game like this, one that's so important, you need to rely on your veterans, your leaders to step up and get the mental back in check. Kansan, for example, an extremely experienced player. This is his 5th major. The others all coming, of course, with the Sonics back in the day, and so he's got to be a guy to step up for his teammates. They will fall, and it's a 4v5.
That's been the big bright spot for this Wildcard team, too.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like you can hear the church bells in the funeral of Wildcard at this point in time. They're left now with a supporting cast, and the one player that you hyped up, which was Baby Shark, has had some struggles himself, 1-7, and he almost got picked. If he'd continued up those stairs into the main lobby, I think that would have been curtains for him and probably for Wildcard too.
Oh, they've had such good information on him every single round. They'll give him the Deathmark track now. They just cancel it as soon as they fire it off, so they know where he is down over towards West Main. The information has been perfect for FaZe Clan. Their drones are so good, and so every time Baby Shark tries to make a move, he ends up getting slammed.
And a run out. Good opportunity for Dash to take down KDS. His position is known. Cyber and Baby Shark hunting each other down now as they've got this main lobby control. They've also cleared out library, but now the more onerous task, which is to get into the bomb site sweep up over top of it, and Wildcard have not loosened their grasp above this bomb site. That's the next step for FaZe.
Yeah, take a look at the push right now. We've got most of these FaZe Clan players over towards the library side. A couple of players are rotating at the moment. Cyber's on the roof, and Souls is moving over towards this bathroom window. So they're diversifying their positioning. They want to get a couple more angles, and part of the reason they're doing that is so that they can catch off these players where they're not expecting them.
And they're sweeping through Piano. That was Dash holding down this position. Baby Shark falls. That's not looking great for Wildcard, as they are now outnumbered by FaZe Clan by one, and the Blackbeard will get ever closer. Dash is caught on this bathroom crossfire. Nitro Cell will go out. It collects onto Souls. A potential saving grace for Wildcard, as it's Kansan now to freeze things out with this Zoto canister. He had no choice but to swing, and now it's Spiker in a 1v3. FaZe Clan playing on Wildcard's map. They only let Wildcard have 2 rounds. What a drubbing, as that will be a map Wildcard will be soon to forget. 7-2 the scoreline for FaZe as they now move to their own map, Jesse.
That's not the Wildcard we saw in Swiss, Parker. We've got to see a better performance from them in the rest of the series, or they're headed straight for the lower bracket.
Really just a devastating result for a team that was quite hyped up, and to make it all this way and then fall flat is not ideal. We've got at least one more map between these two teams. We'll be back after this break.
Well, there you go. Our Munich Dachshund is definitely excited, but I gotta say, it's been a lot of woof woof, not a lot of loud ones during map number 1 here on Chalet. FaZe Clan controlling the tempo, as we talked about.
I love that you talk about tempo, because that's what Fox said coming into this matchup, and FaZe does a very good job. And already in round 2, we see KDS start to come alive and talk about setting that tempo. Getting an ace this early on only sets the precedent. Once again, this is FaZe Clan. This is the world champions. If you're wildcard and you want to overthrow them, you have to be on your A game. You can't let anything slip by. And when I'm talking about letting anything slip by, this was such a beautiful setup, using that Grismod inside the bookshelf to make sure if a shield was able to come through, it was going to instantly be popped open. That shield was going to be exposed. You see KDS go for that swing, instant grab.
And that's what it comes down to when it comes to FaZe. The amount of little utility operators that they swap to, we highlighted it. They don't have one specific entry. They're able to constantly just flex around every single operator. And that's exactly what we saw. Not only the Grismod, but the way that they were able to play once the attack side swapped, it was essentially FaZe's game the whole way through, because they're so dynamic. It's so difficult to understand what they're doing because they have so much depth.
Not only are FaZe putting up a clinic on how to play Chalet, but they're doing it in so much comfort. They're even explaining to us, normal human beings, there's a strategy that you can play with the Gizmods that are hidden around in library. You can play that in your own games and learn it from the best team in the world champions. But on the other side, it is a tough battle now to recover mentally for Wildcard going into map 2.
Yeah, it absolutely is. I mean, again, this is no easy task. You lost your map pick. It's really going to be a big question now if they have the mental resilience to be able to find that footing, to be able to find the tenacity in them that has got them this far. But the fact of the matter is, it's a best of 3. Anything is possible.
And even though Cafe is more of Wildcard's style of map, maintaining that tempo with the slow speed, and that's not what we saw in Chalet. FaZe was able to run away with it, and this is what we were worried about. So going into Cafe, Wildcard needs to really flex their experience of their veteran teammates, be able to show and shake off those rookie mistakes going into it, and everything that they've been doing throughout the stage, being able to focus on those trades. If they maintain that going into Cafe, they'll be sitting a little bit more comfortably. Map 3 is the worrisome area.
Yeah, Lagotna's here. You see him with the rest of the squad. A Wildcard, he's been instrumental in making sure that that tempo continues, that emotion does not rise too high. He's got a lot of experience in managing that as a player and now as staff. But how do you manage things when you need the entire team to show up? There's 2 players that were really shining in this game, KDS and Bay. How do they rock up against one another?
I mean, we talked about the lurk ability from going into a map like Chalet. The same aspect applies here to a map like Cafe, because KDS was so dominant at being so flexible on the defense, on the attack. And then when you look on the side of Wildcard, Bay was doing his absolute best when it came to attack. But once the side swapped, that's where we saw it taper off. KDS was the one maintaining that managing that lead.
And how do you change that up to kind of work together as a unit on Cafe? Because lurkability is the name of the game on this map.
That's the biggest thing. Everyone has to be coming alive, enabling each other, because when you even look back at the cost from every single person on the side of FaZe, everyone was sitting at 69% cost outside of KDS being the exception at 78. So if we really want to see everyone, and including Bay, step it up, everybody on Wildcard has to put their foot forward.
And here's again the depth from FaZe, because it doesn't come down to just one operator. We might see Cyber playing the Deimos, which we know he loves. We might see one of the players who's going to be on that entry play the Striker, which is something FaZe will have as that entry player, use the utility, and then you go in to be able to get those opening kills. So that's the flexibility on FaZe's side.
So far, the testing from FaZe has proven very, very good. But Wildcard on the other side have the test to continue. Maybe they can take it to map 3. Well, maybe Jesse on the other side will be proven wrong. I'll give it over to you guys, and we'll see how map 2 will shape up.
A direct call out for you, Jesse. How do you feel about that?
I feel fantastic, Parker, because it's not Jesse J. Chick on the cast, it's Captain Copium, because I am here to say that Wildcard still have a good fight in this game. Yes, they're playing against a great team of FaZe Clan. Yes, map 1 was one to forget, but this is still a good team. They're here for a reason. Nobody believed in this team to make it into the top 8. Nobody thought they'd beat FaZe Clan, including 85% of you. But that doesn't mean that they're not capable of doing so. I've got 2 reasons to think they could make a big comeback here. Number 1, I don't think the map is that bad for them. FaZe Clan are not a great Cafe team. They're not bad, they're FaZe Clan, but it's still a pretty rare map for them. They've played it twice against Tier 2 teams this season, but every time they've played it against a Tier 1 opponent, they have lost it, including against G2 back at EWC. For Wildcard, they just won against Enterprise 7-5 earlier on in this event, and of course that does give a little bit of recent footage to FaZe Clan. I'm sure that's part of the reason why they picked it, but I still feel like Wildcard have a good opportunity to reset the narrative here. Go on defense, start things off, set the pace your way, and start with a strong lead.
I mean, a strong start is absolutely what's needed here, especially when it comes down to like that emotional and mental fortitude that we've discussed.
Yeah,
it's a bit of a nebulous term, and everybody's mental resiliency is going to be very different, but younger teams are going to sweat more.
For sure.
Younger teams are not going to have the same experience to draw from, to pull themselves back from the brink.
Yeah.
And I mean, right now, Wildcard is staring down the abyss, especially after what happened in map number 1. It was Wildcard's map. They only mustered 2 rounds.
Yeah.
If you're getting blown out on your own map choice, things are not looking good for you from that point on. You are going to need a big bounce back here, and it's not going to be very familiar territory for Wildcard either. This is FaZe's choice. FaZe are pronounced on this map. They're practiced, and it will be a very big uphill climb for Wildcard.
All of that is true, and Wildcard, they are the inexperienced team coming into this. This is only their 11th international matchup that they've played at an S-tier event. FaZe Clan in the Cyber and Souls era have played over 100 international games up against Tier 1 opponents. So there's a huge discrepancy in the experience. We've been talking about it all day long, and we'll continue to talk about it throughout this game, but it's up to Wildcard to overcome that, and it starts right here on Cafe defense. Will we see any more aggressive plays? I'm not seeing anything just yet. Spiker and Kansan are starting on that main floor with Bay, Baby Shark, and Dash all locking down the top floor as a mining and dining defense, which is a bomb set that, of course, has been very popular over the last couple of years.
All 4 bomb sites on this map will likely see some level of play. This is a map played very rarely over in Brazil. It actually took a long time for it to show up. It was only played a total of 25 rounds, and it was attacker favored, but a very, very small sample size. It was defender favored over in North America, where it had significantly more play. So that should be a comfortable spot for Wildcard as they start on that side.
Yeah, Wildcard going mining dining first I think makes sense as well. They were 2-0 when they defended this bomb site up against Enterprise a few days ago, so they're very comfortable on this site. Playing a relatively similar lineup that we've seen too, although I say that, there's definitely some new instruments coming through with Kansan on this Valkyrie, and honestly quite a few different ops. Never mind, I'll take that back. I'm looking at it as like, never mind, this is a pretty new lineup.
Cyber in the first contest, but it's Vidiking actually to strike first, and down goes Dash. This is methodical. Baby Shark goes for the vault out. He hits a Claymore. And the snags that have been set up by FaZe Clan, they do just that. They snag these Wildcard players. Kansan on the board. He and Spiker now outnumbered 2-1. This is familiar territory for Wildcard. This was the predicament they found themselves in a number of times back on Chalet, and now to have it happen yet again is devastating here on Cafe.
Yeah, really worrying to see Baby Shark go down to a Claymore very first round. That was his big problem back on Chalet, was every time he made an aggressive move, it was being expected by FaZe Clan. They anticipated every jump out, every flank he made. His very first attempt here on Cafe ends the exact same way. He has got to find some way to be unpredictable.
Oh, a nice shot by Spiker to pulverize Cyber. And one more quick kill from Wildcard can easily tilt this round in their favor. Wildcard started off Chalet with a promising first round, and it was FaZe Clan the rest of the way. 7 rounds after that from FaZe Clan, just to 1 additional round from Wildcard. A good start here is what is desperately needed for this Wildcard team, and they're on the run at this point in time. Spiker was being watched. Now he will find himself over by Dining, taking out KDS in the process. Kansan over by Pillar, now running away as Vidiking is softened up. Down goes Spiker. He looked sure enough ready to save this round, and Kansan will flank around from 90, missing most of his shots onto Handy, who only needs to cover while the diffuser's going down, but Handy gets the kill before the objective can be planted. And FaZe Clan starts Cafe the way they ended Chalet, with a victory.
Tough one for Kansan. You know, he's won those so many times at international stages before, but not able to clutch up the 1v2. With the plant going down for Vidiking, that's a super winnable clutch if he can just find the head of Handy, but Handy is better in that instant. And those little moments are going to be what it comes down to. Spiker, a great job to try to pull them back from the brink, but again, it's that early aggression that just does not go their way. Before the round even started, I mentioned it. Bay, Baby Shark, and Dash. That was the three-man roam top floor. They really didn't accomplish what they needed to in the early game. They died very quickly. Their aggressive moves didn't pay off. FaZe Clan did a great job of hunting down those players. When you're going up against like Cyber, it's going to be a tough task. He is one of the best entry players in the entire world. World champions for a reason, and that's something Wildcard will have to get better at throughout this series.
When Cyber is on his A game, there are very few players in the entire world who can match his thunder. And if this man starts to settle in, you are in big, big trouble. If you go back to map number 1, Cyber was actually towards the bottom of this FaZe Clan team. But while Cyber was the 4th best player on the team, he was also the 4th best player in the lobby.
Yeah.
104 EPS with a 6-kill, 5 death to give him a +1, and he went positive on his entries, 3 and 1. Those are excellent underlying stats, but everybody was positive on that FaZe Clan roster. So it's not that Cyber did poorly, it's just he wasn't fast enough to get the kills like his other teammates were.
Yeah. And this is going to be another similar lineup we saw from Wildcard. That first one definitely was a change-up. It was something FaZe Clan wouldn't be expecting. This one's relatively similar to the last time we saw them play this defense up against Enterprise. The one exception is Bay almost always plays the Aruni on this site. That, of course, won't be available, so he's gone to the Echo instead, which is a really weird pivot. I definitely could see it working out. Echo's a very strong operator. And it looks like he's going to be trying to support himself with some information, playing inside a cocktail, and he's got some really good intel on the map around him.
Cyber now finding an opening, creeping up down below, but Dash was prepped and ready for that. Nook is a lot of things, but still makes some noise. Noise on LAN is very different, and this is one thing that was actually discussed with a team 2 days ago when we were talking to them after their matchup, where bandit tricking is actually very difficult. And Leo actually mentioned it on the cast yesterday, where he also said sometimes you literally cannot hear anything.
Yeah.
Your opponents can hear an exothermic charge being put down 2 rooms away, but you, the bandit, sitting at the window, you can't hear it. Oh my. Dash with the vault out, a gamble onto Souls, almost gets him, and now it's a jump out from Cans, and Souls farming kills outside of the building. The defenders need a rude awakening that they should remain inside at all times. And because of that, it's a 3v3 with a little over a minute to go.
Vidiking strikes back, finds Baby Shark as well. I mean, they've got information with these Valkyrie cams, and they want to use them, but it just feels like every time they make an aggressive play, I've said it over and over, FaZe Clan, they're playing really passive. They're really respecting these movements on the attacking side. Night and day difference from their defenses on Chalet. And now every time someone dies on a wildcard, somebody else has to get more aggressive to equalize.
Nice drop from Bay. KDS is gone. Souls is at a single point of HP too, so you're gonna have to play a little bit more conservative around this player, especially since he has the defuse kit in his hands, and this is a very powerful position now from Bay. As he hears the sound of Vidiking's gun, he'll play that tight angle onto pillars and give himself some concealment as he looks to retreat. Spiker now waiting for Souls or Vidiking to wander haphazardly into the site. Down goes Bay at the hands of Vidiking. And it's all up to Spiker. Spiker was excellent in the previous round, Jesse. That TCSG can level just about anything. He'll now swing up, takes down Vidiking. Nitro Cell goes out. Very little HP for Souls, who has to take matters into his own hands. He sees the foot, and Spiker wins the duel. Souls was playing on borrowed time, and that is a squeaker of a round, but Wildcard will take anything they can get at this point.
And Spiker looks fired up right now, Parker. Back-to-back rounds where he is bailing his team out. The first round, it wasn't quite enough, but that time the 1v2 pays off. Massive play coming out from the young IGL of Wildcard, and his site play has just been incredible so far. It really comes down to the fact that he's the only guy not making some of those aggressive moves, right? Since he has to just sit in the site, he is their hard anchor. He's kind of put in these positions where FaZe Clan have to come to him. And to be honest, both on Chalet and I think through the first 2 rounds here, FaZe Clan haven't really had to come into the bomb site too much. Often it's been Wildcard taking the fight to FaZe. So now if we can start to see Spiker heat up a little bit inside the site, wait for FaZe Clan to push into him, that might be the key that unlocks this defensive half.
Entirely possible. And I mean, it's just 1 round, and you're gonna win 1 on either side. So
yep.
It's hard to glean a lot from this. It's also worth noting that Wildcard played a very different style of game this round, right? They brought the fight to FaZe Clan over and over and over again. I don't know if it was a calculated decision based on the way that they thought it would work for their own players. Maybe they thought that it would catch FaZe off guard, and it almost did.
Almost, yep.
if it wasn't for Souls.
Big if.
But both of those plays outside did enough damage to Souls to set Spiker up into a position where it was relatively easy for him to get the remainder of Soul's HP. So that round, you could make a very credible argument, was mostly won in the mid-round by those outdoor plays by the wildcard defenders.
Spiker hold on to a Nitro Cell right now. He's playing towards the white corridor, so on the window, likely to chuck that out, but white stairs window is aimed at. Nobody over there just yet to try to receive it. KDS could make a move over. For FaZe Clan, are you going to expect more of these jump outs for another round in a row? It is the top floor bomb site, and sometimes it's a little bit tougher just because you can't really roam on this bomb site because everybody's got to sit in the top floor anyways. Kansan is down below the site on the castle, so it could go for a big flank late into the round, but it's going to be jump outs and it's going to be a Nitro. We called it earlier. Spiker, really good utility play. He starts this game 5-1.
And it is entirely possible that you see a team get aggressive, knock FaZe off, piss them off, and force them to call a timeout very early. Vidaking gets on the board, but Wildcard trades right back. Fox mentioned it, the best team for trades! And Bay reduces FaZe Clan to 1. Handy in a 1v3 by the Humidor. Watched on that bulletproof camera, almost nowhere to go at this point in time. He's got 90 seconds left, so I think he has to hit the reset button here. Take away that intel by shooting the bulletproof camera. And now wonder what the next steps will be. Long range onto the wall, that 417 does great damage to players, but also very good caliber-based destruction as he tries to get one more player on Wildcard to draw themselves out.
He's got really good drones, Parker. He knows where these players are, and because of it, he gets one free pick in the 1v3.
He's got more information now. That's the tuber out around the corner. He had the right read. Just can't capitalize off of it in a perfect swing by Wildcard. The last two players popping up at the exact same time. The coordination from Wildcard over the last two rounds, looking a cut above anything that we saw on map number 1.
Yeah, I mean, a little scary at the end, but no doubt in my mind, that's the best round we've seen Wildcard play all day. They need more rounds like that. They're still able to fight in the early round. It's not like they're waiting for a 5v5 execute 30 seconds to go when FaZe wants to push them. They're getting aggressive with those Nitro Cells. 2 C4 kills. That's going to be huge going forward.
Tá, vamos lá. Pra caçar, as melhores plays provavelmente vão ser as que estão comendo Natal, tá? E não as 3-2. Então a gente vai fazer, tipo, parecido uma comida ali, vai fazer a parada do Blitz. Tá? No geral, pra caçar os bombos do meio. No bombo do bar, eu preciso que tu pegue um Black Beat e continua jogando ali e joga o charuto junto com o Cyber, tá? Porque ou tu acha que tá faltando granada. Ou tu pega a Nomad e o Cyber joga Black Beat comendo lá pro Natal. Fechou? Então a gente faz, tipo, mais splash lentinho e no bar o KD continua pegando o Ace pra poder jogar 2, pra poder abrir dispensa. E a gente joga com o Black Beat e o Ace dispensa aberta e a Node pra curar a rotate.
Tá, bora aí.
Certo?
Bora, só ficar atento aí, guys.
Faz a caçada padrão com Blitz.
I would like to claim my I was right award.
Okay.
As I said, unpredictability from Wildcard through 2 rounds knocked them astride and make them call their timeout, and exactly that happened.
You were right, Parker. You were right, and it's a great tack timeout.
It is so sweet to hear you say that.
Rafadel deciding it's the proper time to talk to his teammates. Been coach of FaZe Clan since August of 2023. He's seen the highs and the lows with this roster. Of course, FaZe as a 6-man stack, including their coach, have been one of the longest standing teams in all of Rainbow Six. It's been many, many years since a single player has been swapped off of this team, and they've benefited because of that consistency. Now it's time for them to kind of re-lock in and understand what Wildcard are doing on these defenses. Some of them were aggressive, some of them were, again, still fighting in the early game, but not giving their lives up, not going for those jump outs. It's one thing to run into a Claymore in round 1 and lose your life immediately. It's another thing to toss a Nitro out the window. That's a much lower risk play. FaZe Clan need to be expecting some of those plays. They need to be ready for Spiker on the execute. I'm sure that's something that they're going to be thinking about going forward in the next half.
Wonder if Maria will be able to translate that one for us.
I'm sure.
Unless she's working. Which I'm assuming she is. She typically works when she's at work.
She's a busy woman.
She is a busy woman. Yes, that's absolutely correct. We did take the shuttle in with her this morning, so we know that she is here.
Yes, we arrived at the same time.
We did. Got a long day of matches for you today. Not just FaZe Clan and Wildcard. All of the main stage matches will be played out today. Oh, my goodness. What did we say about unpredictability and bringing the heat to FaZe Clan? Dash eliminating Cyber, who has fallen back down to earth. And Handy found himself in a position where he was especially vulnerable and will get eaten by Baby Shark. Now Dash finds a second kill. A timeout that was called by FaZe Clan. Not paying off. Jesse, are we sure that the map bans weren't swapped here?
I mean, it's less about the map bans and more just about the momentum. It took Wildcard a little bit to get into this, but I think that TAC timeout really did help them. Even though it was a FaZe TAC timeout, Wildcard are now finally getting value out of their roamers. We see Dash and Baby Shark having big impact for the first time really in this series, making those plays on the roam. Baby Shark in particular, his first kill. And now that they've done the hard work, head back to the site. Let's chill out. 5-man in sight. Yeah, there's a Fuse and a Ram above you. That's maybe two of the best operators to have above a bomb site, but it is a 2v5. I think Wildcard can feel pretty confident about winning this round. They got a Nitro Cell still in the pocket of Baby Shark, a Toxic Babe still from Bay, and a second C4 from Kansan. So lots of utility to deny this plant. The Goyo's likely cleared by the Fuse, but when those do come around, those will be impactful as well.
I haven't really spent much time talking about the amount of recruits that have been played, Jesse. 2 of the 4 rounds, FaZe Clan brought Striker. Sentry's been played on every single round by Wildcard. It was originally in the hands of Spiker, and oh boy, am I just waiting to hear Spiker playing Striker, but we haven't gotten quite to that point just yet. Baby Shark will be running the utility heavy operator. There goes the Nitro Cell from the aforementioned operator. And Vidaking and KDS might get frozen out inside a freezer down below in kitchen. Everybody on Wildcard still upright. Vidaking taking even more damage now as he's been forced onto this Fuse shield. A crossfire will kill him. And how about a flawless round from Wildcard? They call their timeout on the side of FaZe Clan, and Wildcard in turn responds with their most dominant round in this series.
One thing Wildcard have done a great job of in that round, and I think throughout this game, is they've been playing off of information. That first opening kill that Dash got onto Cyber inside a pillar all came because Kansan was spotting him on that cardiac sensor of the pulse. I assume it's something FaZe recognized in their TAC timeout. They banned out the Valkyrie. They know how good the information can be for Wildcard, but there are other tools available to them, and Wildcard are able to adapt onto those operators. Excellent use of the pulse coming through from Kansan in that round, and then some nice shots coming through from Baby Shark and from Dash. Really cleaned up on that roam game, kept them very safe, and that all comes down to the fact that they just knew everyone's position on the side of FaZe Clan. Information is key in Siege, and it gave the edge to Wildcard in round 4.
Wildcard really does look like a team possessed in this particular map. A far cry from what we saw on Chalet, and again, if nerves really were part of the culprit, at this point you've probably settled into the matchup.
Yep.
Those nerves slowly slide away. The confidence that Wildcard showed back in Reload, on stage 2 results, here on LAN, all of that confidence comes back. And Wildcard are a team that are playing with a renewed sense of vigor, a renewed sense of purpose, and FaZe Clan look a little flustered, which is a bit rare to see for the defending world champs.
Potential spawn peek from multiple players. Baby Shark and Bay both hunting for a head as they look out the window. Doesn't seem like FaZe Clan are giving them the opportunities. We hear the rappel now from Baby Shark. This is a tight angle, and it's really tough sometimes to hit a shot. Does look like Baby Shark is going to fall off. I think it's important that they've been doing so well in the entries this game, Parker. Back on Chalet, we saw FaZe Clan win 7 out of 9 opening duels, and they converted all but 1 of them. That's not rare. FaZe Clan are the best conversion team here at the Munich Major, winning 90% of rounds when they get the opening pick. Wildcard will be aware of that coming into this game. They know how critical it is to start off with a lead. They've won the last 3 opening duels in a row, and of course have converted every single one of them.
Spiker back on this recruit, so Sentry will be brought yet again. They've been favoring the Impacts and Nitro Cell more often than not, but not this time, and Vidaking runs in on the blitz, and he's splattered by Spiker, who's leading the team with 7 kills at this point in time. It was Bay who was the best player statistically, but now Dash and Baby Shark are there as well. Wildcard watching as their reserves now getting in on the fun. With 1:40 still left in the round, FaZe Clan have been reduced to just 2 players, and they are very far from this bomb site.
Again, good information from Wildcard, fully aware of what that push wants to look like. Baby Shark needs to be careful of his positioning, but the Nitro Cells and the good TCSG play coming out from Spiker have seemingly done enough to halt this push. Handy will give it one last go.
And out go the Candelas. Handy doesn't have any remaining in pocket, so instead he will just ascend the red stairs looking for a pick. And right now, good patience from Wildcard, not presenting themselves. Nobody is really upstairs that you can see holding these angles. Very limited value that was gained from FaZe Clan's drones, and they just simply do not have much to work with here. They're going to hope for a small sound cue or maybe some form of mistake. No Candelas, no logic bombs, and they've at least assessed that one is over towards White Stairs. KDS will have his hands full. He gets doubled up on Baby Shark. The kill and Handy now in a 1v4. A 4-2 first half looking very likely, but now it becomes incumbent upon FaZe Clan to get that second round. As 4 for Wildcard is mighty good. 5-1 still within reach of the North Americans.
Yeah, great from Wildcard to be able to read where these pushes are going to come from. They're shutting them down. We did see Kansan once again on an information operator. This time it was the Solus, and that might have given him a bit of a key information that, hey, there's going to be a Ying outside of our mining window. We got to be ready for that. Immediately, Spiker was able to slam Vidiking on that shield. Vidiking, one of the best shield players that we have in the game, can be really good, usually on the Monty, but with it being banned out, he tries it on the Blitz, and his feet do get shot out from underneath him. You talked about Spiker playing on the Sentry so often in this game, Parker, and part of it is no doubt about the utility, but I also think he just loves that TCSG. It was a somewhat recent update that they gave that gun over to Striker, and his pick rate has skyrocketed ever since.
I mean, before she was quarantined, a lot of teams were saying that they were bringing a Rooney specifically for the DMR.
Yeah.
Right? And the TCSG is back because of the scope and because of the damage that it does. The attackers have been favoring DMRs as well, with that 417 seeing a much higher pick rate too. So sometimes you just bring operators because you want to frag. That's just how it goes, baby.
Yep. DMRs are great for players like me, too, who can't hit heads because they just do crazy body shot damage.
What rank are you again?
So I think it's going to be important for FaZe Clan in this round to lock in and find some of these information roamers.
Let me check our 6 stats.
Wildcard.
Let me check our 6 stats. What's your accounting?
We're going to see Kansan do his best to try to stay alive, but it's going to be important that they do find him out in this below bomb site position. Top floor is going to be the return site from Wildcard because they played here back in round number 3, so it's loading. Unlocked.
It's loading. You are a gold.
That I am.
I feel like you were very uncooperative when I was just trying to find your numbers.
The information from Bay jumping out of this skylight with the Yokai cam is really nice to be able to just find out how many players are up top. Tells you what guys are up here, but also who's not up here. They do finally shut down the Yokai, but he got a couple of good hops in.
Drone activated.
I was looking to see if there are any DMRs on the side to open up those hatches, but no, they have to burn a Selma instead. That's another benefit of bringing the 417s, is they can pop those hatches really effectively. Caliber-based destruction is something that has been tweaked a number of times over the last couple years, so if you bring a 417, you bring the Dokkaebi DMR, any of those things, they can open the hatches with relative ease. This is a gutsy play for Dash to be in. He is safer than you think, but the walls will close in on him, I suspect, very quickly, unless he's gone undroned. No, he'll drop down. Okay, perfect. So he held that B-bomb chassis in the middle of Cocktail, has now vacated the premises. He's not the only player of Wildcard that's down on that middle floor. It looks like there might be another. Hard to tell from the silhouettes. Blackbeard of Vidiking now pushing over towards Freezer. Handy gets cans, and that was the second player down below. Now it's Baby Shark taking a wealth of damage. Dash spotted over on Brown Stairs. That means the math shows only 2 remain on the bomb site. But Spiker's been the big bad, Jesse, and he is still very much on the board. He takes down Vidiking Bay in on the fight as well. Down goes Soul. Spiker finds another. 10 kills for the youngster. A 2v2 with KDS on borrowed time. Handy softened up as well, both looking to strike from over towards blue. You got a really tight angle now as Spiker is on the ground, super short. He pointed square at the door, and if Handy does not get the angle right, Wildcard could find themselves with an advantage. Handy will creep up ever so slightly. Spiker a third. KDS inside a back bar, working his way towards the bomb sites, but there's a long cross held at a 4K from Spiker. A 5-1 first half for Wildcard on FaZe's map.
I told you he was good with the TCSG, Parker. The super shorty, apparently something I should have been mentioning as well, plays so perfectly in that anchor position as he has from the start of the half to the finish. FaZe Clan were hunting down those roamers. They were worried about the players down below, but they needed to be worried about the site guys. Spiker and Bay stepping up massively in that 2vx to clutch things out up against FaZe Clan. Incredible stuff coming out from Spiker. Once again, the single youngest IGL that we have here at the Munich Major, just 20 years old. At his age, Vidaking, the IGL sitting across from him, wasn't even in Tier 1. He was playing for Escolina de Bubu down in Tier 2 in Brazil. Escolina de Bubu.
What does that mean?
It has something to do with Bodega. Bubu is Bodega.
Okay.
But I don't know what Escolina means.
Okay.
Hopefully it's appropriate for broadcast.
What if it's not?
This is my last cast, Parker.
It was fun.
It's been fun.
It was fun while it lasted.
It was.
The coaches are allowed to talk during operator bans, by the way, so we were spending a little bit of time listening to the team. Spiker saying, okay, boys, keep it up. Really leading by example on this wildcard team. But you were talking about Brazil. Or maybe you were finished.
I was finished. I was just talking about the history of Vidaking, and I mean, there was a lot of controversy when he first got added to FaZe Clan. They dropped Cameraman to pick him up, which was one of the most beloved players on FaZe Clan at the time, and I remember the Reddit thread saying, FaZe Clan are trolls, they're throwing, who's this Vidaking guy? He played his first event, it was SI, I think 23 in Montreal, and he didn't do very well, and the whole community was like, drop this Vidaking guy, he's a fraud. Sometimes the community can be wrong on things.
No. No, the community's always right, I fear. The only real memories I have of Vidaking in the onset of him coming up to Tier 1 is that he was always so woefully prepared for the cold.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not abnormal to see Brazilians walking around in shorts when it's the dead of winter in Montreal. But Vidaking was walking around in shorts and flip-flops when it was like -25 and there was a blizzard outside. And I was like, I don't know how you have not frozen yet. But I mean, hey, maybe he's superhuman. Maybe that's part of what he does. Vidaking was middle of the pack in terms of stats. Through the 48 rounds that were played by FaZe Clan, Vidaking was able to pull off 32 kills with a +6. He was negative on entry, but that is decidedly not the position he plays. If Vidaking is positive on entry, something has gone terribly wrong.
Usually he's just sitting in a spot on defense and happens to get pushed, and so I mean, he might get into an opening duel here and there, but entry participation, of course, is extremely low. 17% on attack, 13% on defense.
There is a striker on the board, but it's not being played by Spiker. Come on, just give me something here.
Doesn't really play the operator that often.
I know.
He hasn't so far at this event.
I know, but Recruit seeing huge usage now for utility. Also likely enabled by these operator bans. Souls dies, Vidaking joins next. Bay storming the gates. Dash, the only casualty on the side of Wildcard. As FaZe Clan look to keep themselves in this, they are losing the plot, and they have lost all but KDS, who finds himself as the last player standing, tossling with Baby Shark. Talk about setting a tempo. 6-1 for the North Americans.
And the control that FaZe Clan felt on Chalet has shattered as Wildcard have completely dominated their opponent's map pick. Great push in from Bay, one of the entry players on this Wildcard team. Just dropped the new hatch. He was under the cover of Candelas. There was a lot of noise being played. It was really hard to tell what Wildcard were doing in that push. Very good stuff coming out from the young North Americans, and now FaZe Clan must win 5 defenses in a row just in order to force overtime. It feels like map 3 is almost a certainty at this point, Parker.
Oh, absolutely. Clubhouse, how fitting that our very first playoff match will end on the German map when we are here in Germany.
Was I not Captain Copium at the start of this game? Did I not tell you I'm not worried for a wild card that this would be the game when they bounce back?
It could be Copium. It also could be just blind ignorance.
One and the same, Parker. One and the same.
You are a glass half empty kind of guy.
No, I'm glad. My glass is overflowing.
10 seconds remaining.
Half overflowing.
It's too much. You need another glass. There's too much liquid for one man.
Production, can we get another cup? I am soaking wet.
What if it just came back to you in between rounds and you were just completely doused?
That would be unfortunate. That would be unfortunate. This is a cool Denari setup coming out from FaZe Clan. One of these operators that has unlimited creativity just added recently to the game, and of course you can set those tripwires up all over the place. Another hacked drone from Handy, as we saw quickly there on the Mozzie. They've done an excellent job this series of using those Mozzie pests to catch information away from Wildcard, both denying it and gaining it for themselves. By my count, that's the 4th drone hacked in this game.
It is abnormal to that point about how many times Mozzie is getting drones here. I mean, on a map like Cafe, I think it's more likely to happen because you're going to try to gamble that you play the blind spot.
That's a good point.
Right? When you see this little warning on your screen, there is a chance you could jump in an angle where you avoid it. It's hard to do.
Yeah.
And as long as you pass through that little radius, the gadget will grab it, but it is doable. They managed to free the drone, but Kansan dies elsewhere. Cyber is very human stats right now. 2 and 7 is his score line. Bay using a very early death mark to gain information to assist on this entry. And Wildcard's going to need some assistance here, as they did surrender Kansan early, but are in great shape, given the buffer that they have is 5 rounds at this point. Wildcard will need to completely implode for this to go sideways.
Cyber has been misdroned, Parker, and that's the implosion that is impending for Wildcard. This is going to be really bad once he starts to hit his flank. They don't seem to be aware that he's there. Playing just around the brown stairs, and here comes the flank. Freebie for Cyber. Bay will fall.
Information really not Wildcard's strength at this point in time. Kansan walking in, no real knowledge. He dies. You get the Deimos down as well, but there goes KDS, Handy, and Vidiking. Hold on a moment. Cyber has a read onto the fuse shield, so the only player unaccounted for is Souls. Cyber and Souls combining for 6 kills. That's less than half of the kills that Spiker has. Baby Shark now also leveling up. His numbers were quite rough to start. Souls will swing through, take out Baby Shark, and now the fuse will do some work. These isolated engagements leave Dash in a 1v2. Wildcard almost managed to close this gap, but Dash will have his hands full and will have nothing left at all as Souls gets him, and FaZe Clan will find their 2nd round. We could see a 7-2 yet again if Wildcard pulls off the next round, but for the start, FaZe Clan are on the board for the first time in a while. They need to build off this momentum.
Spiker well on his way to be putting up his best performance of the season. A ridiculous stat line, but it's not quite enough in round 8. It just felt like that lack of information in the early game almost doomed them, Parker. It was a Nitro cell while Kansan was around mining, which ended up being the opening death. That's a little unfortunate, but the fact they had no information on Cyber was really killer. You don't push brown stairs if you know there's a guy still top floor. And it was a cheeky play. You know, you don't expect that to come out from FaZe Clan, but they're down 6-1. They're going to have to go for cheeky plays to get back into this. Felt like FaZe Clan did a really good job in that 2vx as well. That explosive entry we saw from Wildcard was enough to get the man count back, but then they stalled for just a moment too long. They knew where those players were at, but they allowed Souls to start swinging on them. They allowed Cyber to make his moves towards the front door.
Activating camera.
And if you give FaZe Clan an inch, they will run with it, as they just did in that round.
This is not a team that you can allow back into the game. The moment that FaZe Clan are poised and are ready,
5 seconds left.
they can be and have proven this year that they can be the best team in the world. It is not a fluke to lift that hammer over your head, and that's how we started this year, with FaZe Clan becoming world champions for the first time ever with a big victory back in Boston. You know they'd love to end the year with a major championship before they set their sights and turn their eyes towards Paris, where the next SI contest will be held. I believe tickets are actually on sale right now if you are listening and are interested.
Go get your tickets. Munich tickets might also still be for sale, maybe?
I'm not sure if it's sold out. I'd heard it was sold out.
Okay, well, they might not be for sale, in which case, sorry.
They might be for sale, or they might not be.
Check it out. You will have to get here very quickly. Friday, the games do start with a live audience, and we're all looking forward to that. Both of these teams will be there. It's just a question of will they be upper bracket or lower bracket.
You may have an opportunity, depending on the team that you are a fan of, to see them compete multiple times, even if they lose.
Yep.
The 2 teams in the lower bracket right now, both Brazilian, Ninjas in Pajamas and Furia. And one of these teams will face Ninjas in Pajamas should they lose. Right now, map 3 looking very likely. Souls gunning one down. Baby Shark will trade that one right back as the Ying screams inside the bomb site. Case not held by any of these players on wildcard, despite the control that they have. Vidiking will meet Baby Shark's aggression head on as Dash guns down Handy. Vidiking's protection fallen by the wayside. A continued fall away from this shield operator. Damage being done by Baby Shark. Not enough to take him down though, and Spiker is the lone man on the side of wildcard. The defenders having their day here on Cafe. FaZe Clan primed and ready for their 3rd round, 2nd in a row. Spiker's been terrific. Really a standout performer, but to go up against an Intel-ready team, they've got Valkyrie cameras. The Clash has moved over towards reading, and you know the cavalry will be called as Vidiking makes way for one other player on FaZe Clan to stare him down from pillars, but with a minute to go, Spiker will decide to opt for that top floor as all of FaZe is on the floor down below.
Yeah, this is the right call. He's got to find some angle to get behind Vidiking, that or find the other 2 players and maybe try to force a plant to get this guy to put a shield down. Lots of time to work with. This is not impossible, but very difficult as the information will fully be in control for FaZe Clan. This Clash will just see him the entire round until finally something ends.
All right, KDS is just waiting underneath this laundry hatch. There's a bit of a feeling here that Spiker might be prolonging the inevitable. On white stairs as these FaZe Clan players are encircling him now, and he's spotted by Vidiking.
Oh no.
I mean, Spiker's just hoping for some isolated 1v1s. Shield is up, abandoned by the Clash. 3 guns all trained in his direction, 2 closer than the other, and FaZe Clan will capitalize off of that. For those hoping for 2 7-2s in a row, your hopes will be dashed as FaZe Clan have now picked up a 3rd round. And even if they do lose this map, we'll have given a better spirited fight than what we saw at a wild card back on Chalet. Clubhouse, Jesse, still looking very likely as the tiebreaker, but all comebacks start with 1 round. FaZe Clan now have put 2 together. Wildcard will burn their timeout. Wow, okay, they want to try to triage this as quickly as possible.
Yeah, all good. Just one thing for the bar attack, guys. Remember, we can do the vertical clear. Let's face a little bit. Let's work on the vertical clear, using the demos, use the Dokkaebi, okay? This for bar, you guys already know the deal. And then, like, talk about the execution. As you can see, or cocktail, okay? For basement, guys, probably gonna do again one thing. We need to play double hard breachers. You playing hard breachers and Dash playing hard breacher, because Shark can play outside garage just holding the freezer drop. Because they play with the freezer. Huh? No, hard. Sorry?
We don't have agreement.
No, do the same. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be good. Just for basement, play double hard breaches and do the execution freezer like normal. One thing for you, Shark, play the Dokkaebi. Let's play snow door with Jake, Dash and Jake on the snow door. Let's pace a little bit. Let's be a little bit fast on this clear of the map for basement. So Dash and Jake playing snow door with the early Dokka call, please, Shark. Early Dokka call, okay?
Yeah,
and one thing, play the gridlock. Doesn't matter.
You're cut off.
Play the gridlock. Doesn't matter. Some good information there right at the end coming through from the coach of Lagonis. And it's 2 bomb sites in particular he's focused on that whole time, Parker. He starts briefly with the top floor, says you know what to do, go for the vert, play down below. That's not an attack that they've shown so far, so looking to go for a different setup when they go back to the top floor. Then a lot of time on that bottom floor, expecting the kitchen bomb site to be coming out in this 4th quarter. I think this last push was totally fine by a wildcard. It was just a little disconnected. A few of those players lost their duels. We saw Bay entering top floor, immediately got flattened by Souls. The coordination has been there in the executes. The early round not always there, but the executes have been good for them. They just need to find one more good push to lock down this game.
10 seconds to insertion.
Let's bring up nerves again, Jesse.
5 seconds to insertion.
You find yourself in a very critical round. You will be in this round for 3 more opportunities, technically 2 moving forward. Wildcard can very easily close this one out. They looked so confident. FaZe Clan took round number 1, then Wildcard went on quite the tear, winning 5 consecutive defenses before picking up 1 attack. 4-2 score lines tend to be the most common that we see on Cafe. Wildcard then desperately hoping that's true. Eagerly awaiting for that one to pop up. Was that a Nitro cell that just got tossed up there?
It was Handy's Nitro. He got shot. Quick reaction time coming through from Bay to be able to make sure they don't die to that. That would be the worst thing to happen right after attack timeout, is immediately get slammed. Although I will say, this is not the bomb site Lagonis was discussing in his attack timeout, so we wouldn't expect it to have much of an impact here other than just resetting the mental.
They did also say to play the Dokebi, so they picked her, but they've swapped off of the gridlock, so adapting to what their coach told them. The coach is not able to move all of the chess pieces across the board every single turn. You need to rely on your IGL to do that, and that's where the leadership on the side of Wildcard comes in. But to that point about nerves, this is a huge moment. Wildcard will be playing in front of an English-speaking, somewhat English-speaking crowd, because I suspect there will be people who attend who do not grasp the language, and that's okay. That's a lot of pressure, a lot more than what they saw at Reload.
Yeah, big moments coming in here. They had a bit of crowd support thanks to Dash. They'll have a little bit more thanks to Baby Shark, but they've got to focus on clearing these roamers. They don't know a guy's in train. This could be a disaster if Handy gets a pick.
And down goes Handy. Other way around, Dash still in this position. And there it is, Jesse, all of them being toppled. FaZe Clan will have to shuffle the deck after this one, unless Souls can pull off a 1v4, but his job just got a lot harder. Diffuse kit's been planted, 1 kill for Souls. A grenade will go off in front of him, and the Lion of Kansan will seal the deal. Wildcard answer back, stealing FaZe's map away. Both of these teams saying home field advantage is a little overrated. A best-of-1 shootout to determine which of these teams moves on in the upper brackets. Will it be Wildcard? Will it be FaZe Clan? We'll find out in a couple minutes.
Available now.
My, how the turns have tabled. It is time to go into map number 3 between Wildcard and FaZe. But before that, let's recap the happenings on Cafe, because somebody was sipping on a lot of tea in here.
Oh yeah, and that tea had to be coming out from the side of Spiker. I mean, we highlighted Spiker going into this matchup, going head-to-head, toe-to-toe with the likes of Vidiking and the likes of FaZe Clan. And Spiker, he's stepping up. He is absolutely popping off, leading the charge. And I've said this time and time again, your IGL being the one putting in the performance, leading by example, not just in the calls, but in the frag department, really sets you up. And one of the biggest things that Spiker, I think, really could have done that changed the momentum shift, that changed that tempo, was starting to play aggressive.
Yeah, and it was so important to highlight him because we talked about at the start. I mean, you look at the accolades from FaZe's side as opposed to Wildcard, and they are a very newer team. But the resilience that they showed throughout map 1, going into map 2, and still being able to dominate that decisively, it goes to show that they have the confidence, they have the ability to have things in their favor. I believe it comes down to the maps, essentially. I mean, we talked about them being able to maintain the tempo. I mean, Cafe is a map that they thrive on slowing it down. The slower paced maps is where they thrive on, just being able to focus on those trades because of how small the area to play is.
Back to our pregame where we were both talking about the defense and the performance of Wildcard and how they're setting up the map bans forward, even though they lost their map pick, beating then their opponents of FaZe on our second map. But we'll just remind everybody on what is going on with this matchup when it comes to the macro. One more time, our bracket. All 8 teams will be playing on the main stage. Right now, though, these squads in front of you, FaZe and Wildcard, they're playing to see who can drop down into the lower bracket, maybe face off against Nip or Furia, and of course, to advance and play against MAT. That'll be on the main stage. A hell of a matchup. But hey, there's a lot more to talk about before we get to that point on the stage. And just between you and me, I think that stage is going to look real nice when it's done.
Oh, it's going to be beautiful. But let's focus on Clubhouse right now, the decider, to see who's going to push themselves one step further to that grand final, and then who is going to have to go the extra length. And again, Clubhouse, this is a map where FaZe Clan, I'm assuming, is going to want to start on defense since they had the better half, the better side starting 7-2. And then it does fall back onto Spiker leading that attack, making sure that everything is going to be in sync. Because as we've said many, many times again, Fox, you don't win Club off of defense, you win it off of your attacks.
And that's the biggest fear if you're Wildcard going into it, because you've single-handedly been able to win and make it this far off of your defenses. So you need to make sure that you're able to come out the gate swinging. They managed the tempo. They were able to shut down Cyberdown on Cafe so well. If they can go into Clubhouse and are able to, again, manage that over-aggression, get those opening kills, and then focus on transitioning as many rounds as possible once the sides swap, that's the best position Wildcard needs to be in.
Now look, we're hyping up Wildcard, but remember, FaZe on the other side, they smashed and dominated on map 1. Clubhouse is familiar territory to any team at this level. What does FaZe have to do to clean it up here 2-1?
Stick to the basics. Stick to the basic fundamentals of Siege and what Clubhouse takes, and that's just being able to play together. You don't have to over-aggress in these scenarios, especially starting on a defense. You have to allow Wildcard to make that first mistake on their entry and keep playing that trade game down to the wire, where then you walk away with the man advantage no matter the situation, no matter the round. It is all in FaZe's hand to make the least amount of mistakes.
I mean, it's going to come down to the momentum. I mean, yes, Wildcard is showing a lot of resilience, but it's map 3. Everything's on the line. You go down to the lower bracket. If FaZe is just able to manage their expectations against Wildcard, and if they get their own 4-2, 5-1 split on their starting side, that crushes Wildcard's hopes and dreams. And even though they are fairly new, that's something that is a very difficult mountain to be able to overcome.
How well do you do on your attacks? That's kind of the MO of every single map, but especially Clubhouse in here. Gentlemen, thank you so much. Our casters are waiting. Our players are set. Let's send it for map 3, FaZe versus Wildcard.
All right, well, thank you very much. Of course, our first matchup of the day goes all the way in Clubhouse, Dubhouse. Very different from a chalet, very different from a cafe. Jesse, set the stage of this best of one shootout to determine which of these teams moves deeper into the upper bracket.
Well, Parker, it's what we've been talking about all day. It's probably the least experienced team in the top 8 going up against the world champions. In some sense, it's David versus Goliath, but Wildcard have proven so many doubters wrong just to get here, and if they can win one more map, man, they will be doing it once again. They've had a great series so far, a real bounce back on Cafe. They got to keep that momentum up, and it all comes from the captain. Laxing said it himself. We see that coming through from Spiker, and that empowers the rest of his teams. Spiker puts up the single best game of his season, and it's not particularly close in that last map on Cafe. 174 EPS, beating out his previous best map that he had played in the NAL. That was 134. So really nice to see Spiker stepping up. If he does that again, it's going to be tough for FaZe Clan. I will say on the other side, though, Cyber only went 4-9 on Cafe. Cyber holds the sole record for the most major appearances in Siege. Qualifying to Munich, he was the first player ever to attend 10 separate majors. He does not want to go down to the lower bracket.
Well, what about, I've been to more than 10 majors.
You sure don't count.
That's hurtful.
As a player, I'm of course meaning.
Just very hurtful. That is quite a crazy stat. Cyber enters map number 3, tied with Vidiking as the lowest rated player on his team. Bit of a far cry from the lowest rated players on the side of Wildcard. Despite the score lines of those first 2 maps, it is far more top heavy on Wildcard side of things. Spiker, the player that was talked about by the desk and briefly mentioned by you as well, is the only player to break 20 kills in this best of 3 so far. Now, coming into this game, Spiker was the 4th rated of 5 through the group stages and through qualification. So he is overperforming his numbers at this current point in time. A big reason behind that is Baby Shark is way underperforming his numbers. He was keeping pace with Bay at the top of Wildcard, and now Baby Shark finds himself the 2nd lowest rated player of the 10 in this lobby. So, what do you look at of your wild card? Baby Shark needs to show up. On FaZe Clan, Cyber needs to show up. 2 of your biggest guns on both sides have gone quiet. Good news that there's depth here for both squads, but you gotta let the fraggers frag on this important map.
Yeah, and they absolutely could meet each other early in this game. You've got Baby Shark approaching the pool window, and of course, big roam from Cyber up currently in construction. They know how heavy the roam game is. Handy's the first to fall off, but they do have KDS and Strip as well. Cyber top floor, they're not clearing their own, Parker. They're in the site.
They're just trying to barge their way in. And barging is all they'll get done. KDS guns down dash. That's the shield with very minimal support. I think Bay was supposed to be there in tow, but he will not manage to pull it off. Bay has his work cut out for him now at this point in time. Case looking to be retrieved by Baby Shark, but he dies at the hands of Handy as well. FaZe Clan have done very little to protect this bomb site. Look at how many reinforcements they still have alive. They were hoping to bait in this wildcard team, and they will do just that. Another huge round from KDS, leading the team through 2 maps and leading the team already through round 1 of the 3rd.
Maybe the most important point made on the desk before this map was that it's going to be all about the attacks. How well can you go on offense on a map like Clubhouse? And frankly, the attacks from Wildcard just haven't been up to par today. They won 2 attacks on Chalet. They won 2 attacks on Cafe. They need to be doing a little bit better than that on Clubhouse. And so far, that first push, really a little disconnected. I'm okay round 1 going for a rush into site. That's totally fine, especially for the first round. Try to catch your opponents off guard. It was a really heavy roam from FaZe Clan. They had Cyber top floor. They had KDS playing the Scopos and Strip. I mean, they were really extended out on the map, but it felt at the same time quite disconnected from Wildcard. I mean, we see Dash dropping the Moto Hatch, getting into a gunfight incredibly early, and then once he dies, we look around and nobody's there to support him. One guy main stairs, one guy dirt tunnel, but they're miles away.
I mean, even Bay, who's at bottom of main stairs, you cannot do anything on that Moto Church door because you're held off. All 3 of those panels on the church wall looked soft. there were still 6 reinforcements, I think, on the side of FaZe Clan in pocket. That is absurd. That means you basically got hatches.
Yeah.
And that was really it. And I don't know if Wildcard saw that and said, okay, guys, they haven't reinforced. Let's hit the site. Let's hit the site quickly.
Maybe.
And FaZe swept them away. That could have been a deliberate strategy. But whatever the reason was, Wildcard looked like a team of individuals playing with very limited support. Bay was not able to rotate because he was held by that main hallway. He was held by the church walls, being unreinforced. And this is actually a good learning opportunity for those of you that watch this game and don't necessarily have the same level of experience. Sometimes reinforcing every wall and barricading every door and window actually allows the attackers to get closer to you because they know they're protected. Whereas, if walls are shot out and doors are left open, they have to drone it because who knows what's on the other side of it. Wildcard might have, unfortunately, not done enough legwork before getting to the site.
FaZe Clan have used a lot of their reinforcements, a lot of their utility here on the cash side of the map, but they've really not held on to it for very long. Parker confident that this can just be a utility game, slow things out a little bit. KDS is on the con door, that's him right now, but we don't see anybody actively holding cash. Might try to play this a bit extended, might try to go for a big play, but at the moment, they're not committed to this.
And that's a full triple reinforcement on that cash wall, the top red. That is something you do not see all the time.
Just get out.
They're deeply entrenched in cash. I remember the days of when you'd run a Kaid and you'd throw those electroclaws around to keep yourself barricaded in there.
Yeah.
Obviously, with the Kaid ban being so prominent on Clubhouse, you have to come up with alternatives. They waste a good amount of time, they get out of there, and they get out of there with everybody still alive.
Yeah, and this kind of has ups and downs for FaZe Clan, right? So you wasted a good amount of time thanks to the utility you spent, and you got everybody alive, which is good. You're happy for a 5v5, but there's not that many spots to play inside the bomb site. Your 5 players are going to be relatively crammed playing inside that site. That's why Handy has dropped down now and why they're willing to play aggressive. Cyber, opening pick onto the Maverick wall.
Clubhouse is not the defender fortress it has been for some time. In fact, in North America, the numbers actually break towards the attackers. Still, you wouldn't know that if you were Wildcard. They are just trickling into their doom. A Nitro Cell almost gets the Dokkaebi. A Baby Shark dash is now down for the count. And this might be an early timeout from Wildcard as the wheels have fallen off. KDS with the exit kill yet again. That's something we've been saying all day. And a flawless second round for FaZe Clan as they're up 2-0.
South Americans certainly in control for now. I don't think it was as rocky as a push as we saw in round number 1. It was a little bit more traditional. They clear through the cash side, even if it does take a bit of time. I think they're just not expecting some of that aggression to come through. That was a really nice swing from Cyber on the main breach to get that pick right there onto Bay. Then it was a Nitro right after that took down a second player of Kansan. And so once you start to lose these hard breachers, it started getting really awkward. They didn't have anybody on the Logi hatch. The jacuzzi wall was closed that whole time. And so it meant that they had no bodies, no real map control. Well, they had map control, but no real angles into the bomb sites and just kind of in an awkward spot to push that one. Wildcard, I don't mind saving the TAC timeout. We've seen some teams use them early and then come to regret it later on. I think that the issues they've come across have been easier to fix than some of the other issues that we've seen. Specifically on that bottom floor bomb site, I mean, I think that's a round you just write off because you're not going to do a push like that ever again.
Two unorthodox defenses now from FaZe Clan.
Yep.
And Wildcard have found a little tricky to grapple with. This one looks a little bit more standard, but there is quite an extension down below, and I do wonder if the Castle of Souls will play in that spot for quite some time. The Azami on Rafters is pretty normal. You'll use utility to slow down these attackers to have to fight for Lounge. It will require that they drone it out multiple times. I have to suspect that those mute jammers will be assembled near the castle barricades, which will force the grenades that are in the hand of Bay to be used on that utility, which means they won't be able to flush out the defenders on site.
Yeah, based on current positioning, they might not even care about Rafters though, Parker. They chose not to bring the Capitao and we're currently droning Master, so I think this is going to be a construction side take. It's totally fine to ignore Garage if you get the main breach open and you get construction. Those are kind of the two ways that you can push this bomb site, either through Garage or through Con. Main breach is pretty much a necessity, but they brought proper tools for that. The Maverick and the Ace can certainly do good work. As they've committed themselves to this Master side clear, they won't find any real contest. Nobody on FaZe Clan extending to this part of the map. You mentioned Souls down below in Lounge. Really the only piece of utility, only bit of roam game that FaZe Clan have going on at this point.
They managed to open up that one sheet, and now will just require the soft destruction, but some damage done to Baby Shark will make them know that the jig is up. They know exactly what the plan is here. This is very standard stuff. You cut the top of the reinforcement, you cut the bottom of the reinforcement, it disappears, and back to a soft wall it goes, reverting to a position where a Buck can do just that and tear open the wall, giving you clearer passage over to this bomb site. I really like how quickly Wildcard has asserted themselves, and now I fear for FaZe the walls might be closing in.
Yeah, really nice util play down below. Baby Shark finds the pick on a KDS. They knew they had to do something aggressive, but they were ready for it on the side of Wildcard. They've got great map control all inside of construction. They've got the main wall open. They know there's still going to be a second player down below. They knew it was that castle. Once this main wall gets open from Con, they are ready to go for the execute.
And you were right. They've completely avoided rafters. Now the Selmas can go to work, but there's a mute jammer somewhere positioned that the Maverick did not account for. This might be a small problem for Wildcard to overcome, and yep, that radius will be enough. Cyber now swinging onto one of these players of Wildcard situated outside of the window. Kansan, great patience there as another player will get involved. Cyber could actually net both of these kills, but it's a dance with death and Kansan comes out ahead.
Would have been crazy if he got that frag in the middle of the room, but that's enough to send it in the sight now.
And 2 down for FaZe Clan. A third will join Vidiking, rushing into Dash, but he's fell to the top of red. Wildcard looking to get on the board for the first time. They've got Diffuser down. Souls up on rafters. He manages to eliminate Baby Shark, but 3 more to be found, and he's in a tough spot. Kansan was huge, not just from utility, but picking up very high value kills on road to Wildcard winning their first round. Only 1 round separates these 2 teams.
Yeah, nice problem solving. We got attack timeout from Wildcard here. Oh, no timeout, my mistake. So then we will just continue on with the game. I think that this is going to be an opportunity for FaZe Clan to reset the momentum a little bit. Wildcard in a strong position now after that big round win. I really liked what they were able to do with it. Obviously, they took that con control, they opened up the main wall. It's basic stuff, but it wasn't easy, right? Even if it is routine. That mute jammer that we saw from FaZe Clan was critical because you can't get it from construction. You usually have to get that jammer from down below, but there was a castle below. Souls was playing that position inside of Lounge, and so it was really tricky for Wildcard to get that. They eventually cleared out the mute jammer as well, so the wall opened up without any problems. I'm not sure if that was from down below or if they tossed a nade in. That can often be a good way to clear that mute jammer too, but every time they encountered an issue in that clear, Wildcard were able to really problem solve nicely, and they got past it without too many problems.
So small delay between those rounds.
It's all right. We didn't get the Ying and the Bandit banned out, and so this is a routine from Wildcard where they just take down the last operator that's going to keep those walls closed. There should have been no real issues with opening the walls now. FaZe Clan only banning a single hard breacher too, so you've got plenty of options. You don't have to keep running that Maverick. The Maverick kind of got them killed on their Jacuzzi wall execute back in round 2, so they probably won't be running that once again. Could still see it, of course, for the other bomb sites, but I would expect to see a little bit more Ace, a little bit more Hibana. Same time, I guess it was pretty good on the CC wall, so if you can find some other way to stop Cyber from peeking your Mav holes, then it should be fine. We go back to the bottom floor bomb site for round number 4 after the site rotation goes through, and this is where I'm hoping we see a new push from Wildcard. It's not going to be the same defense from FaZe Clan. They're not going as extended on the roam as they did in the previous round, so even more reason to not go for a rush like they did last time. Clear out the full map, work with your verticality. The fact that they got Baby Shark on the Buck and a Lion and a Dokkaebi too, I think they'll be taking this a bit more traditionally.
Didn't see the triple panel down below. Did they get the church walls by any chance?
They still have 3 more reinforcements. Heavy presence on dirt tunnel to start though. There's a lot of attackers out there.
This will be a quick one by Dash. Goyo canister will go, so 2:35 on the clock means 2:15 when those flames go away. That will blunt the momentum that could have been gained from rushing through dirt tunnel and will now put Souls in a position where, against a blitz, I do not love the TCSG as a gun. You have such a narrow target to hit. Limbs don't take the same amount of damage as center mass, and certainly not the same that the head will take if you shoot it. It's a tough fight. I mean, Souls is a great player, and he wins it against Dash.
What?
So I will immediately eat my words, and Jesse, I'll be frank, they don't taste great.
No, that is a rough start for Dash, and it's not great here in the kitchen hatch either. They have to use 3 Selmas to get this open. It's fine. You know, you're only opening 1 Hatches and Ace anyways, but a little bit of wasted utility there. Tries to find Vidiking, and he does shoot the kneecaps, but it's not enough damage to actually get that kill. FaZe Clan had a little bit of a light roam going on, but it went back to site very quickly as soon as they saw a little bit of dirt pressure. So the top floor is fully cleared out. Wildcard seem to be aware of that and are just looking into the bomb site, but they don't really have any advantage to speak of.
I would have loved to have seen how this came to be with a shield, but for the second time on this bomb site, losing your shield solo bolo with no real help is a devastating loss for Wildcard. There is obviously a broader strategy here that we are not seeing, but it is easy for us to be a bit critical of the way that Wildcard deployed Dash in rounds 1 and now here in rounds 4. Where is the support? How do you get the job done? You just find yourself at a perpetual disadvantage on this bomb site. That will not pay off for any team.
Interesting BP, gets cleared out with no problems. Spiker does get down. I believe that was on the kitchen at verticality, so now this gets even more awkward. I think they can pick him up, but it's risky. He's gonna crawl all the way back out to Freezer just so that they can safely pick him up. That's gonna waste even more time off the clock. 40 seconds do remain. Bay's gonna be pushing Oil Pit as that pinch player. Everybody else just working the vert.
And they've pushed these defenders out of their position, which is exactly what happens when there's a ram or a buck or even a sledge on the board. You lose the safety and comfort over top of this site. Spiker has been dropped, Jesse, but he does get recovered. And now the guns will come alive, my goodness, leaving Souls and KDS as the last 2 standing. Baby Shark asserting himself, dealing with just about every single F-Naught on the way. KDS rebuffing Bay's advance from inside of blue, and Souls will now find Baby Shark for added measure. Spiker has no HP left, and yet another round where KDS sends FaZe into the win column.
Yeah, he's been excellent, hasn't he, Parker? Enters this game with a negative EPS, only 97, but it's been looking really good. Here comes the wildcard timeout.
Can you listen me? Yeah. Can you listen to me? So just to pause, just cool down a little bit the match, okay, guys? Just one thing, be careful with the time, okay? They're playing to leave a lot of times, right? All the strategies they play to leave at the end of the day, right? So team, I think better than doing the lodge push, doesn't matter the trigger. I think just do the windows, guys. Let's go direct. Like they're using a lot of halo to counter the shields, so probably doing the windows is gonna be good, okay? Other thing, for Cash, you guys can do the rafters if necessary. Just check the triggers, but remember, if the rafters, we have the Captain still, we have the gridlock from Dash, and remember all the plant and the breach, super important. Probably they change the strategies, right? So they can do the extended, and remember to play on the radio window, on the con window to see all the moves on Cash, okay? And one thing, you guys can use the Ace or Shark on Buck, but just, for me, the pause is just to talk about the time. Make sure, like, play a little bit more careless sometimes, you know? Play a little bit more live, drone a little bit more, let's get more space, okay? That's it, guys, we're fine. Let's go, energy, let's go. Let's
fucking go, boys.
I really like the attack timelapse we've been hearing so far from Lagonis, the coach of Wildcard. You see there's a lot of information being relayed. Certainly there's some specifics, right? What do we want to do on certain bomb sites? We could take Raptors on a CC push. We can plant just inside the breach. There's a lot of those type of bring the Capitao, bring the grid, or whatever you might need. But a lot of it too is more macro, right? Understanding that FaZe Clan are trying to play for the late round. They're trying to extend things as long as possible. They want Wildcard to run at a time. That's exactly what you want your coach to be focused on, the type of things that the players might not be able to catch up on in the midst of the round. They're focused on so many other things. The coach can get a bit more of a high-level picture. Important words to come through to try to bring this half back.
Also worth noting that Lagonis has played against this FaZe squad before.
That's a good point.
Lagonis used to be a player in Brazil for a long period of time, and while he's made the rounds, he has literal experience dealing with these Brazilian teams, dealing with them in the cut and thrust as rounds go by. Now, that's not to say that his experience is as entirely relevant as it could be. It's been quite a while since Lagonis was consistently competing at a tier 1 level against the best. The game changes, the meta changes, all that changes, but he still knows what to expect.
Yes.
He can understand. He can understand what's going on as a player while also getting a better vantage point on how to play on a macro level.
As a player, Lagonis has played against FaZe Clan 28 times in his pro career. That's throughout the eras, multiple different rosters of FaZe Clan, but there's no doubt that he is familiar with these guys, so he's going to be one of the smartest people you can talk about when it comes to playing up against FaZe Clan. Gym Bedroom is the next bomb site. Lagonis was calling for a lot of window play, and we see that immediately coming through. The Sens being used to cut off that angle from the CC window. That's always what you're worried about if you don't clear the CC side of the map. Somebody's going to flank you, but with those Sens walls, it can be a lot more protected.
Changing mags.
I mean, I hate to say this, but Dash is the guy to watch. He's been unsupported by this team, sent into his demise more often than we can count. And he plays these high-value utility ops. Both fire arrows used by Spiker now, and look who the first one to die is again, Jesse Dash. Unfortunately, he is not getting anything going. Baby Shark will team kill Spiker, and what a devastating start to this round for Wildcard. Completely forced errors on their point and time, and unforced errors coming in now as well. Cyber, 3 kills to his name, got a leg up because of the team kill, and with a minute 15 left in the round, Kansan inside a cache up against all 5 players of FaZe, slowed by the clash, backing away. He takes down Cyber, which is good. No quad kill to be had for Cyber. Cyber still in the basement of this FaZe Clan roster as of right now. The lowest rated player on FaZe in this series, but he's starting to pick that one up. Kansan's really just... he's treading water at this point.
Parker, that's probably the least winnable round I've seen in a hot minute.
Did you watch round 1?
I did. That's a harder spot than round 1, for sure. Clash staring at you in the 5v1. Gets a freebie with the air jab, but yeah, that one falls apart right during the execute. They try to jump in. The team kill is so unfortunate coming through at the most critical time. You talk about losing Dash in that round too, right? He was the guy that's supposed to be covering from the windows. Because he goes down, he can't then pop up those Sens walls, so now someone in theory could push you from CC. In the end, Kansan's there anyways, but you got to imagine maybe if he doesn't die, Kansan can go somewhere else for the push. Maybe he's pushing Logi, maybe he's up main. A couple different spots that he could have taken. In the end, it's FaZe Clan's 4th round win, and Wildcard have only been able to win a single bomb site. The good news for them is it was this bomb site. We're back on CCTV cash, so if they can repeat history, it'll be a 4-2 half, but it's always a knife's edge when we get to this point in the game, Parker. Round 6, and you're down by 3.
Droning has not been particularly good for Wildcard, and it's been answered by mute jammers time and time again, and FaZe Clan removing those valuable pieces of Wildcard's assault from the table. Wildcard have also sent players in alone. It's not just Dash who's had to handle things on his own. Kansan has been playing a very solo style. Baby Shark has had a couple good looks where he's been alone as well. But Dash is really, really underperforming what we expect of him. Now, heading into this series, he was the lowest rated player of all 10, and he does tend to play those support and shield ops. We mentioned that in the onset, that a lot of times these bans are targeted directly at him. There is no different from what we are seeing right now. All 3 of the attackers banned out in the previous map by FaZe were operators that Dash plays. They are trying to get rid of the main focus of Wildcard to force Dash into an uncomfortable position so that the rest of the team has to scramble without a shield in front of their eyes or a powerful utility op like a Grim, etc. being on the board. And by completely countering Dash, you are knocking off the entire Wildcard rhythm. It is a great play by FaZe Clan, and Wildcard have struggled to adapt on both map 1 and now here on map 3.
Don't forget, Lagonis called for both the Capitao and the Gridlock for this push. They knew they wanted to clear out Rafters, so it's a different game plan entirely from this team on the bomb site. Wall's been opened up just as it did last time. They need the explosives still to come through. Could use the nade on the side of Dash. Find some other way with the Flores, more likely. There it is. Actually not close enough, so we'll try again. There we go. Wall will get open now.
It sticks to walls.
It does. It does. Definitely more effective to use it on the wall than in front of the wall, but you can't use the Flores drone for this clash. It's going to be so annoying from Vidaking. The 2nd round in a row that FaZe have brought this operator.
And they're going to dump utility in. Selmas will now go onto the wall where you usually see a rotate towards Rafters. It's been a powerful position that's been held by many in Azami, and they've got a drone situated on the side of Wildcard, staring as to where the Azami is, attempting to give marks to assist. And that's Dash now being compelled through Oil Pit. He might be able to have a good read here as the Azami of KDS gets flushed out of position. Dash not really able to see much. Excellent play by Wildcard. And with a minute to go, maybe a little bit slower than you wanted, but you can very quickly assert yourself on Raptors.
Kansan, an incredible Capitao player here on Clubhouse, and that opens the door for them to go for the push just inside this breach. They got to open this up first. They're completely out of Selmas at this point. They do have the Maverick, but it's going to be taking a long time to pop that. Probably just going to have to do your best by making an angle. Spiker will get here as fast as possible, but they're going to have to vault through the window, and that is always a huge risk.
I mean, even a small rotate that you got to vault through is doom at this point in time, especially with the Clash still on the board. They've been given carte blanche to walk on in. The smart glasses are there, maybe a different plant spot, but Handy is just tearing through them. Souls with a kill of his own. Baby Shark and Bay, the only two standing. Baby Shark baited in. Vidiking, exceptional. He was the backbone of that round for FaZe Clan. Wildcard continuing to chase the Clash as he faded away. And Vidiking enabled every player on FaZe to do what they needed to do while the Warden played that sheltered spot. And Wildcard were sent packing every single time they tried to gain anything in that round.
And we go back to the clock, Parker. It was something that Lagonis brought up in the TAC timeout. They want to play for the late round on FaZe Clan, and Wildcard, because it takes them so long to clear out Rafters, because they can't get a breach in through the wall, they've got to jump through the window. It becomes really, really awkward. I loved the smokes they had in that round. They were perfectly placed. If there wasn't a Warden on the board, right? I mean, that's the one opera that's going to counter those smokes, and they did a great job blocking off those angles, coverage from the breach, but it doesn't matter when Warden can just see through them and nullify those smoke grenades. It gives Wildcard a tough job in the second half of this game, Parker. They're down by 4 heading into the second half of Clubhouse. If they lose, they'll face an NIP in the bracket on the main stage in the lowers.
Jesse, remind me, where are the teams that NIP has mostly knocked them out from?
NIP have been the NA killers this event, Parker.
G2 made it to the point in this tournament by vanquishing APAC. NIP has made it here by vanquishing North America.
Yeah.
So, what a grudge match that would be should Wildcard end up as their adversary. Wildcard would have an opportunity to avenge both Space Station and Shopify Rebellion, who were sent packing in the last couple days at the hands of the Ninjas. NIP making a lower bracket run from basically day one and will continue in that position.
Yeah.
They will eventually have to contend with the top teams that are getting eliminated and sent down to the lower bracket. Furia is also down there, as Furia also was put into the lower bracket after day one. It was not exactly the start that they wanted, but it's not like we haven't seen lower bracket runs work out very effectively. A lot of SI winners have come from that lower bracket. There's still hope if you're a fan of Ninjas in Pajamas, Furia, and then Wildcard or FaZe, whichever team ends up losing.
Yeah, Furia themselves, SI champions from the lower bracket. They'll play the loser of our next game here on stream. Secret play G2 at the conclusion of this game, but if Wildcard have anything to say about it, that won't be for a while. They need to start mounting this comeback. And on the defensive side, they'll start with a gym bedroom defense going through from them. Kansan on the Frost, a bit of a fun operator. We do see it from him from time to time. Usually on the Frost, sometimes on the Mute on this bomb site. Can mix it up as well. Spiker on the Valkyrie, another really interesting operator that FaZe Clan seem to be aware of. I love that Cyber has been able to pick onto that IQ.
We're going to see the first crack at Wildcard's defense here. This is a repeat of what happened on Cafe. Wildcard sprang out to a 5-1 lead that became a 6-1 lead. FaZe Clan took a couple rounds, but that was it before Wildcard righted the ship and managed to take off, leaving FaZe Clan in their wake. If you're a Wildcard fan, you're hoping for the same thing to happen, but just the inverse. Taking out Vidiking on the Monty is a huge first pick for Wildcard. It was Bay who was able to do that, finding just his second kill. That's a great pinch by FaZe Clan, and they will find yet another onto Dash, who tries to refrag. A good idea, but Dash has not been hitting his shots today one bit, and that will put Wildcard in the hole.
God, they're so committed. Spiker in another gunfight. You're going to be watching his flank if he does try to get back out here. You see them the rotate up above. That's going to be Cyber. Thinks about the hatch, but I don't think it's open, so Spiker gets back to his teammates. That's tough on their own, Parker, because Bay had really done it all. You kill Vidiking. You've wasted half the round. That's a massive play from inside the rafters. Just let him die. It's okay in the 4v4. Dash really decides to get aggressive. He's 1-7 after that death. That's a really unfortunate one to lose. Spiker at the same time tries to commit to it. Now, Cyber will step into a Frost mat, which is not ideal. slows them down a little bit more, but with this man count advantage, I still like where FaZe are playing from.
That is a cheeky Frost map, and more people need to play it because teams really do not drone that little landing of red. It is a common spot, so teams should know better, but they don't always know better.
Yeah, I mean, after you've already cleared out Dash, there's no reason to drone it, right? Nobody's expecting just a random Frost mat down there.
But it's a really long debuff as well for Cyber, where he makes noise, he bleeds out, and he's incapable of sprinting. Handy dies as Kansan and Baby Shark both drop on the board. They'll also get on the windows, as that's a 3K, or a 2K rather, from Kansan, a 2K from Baby Shark. Wildcard showing signs of life as it all goes bad for FaZe. They did not have proper construction control. They tried to gain window control. They were not able to hop into the building, and every engagement that Wildcard took seemed to catch this FaZe Clan team off guard. Wildcard staving off defeat for the time being. No match point for FaZe just yet, and I suspect this will be a defender-sided clubhouse. I don't think it was just FaZe Clan doing well in that first half. I expect Wildcard to start putting numbers on the board.
Shark did a really good job in that round playing from inside of Gym. An Azami sitting inside Gym on that bomb site is so annoying to clear out. And we do see it pretty often because the defenders have to get banned out on so many other operators. FaZe Clan banned Bandit and Kaij, the two most commonly banned ops, but you leave an Azami up. She is so strong in that spot inside of Gym, and Baby Shark is one of the best players in that position. Huge credit to him in the late round. Huge credit to Kansan as well, stepping up for a couple of big kills in that. FaZe Clan had a man advantage, but when it comes to executing on Gym and Bedroom, it is no easy task. Wildcard still in this game. Now they go down to the bottom floor. Now it's going to be a basement defense, and we'll see a very similar setup to what we saw from FaZe Clan back in round number 1. Bay on this scope post and a very heavy roam up on the top floor.
Remember that dirt tunnel push by Wildcard did not really work out so well, and it looked like a similar setup by Wildcard as they fully extended deep into dirt with those go canisters just to slow things down. Absent a proper shield in the side of FaZe Clan, they will rock the Blackbeard. And they're still scouting dirt quite heavily, a little bit off the pace as to what we saw, and there we go. So this will be a redux. Another shield will go down dirt tunnel. Wildcard trotted this operator out. It was Dash in that position. He lost his duel. Vidiking come up empty-handed as well, as now he needs to wait out the flames. So things going about the same as what we had seen when these teams were on opposite sides of the coin.
Yep, very much the same story coming through here on Clubhouse. Wildcard with this roam. FaZe Clan seem like they have to clear it out. I mean, they do just have a little bit of pressure over towards Kitchen. I like this utility that the Twitch is spotting out at this point. Wildcard would have all these Goyo canisters set up to prevent a sort of rush coming down from the main stairs over towards Moto as well, but now it's been cleared out, so that gap does exist, and these Wildcard players have to return back to site. Bay currently playing on the Scopos inside of Memo. As long as the hatch above him remains closed, he can play this position, and you can't really push out of main stairs.
This is the exact same predicament that you saw back in round number 1. So we got a little bit of round 1, we got a little bit of round 4, both happening at the same time. Bay will stare down the position that he was at prior, which was that bottom of main stairs. A small ego peek by Kansan, and he does gain some valuable information off of it. Now in follow-up, it's Bay. Handy grabs him, handles that very effectively, and maybe a bit of inexperience right now for Bay, whose numbers continue to be bad on his roll. You need to be a little bit more pronounced. Bay has consistently been the top fragger on this Wildcard squad, but his numbers are underwater and he is struggling against the big guns of FaZe.
Yeah, doesn't need to commit to that swing either. Easily could fall back, could even rotate back up top too if he still had a shield up inside of Rafters, but can't worry about that here. Nades are coming in and the fire does too.
And it has completely turned the focus of Wildcard towards the execute, but KDS is creeping up through dirt tunnel. Spiker handles Vidiking. KDS will now have to make his presence known. It's got the attention of Spiker as out go the flames. KDS out-dueling Spiker. Baby Shark unsheathing the sidearm cannot get the job done. Soul's tackling him. Now it's all up to the clash as Kansan and Dash make it work. Goodness gracious me. 2 rounds in a row for this Wildcard squad. FaZe unable to get to match point, let alone put this one away. And the defenders are having their day here on Clubhouse.
And another round where they get bailed out at the end, Parker. It's Dash with some incredible shots. I have to see a repeat of that one. With a quick FaZe Clan timeout.
Fazer caçada. Vou fazer falcaragem com montanha. Só que eu só preciso que termite na comp, pra termitar a garagem embaixo, e a gente vai limpando, tipo, da própria garagem embaixo, tá ligado? Flores pra quebrar os castles, tipo, bem lentinho mesmo. A gente vai quebrar os castles, vai matar o cara do lounge lá, entrando pela garagem embaixo mesmo, daquele jeito que eu te mostrei. Lembra? No VOD?
Mas quer com montanha?
O cara pela lounge. Isso, e com montanha também. Quem pode fazer sentar ali pode ser o KD pela garagem embaixo.
Atrás daquela caixa azul lá?
Agora na...
Isso.
Pra um terceiro.
A gente vai banimeira de terceiro.
Tá, pode banimeira. Mas aí, vamos ficar preparado um pouco mais pra Clash, tá ligado? Vamos tentar trabalhar um pouco mais splitado em todos os mobs. Todo mundo azul, então tem que caçar a full capela.
Bora aqui, já que você tá de montanha. Mano, eu vou pegar a montanha.
The conversation's gotta be about the executes for FaZe Clan. I think they've been doing really well in their early games. You know, their roam clear has been going expertly for them. I mean, always finding that man advantage before they get to the final push, but inside the final push, there's always somebody on wildcard causing problems again. It had to be Dash in that final one, hitting some brilliant shots from just behind the class shield. That reworked operator a few months ago coming in clutch for wildcard, and there's a good chance we see that banned out after round 9, but they'll have the opportunity to play her for at least one more round. They opt not to do so. Dash moving over towards the smoke instead for their CCTV cache defense. You can feel them starting to pull this back. Another player who I really want to highlight is Baby Shark. Would not showing up on map number 1. Chalet, he was absent as Wildcard got decimated in the first map of the series. He's come alive, and I think it's been a big part of them coming back in this game.
As long as you've got two guys able to frag well, you're always going to be in decent shape. As long as those are not your hardened support players. And Kansan and Baby Shark are the two players who are showing up.
It's okay.
I suspect now from the way that we are seeing roles be swapped over on Wildcard, different operators going into different people's hands. I don't think Bay is going to be in as forward a defender role as what we'd seen previously. While we listen into FaZe's timeout, Wildcard is also given a timeout too. And we didn't get to hear what Laguna said to his team there, so maybe there was a deliberate decision to change some of these things up. Bay could also be suffering through poor confidence at this point in time. And you know from players that we talked about, when you end up in a hole, you tend to be more aggressive and swing more frequently in hopes of maybe starting something. But that desperation can often lead to ruin.
Yeah, it's pretty rare to see Bay on the Mira for this bomb site. Usually if we do see it, it's Baby Shark who will play it from time to time, but it gets banned so often, you just don't see a Mira on this site very often in general, so we'll see what Bay can do with it. Usually he's on the castle. We can see those extensions down below quite often from him. Rafters is the primary focus from FaZe Clan. They've got Vidiking on the Monty, surviving a little bit longer than the last time he tried this. Loads of pressure coming in towards Spiker.
ADS is eating up all of the gadgetry used towards Spiker, as now the fire will go out and the grenade will land. This has been very swift from FaZe Clan. They called a timeout, they talked through the issues, and they spring off to quite the lead here. Half of the round still to go. Nitro Cell will collect one. The Capitawa Souls was just out of reach, but he and Cyber have suffered some damage. Nice play by Handy. I'm a bit mystified as to how that shotgun blast did not work. I don't even think it might have gone off.
Handy with 2 really big kills in this round. He punished Dash pushing up on red stairs and then finds the player in the basement too. Nice Nitro from Baby Shark, but what is it worth? Well, it really comes down to Kansan and Bay clutching up in this 2v4. Bay pushes all the way down the red stairs, Parker. He's relatively aggressive. We'll find just a Flores drone as he goes down here and gets spotted out, but not afraid, wants to stick around, and Kansan's hunting for a pick as well.
Oh my. Kansan might be able to get it. He sees one cross. He cannot let Vidiking get into position. That is the big problem. If Vidiking gets into position, it's over, and that's exactly what happens. Match point for FaZe Clan as they chew through that wildcard defense.
Just a couple of moments in that early game not going the way that wildcard needed it to. Spiker doesn't delay very much time up inside of Rafters. Dash, again, another unfortunate death just over towards red stairs. 3 and 8 in this game after round number 9, and that is not where we expect him to be. Comes in as kind of a support flex player for this wildcard team. Comes across from South America, a big import the only reigning major champion still in the tournament.
That is true.
As all 4 of his former teammates on W7M were eliminated just the other day.
For people who might be confused by that, while EWC, Reload, and SI have all transpired since the last major we played in Montreal, none of those are technically majors. Reload was a one-off circuit event. EWC is an independent third-party event, and SI, while it is an S-tier event, is a world championship, not a major. That means the last major we had was in Montreal this time last year, where that W7M team, not the one that you know, the new roster, won the major, defeating BDS. Dash was on that squad. He's no longer playing with them. He came over to North America. They replaced him with Paul Liu. And W7M got sent packing. So they are no longer here. The only Brazilian team that has not made it into the main stage, and they got sent home at the hands of another Brazilian team. So for Brazilian fans, can't really be mad about that one.
No, sometimes that has to happen. The interregional cannibalism goes on, just the way the cookie crumbles, and we've seen that plenty of times here in Munich. Wildcard need to win back-to-back-to-back rounds and overtime just to advance in this upper bracket. Otherwise, NIP await them on Friday. It's going to start with this gym bedroom defense, and you can see them getting aggressive. Baby Shark was making a lot of those aggro moves back in the first 2 maps of the series, and he was usually shut down.
I was going to say, you have to go for something, but my God, Cyber has leveled up. This second half has been his playground. Baby Shark is in the ground, not just losing in a zombie. Jesse losing those Kiba barriers, losing that protection that gets stronger over time. Cyber doesn't suffer anything for it, still at full HP.
Bay and Kansan now the only 2 players on this cash side. They committed 3 bodies to this, so now there's still 2 that can try to lock this side down. Plenty of FaZe players still not so concerned by it. They can open the jacuzzi wall, they can work the other part of the map, but you've got to imagine at some point, taking cash control will be on the checklist. Starting to move Vidaking over now, and here comes the retreat. Some of these players falling off. We see one of them retreat back, and just Bay sticking around.
Grenade will go out, pushing Bay back. He finds one. His attention is over towards red. He has to get out of the area. Good collapse by FaZe Clan. They make that look so easy, but you know how challenging that is to pull off. They pulled back in lounge perfectly right as the swing went out, and then doubled up on that main breach. They still need to get to the bomb site, but they are in such strong place right now for FaZe.
It's really important that Bay gets one, though. That gives his team a fighting chance. A 4v3 is way better than a 5v3 coming out from Wildcard. These last 3 anchors can now sit in on the site. Good drones from Vidaking. They can try to push in through Logi, but it's currently being held by Dash. First Toxic Babe will start to stall that one out. As long as they can delay this push to the last 20, 30 seconds, Parker, they've got a really good chance of holding, even with the man disadvantage.
This bomb site really does work for the defenders, unless you've lost all of Jacuzzi in construction, and then it still can work in your favor, but it gets a little bit tight for how many forces you have left. The Blackbeard will complicate matters. Down goes Dash, Spiker, and Kansan now to hold down the fort. They will take another. Kansan going huge at this moment. Spiker doing some damage too, but now it all falls on the shoulders of Kansan, and he's shut down by FaZe. The Brazilians will move forward in the bracket. A date against another NA team of M80 awaits them. Wildcard have one more chance in the lower bracket up against the North American killers of Ninjas in Pajamas. What an affair between these two. Jesse, that's it for this one. Let's hear what the studio has to think.
Well, we got a lot to think about, and really even more to talk about here, gentlemen. As you see, it is done and dusted. FaZe Clan victorious. Wildcard could have had it, but at the end, that tenacity that FaZe has, there's a reason why these guys are world champions.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think Fox hit the nail on the head. Coming into this clubhouse, them starting on this defensive half, if they can end it with a 5-1 half, they will set themselves up for so much success once that side swap happened, and that's exactly what we saw. It played out almost to a T.
That's where the level of difference when it comes to experience is really displayed when you go up 5-1 on your own side, and Wildcard's in a position where they're they're winning most of their games off of defenses, so there was a little bit of hope going into it, but with that much of a disparity on the side swap, it's very difficult for you to drag yourself back out of it, and I think that was the biggest issue, because when it comes down to a map like Clubhouse, you can't necessarily just win off of defenses. FaZe is going to be a very formidable attacking team. They were constantly getting the opening picks when it came to Wildcard's defenses, so it put Wildcard in a position where they'd need big rounds, big plays to be able to save some of these rounds, and unfortunately, they just didn't have enough rounds to play with.
Yeah, and again, I mean, it's so unfortunate because, I mean, I really have to commiserate how well Wildcard has played. I mean, even when you look back at the Cafe, they changed up the tempo. They played aggressive, but that's the hard thing about Clubhouse is you can't change the tempo so often. You have to be quick to be able to adapt, and like you said, players just being able to just be that spearhead to open up a round. We just couldn't see it happen.
And this was the big tester. We talked about it when we showed the map pool in the very beginning of this series. FaZe had control. They showed that they can adapt against a team like Wildcard that can throw anything at you. And at this point, FaZe are looking real good. Speaking of FaZe, they're standing by with Maria on the call. Maria Bonino, what do you got?
Hey, I'm here with KDS, and yeah, you just made the Wildcard's life a little bit more complicated in the lower bracket, and I want to know if it was part of a plan to bring new stuff, to play maps you don't usually play, try something new.
Yeah, so Cafe we went to test because we screen a lot in Brazil and in the boot camp, so I think we want to test this and don't work. So I think this is the mistake we made today. Is use this best of 3. We are in the upper bracket, so we want to test and don't work. So move on for AMA, and will be a tough match against them.
Yeah, sure. In a game like this, experience is everything. So what were the moments that you have felt that it really made the difference for you?
I think in the attack side, we are starting to get the kills, and almost we lost some rounds, like the last one. We almost lost, and it was very easy to play. So I think this is the mistake we made. So yeah, this is the mistake.
Okay, thank you so much, and back to the studio, guys.
Thank you very much, Maria, and there it is. The Mapo again confirmed here. KDS is all in the plan.
Yeah, I mean, I said this. I looked at it when I first saw these teams going head-to-head. Once we knew what the maps were, it left me to question, this really is FaZe trying to get into the heads of their opponent, but not just getting into the heads of their opponent, also setting themselves up for success because they're playing some of their least preferred maps, so they don't have to showcase anything. And if you're going to take a risk, you're going to let things get through, try something, now would be to do it, because had they lost here, they would have then found themselves in lowers where they can already nullify and won't have to worry about these maps.
Yeah, congratulations to FaZe, and a very good attempt from Wildcard. I mean, we know their strengths: Skyscraper, Labs, maps like Cafe. If they don't have those maps, then it's a little bit dicey. So Wildcard going forward, that's something to look out for, is depthening their map pool.
Well, 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 gentlemen, we've arrived at an impasse because the man on your screen, Stompit, is playing right after this break. It's G2 versus Team Secret. See you in a few.
Au-delà des mers, là-bas sur le ciel clair, il existe une cité où séjour enchanté. Et sur les grands arbres noirs, chaque soir, vers elle s'en va tout mon espoir. J'ai deux amours, mon pays Paris. Toujours, mon cœur est ravi.
Welcome back, everybody. I know the question is on your mind. When does Stompin play? He plays right now, baby. There he is. That's Doki. Well, that's not him. I thought we would have. But it's Doki. It's his roommate. That's all you need to know. Close enough. Yeah, there we go. Highwise as well. Gentlemen, we got a lot to go through in this all-EML matchup, but G2, can they make this happen after a bit of a tumultuous start to the Swiss stage?
That's quite the word to use for this stage because they definitely have had to show quite a bit of resilience. I mean, to kick it off, they would lose their first series, then almost being knocked out, if you go further, with obviously losing to Keg, then that game against BDS. But ever since getting into the best-of-3 territory, we have seen this team absolutely start to dominate and come into fruition.
Yeah, and they're such a team comprised of just very crafty players, always being able to get into positions that you don't want them to. Specifically Doki, seeing him this event be able to dominate those opening kills, get that advantage for G2, it's something that's been very interesting to watch.
Well, speaking of Doki, he had a few choice words to give to his opponents of Team Secret yesterday. Let's take a listen.
Fair enough. I don't think they should say that because they always beat us. But that's going to change, Team Secret. I promise you right now, that's going to change. No more easy games for you, easy map ban phase. Not anymore, bro. Tomorrow we have a game, and you're getting it.
Yeah.
And they're absolutely getting it. Those are the words of Doki. G2 used to dominate this matchup until it all flipped on its head this summer game.
Yeah, it's changed coming into 2025, and the pendulum shift definitely is going a little bit still in G2's favor, but obviously the losses is what hits the absolute most. You have to look at that EWDC grand final where they would just lose 3-0. So it's time for G2 to rewrite history, and when we're looking at an even playing field, a level playing field to say the least, in terms of this matchup, this is where we are going to see everything hit the ground running. When you compare both of these two in their head-to-head, one thing that really sticks out for me on the side of G2 is their opening kill engagements. Being the 8th highest rated team here, sitting at 52%, we're on the side of Secret, 44%. 15th highest rated, or lowest rated rather, I should say. And then another one for Secret side is also them, getting far more plants off, sitting at 3rd, and G2 sitting at 8th. Both these teams, we talk about idiosyncrasies, knowing your opponent. This should be a very leveled playing field.
And it paints a beautiful picture where both teams play similar styles, but on different sides of the coin. G2 has a lot of very big individual players, clutch players. They have the most amount of 1vx's in the tournaments, whereas when it comes to a team like Secret, they have the most amount of 4Ks, 3Ks in the tournament because they're not letting it get down to a 1vx situation, but they're winning the same way off of big individual players.
And we'll talk about the individuals in just a sec, specifically one, but Team Secret as a team, led by Savage especially, has been a joy to watch for this entire year. Cohesion is on another level.
Oh, they've been so well-rounded. I mean, despite their 3-1 inside of the regular group stage, they made it harder for themselves because they're so bad when it comes to the opening kills, but there's a method to the madness. It comes off of getting those players, those big players, in position, so they have no problem losing an entry or two so they can set up a player like Joom for the late round.
You know, I love that you talk about a player like Joom, but there's just so many players in this roster that step up at every single given moment. I mean, the players that have came alive throughout this entire event has been Joom, as you've said, and again, is a reason why we need to highlight such a player.
We need to bring it up. We need to talk about the Terminator. It's Joom himself, and he's saying to everybody on the other side, "You're a quiet boy."
Yeah, I know it looks a little dire if you're a European fan. I mean, in Stage 1, he had a very good performance. You didn't think it was going to get that much better in the EML. In Stage 2, he was the best rated player when it came to the EML. And now, coming into this event, there's been a little bit of a slower start. I mean, they haven't played as many games when it comes to the tournament as opposed to the EML stage. But this is what we need to see, is him get back to that glory of him slowly progressing to be one of the, if not the best player in Europe.
And this German machine is going to be on the stage here on home soil come Friday. For all the fans that are traveling here, you're going to have a lot of fun watching him and his squad today. However, we need to move on to our map bans in this best of 3, where we're saying G2 are able to recover. What do we get out of this game?
Wow, Bank, Lair, and Cafe. This is quite the barn burn. I think Doki said it best. It's going to be no easy ban phase. It's going to be no simple game. Tomorrow's going to be a new day, and it definitely is. I mean, I asked Jack with looking at these maps. I said, Jack, what do you think of these maps? And he's like, this is going to be a very good game. And when we're looking at Bank, I would say this does heavily favor Secret. They're very comfortable on map, but that doesn't take anything away from G2. You even have to look back at their game versus BDS. That was such a close game. But even in their most recent game, playing the likes of D+, we would see G2 specifically specifically Doki and Stompin carry it with those opening engagements. So for me, Secret needs to be starting out hot here.
Yes.
Not just on their defense, not just on their attacks, but those opening engagements
100%.
really need to start falling into their favor.
That's exactly what I was going to say. Is it comes down to the opening engagements, because when you're playing against a team like G2, they're fast, they're sporadic, and that's what gives them success on bigger maps, like a map like Bank, like a map like Lair. So if Secret is not getting into the map, shutting down a player like Doki, shutting down a player like Loira, which hopefully we're able to see the same repeat of a performance against Weibo that we saw from him, but that's what Secret needs to look for, is making sure that they're managing G2's aggression.
Gentlemen, it is an all EML matchup here between Secret and G2, so why not have a TriCast with 3 EML talent with Fresh joining Dez and Ace. Gentlemen, all yours.
Thank you very much, Milos. Yeah, why not, guys? It's a classic game that we get in EML. Why not get all the boys on for this one? Fresh, welcome back to being a caster.
Yeah, it just feels like we're back in EML. We're back watching Stage 2 playoffs. We've got G2 going up against Secret for the chance to play Falcons in an upper bracket. It's just like a repeat of what, a couple of months ago?
Yeah. But Tim, we're looking back over the last time these teams have come together in a head-to-head best-of series. G2 haven't won a map in 5 maps. They, of course, lost the best of 5 at EWC 3-0. They lost 2-0 during the playoffs of Stage 2. I think Doki's fighting words. They need to be more than just words today.
They do. They've got to deliver. Look, it's a bit of a tale of two halves if you look at G2 versus Secret. If you look at kind of overall, all-time, even 2025, G2 are on top of things. But if you look in very recent history, Secret are the ones that have got the bragging rights. So there is a lot to be fought for here. And every element of this matchup is exciting for me. I look at the map bans and I think there's a good chance that we're going to see that third map here. Secret to take Bank, G2 to take Lair. Could be some surprises along the way, of course, but I think we're going to go all the way.
Well, specifically with Bank, Secret are on an 11-game win streak on this map. I mean, everyone's been talking about Fury's record on Border. It is ridiculous, but I think here, for me, I'm keen to see if G2 can finally take Secret off their pedestal. Now, our bans will come on through pretty quick here. Monty is the most banned operator against both of these teams when they're on the attacking side. Habana to follow. Does that suggest to you, Fresh, we're going to see an ace after the third round?
Yeah, I think so. We've seen a lot of teams place a lot of importance on range, hard breach in terms of Bank. You think about the Kanto wall, you think about the hatches.
Yeah.
Breaching is so important on this map with just how big it is. So the Habana getting taken off the board is, you know, pretty standard. I would say the same with the Cade being taken off the board from G2's perspective as well. You want to enable the hatches specifically for this basement bomb site, which will be the first one we're going to. You want to be able to open them quite quickly. Usually, when we see the Cade taken off the board, we see Goyos on the hatches. We potentially see a roam up there with a hatch open as well to try and delay some of that time.
I want to see how they're going to hold on to Blue Stairs. We've spoken about Blue Stairs a couple of times through the Munich Major. We've got Smoke, we've got Warden. You'd expect to see one of those two playing on there with the shotgun. However, again, and we've seen this previously, and it's not really worked very well previously, no deployable shield, no Jaeger, no Wamai, no support for that player on Blue Stairs, really. They're there on their own with whatever utility they've got, and holding on to that can be pretty tough.
You're going to have to help me remember here, Tim. My memory's already fading. It's only halfway through the week. Who did G2 play on this map the other day when we cast them? Do you remember?
No. BDS?
With no, it was an APAC team, I'm pretty sure.
BDS, D+. D+ picked it into G2.
That made it one. We saw some really cool things on this map, and one, I was looking to all the numbers this morning, and one really interesting stat for G2, their second most played operator on the attacking side at this major so far is Tubarao, and I was like, that's actually crazy because the next closest team has played it like half as much, so I was really keen to see why, and asked Doki, and he was like, well, with the Rooney not really being available right now, you know, DMR, C4, brilliant on Bank, you're going to see teams playing this operator a lot throughout the game as well. So keep an eye on that. It's Noah in this round, but you're probably going to see Doki on it, of course, into the second half. And speaking of Doki, Tim, he's gone down nice and early. The Deimos offline.
Yeah, Savage has picked him up, and that's a great opener. Taking away that Deimos. There's not a lot of verticality, if any, you know, until you get the hatches open, but still, Doki being able to chase down those roamers, late round being able to put that track on, taking away those abilities, absolutely massive. Great start for Savage and for Secret, who can now fall back to site. Job's done.
Yeah, it's really a man advantage versus time situation here. Like you say, Doki's off the board, but G2, they've got a lot of space, they've got a lot of time now to work with. They've got 90 seconds to open up the hatches, to clear out the utility, to set up their execute. Now, the big decision that will come in for G2 is basically, do they plant or do they flood when they get to it? Because there's Goyos, There's free C4 still up for the side of Secret. There's also the free smoke canisters for Adrian. So G2 are going to have to make a decision and then commit to that decision.
It's Mowgli I'm slightly worried about here on the Warden because of all the utility in G2's back pocket. They're leaning so heavily on the Capitao and the Ying to get this round over the line. Outside of the fire, Warden can deal with all of that. And as you said, Fresh, C4's in back pocket. They're ready to deal with whatever G2 are going to throw at them here. So G2 have got to be pretty creative.
Stomp working from the main lobby though, having a little look at Gold Hatch. He's not going to drop it, he moves away. So the pressure's kind of all over for Secret right now. I don't think even G2 know where this final execute is going to come down. Alamau now goes back to have a look at that Gold Hatch. There's a lot of rotation, a lot of switching up going on, but here go the Candelas, and here comes a little bit of movement on the back of it. Loira manages to pick up one. Mowgli is there for the trade though. Secret holding fast as
they've dealt with it so far, and June looking more like a bit of a faulty malfunction than anything else in that German machine. Not able to deal with Laura. He's pushed on 4, but it's still a 4v3. Secret standing tall against the pressure from G2. They've used all the utility. That was their time to win, but Secret stands strong, and Fresh, it looks like this first round very comfortably going the way of Secret.
Yeah, Blaz has been phenomenal so far this stage, but I don't think he's going to make a 1 versus 4 happen, and he is going to get taken out by the C4. And I think I talked about it. G2 are going to have to make that decision. Do they try and plant? Do they try and flood? They decided to try and flood, but they were nowhere near in sync with each other. Loira went on his own with the Incandelas. Then it was Alamo dropping the hatch. Then it was Stompin', and it was all left up to Blaz once again. It was 5-10 seconds, then another G2 player was going. And when you're Secret, you just hold the key entry positions and you take them down one by one by one by one. So it's not a surprise to see Secret take that round.
Every part of Secret's plan, every part of Secret's plan works perfectly there. Savage goes out.
I love these head-to-head cameras, by the way.
Yeah, they're good, aren't they? Savage goes out on their own, picks up an opener against Oki, removes, you know, that capability to track and to force players out of position for G2, and then they sit back and they just, you know, wait for them to drop hatches, wait for them to come to them one by one. Great stuff from Secret. It was their primary site on their own map choice, so we do expect them to come in here hot, which is exactly what they've done. They're going to go straight up to the top floor as their second choice pick.
Do you know what was really interesting was when these two teams played each other inside of the EML playoffs just a few weeks ago. Bank was played in that best of 3. Secret won it 7-2, but it was actually G2's map pick. It was actually G2's map pick inside of that best of 3, and G2 really struggled on their defenses that day.
Do you think Secret looked back at that beta and were like, wow, you picked Bank and we absolutely spanked you there.
Secret were already...
Your map? My map.
Yeah. Secret were already really strong at Bank. It's just G2 were on a very hot run on that map during EML playoffs, and we've actually seen a few teams now pick Bank into G2 since that game. So yeah, Secret are always going to take Bank if it is available.
It was like we were saying about Virtus Pro for the longest time. Like, no one wanted to play them on Bank because they were so good, and then people started saying, actually, they are very beatable there. Just no one really dared challenge them. They were like a 5-0 record. The next thing you know, they've lost 4 games of it in a row. It was like, people figure you out, and at that point, you've got to change plan.
It goes to show, and we've seen this when, for example, when G2 played Border up against M80 play day 1, people are like, what are they doing? Had G2 won that game, it really affects the map veto because people won't want to take G2 there, even though it is one of their permabans. So it's interesting to see how maps, you know, can shift even quite quickly within a few weeks.
I love the use of the bulletproof camera there, just preventing that Selma from detonating initially at least. Mowgli is now going to be forced back as the Breach will get into action. That removes that little bit of safety that they had to play stock corridor. So this is good from G2, you know, moving those power positions. So stock corridor, Mowgli's been moved across the top marble stairs now. He can't play where they might initially like. We've still got Savage inside a Janitor though, and I'm interested to see what G2's plan is for that, because they don't have the Deimos, they don't have the Buck, they don't have anybody to go and deal with that from beneath. They do have Stomping on the Ace, who could rotate around and put a Selma on the mirror window, or they've got the Capitao smokes, but it's which they are going to go for.
I was going to say, it's been a really weird one because for G2, the other day when we were casting them on this map, you know, 3 or 4 players on the windows at all time, 1 above ATMs, 3 off on site windows. They were so focused on having windows be the central part of their game plan. In this round, no one is on the window, not a single soul. Laura was, of course, for a second there to ensure they have the window opened up, so the wall opened up, but now they've got to start looking into site itself.
That was one hell of a shot from Stompin'. I think we're seeing, yeah, the top square start to take place. I think we'll end up seeing probably Doki on windows, maybe 1 more. And as the execute comes in, I would expect it's going to be the plant that goes down from the top square wall. You would expect G2 to be flooding at the same time as Stompin' gets another kill out here on the stock windows.
Nearly got a third then as well, spraying through, but no, didn't quite find his man. Mowgli just caught in a bit of no man's land because he was being pressured from the top of White Stairs at the same time. Didn't look too good for him. Now Adrian at least has managed to get re-control of that ground, and they can start holding on to White Corridor a bit longer. But with 2 kills already on the side of G2 and a man advantage going in, looking pretty good. But we are coming into the last 30, Tim.
This is the problem for Secret now. It's all getting a little bit thin on the ground, and Lyra's working on a backstab. He's going up gold stairs. Does get taken down by Nora in a trade, but the damage might be done. 15 seconds left to go, and Dorky's got himself inside of the building. The challenge, though, is coming in from Savage onto Square. 2v1, though, because Dorky's on the backstab. He's inside a site. The call is coming from in the house. Savage, he just tries to find his man. He knows he's there somewhere, but Dorky, a little game of ring around the roses, picks up that final kill. G2, they take the round.
Yeah, I was a big fan of that attack. So with the CEO attacks, essentially with Montaigne off the board, which is very, very common on Bank now, teams get taken away from doing the lobby-sided takeover. They tend to go for the top square, open up the wall with a Thermite, and then try and plant by the CEO windows. It's really come back into fashion because it used to be an old attack, then the lobby attack became the new thing, and now it's back again. G2 there, they fixed their errors with the team play. They managed to walk Lyra up the main stairs as the rest of the guys were going in, as the utility was being dumped in, and they had the man advantage because Stompin had done the work on the stock windows. So that was a great attack, but for Secret, they're just going to continue through. They're now going to go to the open area site, keep on that full rotation before the map ban, or the operator bans at the end of round 3.
I'm going to give a small nod to Savage. I know they lost the round, but his movement was brilliant in those final 20-30 seconds or so. First stepping out of Janitor, normally you'd be looking at that and going, well, that's a ridiculous risk. Why the hell would you do that? Gets the first kill, steps back in towards Janitor, doesn't then try and sit on the mirror window, moves himself inside of sight and tucks in. It's just that G2 were aware he was being a little bit slippery and made sure they had a 2v1 swing at the very end. But to Savage, at least, it was one of those moments I was thinking, if he wins this one, it won't be a massive surprise. We are going to close the quarter out, though, Tim, down here on the first floor.
Yeah, going to be that third choice site. I think we'll see a presence from Secret up on the top floor. If we have a quick look through their positions, we can see Mowgli, Savage, Noah are all up there at the moment. Still work going on, reinforcements happening, utility being placed. So they're definitely going to try to hold this from G2 for as long as possible. But it's like I've said a few times, Fresh, there is a lot of value in the top floor here. You're looking at the hatches. It's not as much value as you might find in other top floor holds because there's a lot of angles don't reach into like that far plant spot behind the cafeteria worktop, for example. You just can't get in there with the verticals.
Yeah, absolutely. Your goal as attackers in terms of this site particularly is to take control of the top floor so you can work the area of the map below vertically so that you can clear out tellers and archives and most of open area. What you would then do is sandwich effectively the defenders inside of the cafeteria and the kitchen, and then you can breach the wall. And really, if you get to that point as attackers, it's very much a fish in a barrel situation because then defenders can only really do one thing, which is flank up the server stairs on you. So it's all about the top floor control and then squeezing from there. Doki was getting himself into a great position before June takes him out because had G2 have got that top floor, Doki would have literally had the cut off.
Well, this round already looks like it's done, to be honest with you guys. Like, they've lost 3 players on the push up forward. Stompin trying to recover at least a little bit with a spray in towards the soft wall, but not finding his man. Half the round still to work with, and we've seen 5v3s being lost, we've seen 4v2s being lost. Heck, even 1v4s have been lost at this tournament so far. So it's never fully over. But it does look pretty over to me, Tim.
Yeah, I like Secret's movement here and flexibility in these rounds. We saw it in round 1, we saw it in round 3. There's always a very clear threshold, a very clear cutoff of, we've done enough, we move away from that area now. In the first round, it came when Savage picked up Doki on the Deimos. We're happy to now go and play inside, and they fall back safely. They cover each other really, really well. They've done the same thing here. They get that big triple kill, and now nobody's on that top floor. They don't care about holding that top floor anymore. We've done our job. The damage is there. We can now fall back.
More worried about the player lurking out towards lobby here as well. They could come around and hit them on the side. Leaves the castle. But still, they're going to try and hit site now as hard as they can. You've got June to come up against. On go the Specs, and this one feels like it could be done as Adrian, well, gets Lawyer for free. Stomping with it all to do. He's going to have to collect every single soul on the server if he wants to see this one going his way. Does get the trade on towards June. No idea how he hit that one, but June finds him at the same time. Secret taking round 3.
That was one of the rounds that I think G2 maybe win if they're against an international opponent here. This is because Secret know G2 so well. We've talked about how often these two teams have played each other. Secret have an appreciation that actually G2 are going to try and lurk into places as the main execute's going on. So they picked 2 key operators there for me. It was the castle up on the top floor. We saw Loira going in, and he was trying to run through castle barricades and jump through windows, and he was cut off. His routes were cut off on that Ying. and then the Fenrir. Both of those, plus an appreciation that actually Doki might be lurking into lobby, allowed Secret to get those initial entry kills to get that round over the line. As I say, that comes from experience of playing G2 non-stop, in officials, in scrims, in practices. If that's an international team, G2 maybe find a little bit more success on that attack.
I thought we might see a Yingban coming out, given it's been ran so aggressively, maybe even respond to Warden on the other side. But no, it has stayed as it stands.
Yeah.
Seen the ace be taken away, as we all know, for that top floor. And the mirror, it's been ran every single round by Secret so far. G2 is sick and tired of getting stuck up against it, Tim.
I look at that double-ranged ban now, and I think I understand why we're still getting it, and I think we will continue to see it, but I think we might start to see it less and less, because even when these operators are available, it's kind of like, if you remember when Mirror was like forever banned, even when she was available, teams just stopped picking her because they were working around strategies that didn't include it.
Yeah.
And I find now, even when Ace or Hibana are available, like for example, we've seen them attack top floor already, and Elevator Wall wasn't open, even though Ace was available.
Yeah,
and teams are now working to say, do you know what, we're not even going to bother with that anymore. So I'm kind of wondering how long we're going to see that double ban sticking around for.
Yeah, it's a strange old one. I think it really does change how Bank's played out as well. So we've kind of got like two different ways of playing Bank, if they're open or if they're not. I think for Secret here, taking away the ace is good because it just allows them to really secure what G2 are going to do for their attacks. Like you say, there's no way that G2 are going to do a lobby attack when we get back up to the CEO site, for example. For this attack, it's going to be more of the same of the basement. It's going to be around Secret managing that time, managing that utility. They've brought the Tachanka. I know you guys debated a topic at length.
No. We didn't debate. Tim lectured on it.
Tim lectured everybody on it, but there's still a lot of denial. Look at that. Obviously, the 20 fire canisters, the Shumika.
Ridiculous.
C4, smokes,
15 fire canisters.
Everything. And also the Tuberal for the hatch denial. This is all about the time economy for this round. Savage is, however, lurking. He's going to get burned alive here, actually, if he stays. Is he?
He's got no...
Close.
He literally takes
he's there.
a pixel across and he all but dies. They're really trying to help him out here so he can try and stay alive, but has for now kept himself in. Anything else they can do? There is a nade in the back pocket of Doki they could try and make use of, but other utility a little bit limited. G2 being held up here by one guy at about 15 HP.
And Savage is doing such a good job here of denying time. He will go down. It's about how much time and if Secret can secure a refrag. G2 finally stomping will get him, and crucially, they don't get refrag. That's the big thing. But Savage has wasted a lot of time.
Yeah, let me handle this, boys. I'm going in. Look, like you said, what they're doing is we've now burnt Toxic Babe canister as well for Secret, but it doesn't really matter too much because we've spoken about that denial. There is so much redundancy there. If, for example, as I always talk about, Adrian on the Tachanka, he's the one that this strategy needs to focus around if you want his denial to work, because it takes so many moving parts to make a success of that. But it doesn't matter if that doesn't happen, because now he can do some denial, Doom can do the rest, Vulcan canisters can back them up, Nitros can go in, and having wasted half of the round to kick things off, this is absolutely brilliant from Secret.
So much time.
Yeah, I mean, G2 should have expected this one. We spoke about it at map start. Both teams like playing it, G2 more than most, and that's going to waste so much time on that hatch. It's going to lead everything down to the die in 15 seconds or so, where G2 are going to have to explode inside, like you said earlier, Fresh. Explode and go for kills, or make it execute happen. You've got to all commit at the same time.
They've got to push. They've got to be pushing together right now.
Stompin does get himself down into Vault, but it's Lyra moving in from the rear side. Doki and Stompin one apiece as well. Great team effort from G2 coming in as they try to hunt down the Tachanka, who battles valiantly, but Adrian will be cut down, and that's going to be a G2 round, which I think was a really impressive G2 round, given that they had to find a way.
Yeah.
They tried a number of things, it didn't work, they adapted, they flexed, and they got themselves into sight and got an answer right against the clock.
I can't call this game. I don't know if either of you can call this game. When I saw the map veto, I was like, I still can't call this game. Both teams have played pretty good Siege across the tournament. G2 maybe had, I would say, arguably weaker opponents. Secret are absolutely the higher seed team, but I can't call it. In the first 4 rounds so far, they've been such good quality.
I'm really concerned for Secret if G2 win Bank. That's what I will say. When coming in, that's what I thought. I thought this either goes 2-1 to one of them on there. It goes to 3 maps, and it's Secret win 2-1, or G2 maybe win 2-0, is what I thought. And I still am in that position. I think G2
you feel like G2 are going to take lower?
I 100% think so. Secret have got a 37% defensive win rate on there. It's not good. And I think G2 will have a field day with that.
So just looking at the operator lineup here, Adrian is playing on the Echo, and G2, they're going to switch onto the Dokkaebi. Now, this is going to be very, very important because Secret have banned away the ace. What that means is G2, in theory, should be going for the top square tech. They should be looking at doing some kind of execute, windows, top square, into sight, trying to get a plant down. You see they've got the execute utility. They've got the Dokkaebi, they've got the Lion, they've got the Grim, they've got the Capital, and they've got the Gridlock for the noise cover. So basically the cat and mouse game of can they keep Adrian off those echo cams to try and deny the plant, or can they execute during the Dokkaebi call? Feels like that's going to be the most important thing for this round. You can see them already doing work, droning out the key locations, getting an understanding of the site. I feel like this is going to be quite a fast round for G2.
Possibly could be. I mean, Dokkaebi is their most played operator at the tournament so far in this round. If the boot fits, why the hell not bring it along? There are a lot of C4s to contend with, is my main concern. We've seen them leaning an awful lot in towards smokes, and on the other side, we've consistently seen 2 or 3 C4s along with the Warden. Secret know the kind of game plan that they're going to see from the other side. They've found a good response so far, but can they hold on here? G2 start their slow march on forward. Loira working in from square. There's that noise could be run about as well, Fresh. But here we go. The 2 explode for Doki and Alamau. The old guard tearing through Secret here. 3 falling down nice and quick. Lots of utility still in back pocket. Didn't even need it all to make this one work, Tim.
Plant's going down from Alamar. He does actually come off it as a nitro goes out, but he should be able to have... He don't even have time for another attempt. I was going to say he will have another opportunity to put the diffuser down, but that was really good from G2. We saw, rather than the attempt to rush a plant, I think there was a little bit of opportunity spot in there where Doki and Alamau say, we can get inside and get some kills here. And then 2 seconds later, you've got 3 dead, and G2 absolutely running amok.
Yeah, it really creates space, because even if Adrian was sitting there on the Echo drone, like, guys, I can deny, he would have been the only one left on an Echo drone. He's had to get off. I think for G2, if you're sat there at home and you're sitting in your 5-stack and you're going to play ranked, nobody wants to play breachers in ranked, right? Really? Nobody really wants to play shields in ranked. If you want to play fun operators in ranked, that is a picture-perfect attack from G2. I'm looking forward actually to see Leo break it down on a big screen sometime in the future, because it was so good. It was free onto windows, top square control, 1 on the lobby repel, all the utility in at the same time, and explode into sight. The defenders did not know what was coming.
Very fairly, a lot of excitement has been piled on Stomping so far throughout this tournament, but I think the other player that across a couple of stages now we've said we'd really want to see rise a bit has been Doki, because he's had quite a couple of stages overall, I'd say. This tournament, and this game definitely helps as well, this tournament, I've been so impressed by how well he's playing. You're kind of seeing the old school Doki of Na'Vi days when he would just charge through a team and absolutely cause, like you were saying earlier on, absolute chaos through the enemy ranks. And I think now that you've got him firing the way that he is, Stomping's doing as well as he is, got to see a bit more out of Loira and Blaz, who had a brilliant stage 2 overall too. But you just feel like you're seeing more of those guns starting to come online at a very, very critical part of the competition.
And I think some of Doki's inconsistency previously, having spoken to him, came from the fact that he believed that if he didn't pop off, G2 would often lose. And I think Doki feels very settled inside of this team. In fact, the whole team feels very settled. And therefore, we're seeing sometimes the best of Doki, where he's got the freedom to make the plays without the fear that if he doesn't succeed, that G2 will still be able to win the round.
Speaking of Doki, he's just going to go for a little wander on in here. He's possibly going to get himself inside of Tellers before Secret even know what's going on. He does manage to pick up June. Mowgli is there with a response on to Blaz, who's taken down, but still 4 versus 4. Alamau chasing down Savage on the shield with Sin. The damage he can do, but not today, as Mowgli's got his man covered. Savage did go down. Can possibly be collected, but
no chance.
It's going to be a big ask, because Doki's going to have to be killed first. Noah taking damage as well. This is effectively now a 1 versus 2.
Their pinch onto June was absolutely amazing as well, and this is what I love about watching teams like G2. I've said the same about Wildcard, Furia also joined the ranks there, I think, of teams that when they spot an opportunity, you just have 3 players appear out of nowhere and they're crushing someone for being ever so slightly mispositioned. Really, really well played. It is down to a 2 versus 2, and Doki could still be on for the ace here.
2v2 and you're up against Stompin and Doki at this tournament.
No thanks.
Who wants any part of that? Absolutely.
Noah and Adrian are doing all right at this tournament as well, though. I will say on the other side, you're up against Adrian and, well, just Noah now. Doki's going to be on for the ace.
He is literally a couple of bullets away from it as well, and what a way it would be to get this series properly moving. Noah, the worst gun in the game, someone said. has got a chance to bring down the two duos, but has no chance of getting away with it. Stomping fine the nade, a clean round from Doki especially, but G2 full flow right now.
Yeah, so G2 are now in the ascendancy. At the first 3 rounds, I think G2 really focused on trying to play, I would say, quote-unquote, normal Siege. You know, we're seeing lots of breaching, plays for plants, you know, breaching the walls, slowing it down, and playing step by step. Rounds 5, round 6, where G2 really got into the ascendancy, really got into the lead. What was it? It was preset, quick, executes, onto key areas. And that's exactly what they did in round 5. It was flawless. Round 6, they did the same, but they did need to bring it back. But it was still the same ideology on the attack. That's got them over the line so far at the half.
Let's get into the second half then. Oh, we're going to have a switch of fortunes to Secret. Like I've said, if I was a Secret fan, I'd be very, very concerned.
You take your shoes off when you cast?
Yes.
Okay.
I'd be very, very...
I take my shoes off on the desk, you just don't see my feet.
I'm just glad that he's only here for the one game, Tim. I can smell the pong already.
My feet do not smell.
All right.
Aside from Dez's concern about
can
Fresh's
you
footwear
here?
situation, I'd be very, very concerned about Secret going into layer 1 map down here because, as I've said, the stats really don't back them up.
I really wonder what that smell was.
How good G2 are.
Chat, my feet do not smell.
How many are going to want to volunteer to give him a good whiff?
I'm going to have to put my shoes back on now. Tim's trying to talk about Siege and you're just derailing things.
And this is what I do.
It's usually Tim derailing things with his garden talk, so I'm all for it.
Well, but I started on the instigator and he just rolls with it, which is what I love. And I was like, Tim, we want to hear about the garden, and 5 minutes later he's still going.
So, actually, Secret, I'm going to go into the game now instead of talking about shoes and everything else.
Someone get me a peg for my nose, please.
Oh, my days.
I'm joking. Keep them off. It's fine.
Oh, dear.
Sorry, you may now talk about Siege again.
I don't know what my point was now, Des. No, I do know what my point was now. So the last time that Secret played up against G2, they didn't ban the castle. However, when BDS beat G2 at this event, on this map, they banned away the castle. Now, castle is super, super useful on every single primary site of this map. You think about the top floor, which is the one G2 are going to, it really stops the window play. You know, where Doki currently is, the window in front of him, the double window there. If Castle was on the board, that would usually be Castle, and you would feel a lot safer behind there as Doki's setting up for a C4. And for the other sides, Castle is a big factor. Now, G2, they've got to learn to play without it, because when they played against BDS without the Castle, they did somewhat struggle.
I absolutely love...
Oh, that's nice with the echo.
I love a pre-rip on a C4. Just have it in your hand ready. There is no audio cue that it's coming, and just look for that surprise. And like you say, the teamwork here with G2, again, it's something that's been consistent. I think at this tournament, I would say G2 have been the more star power team, if I was going to put it that way. And by that, I mean, the individuals really popping off repeatedly, but the teamwork, I think, is easy to overlook in that situation. And look at this. Doki, like you say, just losing his opportunity. The plant's going down, actually. Secret have managed to kind of sneak in through the back door. They've just raced in through the windows, planting inside of a smoke, and G2 had no idea. They were far too late with the
out the window on the
babe.
clash. Holy, if he gets the clash shield down, he can deny the windows. Never mind. Never mind.
Nice in theory. Execution still needs a bit of work, I think, in this case. A big fight back required here for G2, and there are 4 available for the side of Secret, but with Mowgli securing that kill onto Loira, this one feels pretty damn well done. Secret showing a lot of patience in that early round, dealing with Doki with the C4 in hand. Even with the Yokais bouncing up and down around ATMs, they have played this round brilliantly. So as much as we've heaped praise on G2 for some brilliant attacks, that was a phenomenal one from Secret.
Yeah, Secret really needed that as a response. So coming into that, I'm thinking 5-2 down. Oof, you know, you've got big problems there. So yeah, coming in and getting that 4-3, back in touch, 1 round between them. But also, if you're Secret, that confidence, yeah, we've got an attack. Forget about it. We're on to something different now, and we've got our teeth into it. Really good start from Secret.
Here's why I can't call who's going to win this game, even this map, to be honest, because realistically, both these teams, they play a very, very similar style. But it starts off with having 4 incredible fraggers sat around 1 incredible IGL shield player, as you just saw on your screen, being Alamau and being Savage. And then they've got 4 fraggers around it. What does that mean? Well, it means on defense, you can sit behind utility and you can play strong individual moments and as a team play. But what it means on attack, and both of these teams do it, is these preset, fast plays, these big explosive plays where they've got an idea of how to play the game and catch their opponents by surprise. They're both masters at it as well. And we've just seen Secret give G2 a taste of their own medicine there, up there on the top floor. And that's why I can't split them, because they're both so good at dictating that pace on attack and being so dynamic.
5 seconds left before insertion.
Got the Tachanka brought along by Blaz. I'm just a little bit concerned for G2 here. I often talk about this position and how many things it needs to support it, and they've got none of them. There's no deployable shield for Blaz. There is no Jaeger. There's no ADSs. There's no Amine Magnets. There's nothing to stop the challenge directly through to that Tachanka inside of lockers. If Secret get themselves into server, get that area, get the long angle opened up, there's very little Blaz can do to continue that denial. It would be extremely difficult. So we'll see just how G2 play around that. At the minute, Blaz is off in the elevators. He's got himself set up over that side rather than being inside of lockers, but the map will need to be cleared by Secret to begin with.
If you like your numbers, by the way, you can follow along on this one. Every single entry kill has resulted in the round being won by that team that found the entry. Nice. So if you want to follow our trend so far, look at who gets the entry and see where things go. And I think this kind of comes back to what you were speaking about, the fast-paced plays that we've seen from both sides now so far. Yeah. When they move fast, they get that entry, it rolls from 1 into 2 into 3, and before you know it, the round is over. So keep an eye on that one. That's going to be the entry coming in for Secret. So we can wrap it up and call it a day here, guys. It's 4-4.
Okay, so we don't need to say anything else for the rest of the round? No? Okay, not a problem. Missed C4 as well there, up onto Noah. Secret are doing a really good job. They were doing a really good job, particularly of the cutoffs. As that pressure was being applied by Noah on the book, Mowgli was there on the hatch waiting. Adrian was on the cutoff out there on the rappel as he does get seen by the Echo Cam. Ooh. But that pre-play C4, it will be no more. Obviously, Loira has died as well. So that cat and mouse game of the C4, the Velt Cams, the Echo drones, all of that, it has gone the way of Secret. But remember, we are on the bottom floor. When we get down there, there is still utility to come. There is still Alamar with the Echo drones. There is still Blaz and his utility, but Juma's managed to find a kill out there onto Stompin to get a 5 versus 3.
It feels like the wheels are coming off for a little bit for G2 on defense here, and it's not too much of a surprise when we think about what were their key strengths on attack. Creating a bit of chaos, unpredictability, speed, aggression, all things that it's very difficult to deliver on defense because it's a more prescribed side of the game. You're setting up your defenses, you're waiting.
Oh, they know.
They don't.
The only way that you can hope to create the chaos is something like that, is to hide, is to avoid that intel game. But Secret are all over it, and I think that's why G2 are struggling.
They didn't know. They got lucky that June turned around there and looked left, I'll be honest. Doki had a generational play, but 5 versus 2 from here, it's going to take something magical from Blaz and Alamar.
What I love for Secret is how good they've been again at just pincing onto players around the map and isolating 3v1s, 4v1s, punishing players for making a few missteps. G2 are doing exactly the same thing back in that first half, but Secret, it hasn't taken them many rounds to warm into this. That's both rounds so far being won by them. And I do think for G2, we'll probably see a timeout coming in. Indeed, we have. So let's have a listen in.
Can do kind of the same because I don't think they're gonna repeat the attack. Just bring the mute, okay, Loris? The smoke, bring the mute so they can do a call for Blaz, okay? I think like let's do this now. So like maybe they are crazy and do it again, but like now we're gonna have the mute jammers for the Duka call, and also like if they push like a spiral or elbow should be good with the shields, okay? Then after call, don't go back to basement, okay? Let's try the open area turtle, okay? And then when I go back to basement, guys, let's do the Lora top, okay? Like let's make them waste more time top, okay? So like they need to waste top time top because like if you're turtling like this, like them, they're gonna execute good and we're gonna lose, okay? Like remember also the mini plays, like try to hide,
Welcome Ben.
Monty. Monty, okay? Let's go, guys. You got this. Play confidence, guys. Play confidence.
Of course, it was always going to be the Monty ban out there on bank, you know. It's going to be coming in very shortly, as you see. And then interesting stuff from Romalio there. Talking about let's not go back down to basement. I think he realized that Secret had a really good grip on that attack just then. So I would expect to see an open area defense coming out of G2 right now. And then afterwards, they'll probably try CEO defense again before they finally get down to the basement. When they get down to the basement, what he was saying there is, I want you guys to play on all 3 floors. Let's really force them to clear the full map. Because again, once you do get down to the basement, it's all about that time utility. G2 have actually chose to go back to CEO first, as you can see there up on the top floor.
What makes me a little bit nervous about that, you speaking also about, playing more of the mute as well, try and slow them down. As we saw in the last round, we were playing mute then off on the road, and we have Valkyrie cameras everywhere, Yokai drones out giving intel. Secret still just rolled over them one by one like a steam train.
Yeah, surprised. I mean, I'm really surprised they've gone back to the top floor with that castle ban. I think Stompin's going to have to... Stompin's been great this whole tournament. He's going to have to do a lot with those Asami keeper barriers to try and imitate the castle barricades in my mind, to try and make top floor a little bit more viable. Interesting operator for me, Savage. He's out there on the Raora. I can't say it. I can never say it. But he's potentially going to look to try and close off some routes up there in terms of moving where the double window is. He's going to try and make that work for the attacker's advantage so they can try and execute a plan. They've got execute utility. They've got the Dokkaebi. They've got the Grim.
I think it's just a British thing that we can't say.
I can't roll my R's ever. Ian Chambers can do it really well.
Well, he's Mr. Worldwide, isn't he?
Yeah.
More time abroad, it feels, than in the UK sometimes. I'm not surprised he can do him well. Probably got private lessons from Neymar and all. Yeah. Onwards we roll. Then I'm also interested to see what Savage would use for this, because like you said, with no castle on side, it's not really up to the defenders here what windows are locked away or what goes on inside the site itself. That really is going to be at the decision of Secret. Noah starting things off. Blast to full, still sticking with that trend of entries going on to win out rounds. My main worry there, Tim, Blaz is 0-7, and it's the Echo that's gone down first.
That's the thing, it's the Echo. Huge loss for G2 there in terms of plant denial. Doki does manage to keep them fighting, but there is an answer, as there always is from Secret. They're hitting another gear now. Doom, Noah managed to pick up one apiece. We've got Stomping underneath. He's trying to get something going, trying to find anything he can, but he's likely going to get caught out when he tries to move back towards site. He's now got himself up towards square. Alamo picked up in a trade. It's all up to Stomp, and 1v3 becomes a 1v2 as he picks up Mowgli.
We're not cooking another highlight reel, are we? Surely we're not.
Why
We've got a phone call, we've got a track on Doom. They can know where he is at any given time. They don't even need the utility for it in the end fresh. Doom keeping the king underfoot.
Yeah, and once again, still not sure on the site choice. Really not sure I would have gone here with the way Secret were going to attack. They brought a different set of operators, but it was still the same theme. We want to be into site early, we want to have that execute utility, and we want to hit the site and find G2. As soon as the Echo was off the board, G2 were in dire straits there. And yeah, just one thing on the timeout from Romalio as well, just going back onto that, is it's very tactical heavy, but when you do a tactical heavy timeout and then still get beat the next round, that puts a whole load of mental pressure on there for G2, because Secret have now got 3 rounds in a row, including a tactical timeout, including changing how you want to play. So G2 are going to have to find something. They're really going to have to manage the pace. They've tried the Clash. Alamo's played it twice now. It's not worked twice now. So for G2, it's going to be a change of site. It's going to be something a little bit different, I think.
I think the big problem for G2 right now is losing that element of surprise. Whilst on attack, they were able to be explosive and to just, you know, take the initiative away from Secret. But on the defense, there are ways, but they're not finding the ways in order to do that. And so Secret are just completely in the driving seat the whole time. And when you're playing Secret's game on Bank, you're in trouble.
And ultimately, that's what makes both of these two teams juggernauts inside of Siege and inside of EML, but also inside of international competition, is they're able to dictate on attacks, and that's the sign of a great team. But when there's two going head-to-head, it really, really does come down to those fine margins.
Feels like we're on for a 12-map win streak for Secret if this carries on.
Maybe. These attacks from Secret have been really, really clean. G2 delivered a few clean ones, but Secret are 3 out of 3 so far.
So my main worry is, like, across these 3 rounds we've seen so far, G2 have got 4 kills in 3 rounds.
Yeah.
Like, when we say it's been dominant from Secret, you can't really emphasize enough just how dominant it has been. And it's G2 have got to transform things. They had that chance after that timeout. It hasn't worked out. Does anything drastic really here change? You'd hope so, but that ban, I don't think it's really going to do much for them. We didn't see that Monty coming out once during those first 3 rounds.
I also feel like Secret have banned really well. They've banned the Azami. So not only have they banned away the castle, which is used on every site, they've banned away the Azami, which would be a direct substitute. What that means is G2 are going to have to find ways and means of playing behind utility that effectively isn't there, that isn't normally there. So we see Savage finding the opening pick out there onto Doki as well. So, are we keeping with the theme, Des? Is it going to be another round for Secret?
Has he just gone down inside the site as well? Like, I think he was probably on door trying to be aggressive somewhere and has gone down for it, but I can't quite see where he died from.
No, not sure.
Unfortunate for Doki. And it's certainly unfortunate for G2 as, again, we carry on down that trend 9 rounds in a row where the entry kill has resulted in that team
I wonder if it was the window.
It.
I think it was maybe opening the window. I wonder if that's a really unfortunate death for Doki there, to be fair.
4 rounds in a row now. All of Secret's attacks, they've been able to come away with that entry kill. Doom has worked his way in through main door, so there's going to be pressure mounting onto Blaz pretty soon. He's just playing at top marble at the minute, but needs to be looking towards gold stairs. Alamo drops away, so he has no support there either, and it looks like Blaz is actually going to go with him, but as I said, the pressure was mounting. He was in a tricky spot, and Doom is going to take full advantage again. Secret so good at pinching these operators and cutting them down.
Stole the words right out of my mouth, and they've been excellent at it. And look at it, it's like death from above. Everywhere you look, it is just death, because Secret continue to barrel through G2, who for another round are struggling to find themselves a single kill. As it stands, 4 kills across 4 rounds does not a champion make, I'm afraid. Looks like Secret are going to take us up to match point. Well, map point. We've still got a match to play.
I never know with either of these two teams. Maybe I'm a romantic, maybe I'm believing in the 2 versus 5. If it's going to happen, Loira and Alamau need to be isolating and finding 1v1s. You feel like it could happen onto Savage here?
Nope.
No, it won't. Never mind. All up to Loira in the 1 versus 5 does manage to push out of the kitchen door, but G2 Secret now know of his location. They're flooding into site. They're holding in. Utility, they will get the kill. They will get themselves onto match point.
Oh, boy. It is only map 1. But history is starting to repeat itself. And after all the chat that Doki's had in all chat, Savage is in there. You're so bad, Doki. It's crazy, he says.
Doki replies with, shut up, bot.
I won't carry on repeating the rest.
No, it's getting a bit less than friendly in the old chat there. I just want to have a quick word on Doom, actually. And a shout out to Fast Dan and the post show that happened last night on the broadcast.
Yeah, it was really good.
It was really, really good on the post show. We had the pleasure of sitting with Noah and Doom during the final game of yesterday. And during the G2 game, actually, and watching the game with them. And when I spoke to Doom and we were talking about, you know, generational life games, I think Loira was hitting the ace yesterday. It was around that time. And Doom said, I don't think I ever have a life game. I just think I'm consistently great. I'm consistently above average. And we're seeing that once again today. He's only 7-6, but he's getting some of the most important kills inside of the rounds, particularly once Secret got on their attack. And he's a key reason that they're doing so well.
Well, I don't think that G2 have got another round in them, if I'm honest. We've seen some great siege out of them, and we've seen them really struggling in this second half. But again, it's not really too much of a comment on G2. It is much more of a comment on Secret and how well they have structured and played these attacks.
So, just onto the strategy side of this is what Romalio spoke about in the timeout. When we get back down to the basement, we want to be playing the top floor. I think he called it the top floor Loira strat. So it's Loira out there on the scope boss. He's going to be trying to be a nuisance, and then the ability to teleport back to site if he needs to. However, when you're out there playing on the top floor and the middle floor, you leave site somewhat exposed. You leave a lurk that can be exposed. You see Savage droning out server here, but there is an Echo drone on it. So, but you leave those opportunities. So the site players, Alamau, he's going to have to be ready if this happens.
Does feel they're about to punch him in the face with this line, doesn't it? As soon as Adrian gets into a good spot, Savage is there bearing down on you. Doom's getting a plant down behind an shield. Like, what more is it to say? So you hope for G2 they can do a lot of work, at least with the C4s and the Chankra inside, to stall things for a while. But yet again, they get the entry. The trade is there. It's Skopos, okay. It's an IQ, okay. We can deal with both of those things. Doki going down, though, a little bit harder to recover from.
Laz has managed to get himself back to site to support Alamau. Stompin still continues to play a man, but it's going to be pushed down. Secret completely aware of it. 4v1, and it is surely a matter of time until this one is over. It was less than even I thought. Noah manages to pick up that final kill, and Secret with, I think it's fair to say, quite a decisive second half to bank. They will come through and take the first map from G2.
Without dropping a single attack as well. You can see why these two teams were our 2 best attacking teams over in the EML. It's phenomenal stuff, and G2 really need to buck their ideas up, otherwise it's Secret pressing on forwards here in the upper bracket. But now we'll go to a break, and when we come back, map 2 awaits. See you in a few.
My friends, that crown on, well, King Stompin's head, it definitely does weigh heavy with G2 as a whole. But at this point, it seems like Secret are back at it again. Those antics that we got used to from the summer on, they're working just fine.
Yeah, we were so used to G2 always being able to end up beating Secret, and then slowly but surely Secret was coming back. Now they're running a little bit away with it. I mean, when it came to a map like Bank, we really talked about it going into it. It was going to come down to this opening kill. Secret being able to manage G2's over-aggression, and that's something that we saw more often than not going in Secret's favor. Being able to take up a big spacing of the map, slowly but surely working inwards, and being able to keep track of G2's over-aggression, that's what gave them the lead, gave them those opening kills, and they weren't giving those trades back to G2.
Yeah, I mean, just look at the map Summer. You can clearly see a big discrepancy from one side to the other. I mean, when you look on the side of G2, two big names really sticking out, Stompin and Doki, but then you look at the side of Secret, and as you were talking about, Fox, one, look at the opening engagement. Look at all the opening kills going in their favor. They managed to convert every single round that they had the opening kill into a round one. But you just look at the team, the stats, everyone relatively close to one another, and that talks about that team play, being able to engross and encroach upon the sites, those rounds, being able to trickle into their favor. It's a big reason as to why Secret was able to pull through here, not just because of those opening kills, but because of the teamwork and the fundamentals that were being instrumented throughout each and every single round.
There's a reason why we talk about Savage and highlight him as an incredible in-game leader, because he's able to take the talent of everybody in this team and have them all mesh and work together consistently, which is the toughest thing to do when you're at this level of competition. But on the other side, now we'll have to talk about our second map in this series, the opportunity for G2 to bring it back, and a lot rests on the shoulders of Doki, but also specifically King Stompin himself.
Yeah, Stompin's one of those players that needs to be able to continuously perform. He's the only player that's been on the team, and every single round he's successfully keeping his team alive, and that is the biggest successor for G2. Yes, they were doing their best to be able to get those crafty picks, but going into a map like Lair, it's going to be the same playstyle that G2 brings to it, and of course, it doesn't work unless you have that spearhead able to transcend, get those kills, and be able to continuously keep going.
And as much as you don't always want to rely on an individual stepping it up, you always can rely on Stompin to show up. And since his inception, since joining the league as a whole, you can see his placing rank-wise in terms of his performance. EML Stage 1, 7th highest rated player. EWC, 5th highest rated player with a grand final appearance. Keep in mind, that was his first international event, and then it just continues. This kid cannot stay out of the top 10 for whatever reason it is. But again, he's a big factor for G2 to be able to stay alive once we get into this lair, but it comes down to the team dynamic. As we saw in those stats, we saw Blaz going 0-9. Obviously, that doesn't mean he didn't put in a performance. It doesn't mean that he didn't help his team out. That's the whole point of a best of 3, is you can bounce back, have another game, and reset it.
Trying to rely on individual play is a very tough ask on a map like Claire. So, gentlemen, before we head into our game, how do you see this going? Is it going to be a 2-0 for Secret, or we see a map 3 on Cafe?
I think it'll be a 2-0 for Secret. Just in the way that they were playing, their survivability was the biggest factor to take away. They were getting the main opening kills, but then they would stay alive. Even though G2 was running around, they kept it so slow. They were maintaining the pressure. Same playstyle applies to a map like Lair. If they don't let G2 get the jump on them, if you don't let a big player like Stompin shut you down, Secret still has everything they need to be able to close it out.
I'm going to have to give it to G2 here. I mean, it's a best of 3. You're winning the maps that you should be winning. Now they're going to fall back on their territory, the map that they're going to be most comfortable on. And again, like you were talking about, sure, the opening kill's going in their favor, but it's also being able to understand where things are wrong. And what is something that we've seen time and time again throughout this event is their resilience. When their backs are against the wall, when everything is on the line, G2 always manages to come back. And I have no doubt in my mind, finding comfort in Lair, finding comfort in their attacks, finding comfort in their aggression, and being able to tame it, digress it just a little back, I can easily see G2 bringing this to a map 3.
Well, this is it. 2 of the best teams on Lair are about to go head-to-head. Jum v Stompin back at it again. Who can perform? Will it be a 2-0? Our casters will take it away. Please, Fresh, Des, and Ace.
Thank you very much, Milos. Yes, this is another one, guys, where we've got to see if G2 can hold on here. This is a wonderful map for them. In fact, we spoke about this map a couple of days ago, Fresh, and you were saying the only time that we've seen G2 lose this map recently was against Falcons, and they are one of the best Lair teams in the world.
And I got a message. Actually, Leo got a message from Rexon saying Shopify Rebellion had beaten G2 on this map at EWC. But of course, inside of the official Tier 1 circuit, we only had the loss to Falcons. But yeah,
And that was an 8-7 OT.
That aside, G2 hecking love this map. So, you know, I know that Fox was saying, yeah, maybe Secret have got the momentum and playing well, but Secret are a little bit inconsistent on this map, and G2 absolutely love it. And I know Tim is, are you married to the idea that Secret are going to win this map, that we're going to even it up? Are you at the altar? Are you ready?
Yeah, G2 win this.
G2 win 100%. This? Okay, Tim
as long
says,
as at the altar with me, I'm fine with
Tim
that.
says I do.
Yeah, G2. G2, I think, take this.
Oh, he's all embarrassed now. Oh.
I look at this and I think Secret have let Lair through, and you think maybe there's a plan there. You know, they know that G2 will play Lair if they can, but I don't think that's the case. I think it's more there's other places we don't want to play, so we're going to have to play Lair. And they've already lost it against them 80 at the competition. I know they beat BDS on it, but it doesn't scream to me, if you're losing 7-2, it doesn't scream to me that you've just done a load of work on Lair and it's ready to beat G2. Yeah. It doesn't scream that to me.
We're actually in similar places. It's just a touch of, again on the map veto, is why did G2 let Bank through? Well, if they didn't let Bank through, they were going to be playing Border or Clubhouse, which both power bands are both incredible maps for Secret. And it's kind of similar for Secret, is why are we playing live? We're saying G2 are so good on it and Secret are inconsistent on it. Well, it's actually because they banned away the Nighthaven and the Consular. G2 love both of those maps as well. So you can take away the two best ones, but you're still going to get the third best map for the team as their pick, and they're great on all of those maps. So, you know, and I think that's why I think a lot of people do believe that Secret, G2 will take this and we will get ourselves through to a map 3. As we see the bans coming in, Secret, they're going to take away both of the primary shield operators in there, the Montaigne and the Blitz out there away from G2.
On the other side, it's the Clash, so triple shield ban coming through. The Kaid also to follow. The most banned defensive operator against both of these teams on this map. So Colony utterly shocked. Get it? 'Cause it's Kaid, it's banned. Shocked.
Shocked. Electricity. Haha. Funny, funny.
Well done, Des.
Thanks,
Alamau is still going to bring along a shield. He's going to bring that third choice shield. It's going to be Blackbeard. You will not stop him. I mean, they might after round 4, but they may not. We've got Loira. Loira's the one to watch for me here. Going to be on the Deimos. We would expect him to be working underneath. He's going to look to deal with somebody like Mowgli, who's played Mask Wall. He's on the Azami. He'll also be playing around Desk. That real key area that we see. We've seen a good few rounds where Hot and Cold absolutely dominated from that position on the Clash, if you remember. Just playing around that desk, you've got to get the floor opened up, you've got to get them moved. And the Deimos is a great way to do that. Get the track on and get things cleared out. For now, there's a little bit of path clearing going on by Doki, I think. Get in there, make sure there's nobody to interfere with that on the first floor, and then Loira can get in there and join.
Yeah, absolutely. Stompin's out here taking operations room as well. On the Ace, it's become very much a signature operator of his. When he came into G2, we were maybe expecting to see a bit more on the forward-facing roles, but he actually plays quite a passive attack, and he plays it really goddamn well. I know the Desk just did a great segment on him as G2. They continue to clear out the middle floor. They force their way up the green side. They're potentially going to go for the Mask and R6 room side. But as you said, Tim, the Deimos is so important on this map. There is so much soft floor as the Warden is the one that's going to be tracked. Now, can Secret bait out this track to try and find the kill out there onto Loira? Maybe not. Adrian, he does get taken down as that reinforcement's coming off. Loira from below might be able to find two actually, but no, they do get him in the end.
That's such a heartbreaker as well because they got the down and the finish off. That's the important part, the Chanka being gone. But Stompin also falls to Mowgli. Not quite the dream start G2 were looking for, Tim.
That's a really big kill from Mowgli because what that's done is just release all of that rear-sided pressure that Stompin was applying from Ops. They know they don't have to deal with that anymore, so they can now just completely front up towards R6 room. They've got Alamar pushing with the shield. You know, they've got enough to deal with over there. So Mowgli picking up Stompin couldn't have come at a better time.
I just love Doki to take a pause for a second here and use one of those two calls that are still sat in back pocket. We're in the last 60 seconds. We've had them for ages. Now is as good a time as any to bring them out before your team starts dying. But as they hit the button, Alamau goes down. They will not be able to capitalize on what is arguably the best utility in the game.
Doki's creeping up the main stairs here. Will he find a kill onto Mowgli? Mowgli is aware of it, does know it's coming, probably uses the Doki call as the trigger point, and it's a great refrag from June. Alamau has been picked up, he was injured, but Noah will take the round for Team Secret, and I think just coming onto that, it was that kill from Mowgli. Completely isolated the pressure, took Stompin away from the backstab, and then they could front up the G2 attack from there.
Play-by-play fresh, I love it.
A bit of play-by-play fresh.
Doing to me, man.
What I love is, like, I finished talking, you pointed at Fresh, he looked at me, I pointed back at Fresh, and he was like, oh.
Well, we give him a taste of it there early on, round
I
one.
was just letting it breathe, and we were letting it breathe a little bit too much.
Oh, you know me, I'll happily sit here in silence for 30 seconds if I have to, just to force someone else to speak. It's no bother by me.
It's fine, I'm not speaking the whole of the next round now. Good luck.
As you say, Mowgli with a real critical moment there. Sometimes it's those individual kills that can turn an entire round, but what it did for Secret, and what the thing is, it's not just what it did for them, it's the fact that Secret recognised it, and it's something that I commented on Bank. I'm going to use the same two words again. They adapted, they were flexible, they recognised that that pressure had been released, we just need to face up to where the problem is coming from, and they dealt with it beautifully. Even though they had a Blackbeard fronting them up, even though they had a Dockerby working from underneath, it didn't phase them, and they then just cut down G2 one at once, taking those engagements in advantageous situations for themselves. They weren't going one-on-one, they weren't giving them opportunities, they were putting G2 in lose-lose spots time and time again.
And I think with hindsight, of course it's 2020, but with hindsight, I think if G2 had that round as a do-over, as soon as they managed to get the injure onto Adrian, who was trying to reinforce the wall of sight and wasn't able to, that should have been the trigger point for everybody to go. For Stompin, for Alamau on the Blackbeard to get themselves into sight to then overwhelm, because strategically they've managed to keep a sight wall open from Adrian, reinforcing it, and get the injure. That little bit of hesitation allowed Secret to just get those kills, refine themselves, recompose, and then see the defense out.
It's not even like G2 are completely out of sync, but they're just more out of sync than Secret are, I think is the main concern. That's what we saw back on Bank, and just to come back to what we spoke about a bit on Bank, that was the 12th round in a row now where the entry kill has led to the round win for that team, and in round 13, Adrian's getting the entry for free through the floor.
I don't think he knew he was there. I think he was just making the vertical hold.
Hello.
Yeah, near sight, being ready for it, and I think he's got completely lucky that there was just an Ash below his shotgun hole and taking him down. Big bandit trick there from Mowgli as well on the sight wall.
Yeah, really big moment. Honestly, I think G2 might lose this to themselves at this rate. There's big mistakes that are coming in. They shouldn't be getting bandit tricked on a wall. You know, yeah, you can't always legislate for someone just shooting through the floor and getting it. Like, you know, if that's been unplanned, it happens. You just got to move on. Nitro comes out. Doki manages to pick up June. Really important now that G2 start to find their feet here. They've got to get established and get some kills before this starts to become a mental issue, before it starts to get them rattled as a team. This is their map. Going 2 down to kick things off would be a nightmare start, Des.
But this is where they start taking a bit of a risk here, a bit of a gamble. They've got the Sen's utility. We see every team bringing Sen to this site and trying to plant in this back corner once you've got the light screens down. They do not want top floor control, but the number of times we've seen that bite teams is absolutely ridiculous. There's 2 C4s in back pocket to work with. There's impacts to destroy the light screen. So I think here, G2, forget about the plant. Look for the kills, if you cannot say.
Savage is working on a little flank upstairs. He's going to join Adrian and Noah. This might give G2 the opportunity to put the diffuser down, because they've now got site control. Secret have put all their eggs in one basket here. This is all down to holding on from above.
Playing the bait here with the gadgetry as well. You've seen that first impact come out to get rid of one light screen, but Doki didn't roll them all through knowing that this will come out. Here we go with a nice shallow plant, expecting a C4 to come out potentially, but again, it's a little bit of a bait. Doki just playing this really patiently because he's still got 40 seconds to play with here. That is tons of time. They've got the vertical. They've also been smoked out by the Capitao. Great placement by Laura. That's going to let G2 in. Plant now going down from Doki is Stompin, taken down by Savage, a 3v3, but the diffuser sticks, and now Secret have got to fight their way back in, Tim.
Doki, he's just going to look at maybe challenging onto those green stairs. Lyra stays. Got Blaz on the rappel. G2 have got everything they need, but Secret are finding kills. This could be problematic. 1v2. It's all up to Doki, and he's low health. He's taken down. It's going to be Secret on the post plant. They took a risk with sending everybody upstairs. The diffuser did go down, but Secret were confident for the right reason, because they had the answers to that particular test, and they went in and they got an A. It's 2-0 Secret.
I actually think the difference between Secret, the difference between G2 right now is the tiny little bit in sync that Secret are, the tiny little bit more in sync that they are, and it shows in a post-plant scenario that it's equal footing. Plants down, G2 should have the advantage. They just need to waste enough time, and they're not able to do it because Secret, in the moment, in those nanoseconds, are able to find the right calls at the right time together, and that is the key difference right now. And just very quickly, I think Bunk's briefing is becoming my favorite site in all of Rainbow Six. It is so fun to watch because you've got decisions. How much are the defenders going to stay on the top floor? How much are the attackers actually going to try and take the top floor? Are they going to try and do direct? Are they going to use the sense roll? Are they going to use Ying? There's so so many things. How are they going to push it? How are they going to hold it? I genuinely think it's one of the most dynamic sites in this game. It's so much fun to watch that site particularly.
And that's even with us obviously not in that attacking that particular round, seeing the double wall being opened up either. That's another factor to consider. The verticals, the plants behind columns, the various things that you see. I'm kind of with you, actually. Never thought about it that way, but it is actually a very fun site.
It's really good. I actually wonder at some point, will we ever see sense bans? Because the meta is very much coming. Be the sense, roll it into bunks, and find there's 4 or 5 different plant spots that you can go for, and you play in the cat and mouse. Is there impact? Is there utility on site? We've seen Maestro cams tucked up by the bunks beds and everything like that. But there's so much teams do, because it's all about, can you get the plant down in that tiny little triangle bit of bunks? I love the site.
It's probably also the only site that we tend to see in the game, Tim, where attackers do ignore the floor above. Like, more often than not, we will see teams completely ignore top floors and get hard punished. It feels like one of the only sites you can ignore it and get away with it.
Sometimes.
I love it.
Sometimes.
Sometimes. G2 didn't get away with it, but that wasn't the reason they didn't get away with it.
They got the plant down.
They got the plant down, but it wasn't, it wasn't the reason. Look, G2 are in big trouble here. Secret coming in, I said, historically, their defensive win rate on there is not good. It's 37%, so they're only on average winning 2 rounds in every defensive half that they play on there. They've got those 2 already. They've got another 4 to go. They are going to be better on the second half of this when they move on to the attack, we would expect, given their statistical history. But G2 right now, I feel like they're having one of those G2 wobbles where there's just no settling them down at the minute. I think they're in their own heads a little bit. I said it in the round before. I think they're beating themselves, and that seems to be continuing.
See if they can turn fortunes around here in round 3. But now the focus, of course, on the vertical. Secret, everybody on the downstairs, just waiting to see what comes next. Waiting to challenge onto stairways. That's why you've got Savage sat there with the shotgun at the ready on blue. Yep. To start that move across this first floor. Halfway into that round here, eyes are naturally going to fall on towards Alamar with those charges now being placed down. Yep. Moving a lot of that utility on the downstairs, displacing players, for example. Of course, won't win in the round, but will make things a little bit easier as we go through.
And the whole idea really behind this attack, because you see in the Aurora, because you see in the Fuse Broom bot, is you want to close off the support door, you want to close off all of those doors, and then essentially execute through filtration, which means a fight's coming at some point with Savage. It's just when G2 get there. The fact they've already got the entry pick, the fact that they actually pause to go and get that kill at the start is really, really good for them. However, Adrian does find one back onto Loira.
So again, that case of just pushing in a bit too soon there. A small misstep forward from Loira as the rest of his team wasn't quite ready to hit go just yet. Means he's gone down, but G2 still had the 4v3. Now into a 4 versus 1 as Blaz and Doki double up. Adrian got it all to do, an ace or bust at this point to be able to get the round over the line for his team. Right sort of idea. Alamar down to half HP, but there's not a whole lot he can do once they knew where he was. It was a matter of time. G2 finally on the board.
Yeah, better from G2 there, just a little bit more patient, I think. Like you said, Loira maybe got slightly ahead of things, but he wasn't really getting aggressive. I think he was just unlucky that Adrian looked at the door at that point in time. He'd gone down, he'd got the entry, he was kind of just checking out into sight, he'd used his utility. Really not the end of the world, but otherwise G2 really patient, worked across that top floor, used all that verticality that they gained, pushed the defenders around, moved them out of position, but were ready to strike when they did as well. It was much better from them.
And that was nice. You said G2 were losing to themselves. I think maybe they definitely did round 2, maybe even round 1 as well. But for round 3, they, like you say, they managed to identify a free kill that probably wasn't part of their initial strategy. They went and got that free kill. Then they changed their strategy based on what they saw, and they found a little bit of a slower pacing. And for all I've said, that these teams are great at forcing the attacks fast. They're great at doing that pre-set up, those execute heavy strats. They're also great at just dialing it back when they need to, just to recompose themselves. And that felt like a recomposed round for G2.
Back up to that top floor then, as we go into our second quarter. Somewhat surprised, admittedly, to not see the mirror taken away. It's the Bandit and the Kai pairing here, as we spoke about before. We spoke about the Kai at the very, very start. As we've seen very repeatedly, Secret love running the mirror. It was banned away from them back on bank. Not running it in this round, interestingly, but have done a number of times already so far. This is one of them where I think, again, as we've already said, you'll see a push probably coming in towards upside. Look to get control of Mez, start to open up in towards default, unless G2 want to try and take the high ground, the highway instead up towards the top side and work their way through. But they've got to find a way to break open this exit of Secret. So far, it has not looked easy in this round, seeing things like the smoke, the Chanker on side. It's not about to get any easier.
I'd like to see the play from beneath a little bit different this time. If you remember in round 1, Loira went in underneath with the Deimos and he was looking for the challengers onto people, as you would do with the Deimos, but he lost his life. Savage managed to find the angle down onto him and he got taken out. This time he's on the book. I think go in and just shred the floor. Just take away those power positions. Let your teammates worry about getting the kills. Once you've got all that work done, then move back underneath and start looking for the kills. But make sure that that utility is being used. Make sure you're creating that space, particularly around Mowgli, who's wanting to play on mask wall and in behind desk. Make sure that area is cleared out. Last time it wasn't, and what happened from there? Mowgli was able to get the kill onto Stompin that really accelerated Secret through the round. So let's have a little bit more disruption of these defenders.
Got himself with the mute button.
I actually think that G2 are changing up their attack here as well. Obviously, we've seen them go for the external walls of the mask room. We've seen them clear out now operations room. Alamau is inside of there, and they've got the book. So the key thing here, realistically, is can they get mezzanine control? As we see Mowgli about to be droned here by Alamau. Can they get mezzanine control? If they can, then they need to might open the wall onto Mask. And Mowgli is the key operator. The Izami is the key operator that they're going to want to clear if they want to get the plant inside of Mask.
The cross? They're assuming someone's at the bottom of Rocket, but no one's there right now. Blaz dancing around, hoping to find one. He gets rid of Savage, who didn't quite pull the trigger in time there. Entry going the way of G2. We still follow that trend of every entry being what leads to a round win. What's up, Tim?
I'm just watching Loira underneath on the book, and we've said Mowgli's in such a key position. They've got a book who's not going and opening the floor beneath him. As it is, Loira has now got moving in that direction. Stompin starts to open the wall in Ops Corridor. Mowgli is in a lose-lose situation here. He should get cut down and does. Really good from G2. They've woken up. Doki with a triple kill. They have massaged Sight beautifully throughout that round. And that is what I said I wanted to see. Disruption of the defenders. I always say it, defenders will set out in their primary spot, their number one power position. Where do they want to play? Don't allow them to play there. Get them moving, get them shifted, and cause a little bit of discomfort for them. G2 did a much better job.
We've seen, what, 12, 16 rounds so far inside of this best of 3, and I think genuinely, 15? 15? Sorry, 15.
7-4.
I can't do maths.
Don't tell me that.
Don't tell you that. I'm not going to tell you that. I can't do maths. I don't know how to add up. But 15 rounds, and I think genuinely the point was, I think defenders have maybe dominated 2 of them. Attack is really dominating this game so far. Yeah. Realistically, G2 strategically have won 3 out of the 4 rounds. And the 1 round that they didn't win was honestly a big cluster that all happened within a few seconds. So it could have gone either way. So actually, G2 are not in too bad a spot. They did well to reset themselves. They did well to reset themselves at 2-0 down without a timeout being taken as well.
I think the problem they do have, based on what you say, you know, and what we've seen, Secret looked phenomenal on the attack of Bank. And I think that will continue when they get onto the attack here on Lair. Both teams have had spells where they've looked absolutely fantastic in this game. So for me, G2 need this as a 4-2. They need to now get their 4 rounds in a row. They need another 2 here to get 4-2 for the half. So they give themselves that little bit of a cushion. It wasn't enough on Bank, but given that Lair is their map, I would hope it would be, to be able to survive that Secret onslaught that we're expecting in the second half.
So we're going back to Bunks and Briefing now. Crucially, Doki is no longer playing on the sense. That means you 2 are going to have to maybe go away from the cat and mouse game of trying to get the plant down. What this speaks to me, the fact that Blaz is on the Blackbeard, the fact they've got the Dokkaebi and the Lion, is they're going to try and bait the plant whilst all pushing and clearing top floor at the same time. So instead of playing for the plant, which is what they played for in round 2, this time they're going to play to kill all of the Secret players up top and then manage the situation out there, ideally in a man advantage.
For that first phone call coming out, which I'm always glad to see, because as we remarked last time around, it was down to a 3 versus 5 and 60 seconds on the clock before we saw the first phone call come out from, it was Doki at the time that was playing on the Dokkaebi back then. I'm glad that one has been used sooner, but the problem is no real ground has been gained. And this is what we speak about for a lot of teams that run a lot of Dokkaebi. You'll see the call coming through, and that is when the teams start to move on forward. With that information, able to push players and overwhelm. If nothing else, you're gaining a bit more ground, but we've not seen a lot of that from G2 to start things off.
So you can see Alamau here, they're in mask, they're going to push this side as Blaz pushes through the display window. The whole round is linchpin on whether this top floor clear works or not for G2.
Stompin's looking to get aggressive now. We see the Selma charge going off. He knows there's a challenge coming any second. Does he open the wall to his left, or does he continue to push forward? He's just going to take the peak, accept the cover for the time being.
Who
It's
else is
helping him
pushing?
as much as them. There goes the second wall. Things are going to get spicy, Des.
They've got to go at the same time, though. It's been our main criticism throughout. It's been just slightly out of sync, and I was worried there that Stompin was trying to bite off too much. But Loira gets one, and that is the go trigger. Blast steps on 4. Great nade. In the backline of 2 players here. That surely is G2's trigger to go. One more player to pinch onto, and Loira's there waiting. A 3K in the round. We asked him to wake up, and he's woken up with a roar, as have all of G2. This is looking like a 3-2 guaranteed here as Doom has got it all to do. One of them being a shield. It's a bit too much to ask, I'm afraid. G2 make it 3 in a row.
Again, a lot about disruption there. What do we see? Blaz on the Blackbeard just running through top floor, and every time a defender reacts to that shield in front of them, bang, they're dead from somebody else. It's not even Blaz getting the kills. He's just flushing them into the others. Great stuff.
That timeout coming in. Let's listen into Secret and see what they've got to say.
How to mentally reset and breathe, okay? Because I need you guys to be paying attention to the communications. The plans are being set over there, but you guys are not reacting to what is being asked for. And this is one of the positions that we need to be playing for. The thing is, they're going basement right now. Either they'll do this top take again, and we need to be able to just set up these crossfires better into the basement, because we knew where they were coming from, and we knew what they were trying to do, but they were just trying to play aggressive solo. We cannot do that. And also, if they try to do the rush, which I think they might do because it's the last round, we need to be prepared for that as well. Right now, I think you guys just cheese onto that so they cannot just walking around into sight, you know, Fenrir, Capcan, anything that make their life harder over there. And if it is needed, we just go and try to play onto the flanks. They are not picking up information as well.
Let's go top again and do the same win condition we did first.
Freshie?
Yes?
Your thoughts?
I really like Twister as a coach. I really like Twister as a coach that he was going both for the emotional. You know, the first 10 seconds of that timeout was very much about stop, take a breather, emotionally reset, guys. And I think it's very, very telling that he's taking a timeout ahead of round 6. It shows how important he thinks defenses are gonna be. If Secret can manage to get an even split, he probably trusts his team to get over the line, and therefore he's felt the need that he needs to take a timeout to do a mental reset, because G2 have won those 3 in a row, but also to do a tactical one to talk about how G2 are going to play. As he said, if we go down to the basement, they'll do a stock take or expect a rush. As it is, I actually think Savage directly just overruled him and said we're going top. So a little bit of a desync there from the IGL of Secret and the coach of Secret, because Twister was offering a solution for the basement site, and they've gone up to the top floor. But I think it was a good timeout overall. I think it was probably needed, because you let G2 get on a 4-2 half, the momentum really does swing.
Give me a 1 to 10 rating.
What, the timeout?
Yeah.
I think that was good. I think I'd say a solid 8. The other, well, maybe not. No, I'm going 6. It would have been a solid 8 had they gone down to the basement, but the fact they've ignored the last 20 seconds of what he was talking about brings it down a couple points.
All right, well, there's that entry from Doki onto Savage to start things off. Oh, dear.
Savage FE.
Savage. I don't know how you try and say that, to be fair. It's a good thing it's not an actual word.
I think he just fat-fingered the IGL, please. I hope Savage IGL's a masterclass now and moves his pawns around the chessboard to win the round.
That's what he can do now that he's dead.
Yeah,
that's the blessing.
Get on the canvas, Savage, not a problem.
It's not really working out fantastically for Secret at the beginning of round 6. Not only is Savage dead, Mowgli did also waste the Kiba barricade in the setup as well. So Utility has just caught the wrong area of the desk, I think, and was facing the wrong way for him. He had to break it down, put another one up. And I know it's a little thing. I'm not picking it up as like a big criticism of Mowgli, but it is these little things that maybe another angle isn't covered later in the round. Maybe it's easier for G2 to clear out that Utility. It's all things that feel like they're slowly stacking up against Secret on their final defense here. There goes Adrian, there goes Mowgli. Doki's on a triple, he's absolutely flying. Doom is going to clip his wings and shut him down. Noah manages to find the knife onto Blaz, and G2 have just had the stoppers put on, but Loira, he continues charging 3v1.
No, it's got it all to do, and it is a lot to get done with half a round still to play. Stomping, Diffuser's going down, they know where it's going down, but don't know the angle's being held. Loira with another brilliant round there. However, guys, this has played out almost identically to what we saw on Bank. Are we nervous about Secret on the attack in the second half?
Maybe.
It isn't Bank, granted.
I will say it isn't Bank. It isn't the map that they love to play. We said that they aren't particularly hot on their defenses. I still think Secret are a top attacking team, but I also think G2 are a top attacking team. Yeah, I'm looking at Tim Grimison at stats here.
The attack win rate for it'd help if I looked at the right map.
Yeah. I was going to say it's still good.
Still good though. 53% for Secret on layer.
You'd expect Secret to still put in good attacks, but G2 have got themselves back from what was looking like a pretty precarious situation. And just to talk about that round 6 really, really quickly. the first time G2 had attacked out on the top floor, they went for the R6 room, they went, you know, below, up the green stairs, all that good stuff, and they failed. Then they kept it simple. They went for the operations side and went for the plant. They succeeded. And Twister actually correctly identified. He didn't identify there would be a rush. He identified a rush. G2 increased their pace. The third time they attacked that, they still went for the operations side, but they did it a lot faster than Secret expected. Caught them off guard, and that's what's got them to a 4-2 point. Do I think Secret can come back? Of course. They're a top attacking team. Attacking is dominating inside of this best of 3, but it will be hard because G2 absolutely love this map.
I'll say what I said again as we were tracking that stat throughout for those who like following along. That is the 17th round in a row where the entry kill has been converted into the win. Not once has the team that has lost the entry gone on to take a round. So if you want to keep following that trend, it's an early indicator of how things have been going. Interestingly, though, going to start things off on the second floor here rather than up on the top floor, Tim.
I think that stat, just to follow on from that, it's another descriptor of how good these two teams are. When they smell blood in the water, it is over. They get the entry onto you, they are not letting go. They will keep going and going and going until the job's done. They will seize any small weakness, and that's both of these teams that are doing that. And
I think back to early on this tournament, you and I would say the number of times that we had a 5v3 that would be lost, we were like, guys, like at this level, you're one of the best teams in the world. You cannot give away man advantage situations so frequently. In this game, neither are doing it, and that is why they're two of the best in the world.
It's, obviously, we're in the upper bracket of a major. We expect to have good teams, but these two teams are so evenly matched. It's setting us up for such a good round. So we're starting out on Bunks Briefing. We've got a sense again. Noah's going to be playing it. Joom holding the angle onto the window. Doki was about to stick his head in it, but he does manage to get away. Impact trick onto the bridge. We'll only get a couple of Hibana pellets, but I think it's done enough of a job. It's a really messy breach, is that one now. I think Agent's just sent a couple more onto it.
The mirror window doesn't really help in that sense. It does make it a little bit wonky as a breach overall, granted, but there's the entry, guys. We call it a day.
Yeah.
Can G2 finally overturn this stat? They've lost Loira, they've lost the mirror, and they've lost the Nitro with it. They've got 2 left on the board, though. Not a massive problem there. 3 players from G2 up above, so we continue this discussion, this back and forth on this side. Do you need to clear top floor? Do you get away without clearing top floor? As it stands, Secret, they want those kills.
So with man advantage, this is where Secret have got themselves into a great position now. With man advantage, you can look to go direct. You can look to just poke and prod with the sense, throw some smokes in, try and just get the plant down, but you have the ability and you have essentially the luxury of being able to walk people top floor at exactly the same time because you've got the man advantage. It looks like that will be Mowgli. No, it doesn't, because he's just been taken out. And also, I think it was going to be Joom as well. Oops. But Secret might need to reassess now. That's a big kill coming out there from G2.
Enough to swing it back over, though. Time will yet be proven. Smoke's coming out from, well, quite literally both sides. More fire from Savage, but smoke's coming out from Alamau. So that reinforce goes up in good time. Still need to try and push through this top floor, though, because there are 3 G2 players up here looking to keep Secret at bay, but they're smelling blood in the water, Tim. And hello, there's always a player in this room, but he's giving it away for free, Alamau! A 2 with a shotgun in the round itself. That should be enough to hold things away. Joom, with it all to do, has got a double, but it's an ace to win the round.
I think we may be starting to see a little bit there from Secret of, Outlet isn't their favourite map. Yeah. It's, it's not the most polished that we will ever see them on. Just giving themselves away a little bit to Alamau there. Nice double from him on the shotgun, keeping that angle tight. I often talk about the way that playing those shotguns is a skill in itself, and making sure you're in the right kinds of engagements, and those were absolutely perfect for him. As it is, Joom on the top floor, trying to get something going in the 1v3. Got a little bit of a cat and mouse game going on with Stompin underneath him. Shots will continue to rain through, but I think this round is almost certainly done. Secret will fail their first attack, and G2 will go 5-2 up.
His third shotgun kill of the round, 2 of them to someone's back as well. Like you say, a bit of a messy one from Secret. The worry I now somewhat have, though, we've had that tack time out already. Yeah. If this keeps on malfunctioning, shall we say, in the second half, there's no way that Twister can step in and get things back on track.
Secret did a little bit too much there. And I think, yeah, like you say, Tim, that's probably the difference as to why they like Lair or not. I think G2 in that situation, where they've got a man advantage, they've got the sense, they play that with the conviction. They know exactly what the win condition is there. And I think Secret, and whether that's Savage, whether it's the team, incorrectly identified that they needed to go and clear the top floor. They didn't. realistically, there was 3 G2 players up on the top floor. They can start baiting out that site execute, and then they can throw numbers at the top floor at the same time. But you can't just throw numbers at the top floor if there's no site pressure, because the top floor players are going to be ready and shoot you in the back, which is exactly what Alamau did. So yeah, it was the first round as well that's booked the trend.
God bless.
Of the entry kill going to the team, and then they lost the round.
Only took 18 rounds to get there.
Only.
And we spoke about the site choice. G2 go into what we would normally consider the third choice site. Yeah. Look at the position that puts them in now. It's like, yeah, it's a little bit of a roll of the dice, but by getting that done, you're now going up to top floor, where you're almost certainly going to win. You go on to match point. You then have the basement to follow. Secret know they've got a mountain to climb.
One of the big things to come back to, something that you and I was saying to Fresh earlier in the green room, like the whole Kermit meme where he's like hands up to his face, like looking all worried. That's how I feel about G2. And in previous days, my reason for that I've said is they rely on these big hero plays, individuals getting 3Ks and 4Ks in a round to see them over. Back on Bank, Secret did not give G2 that time to do it. A player might get a kill, but there were 2 or 3 others there to make sure they at least guaranteed a trade, and more often than not, just bowled over that single player. Across the last 4 rounds, G2 have had a 3K in every single round. Doki in the first, Loira in the next, with Alamau in the previous. Secret are giving individuals moments to shine on the G2 side, and give them a couple of seconds, they'll roll over you. That is why G2 have looked so good in my eyes.
For the time being, Secret are going to be working their way towards Ops. Mowgli is going to get himself inside of there. We can see the Ultimas is open as well. Selma Charge will detonate and just open up the whole thing. So that's going to be G2 pushed back from that position. Stompen, quite rightly on the ward, and moved himself back in towards Bathroom Corridor. So it's all going to be all up to Loira on the Azami, who's currently playing Desk, to be watching that area as the droning continues for Secret around that backside. There isn't any physical presence just yet inside of the map, but Savage is moving quickly to get himself over there. Going to be a kill coming in.
Tim lost.
Tim broke first.
It's only a major upper bracket quarterfinal, guys. No worries.
Working with 2 babies. Adrian manages to pick up the kill onto Baz, but there is an answer there. Stompen manages to find the trade. We can see smoke canisters going off, and right now G2 are digging in their heels and trying to hold back a bit of an onslaught from Secret, but Secret are finding a way. They're finding a bit of space. Noah and Mowgli, they work in the mez, but Loira is here. He gets 1, he gets 2, and that's why this is such a key position.
What were we talking about? You give these players on G2 a couple of seconds and they can roll you over. Loira almost getting a 3rd, but the questions will come. Where was the swing from Noah to stop Loira getting that kill on towards the breach? These small pockets of time that Secret are affording them is what's letting them fight their way back in. At least Noah's got a small bit of recovery going on, but there's still a whole lot around to play in this last 20 seconds or so. Alamau trying to go for the sidestep, but Noah's one better. It's down to a 1 versus 1. Doki, both of them down to a slither of HP. A single bullet's going to be enough, but Noah, he's the one who's got to go aggressive. He's the one on the attack. Doki, still as a gargoyle, waiting for him to step somewhere. But for now, Noah creeping round the side. Who wins out the 1v1? Of course, it's Doki. G2, 5th round in a row.
Doki giving him absolutely nothing in the 1v1 there. I like that he moved early. He recognised the situation, got himself into a spot he was happy to fight from, and planted his feet. That was it. Didn't want to give any sound cues, any audio, didn't want to breathe, didn't want to give Joom a single thing to go on, and it worked beautifully. At that point, Joom's the one who has to hunt. He's the one against the clock, so Doki sits and listens, waits for the footsteps, and hits a beautiful pre-fire. Well played, Doki, in the 1v1. Not a bad attempt from Secret, but G2 still having the answers.
That round was an absolute calamity, to be fair. It started off with the casters not talking to each other for 45 seconds of it, and it continued when Team Secret did not respect the Kiba barriers inside the site. We saw G2 deal with it so well. Team Secret did not. It really cost them. The calamity was then furthered when Alamau decided to get a little bit too overzealous and swing out of the breach. Very finally, Doki, of all people, was the one with the composure, with the maturity to just get the job done and get the round done for his team. I think if G2 lost that, they really would have been kicking themselves, being honest.
I love Doki's reactions after every round. So full of passion, every single time. G2 up now 6-2, and admittedly, I'm looking at the lineup on our other screen about what we've got G2 bringing along here, and it feels like there's a little bit of fun underway, Tim. Looking towards the Cat, looking in towards the Vigil, the Skopos. Yeah, that's quick match. It looked a bit mental. The boys are having a bit of fun now. They're 4 ahead. This one's about building confidence for map 3. Cafe is going to be unbelievable.
I love
these two.
lineups like this. Simply splendid. Boss G, Capcan, this is what I'm here for.
Takes you back to the good old days.
Good old days.
Well, the thing is, it sends a bit of a message, doesn't it? It's, you know, it's about the...
It's mental warfare. If you beat them playing ranked, playing quick match, yeah.
That's exactly it. But it's not even about winning the round. It's the confidence to say, we're 4 up, we're going to do it, boys. Like, yeah, you know, this is how much on top of you we are. You know, Doki said in his interview yesterday, we're going to get it. And Secret have got it on layer. You know, yeah, they gave it on bank, but this is G2 saying, you know, there's 2 sides in this fight.
Makes this series even harder to call which way it goes. Savage is down. There's someone playing so aggressively outside the map as well. Absolutely brilliant stuff. June getting at least one back elsewhere as that Dokkaebi call rings on through. But he's been super shorted to the face, Tim. He's got him down, and G2, despite playing quick match, into a 4 versus 2. Yeah. I think we see which way this is now going.
Blaz has just made Noah look like an absolute mug there. It's all up to Adrian in the 1 versus 4.
He's going to see if he can find anything just as a consolation kill, if nothing else. One thing he does have on his side, if we want to be optimistic here, we'll try. He's got time.
I'm not here for this toxic positivity today.
I subscribe to the School of Asian, and I don't think he can do it.
He's got 1:30 left on the clock. 1v4 becomes 1v3, but Alamai pops around the corner, closes it out, and G2, they are going to take lair as expected. Both teams hold on to their own map picks. Both teams have shown us stages of fantastic siege throughout this game so far, and we're getting what everybody wanted, map 3.
We were all uncertain which way this game would go, but now it's even harder to call because you've seen brilliance from both teams, as you say, Tim. I can't tell you which way it's going to go. Maybe our desk cam will go to a break when we come back. They'll break down lair for you before we get into Cafe. See you in a few.
My friends, those dogs do be barking as we're going into map 3. But first, let's talk about this explosive lair between Secret and G2. At some point, 2-2 up here, and then still, G2 bring it back.
Yes, and this is what I was talking about. This is why you can't count them out. It doesn't matter if the momentum wasn't in their favor. It was their map, it was their pick, and we would see the momentum shift, especially going into round 4, or round 5 rather, where we would see the aggressive nature of G2 really shine and really come through and eat apart the round after round. And then you go fast forward that into round 6 after a timeout yet again. Just Doki, the man right next to me, man of the hour, leading the charge, leading the front, opening up a lot of the round and the site in particular. And yet again, we will see it time and time again. G2 just taking the momentum back, turning it into their favor, and showing why G2's aggressive nature thrives in chaos.
And it's their mobility. I mean, we saw it in round 8 as well. They are constantly getting shifty, retaking position, moving, specifically holding down this desk position. Laura constantly doing his best to fight. Once he goes down, we instantly see G2 get an understanding of where Secret's going to be. They retake the position after Laura loses it, but Laura does so much damage, wastes so much time, and that's how important G2 plays. And you can see immediately the movement. Doki retakes the position, puts it into a 1v1 where both players on such low HP. Doki just needs to play his position, and he's been playing exceptionally well all throughout this best-of-3 series.
He absolutely has. I mean, how much more exceptionally well can you play when you're at 100% cost? That means you have literally been doing everything right inside the server and making your team that much closer, pushing you to a final map to get it all said and done.
Yeah.
And the thing is, Doki has been performing excellently well. The man on your screen has been doing really well this entire series. First 2 maps out of the 3, 25-12. That is insane.
I mean, not just his performance. I mean, you really have to look at what he's doing inside the round. He's playing those disruptive classes, whether it's on, the operators, whether it's Lion, whether it's the Dokkaebi, whether it's the Deimos, just constantly forcing the players out of Secret to be uncomfortable, move out of position, have to play into crossfires. Doki, time and time again, is just doing such a good job at being that disruptive player and nature that he brings.
And that's Doki performing throughout the series, but there's someone else also that shined in our last matchup, and that is Loira Fox.
Yeah, Loira is a player that we highlighted at the start of the series that we saw him pop off against Weibo. He hasn't had the best tournament so far, but coming into this best of 3, especially in map 2, that's where we saw him come alive. And it's not just a one-player game. I mean, after map 1, we were saying, who's going to save G2? It couldn't be Stompin. Now we're seeing Doki keep up the consistency. We're seeing Loira tag along, and the rest of the team all needs to come alive going into the final map, because that's where teams are able to separate the good teams from the great teams, is when everybody on the roster is able to play together and find success.
Team effort is what's needed for both of these squads on Cafe, a map that notoriously can swing the way of defenders, but look at Lair and how flipped on its head it was. Gents, we're all ready for Cafe Dostoyevsky. It's G2, it's Team Secret, all yours. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Milos. Yes, final map to decide things between these two EML Titans, guys. Which way we got it going? Because I can't decide anymore.
Ooh. I said off broadcast I think Secret might take it. But
even the public can't decide. Normally that's like 90%.
What I will say is that overtime wouldn't surprise me. I think it's going to be very close.
Feels like it deserves it in a way.
I'd love it. Get us to round 15. Let's have it down to one round.
One round to decide it all?
I am very curious to know how attacking goes on this map. Historically, Cafe's been very defender-sided, but at this tournament, it's actually been our third most attacker-leaning map. Now, that might speak because of the smaller sample size of the teams that played in that game, but overall, between these two, I wouldn't expect attack to be as strong as it has been on our prior 2 maps, so it's anyone's guess which way it goes.
Do you want, when did G2 pick up Stompin?
Before stage 1?
Yeah, before stage 1. Before reload? Stompin at reload?
Don't think he was. No.
Was he not?
Pretty sure he wasn't.
Okay.
I can go and check if you like.
I don't know. Everything's a little bit blurry for me. But what I will say is,
your glasses on, then?
Including reload, G2 have a 73.3% attack win rate on this map. They absolutely love attacking this map. I think it's a real strength of theirs. I think it's a real strength of both teams, if I'm in fairness.
He joined after reload.
He joined after reload, okay. Yeah, it was Uno at reload. Yeah, okay, fine. Yeah, makes sense. It's really clear now that you've said it, but yeah. But 73% attack win rate, very, very strong. And I think that's a real strength for G2, is being able to attack every single map, no matter if they're defender-sided or not. Just for context, Secret also a good attacking team onto this map, but it's down there only at 48%. So, I agree with your assessment, Des. I agree that this might not potentially be the most defender-leaning Cafe. Normally when we're going into a Cafe, especially in a best-of-1 capacity, we're saying the team that starts defense usually has the advantage. With how this best of 3 has played out so far, I'm not necessarily sure that that assessment is true. It will be G2 starting out on the attack.
Was it the Dokkaebi ban coming out from Secret? I spoke about it earlier on, but Dokkaebi has been G2's most picked operator through this tournament so far by quite a country mile, to be fair. And I think taking it away from them, given we've seen their use case of it across the last couple of maps, although it might feel for some to be a wasted ban, given there are other, shield operators being the #1 that you want to ban away, it could be a really good way to somewhat hamstring them and slow them down on the attack.
Never a wasted ban on Dokkaebi. Most powerful operator in the game by far. People just don't realize it.
Best utility in the game.
Best free speed. You've got the calls. It gets people off cameras. It reduces information. It gives out the sound cue. You get a kill with it. You can then take the phones away. You can get the information that the defenders have as the attackers. So powerful. And a free speed and a DMR to boot. Honestly, insane the amount of buffs.
The SMGs,
and the SMG as well, yeah. After all that, I forgot about the SMG, yep. Yeah.
It's a long list of reasons to pick her, so I'm not too surprised.
Doesn't matter whether G2 are good or not, just ban her all the time. That's what I would do if I was a pro. That's why I'm not a pro, but yeah.
Loira and June came a little bit closer than they might have realised to coming together there at the beginning of the round. They were one on upper white stairs, one on lower white stairs. I think Loira just having a little look, a little tease, a taste to see what was going, but there was nothing available. So G2 will take a step back from any sort of speed and aggression and instead get onto the drones, get onto the standard approach. 2 on east side, Doki over on the west side. You've got Alamar on white corridor window stomping up on the roof. So a complete surround at the the minute, but Alamo has gone in and got himself an opener. Blaz manages to back him up, and it's falling apart quickly. I was gonna say Secret have taken the top floor site against a great attacking G2 team. Could be a bad omen, and it was for Secret. Stop going to top floor, everybody, please.
We did have this chat the other day, Fresh.
I know his opinion on it.
listen to
I play enough ranked with him to know he hates the top floor.
Nobody will listen to it.
But the thing is, the data backs him up. It is still the lowest defender win side site on the entire map.
And G2 have a 73% win rate on attack. Like, come on.
Do you know what I absolutely love? I absolutely love Alamo's entrance into site there.
Yeah,
he repels in the white window. He gets the kill. But that's not actually what I love. What I love was the conviction that he knew that Blaz had the cover onto the player, onto white stairs, onto Doom. Is that a couple of shots came out from Doom. He was not even bothered that the shots were coming out. He wasn't. He was running into Piano. So even though there's somebody behind him and he knows about him, he trusted that Blaz would have that kill. Blaz got that kill perfectly. You're going to see it here. Look at the shots come out. Ignores them completely. Goes to play against the Clash. That is the teamwork that G2 just operated with on their attacks. It was absolutely excellent.
Drop the bomb diffuser.
And Doki saying it's over after round one.
I was going to say, Doki there, the MVP for the number of assists that he got there, for the mental damage inflicted on the other side.
I'm sure that won't come back around and bite him if they lose this.
I have asked teams previously about this. How do you deal when teams just talk crap like Doki does all the time? They say, you just mute chat. You just mute him.
Not even reading it.
It's the best. Just let him bark into the wind. It's completely fine.
It's really interesting because some teams will pre-mute chat, you know, some teams will engage in it. Some teams will actually use the opponent's chatting as a way to motivate and get their energy up and rile themselves up.
Yeah, hopefully it works for Secret. At least as things have started out for G2, it was a nice tight attack, as we spoke about already. But that was the concern we had a little bit back on map 1, was they were just slightly out of sync with each other that first round. Much cleaner. It looks like they're ready to play. So really, all onus now goes towards Secret. They're the ones who've got to show us a bit of magic, or maybe Tim's right, and it's just that site is not one to be won by defenders.
Like I say, generally it's not, and it's a big risk to take it for your first site in such an important third map here. Of course, there's no elimination today. Anybody who loses here heads down to the lower bracket. Dropping down is Doki as he comes through the skylight, taken down by Adrian, but Alamo is there once again. You've spoken about that teamwork, Fresh,
Jesus,
and G2 continue. Alamo's having none of it. Lyra manages to pick up Savage as well, and in the blink of an eye, it's 4 versus 2, and G2 have almost got top floor control, and they're going to get it. Doom is down, Mowgli low health. They're in big trouble.
Oh, Doki's having far too much fun chatting crap from behind the grave here. Given he has yet to get a kill himself, all he's done is sat and watch his team play team deathmatch.
Is that 0 and 2 player at the bottom of the board going, yeah, good night, good night.
Skill issue, skill diff.
But you're 0 and 2, bro.
Oh. He's already asking, oh, is it Fury or a wildcard that you play next? The mental's working because we're in for attack timeout. Let's have a listen in.
Try to hide the Valk over there so he can still make the plays over there with a little bit more of info for the top floor. We cannot just play the default game over here, because the default game is what they want you guys to do, you know, because they will never play the fucking default.
Yeah.
So please, once you go right out to bar, let's try to contest a little bit more the cigar shop there, Noah.
I want to play like Mozzie inside piano and just play like close windows, and you guys just try to help me if they try to repel on me, okay guys?
But remember guys, once one is playing, out there playing, we cannot be surprised about one guy dropping Skylight and then like have the other guy pushing, because that's what they do, guys. We cannot be sitting just waiting for that shit, okay? So either more traps or either more info so we can play onto those situations, okay? Just to cover the old gaps. You guys got this, guys.
Let's go, guys. Let's show them.
Let's go.
Let's show how we can destroy.
Freshie?
Are casters allowed to swear on the broadcast?
I mean, I haven't been that blunt to the point on the A stream
I'm
so
not gonna
far.
swear then.
On the B, if it's a minor swear, you're okay. Is it the F word?
No.
You might be all right then.
So Secret, now I'm going to change what I'm going to say.
That's boring.
Secret have just been given the advice to fight fire with fire rather than play default. So what I expect is that they're going to turn this into a little bit of a shit show. You're going to see Mozzie out there, piano, like Noah was saying. They're going to go.
Is that the swear word?
Yeah.
Really?
They're going to go and fight G2, and I think it's the right assessment because they're just sitting there. They're kind of doing nothing. They're kind of expecting G2, or the first 2 rounds certainly, they were trying to expect G2 to play through the utility, to play through the layers, and G2 are just not respecting that whatsoever. So get out there, get in the face, because there will be gaps in G2's attacks with the way they're playing it. So I think this is actually the right assessment from Team Secret, and what it's going to make for, in my mind, at least, is going to be a very, very entertaining few rounds.
My main worry is it's the sort of stuff that we've heard back in the first few days of the tournament, Tim. We often said, you know, a lot of the timeouts where coaches step in and saying, guys, you can't afford to sit back on defense. You can't give them the map. You can't afford to do what they want. You have to go forward and fight. Similar message really here, which is, although said slightly differently, stop playing default, be willing to challenge a little bit more. That's what they're trying to do in this round. Granted, there's no playing on the Mozzie, as we heard him saying inside of Piano. Slight risk there, of course, in the Azami being banned away. Azami is the operator that makes playing around this part of the map the most viable. He's really tucked in by Mini, but as soon as G2 get a sniff of it, I think you're going to find a lot of pressure coming his way.
Back up to the top floor for Team Secret. It's going to be a different approach from G2 this time. Alamo, instead of being on that white corridor rappel, he's out on heaven rappel. So whether we're going to have another situation where G2 just want to bounce on inside, Alamo, it doesn't matter where he is. Right now, he's the king of Cafe, and he takes down another entry. Big start for G2. Savage damage, Mowgli damage. G2 all full health. Secret on the ropes and taking body blows.
Yeah, Secret might be playing chess, but G2 are playing checkers. Secret are expecting that clear out from the top red. Alamo's there, out on the east side, on the cocktail windows, getting the kills there. C4 does go out from Savage, will find one, and Noah gets that big pick on the Mozzie there. So big reactions, but Doki finds one back.
Yes, it's back and forth nature of it. At least there's a bit more fight being shown in the round itself. We're down to a 3v3, so G2 just can't take 5 players and say, right, guys, go run around the map. 5 players, get the kills, so on and so forth. Noah still tucked here inside of Piano, but like I said, as soon as G2 know, they'll start getting the pinches of window player. There's one looking behind. Stompman's got Savage. Might find himself dead to rights here. He is all alone. G2 with a brilliant close in the 3v3.
I like that from G2. As soon as they know that Noah's in Piano, as soon as they've got him locked in that position, they pick everybody else off because they know that they're isolated.
For what it's worth, I actually do think that Secret have played they've had the right adaptation, they've played the right way, but G2 were ready for it. That's the big thing.
Wheels within wheels.
Yeah, it is. They're turning, the cogs are turning, so G2 being ready for that. They've now dominated them twice on that top floor site of Cafe. I know you hate it, Tim, but it is the primary site for Secret, but they've been bullied on it twice.
Maybe it shouldn't be the primary site,
Unless they win the next 2 defenses, there's not a world where they should really be going back there, actually. I think they should play the basement and play the 2 middle floor sites.
Feels like it could be a bit of a hammer blow to the mental as well for Secret here. They have that big tack time out. Twister comes in, come on, guys. We know what they're doing. We know how to play this. We're getting there. And then G2 come and do something a little bit different again and just show, that's fine. If you're going to set up differently, we're going to play around it differently. We're still going to win. And it feels like that could be a kind of one of those, what are we supposed to do moments for Secret.
I think Zach made a really good call then.
I think he might. It's genuinely a good while. You mentioned his performances earlier, Des, and he's had a fantastic tournament so far as Doki. And, 10 seconds left. It's the first time in, I think, a good while that I've seen him so animated. He loves to shout. He loves to, he's always in the old chance. But he is like bouncing after every round. And it just feels like it's powering the team at the minute. It's great to watch.
He's the little engine, isn't he?
Yeah, it seems to be.
Do you know what's ridiculous about G2? And actually about a lot of top teams, but with G2, is that we talk about how Stompin has been carrying. Loira has his days, has his moments.
Blast has had a great stage.
Blast has had an incredible stage, LeBlast James. And then Doki's been good. We often don't talk about Alamal, now he's back on the IGL. We talk about him in an IGLing sense, but not in a fragging sense. But every single one of these players is so goddamn good, and on their day can just absolutely ruin a team. And it's all 5 of them.
Yeah, this is what I said earlier. I feel like at this tournament, they have the most star power of any team. And that's not to say that there's no team with 5 bigger players or anything else. I just mean in terms of the performances and in terms of the way they're doing it, they are delivering star power into the server.
It's a weakness at times, but it's a real strength inside this server. Loira once again, he's on the Ying shotgun. He's actually faking the Ying like he's going to push Christmas, going inside the site. Mowgli, ready for it, shuts it down.
They've dealt with that initial bit of aggression, and really the Ying, as you said, was sort of the X factor there, charging in. No one expected to go that deep and came so close to getting away with it. But now that they've staved off the main threat on the G2 side, the rest of the round can be that little bit slower. And this is where Secret may finally get some room to breathe, Tim.
Yeah, I'm really not sure about that play, I'll be honest. I was expecting more to be going on, but there wasn't. It was like literally running into Zach.
I actually think it was a free hit, and hear me out on this, is I think Loira being the Ying, it's to cause confusion. It's to cause confusion and panic on the side of Secret to focus only on that. What that's allowed is the rest of G2 to get upstairs, to take that space for free, and then play with the ramp to try and find these picks vertically, as we'll see Alamau find it, and really to take the map control, and that's exactly what they've done.
Adrian's on his way for a flank, though. If he can get onto the side of G2, if they're not aware of this, it could be big problems for them, but will he be too late? Probably not, as Stomping goes down at the main window. Doki does pick up Noah, but here comes Adrian, Des.
But Modi got in the backside as well and has taken down Doki. That's now Bakery side cleared out for the side of Secret. Haven't got to worry about it so much, but Alamau, you spoke about his name not 30 seconds ago, it felt like fresh, and here he is now having a big round. Mowgli at range! Oh, stop it now!
Is there anything that can stop them right now?
I don't think
Is there anything that can stop them? So yes, strategically, it looked like Loira had trolled. And that's the point I was making. It looked like it. But it was a free hit because either you get Loira waltzing into sight on Ying Shotgun on a fake play and he's killing 2 or 3, or he gets taken down, but they focus hard that there's a Ying Shotgun in sight, and then you get the top floor, you get the mid floor, and you can basically execute out from there because Secret are going to fall for it. That's exactly what they did, and it allowed Alamau to play on the ramp. It allowed Doki to do the work with the Flores and then find those kills. Alamau getting that kill, by the way, is utterly stupendous.
Adrian's so unfortunate there. It was such a slippery little move. He'd gone on the tub-row, got himself at White Stairs, no drones had picked him up.
It was a really good assessment,
It was
actually,
a great flank from Adrian at the right time of the round. It could have absolutely decimated G2. If he gets that was the flashpoint. If Adrian kills Alamau, Secret win that round. Alamau kills Adrian, G2 win the round. I think that was the decisive moment, but Alamau coming away from it after being on the back foot as well. Adrian saw him first. Unreal from Alamau. He's having a hell of a game. 8-1 right now.
Feels like you highlight one player on G2 and then the next one's in line to have a master game, have a master map.
They want their time, didn't they? I mean, it's one of those where I don't want to get too excited till we've seen the switch, but because of how things like Bank went, you know, G2 had those 4 rounds back on Bank. They're like, wow, they're playing so well. They've won 4 in a row. And then Secret just like, bam, completely different second half. I want to see Secret fight back. I want it to be a competitive game. We all said it feels like it deserves OT, but the momentum is so clearly with G2 right now. Secret haven't got attack timeout to use. It's a hard ask for them to fight their way back in.
How good has the attack been across all 3 of these best? Phenomenal. 3 maps, by the way.
Phenomenal.
It's been so good. I am so much in love with our European region right now.
2/3 of rounds have been won by the attackers as well. That just shows the caliber.
Ridiculous.
And it's no surprise when, again, we speak about these 2 teams being, in EML, the 2 best attacking teams.
There he is again.
It just keeps on proving itself. Another one for Alamau, 9-1. Take him off the more supportive ops, get him off the shields, get him off the Dockerby, and he has a bit too much fun.
Still 2 players to Secret up on top floor. Doom and Noah are going to be the ones tasked with holding on. Noah just about manages to escape down the hatch. Takes a lot of damage along the way, but Doom manages to hit Blaz with the Nitro. So that is going to take the sledge off the board. Big pickup as well as Noah takes down Alamau and maybe just holds a little bit of that momentum.
Yeah, he does. He sees him.
When's he going to shoot, though? Oh, he was waiting for it to move, and he just gets chipped, but that's the story of this round. Noah and Savage both put low, but not finished off. Loira picking up the pieces where his teammate started, down to a 3 versus 3. It's anyone's now.
A little bit of a lack of vertical possibility for G2 is the problem. They've got those Ash chargers, maybe the super shorty for Doki, but other than that, they're going to be a little bit limited having lost the sledge. So time is going to become a factor. Yes, they can get a bit of that vertical work done, but maybe not as quickly as they might like. So G2 got to get a wriggle on.
It's Doom inside a train that's going to have big impact on this round. He's the conduit between both of the sites that G2 at some point are going to have to go for. So far, G2 have played only for kills. Right now, they're in a situation where they've got to play for sites, and Doom is going to be massive at denying that opportunity.
Still nothing else moved in the last 45 seconds. There's been a lot of maneuvering around. Doki finally getting the diffuser down. Here comes one inside the train, though. It's Doom shot in the back by Loira as he steps on through into a 2K. The flank comes in, but Doki a bit too much better, and Loira racks things up inside a train. It's 5-0 to G2.
wow, how have they let them go? I don't know who it was. Whoever was the player on the red stairs that has really let their team down.
Noah.
Because June was so focused on the player above him inside a train, he had no idea that two people had passed Noah and gone into sight to get that plant down. That was the big mistake that was made. The fact that Loira was able to float inside a train here never should have been a thing. And then, of course, when the momentum's with you, you're winning fights that you shouldn't win. We saw Alomar win one onto Adrian there. We saw Doki just win one in round 5. And it feels like whatever Secret are trying just isn't working. I actually really liked the approach of Secret in that round. We can't get kills. We can't get gunfight kills. So let's C4 them with Valkyrie.
Savage, you banned Docker to die 5 rounds for me lurking.
But this is, Loira's quietly going about a job here, 6 and 3. And as he says, he's just kind of lurking around the map and just picking up those kills that open up a bit of space for G2. And right now, you know, it's easy to say when it's 5-0 down, but, you know, we've been saying it from the get-go, really, here on Cafe. After that first round and the way we saw it, Secret, they just seem to have taken... they've taken the sort of hands off the wheel. It's like, you know, G2 are just completely in full control. There is nothing that Secret can do right now about this. It's out of their hands.
They feel unstoppable. G2 feel unstoppable. Like, Secret have got the right determination of the problem, the right solutions. They're trying things. They're not playing bad. G2 are winning the rounds rather than Secret losing them, and it's absolutely crazy right now.
Crazy thing is, their reward for obviously winning this series is to face off against Falcons later on today, having to go through 2 of your greatest rivals that you face off against in EML, and these teams are always beating each other, but Falcons are that top dog that everyone wants to unsettle just that little bit. It's going to be fascinating to watch, assuming, of course, G2 do press on and close this one out-handedly. It'll still yet be a pretty intense game. Stomping, not knowing there's a player just off to his right-hand side either, beats the clash, but can't spin for the next as well. Really, all Noah had to do there was soak a bit of attention for Savage to get the kill, but instead loses his life.
I have no idea why the Clash has got the shield on the back, peeking there. Look, he's walking
Noah again? That's the second round in a row that Noah's let it happen.
I literally just said, coming into that round, Loira has been lurking around and quietly going about his business, just wandering on into kills, and he's just done it again. He's just quietly wandered on in and got himself a few kills, and Secret have got to be kicking themselves there.
I feel like I'm watching Fresh play ranked.
All right, I just said...
It is an absolutely key Fresh. I'm in sight, boys.
30 seconds into the round.
Yes.
But, do you know what? It's Secret just in there. They've annoyed me there. Because I've said for 5 rounds, they've got the right problem, they've got the right solution. They're just being outclassed. Then they've had an absolute heads gone round there. They've had why is Noah swinging piano off his own castle with the shield on his back? Why is nobody looking at White Stairs at all?
Well, there was, but they ran away.
Especially when they're telling them it's coming. G2 are in the chat saying, you've banned Dokkaebi and I'm lurking onto you 5 rounds in a row. They've let it happen a second. Nobody is responsible for White Stairs. Like, that is the round for me that's probably
it's
the straw. Yeah.
He's like, no thanks, I'm out of here. Oh,
no
sorry, guys.
Responsibility, no ownership of the White Stairs.
Oh.
Nothing. No Fenrir, no Malus, like nothing. Barboya, anything.
Loira knows.
Oh.
He's like, yeah.
I think that's, I'll be honest, I think that's a little bit of mental pressure on Secret, because they've not put in a bad defense there. Yeah. They've not put in a bad defense there for 5 rounds, and G2 have beaten it every single time, and then they've crumbled. And now they're facing down the barrel of a 7-0 in the upper bracket quarterfinal.
Have we had a 7-0 yet? I don't recall.
At the tournament, I think we've had one.
We had one. Yeah.
A 7-0 in a best of 3 in the final map, though, I don't believe we have.
Don't know.
Certainly not going into map 3 anyway. Map 2, I think we had 1.
I was hoping for overtime here.
I mean, you might get it.
2 halves to a game of Siege, Des.
You're hoping for 12 rounds in attack in a row in Cafe. That would be, that'd certainly be something if that happened.
Well, we've seen plenty of crazy thing happen in Siege, so I don't want to write it off just yet, but a spawn peak is certainly going to help. Doki's lining it up and just waiting for his man, but no. Doesn't quite connect the shot. Oh, stop it now. Oh, no. There's a second one coming in behind as well. Doki still with a C4 in back pocket. Panic smoke comes out as well from Blaz to support his teammate. But Doki, he wants to take on the whole world here. Forget the game. He wants every single man at this tournament.
He just looks like he did on Night Haven Labs the other day. The word I used was casual, where he just gets into that little bit of a flow state and he's just moving from one target to the next. Jude is going to shut him down. That was so desperately needed. Warden off the board gives a little bit of access to Bakery, but Blaz has moved in and taken his spot. G2 are not giving it up. They are continuing to fight this from the front.
Yeah, Secret lost their minds there, especially Mowgli walking in on Bakeroom without absolutely any of his teammates behind him or there to refrag it out. Looks like they are going to focus on Blaz. As you say, C4 comes out from Loibra. Had it pre-ripped, doesn't find anybody as the Duckby call goes in. Adrian elsewhere. He's walking down race stairs into sight. Has managed to find at least one. 3 versus 2 for Secret.
Yeah, that's Alamao by himself there. A really good attack coming out of Secret. I was very panicking at the start when Doki pulled off that first kill. Thought he could find a couple more and see it as a 7-0. But Secret, they've regathered themselves, recomposed, and got themselves around on the board. Is it the start of something special? Imagine if they win 6 and it goes to OT.
It could be the greatest moment of all time in Siege.
Right now. Doesn't seem likely.
It could be big.
As I always say in this situation, G2 only have to be right once. Secret have to be right every single time. The smallest of mistakes can cost them here and send them down to the lower bracket.
I'm not gonna entertain it as possible until it's 6-3. Once we get past 6-3, we'll start worrying about overtime.
I'm seeing full shotgun.
Right now, come on G2, let's get this lockdown.
All right.
But Secret, like you said, that round could be really big for Secret. Not just the fact that they've won one, the fact that that's big, the fact that the 7-0 is out of their head, that's not going to happen. We've got one, we're on attack now, you know, now's our time. It's that confidence, that momentum. I think it just breaks that. You kind of get into a mental chain sometimes. It's like, oh, we've lost again, we've lost again, we've lost. And it becomes a cycle. And I think having broken that cycle now, Secret might just come back reinvigorated, refreshed, and get themselves a couple of rounds. And then we'll see what happens.
I absolutely love double elimination brackets, by the way, because whoever loses this game, if it is to be Team Secret, isn't eliminated. They will go again. There's a real chance we could see this game again at some point later down the tournament, and it would be on main stage as well, because it wouldn't happen today. And I'm all for it. I would love to see these teams go at it. Maybe even in the best of 5, who knows? It's been really, really good so far. Secret, they're going to have to try and just work it one round in a row. And I think that's all they'll be focusing on, you know. They've had a great year so far. They are the EWC champions. They came through in the upper bracket. They've had a great Swiss stage, in all honesty, as well. So you're hoping for Secret that they can just find it one round in a row. It's a jump out from Alamao. It was ready, but he still wins it. That's why he's taking the pulse shotgun, so he is able to use the hip fire and get that kill.
Alamao is now 4-0 on entry on this map. He has been having a whale of a time. Up to 12-3 he goes. And Noah, well, sent to the shadow round.
Where's he going?
I'm not quite stomping you ate him, bro. I'm sorry, this map is Alamao's, not yours. What was he jumping out for?
He is not the king of cafe, let me tell you that.
Stick to your kingdoms, my friends. 4 versus 4 then. And another call coming online in 15 seconds for Team Secret.
Secret have got that top floor control now. We can hear the boogie drones going out, so they're doing the work. Despite having lost Noah, they lose Doom as well. They just need to keep this calm here. Use that verticality, get the kills. Mowgli manages to pick up Blaz, but here comes the challenge. Adrian is pinched from both sides. Mowgli's getting the diffuser down though. G2 have given them an opportunity, and they've sprinted straight in.
And the C4 hasn't found the man. There's the one underneath, but Mowgli's down. Savage has got a hold on in a 1 versus 3 for any hope of staying in this upper bracket, but G2, like sharks, are circling. Alamao losing out to 1. Over to the pistol. Diffuser going down here. Savage just hoping for the very, very best. There is nothing they can do. G2, 7-1 in map 3. They move on to face Falcons.
Doki said that they were going to get it, and on Cafe, G2 have delivered. What an epic showdown between these two. A fantastic map apiece. Bank, Leia went to Secret and G2 respectively, but then G2, they found that 6th gear. They found an ability to just accelerate away from Secret and dominate on Cafe.
And of course G2, they're going to move on to play Falcons later today inside of the upper bracket. Another all-EU showdown. And I cannot wait with just the quality of the attacks that they showed today.
Absolutely phenomenal stuff. Lots to talk about, lots to look forward to. We've still got 2 more better 3s to go, guys. What a day it's going to be. Let's go down to Milosh and the guys over on the desk to break down what has been a spectacular series.
It absolutely has been until we got to that map 3. We're like, oh, we're going up, up, up. No, it had to go down. Team Secret could not close it out. And it's G2 on the other side to take it. Sorry for the earworm, by the way. It's been in my ear for the past 3 days. I'm sorry, especially to all the dads out there. But Hey man, the dads out there, they're also disappointed by Team Secret's performance.
Listen, the pendulum has shifted for the sides of G2. They are bringing it and swinging it back in their favor, and that performance going from Lair into Cafe just really demonstrates how well G2 is. And as I said, this is why I didn't count them out. It's the resilience and the momentum that they carried from one map onto the next. And I mean, what a display of dominance on Cafe.
I'll get back to you, Fox, in just a second. I don't mean to cut you off because Miss Maria Bonino is waiting with Doki. Let's have a chat.
I love how you say my name, Eilish. But yeah, we talked yesterday, and you was like, no easy game for you. Team Secret in G2 was being really aggressive, but not overdoing it. You just had the pace of the game. That is amazing.
Yeah, it was a great game. Disappointed with Bank. I think we had the game in our hands and just totally let it slip on the defense side. But in saying that, like these 3 maps we played are both of our 3 strongest maps, I'd say, in our pool. Maybe Secret not as strong on Cafe, but we got a revenge on Cafe from EWC, so I'm very happy.
Yeah, and in the map veto, Twister was like to cameraman, no surprises, huh? And camera didn't say nothing. So you think by any chance you got surprised by them, or you surprised them at some point?
No, it was no surprises in the veto. We pretty much knew it would be these maps. What he's talking about is the EWC. We played with our bad maps, and especially in the stage as well in the EML. It's no surprise that we play border. We're not very good at the map. Secret's very good at it, so we didn't let it slip this time, so yeah.
That's right. Thank you. Don't keep.
Can I say one thing? Sure. I say one thing? To the Siege community, I seen that I had a Save Siege post yesterday. I had a conversation with the development team this morning, and I'm not going to say too much because I don't want to be NDA breaking or anything like that, but the dev team are really understanding, and they have an extremely good vision for not only next season, but the year to come. So I'm really hopeful as a lover of the game, not paid to say this, nothing like that. I'm really, really happy, and the dev team are listening. I just wanted you guys to understand that. So yeah, just wanted to say what I felt. Yeah.
Great. So back to the studio.
Thank you very much, Maria, and that is it. G2 are victorious against Team Secret. Fox, please.
Now it's my chance. I mean, I think when it came down to G2 going onto this map, like Doki said, Secret didn't really feel too comfortable on it. And I think the biggest flaw in Secret's game plan is instead of doing the same methodical, slow pushing, worrying about the survival rate, staying alive, they tried to match G2's aggression immediately off the bat once round 1 or 2 slipped away. And we started seeing a lot of sloppy plays from Secret to just be able to get picks in their favor. And that's where G2 was able to just maintain that constant dominance. They'd get a pick and then know the aggression was going to be coming from Secret's side, and they would just hold up, and then they just kept pushing closer and closer to being able to close out each round.
And again, every single round that G2 would win, whether it was a scrappy round, whether it was a basic round, everybody was getting hype, yelling, amplifying. Fox, me and you know, when someone is doing that on the team, that really starts to ramp up and build into success. And once again, a 7-2 to a 7-1, a beautiful display coming out of G2.
Yeah, and the MVP has to go to Doki. I mean, he was playing like he had the Infinity Stones on him. He's a player to marvel at.
I see what you did there. Gentlemen, though, it is done for us 3 for today. It's been a pleasure to share the stage with you. But as you see, M80 are getting ready. We're going to swap out this desk and get started for M80 versus FaZe. See you in a few.
Au-delà des mers, là-bas sur le ciel clair, il existe une cité où séjour enchanté. Et sur les grands arbres noirs, chaque soir, vers elle s'en va tout mon espoir. J'ai 2 amours. Paris, toujours, mon cœur est ravi.
It is time for our third playoffs game. My name is Anne, I'm your host, and I'm joined by Fresh and Alfama. And we're going to set you up for FaZe going up against M80, which is a rematch of a match that happened earlier on in this tournament. It was just a best of one. It was just group stage now. The stakes are way higher, and especially when we talk about FaZe losing that initial matchup. They've already played today. Big difference. They're coming into this game warm. What have we seen as main takeaways from that game that happened this morning?
I think looking at FaZe, they've woken up. That's the main thing. After beating Wildcard, I was expecting this roster to come into this tournament having to warm up, and it's exactly what is happening. When they play against Favorite, they struggle. When they play against lower tier teams, they are much better. Today, for me, it's the real test, Jack, against M80, one of the favorites for the trophy.
And actually, just to explore that a little bit, I think, you know, FaZe, when they won SI, were clearly the best team. And I think one of their key strengths when they won SI was the ability to read situations and react and be a little bit more unpredictable and have the answers. I think FaZe have got a little bit more static. I think from certainly in an SIL perspective, we've called them the VP of Brazil quite a few times. And I think that's why we see them still qualify to events, because they've still got a lot of quality. But when they come up against the top teams, like they did up against M80 inside of Swiss, they do sometimes fall short.
And so let's see how they fare versus M80. Let's compare the stats a little bit, because if you look at the attack and defense, it's pretty much similar. And in fact, in defense, FaZe has the edge. But one thing you should pay attention to, look at those opening kills and look at the plants. Before the matchup against Wildcard, FaZe was the worst team in entry of the whole tournament, despite securing top 6. And if you look at the plants below that, look at the start difference. FaZe used to be so good in attack. They used to be so good at planting. But now that's not the win condition anymore. FaZe is able to win when they're in a 4v5. M80, they play the right way. They play the objective, and they play with the right opening kills.
I love when I make a point and Leo backs it back up with stats, you know, realistically, because both of those stats speak to the fact that FaZe are a little bit predictable. Teams know what they're going to do, and they punish it.
And of course, FaZe have played earlier this morning. We haven't actually seen M80 in the last 3 days at all, qualifying very early on. So they're the first 2 teams to make it to the playoffs. Now, that's going to be a bit of a disadvantage, I guess you could say, right? You're coming into this one cold, and we had Kino on the late show yesterday saying, you know, we always choke in playoffs, so we're probably going to lose this game. We'll lose the game in the lower bracket as well. That's how it always goes.
Yeah, he just didn't want to jinx his teammates. If you look at this roster, you think of Gaveni, of Diffuser. The 2 fraggers are so good right now. Kino has really had a double life. He's rejuvenated in that roster. He's such a good support. And you've got Gunner as the lurk, Hot and Cold as the IGL. Every single piece on that roster fits perfectly in the well-oiled machine. And all of that driven by Fabian.
I mean, it's a major winning call, right? And they are playing such good Siege. I know that when I've spoken to Fabian previously, the one thing that he said is this roster doesn't lose to its opponents. Whenever it loses to itself. So if M80 come in and they put in a solid performance, there's really nobody that's stopping them. They've got a great temperament, they've got a great leader, they've got a great IGL, and they're on an absolute roll, Leo.
Yeah, they are flawless in this tournament, just like Falcons, but look at this path. They defeat the ML champions stage 1, they defeat FaZe, the world champions that they're about to rematch right now. They defeat them 7-2, and then after that, they beat in the BO3 the EDFC champions. Looking at M80, I'm looking at the team that has the best shape in this tournament.
Yeah, this is looking great, of course, having had some really difficult opponents so far already. And one thing with M80 as well is we know there's always going to be something when Fabian does the map vetoes for M80. And we already thought we had the craziest thing happening with Fabian and map vetoes earlier in the tournament. Well, nope, it happened again.
Map veto for M80 and FaZe Clan, and now you have...
Yeah, sometimes it's better to go back to the old ways. I mean, technology isn't my thing.
Yeah, we know that. Let's go.
Alright, so M80, you have higher seed, you can pick the side of the coin. Or
Tails.
Tails.
Oh, it's gonna be heads. Always is.
Tails.
Okay, we're team B.
Right. FaZe just have the ban.
Ban border.
Border.
Okay, I'm gonna actually listen this time and do the right thing. Ban bank.
Bank.
Who would have thought?
Ban cafe.
Cafe.
And we're banning clubhouse.
Clubhouse. FaZe pick.
Big consulate.
Consulate.
We're starting defense.
Defense. Overtime.
We're picking Lair.
Lair. FaZe side.
Defense.
Defense.
And we'll take defense overtime.
Defense overtime. FaZe ban.
Ban skyscraper.
Skyscraper.
We're banning Chalet.
Chalet. The side there is 97 laps. FaZe, you can pick the side of the coin.
Tails.
Yeah. No.
Tails. FaZe side.
Defense.
That's what you want. OG?
Yeah.
We're talking taking defense.
Defense, thank you. If you want to double check.
No, we believe it in truth this time.
It's okay.
Thank you. Can I ban bank one more time?
No.
Are you sure? Good luck.
Yeah.
Good luck.
I don't know how it always happens. I love it. We had Fabian, of course, standing behind us, watching this whole thing go down as well. But looking at these maps in all seriousness, how do we feel about the map veto?
Well, some things are interesting. I will say this. For FaZe to pick Consulate, I think there is one story here. First of all, it's their favorite map, but also it is M80's favorite map. So they actually picked the best preference map of M80. If you look at this though, FaZe, I like it for them. They've got a 3-win streak, especially here this stage in SAL, beating almost every team on it. If you look at Lair, now this is the bigger story. We saw these 2 teams play on Lair before in this tournament. An absolute domination by M80, 7-2. As soon as Lair is open, M80 goes and pick into it. For sure, Jack. If FaZe leaves it open, they were expecting M80 to pick it again.
Yeah, absolutely. And then we're going to go through to Nighthaven Labs. And the one common theme that I see across all 3 of these maps is they're somewhat traditional maps in terms of you breach, you plant, you go through the process, and you play step by step. And I think M80 have got FaZe exactly where they want them. They want them in that style of map so they know what they're going to do. And I will just say on Fabian on the ban phases, he's a master at the ban phases. He's staring me down right now. But it's very much appear weak when you are strong, and appear strong apparently when you're strong again. Play mind games with FaZe all the way in the map veto. Yeah, they're clearly going for it, M80.
Yeah, we have to love, of course. Now, the players responding to seeing themselves on the camera, as we see here, but I respect it as well. Picking maps that both teams are strong at really shows that we're going to get a good matchup between these 2 teams, despite the stakes being high to stay in the upper bracket. But we will look at the SI chances as well. That's something we've been doing for this whole tournament because we get so close to SI. Now, the big important thing is, if you win, you're basically qualified to SI.
And whoever loses is also basically qualified, but we will confirm the team, whoever wins this fixture, we will confirm them to the 6th Invitational. So both of these teams, M80 have just found out if they win, they go to the 6th Invitational.
Fabian just looked at me and went like, guys, it's 0.01%. Like, I don't care. We're already there.
He should know. He was on G2 when they did a miracle run with such a small percentage, so he knows they matter.
All right, well, of course, there's a lot on the line as we talked about the SI qualification, but more importantly, staying in the upper bracket will FaZe or Mate to be able to do that. We're sending to our casters, Gus and Zenox.
You guys have done a tremendous job. Jack, by the way, I just want to say, very nice jeans. They look really good on you. I'm glad he had some pants on today because he needed a little bit of help. I had to bring them in as we came in for this match. M80 and FaZe promises to be a really, really good match. Obviously, a spot in the upper bracket final on the line. SI guarantee on the line. You lose, and 99.9% chance, but you're still likely to go through. 52% in favor of M80, I think. Really tells a story. This should be a close series between these two teams. M80 for me, this feels like a tester. If you beat FaZe in this match, you have every chance of winning this major.
Absolutely agree with that sentiment and eager to jump into this series. And I think the desk has framed it very, very well. All three maps, essentially, throughout this veto are fairly favorable for both rosters. Doesn't feel like we've had a ton of vetoes in the best of threes at this event where that's necessarily been the case. And so eager to see some high-quality siege across, hopefully, all three. It's Consulate, though, to kick things off. Maybe not necessarily a fan-favorite map, but can produce some intriguing siege at times. The bans as follows. It's Azami and Solace, intriguingly enough. Again, spiked pick rate at this particular event following her buffs. And then on the opposing side of attack, it is Grim and Monty.
Well, the test did break down, of course, the map veto process. The first two maps very much strong maps for both of these two teams. Labs probably a little bit more in the middle pack.
Yeah, drops off a little bit. But again, though, still anticipating FaZe specifically here on map 1 to do well. Concerningly, in terms of the head-to-head numbers, and again, we saw that in the pre-match, FaZe trailing. And that was after they farmed some numbers earlier today as well against Wildcard. If you had have looked at their numbers heading into the day before that earlier matchup, there was quite a discrepancy in a lot of key metrics heading into this matchup. So M80 for me go in as fairly firm favorites.
Really?
I would go along the lines of something like maybe a 65-35 kind of percentage for this particular matchup. Not going to be shocked if FaZe walk away with the win. Obviously, they're an amazing team, but M80 look really good at the moment. They'll likely only lose to themselves. Again, I think it was Fresh talking about it on the desk. They are such a strong team, but sometimes can lose to themselves more so than the opposition. So, intrigued to see what they bring into this first map.
Well, as we get underway, FaZe will be attacking first up here on Consulate. It is their map pick. Attack hasn't necessarily been their ultra strong suit so far, but here in this upper bracket semi-final with a spot in the upper bracket final up for grabs, this is when you get the best from the Brazilians. 9th for opening kills, so they're sub 50%, but they got better at that today against Wildcard. That's where they found improvement, but still, one stat that's going to be intriguing coming into this first half, plants. Guys, dead last for FaZe at this event. 10% of their attacking rounds have resulted in a successful plant.
Opening kills as well, a struggle for FaZe. Again, heading into the day, I'm pretty sure they were close to last. It's now bolstered up to 9th. But their conversion is really, really strong, so it's something to keep in mind. The best at the event so far. Unfortunately for them, though, this opening round, it goes astray. Mid King falls first, hard breach down. And M80 in a pretty dominant position at this point in time. Good extension across. Kino, good line of sight, can play the shotgun. Doesn't lose that fight if it is to follow, but FaZe now looking to cook a pinch.
Diffuser with the opening kill. He's been tremendous so far this tournament. Hot and cold, then gets rid of Cyber, and so far a solid start from the defense for M80. Diffuser 4th for EPS at this event, plus 18 KD, plus 7 for opening kills. Make that plus 8 now, finding the early one here in this round. And so far, FaZe have not been able to get really anything going on this basement attack. KDS does get rid of Diffuser. Hot and cold should almost win that fight, but doesn't get the kill onto Handy. Nitrosol ripped, thrown. Handy will retreat back up Spiral. Still lots of time remaining in the round for FaZe, but with both KDS, Handy, low on health, still strong positions for M80. They are well suited. Gavini gets the kill onto KDS, and with that should solidify this round for M80 from this position. A Handy lead to kickstart here on Consulate. That's the down onto Souls confirmed. Leaving Handy now by himself as the only one left standing now for FaZe. Does get the clear, could go for the revive. Keeps this round alive. but still very slow chance. And well, speaking of slow, Handy, the Zoto canister delaying his time in getting that revive. Yellow ping, got a small tag onto Kino.
15 seconds though, time drained. FaZe won't be winning this one.
Flash goes out, they'll give it their all though. Never going to give up on anything. Good fall back though by Kino, and then reinvests down the hallway. Got the kill, hot and cold to get the final. It's M80 that get the first in this upper bracket semi-final. Honestly, a very solid round from M80. They basically just played a pretty good controlled defense, held good positions, denied entries from FaZe. We know FaZe at times aren't necessarily the ultimate team when it comes to fast entries. Split the second round.
Yeah, and pacing is going to be something we certainly track throughout this series, and how that pacing and tempo, especially on attack, is dictated by FaZe. They made it very comfortable though in the prior round in letting them play into their hands. Had the control positions pre-established to counter that style of push there from FaZe. The back hit simply not really kick-starting at all. It is, as you mentioned, though, split for round number 2. One of the more tricky sites sometimes to defend here, but opens more opportunities, arguably, for the defense to play a little bit off meta. In terms of the setup itself, Castle in play, that aids in the horizontal. You can see there's barricades established, and Kino to play into that expo side. Expect some control and pressure up above. Vigil can facilitate that, and Hatch opened in towards Visa as well. And of course, with the Pulse in play,
Changing mags!
Kino should be able to feed valuable information to the rest of that defensive hold. FaZe with their own clear lineup. They'll be able to play into the line and the Dukabi combo. IQ as well could, again, offer good counter information onto the Pulse. No Valkyrie, though, to necessarily worry about, at least this time out.
I'm reloading.
So on to the second round now. Not expecting FaZe to have a high amount of pace really on Consulate, especially split even more so. Opting probably for what should be top-down clear, considering they are bringing the ramp. Defended on the Vigil towards Visa. Not spotted just yet. Deep position, aggressive. Can drop Hatch though if he does get overwhelmed in this position. But so far, it's mainly just the standoff here on Consulate. Hasn't really been a lot of pace being set by FaZe. They're happy to just take their time, but M80 look pretty comfortable on the defense. They're not searching, they're not being overly aggressive, backing in their system. Logic Bomb rings out from Cyber. I mean, this is really slow.
Quite the standoff. Diffuser top floor. Gunner as well. Minute 15. FaZe are really slowing things down, but M80 not giving away free picks and garnering information nicely this round. Early Nitro doesn't land. Cyber drop, slip through, dead.
Oh, yeah, I mean, just caught though. Good fallback towards site for M80 as well. Now, FaZe are just getting nothing right now in these opening rounds. Handy can't even get himself out of coffee, and he is now surely dead. Indeed, he will be as he walks through that doorway, not going any further. FaZe are all over the place right now on their attacks. It's a split attack, yes, and it's a split site, but just not a lot of cohesiveness inside of the server, and M80 are punishing. It just feels like M80 have got more players inside of the server, as they do certainly right now, even at the 5v5. They've just got so many more areas controlled. KDS will go down swinging, but does not really land a blow, and in fact, it's flawless for M80. A clean start here on Consulate thus far.
M80 just look incredibly comfortable in this kind of environment at the moment.
Well, FaZe have got to actually force them to be a little bit uncomfortable right now.
FaZe playing very much a sit and wait play style, and M80 not playing into their hands. They peeled safely back towards objective. The Pulse of Kino continued to feed information. Just a real lack of pressure really in that round from FaZe. Lack of movement forced onto the defense, and M80 looking very, very consolidated at the moment.
Bomb located by attackers.
So it's top floor to follow then. And both the Goyo and Tachenka in play here for M80. Line of sight as well over towards console default, so they should have that rather covered. They'll pepper some util admin side as well, and FaZe will have to make a decision as to which side they hit. And if they change that tempo up, so far it's been very slow early, and that's not necessarily a criticism because it can work, but only if your opposition, especially on defense, if you're going to play that attacking style, need to be forced and pressured. Movement has to be exerted. Just hasn't been a whole lot of that in the opening couple of rounds here. M80 very disciplined. And FaZe now maybe considering some more aggressive playmaking, especially in this early portion of the round.
So CO in meeting for the third site. The onus is on FaZe right now to bring a little bit more firepower early in these rounds. Test out M80, put some pressure on their defense, force players out of certain areas. Only Candela, an earlier play now by FaZe in this round. So push up yellow, but it's Kino with the shotgun. The second swing is beautiful onto Vidiking as well. For the third round straight, it's a 5v3 advantage for M80. There is just nothing working for FaZe right now. None of these round scars have been interesting. Incredibly one-sided from the get-go. And dominant from M80 following through.
Wow.
The previous round, now into the third, they're looking for back-to-back flawless. KDS by himself, last alive once again. And while he will go down swinging as he did in the prior round, it's going to be the same result. It's flawless M80.
Good counterfeit. Bro, they EMP'd something and they were going to...
Wow. FaZe try and switch it up. They go for the pocket play yellow. The shotgun up close, nets 2. Double kill on the opposing side as well. M80 farming FaZe right now.
I should mention though, I mean, you've got to add the clarity while it's there. 3 games of Consulate so far at this event for a 69.7 defensive win rate. It is the #1 defender-sided map at the tournament by 12% to second.
Então vamos da garagem. Eu queria que o KD ele pegasse Black Beard e ficasse na porta da amarela. Enquanto a gente vai caçando o resto do pessoal lá em cima. E tu só tá meitando pro pessoal pra gente poder caçar lá em cima e poder jogar, tá ligado? Então uns que estão caçando, a gente pode caçar de Blitz e Nomad pra jogar uma jab lá na amarela pro KD pra ajudar ele. E depois que eu tô lá, eu tento fazer caçada, fechou? Eu vou fazer uma play de Double Shield. No CEO, eu acho que tá tranquilo pra gente poder fazer a P realmente foca DM, tá ligado? Eu acho que realmente um jogo mais concentrado ali vai ser melhor. Bomba do piano, a gente já sabe o que fazer, eu acho que a gente só mantém o planejamento ali do bomba do piano. Até só cuidar com o pessoal maior. Então vamos jogar mais rápido, tipo, na bandeira.
Tá.
Fechou?
Well, calm certainly in the conversation there for FaZe, clearly not overreacting to these 3 rounds, which have been very comfortably won by M80. Dare I say, this has been way too one-sided for my liking. And credit to M80 for playing some really solid Siege right now. Essentially, they've made 0 errors. They've controlled their positioning. They've been able to win all their entry battles. There's nothing more that they really could be doing right now. Deimos and Kaid, the bands, heading into the second half of the opening half. Will FaZe respond? Double shield currently hovered for their selection, but they will change up. They will drop the Blitz, the Blackbeard, and go for a more conventional lineup.
And I've just gotten the translate, courtesy of Maria as well, and it sounds like a lot of that tactical timeout discussion from FaZe was actually centered around the bomb site in Garage. Now, M80 electing to go Expo instead. And so how much value have FaZe now been able to extract from that tack? It sounds like it was a very specific strategy that was in fact called for that specific site. Some operator selections, air jab positions, etc., etc. And so that has now temporarily at least been thrown out the window, something of course they can take a mental note of for if M80 elect to go to that site, but here for the 4th, that will not be the case. The follow-up as well, being that apparently they were reaffirmed here that on this particular site, they already know what they're doing. So looking to pick up the tempo a little bit here, though. That is the main takeaway from that tactical timeout. Not happy with this pacing from FaZe.
Changing mags.
Well, it's not even just the pacing either. It's the way they've been entering the building. A lot of like solo pushes, not really looking coordinated as a team right now. Making it even easier for M80. M80 just have had no real pressure put on them. Just the 2 kills so far for FaZe as well in these 3 rounds.
Throwing flashbang.
And while they have tried to pick up the pace a little bit, so far no real work being done over towards Expo Piano. Instead, it's going to be top spiral to clear out long desk, which is how Gunnar, another opening kill for M80. Handy for the swing. I mean, a little bit better, but did not account for the vending hold. Gavini now up to 5-1. Okay, finally, we've got ourselves a bit more of a 50-50 round, but it's still M80 in control. Up until that point, though, as Vidaking gets a crucial kill onto Gunnar. Better from FaZe for at least making this a contest of a round, but they do not have the advantage.
Yeah, Hot and Cold looking to pivot down. Gav will stay top. A lot of vert in play here for the defense. Minute on the clock. Gav peels as well. And so FaZe with top control. Really now the pulse can be activated and Hot and Cold may be able to garner information if you feel safe to do so.
I mean, this is where having the pulse is just such a difference maker. Oh, the double drop!
Oh.
Vidaking was low on health, hence the pistol from Hot and Cold, getting a pretty quick kill. Souls now knows he's up against it in this 4th round and will go for the plant towards Piano, but the retake up above. And while it didn't quite net the kill from Cav himself, Hot and Cold will get the slam dunk. No change for FaZe out of their tactical timeout. They remain losing, 4-0 start for the North American roster. No better feeling as well when you beat a team after they've called a timeout.
Well, again, the call and attack was for an opposing site. They still felt confident, though, for Expo. Backed themselves in, and the clear was okay, but M80, top floor, Gav especially, doing a phenomenal job. In that vending, Tuck finds one, stays alive, buys an opportunity for Kino, and whilst he doesn't convert, able to double down and find a second. Hot and Cold, just such an experienced player, really good read there and presence of mind to be ready for the drop. Netted a kill, and then able to clean up the 2v1 nicely. So really, really clinical siege from M80 on this map. And whilst it, as you mentioned, is the most defender-sided map in the pool at this event, the fashion in which they are closing out these rounds and establishing some really nice momentum isn't just dependent on the map. They are well and truly on top of FaZe right now.
Reloading. And it's FaZe's map pick as well. Now, again, very defender-sided map is Consulate. But double flawless, 4 opening kills. M80 have won these rounds very convincingly.
Shotgun going live.
And FaZe will back their system in. I mean, they're the kind of team that I don't imagine would panic and change things up too quickly. Split once again, as it was in the 2nd round, which was flawless last time for M80. Logic bomb, and drop towards top yellow now from Vidaking on the blitz, looking for a top-down clear. Fuser and Gunnar are both top floor. Gunnar looking like he wants to take the contest battle over towards Vending. He does have the deployable shield. On the other end of the hallway, Diffuser is there as well for company.
Reloading!
This is really what M80 would be happy with. Diffuser, though, has been taken down.
Can be picked up, though, I think. And that will be the case. So
yeah, the problem with this, though, is it's a fallback then for Gunnar, who was holding Vending, so it's an easy clear through then for FaZe.
Yeah, and Vidaking is relaying that information. So an intriguing round state at the moment as we pass the midpoint.
Oh, Vidaking catching 2 in the back. This is better from FaZe, but only got the 1. Good shot back from Hot and Cold. And then Gunnar gets involved. So does KDS. And like the previous round, now comes down to a 3 versus 3. FaZe are doing a little bit better now on their attacks to get involved, get inside of the building, and get some gunfights on their terms. At this point now, they can slow things down. Diffuser low on health. Hot and Cold, not exactly full health either. Battle again towards Fanny, looking to get the kit. And Gunnar went for the swing. KDS will win that battle. Advantage now for FaZe.
Nitro, Hot and Cold, this is the lineup.
Thrown over, impact a little early. Handy able to stay alive, and then Diffuser, who was low, dead headshot anyway. Hot and Cold, 1v3, red ping, right above, through the floorboard. FaZe now on the verge of finding their first round here on Consulate. Looking to kickstart their comeback. The only way Hot and Cold wins this round now would be time.
Surely unable to deny plant from this particular position. Forced now to swing.
Over towards Towers, has the yellow information, knows one will be watching on the doorway, and Handy was watching, waiting, and in the end shooting to get the final kill. FaZe finally get their first round.
Yeah, it was hard fought from FaZe, having to chip away at that map control. It got awkward for M80 when Gunnar had to forfeit position top floor, and that space was immediately taken by FaZe with a good read. Blitz having value. Hot and Cold hit a really nice trade, but unfortunately his Nitro later didn't land when they had disadvantage. And then FaZe able to consolidate with the plant coverage. And so it swings back a little bit now. 1-4 scoreline, 2-4 in reach. Site of choice, I believe, basement for the final of this half. Remember earlier, FaZe, tactical timeout, they quite thoroughly discussed this objective and what their plan may be for the site. Mentions of Blackbeard, a lot of play centered around yellow. Potentially double shield. And I think with a couple of repicks that we can see off screen as the replays play out, that's likely to be the case for this round.
5 seconds left.
KDS onto the BB. Vidiking on to the Blitz. Nomad as well was mentioned. Edge at play yellow expected this round. So we may see a rather direct hit here from FaZe with minimal presence elsewhere around the map. We'll see then how M80 respond defensively with the mirror in play. That will be a really, really critical tool in gaining information, being able to deny that style of play. Currently though, quite an extensive roam from the NA roster.
I was having a look at some of the numbers as well before this game. Souls has been the best performing for FaZe, EPS-wise, with a 106, 19th though. Yeah, FaZe haven't had clear standout individuals so far at this tournament, but that's pretty par for the course when it comes to FaZe. They're a 5-man team, well and truly. And even he, right now, is 1-4. But a big round coming up, a second attacking round for FaZe really changes the complexion of this map. Entry from Vidiking. The following behind will come from Cyber. And it feels like over the last couple of rounds, FaZe have started to play a little bit more as a team, with their entries now moving in more as a unit. In the first couple of rounds, it felt like they were trying to all enter individually from different positions, and it cost them.
Able to snowball that yellow control, but Diffuser not wanting to forfeit top floor entirely. He's now in reception. Maypeel spiral. FaZe with a counter read though. Souls in the meantime falls. 4v5. M80 with advantage. And that's the trigger point to get back to site.
And so far in this half, if you've gotten the opening kill, 100% conversion rate. So not a good sign for FaZe. Now have to do it from a man down. Low on time, no more logic bomb available either. Smoke will go thrown out by Vidiking, and the Blitz can now push forward. Through the back rooms, they can go down server stairs. But M80 is starting to now bring a lot of their numbers towards site. In fact, well, as you can see on this overview, they're all now ready for the eventual push from FaZe. They have numbers. KDS has made his way bot yellow on the Blackbeard. Nitro thrown out from Hot and Cold, and he gets a large chunk of damage onto KDS, and enough then for a toe shot from Hot and Cold. And then Hot and Cold gets rid of Vidiking on the Blitz as well.
Excuse me? Even he was shocked that that landed. 30 seconds, 5v2.
It's shaping up for a 5-1 half in favor of M80. And the question now will be, is this indeed going to be a defender-sided map? The answer of that will have to be at the end of the second half. But for now, what we know is M80 at this tournament so far are looking like a true contender. There is no time for Handy. The half, it is over. 5 rounds from M80 on FaZe's map pick of Consulate. Shots of frustration from Handy. And a wry smile from Fabian.
Yeah, I bumped into him in the corridor pre-match and asked him, you know, how are you feeling for the match? Are you confident? And in classic Fabian fashion, it was, why wouldn't we be? Beating them once, why not again? And they've made a real statement in the first half here on Cons. 5-1 lead. Just a phenomenal read on FaZe throughout the entire half, and their ability to action counterplay was really, really fun to watch.
But this is now where the game really begins. Is this going to be defender-sided?
Yeah.
Do we see FaZe emulate what we just witnessed from M80?
Certainly possible.
Certainly is possible. As we get the bans, Monty and Grim will be banned out, along with the Azami and the Warden.
And it looks like top floor to be the first objective of choice here. Flagging, of course, Solus making it through the ban phase this time around, and Consulate, a map quite privy to Solus play if teams have that particular preference. I still don't know how that shot landed, but sure. Either way, I think at that point of the round, the damage was well and truly done. And finding a path back for FaZe would have been incredibly challenging.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
The setup here, or the composition rather, from M80 looking tantalizing for this opening attack. It's the Amaru in play. The Ying and the Blitz combination as well for pressure. And intriguingly, Gav onto the Zero. Maybe able to inject an additional layer of information this round as well.
5 seconds left.
There's quite a lot you can try to do on the Amaru on this particular map. Doesn't necessarily have to be direct towards site. Could be quick admin control, or even simply getting on the roof sometimes as well, depending on the timing of the attack. But I like this from M80 with this kind of lead on the primary objective. Why not try a bit of a pocket strat? So drone work below here from Hot and Cold, suggesting that it may be the hatch play below with the hook. Maybe in combination with some kind of yellow drop to contest.
If they are going to go for the direct approach at some point, though, you got to be baiting out the utility. It wouldn't be a surprise to maybe see M80 go for vault in, vault out kind of play if they do want to try and hit CO. The lineup that they've brought, though, does mean that they've got flexibility. They can go for the clear across. You also can go a little bit direct later on in the round. Right now, the focus for M80 looks like it will be on that clear across. Kind of outside on the balcony. At the moment, being kind of blocked off by Cyber.
Hot and Cold moving now.
Yeah, I mean, the Candelas are being thrown. Kino's, by the way, dropped top yellow, and Hot and Cold will now vault in. They will go for the plant because they have the pressure to deny the utility that would be then therefore thrown by FaZe. Now, that Nitro Cell does kill Kino, but job done. Hot and Cold gets the plant down, vaults out. Unfortunately, they have lost quite a few players. The 5v2 now, advantage still for FaZe considering the numbers that they've got, but it's not going to be easy. They have to get runouts. They have to get these players on the rappel under pressure.
Gav can cover. 25 seconds, FaZe need to move.
They also have to start putting pressure on that diffuser as well. There's going to be a jump out. Gav's ready, so was Hot and Cold. Got one. Hot and Cold still alive. Souls, though, has been able to get the counter defuse. FaZe will win the round. Off the back of that, it was because it was a 5v2. While the plant did go down, FaZe did a good job of clearing out the reinforcements from M80, giving themselves such a numbers advantage that they could then eventually, with time, get everyone set up, go for the run out, go for the clears, and get someone on kit. Really, really solid job from FaZe.
Yeah, able to net a massive pick onto the Blitz with Nitro, and then Diffuser contested as well on the Buck.
That's why you don't panic as well, by the way, because like in that particular play, I feel like a lot of teams would focus more about the plant, or the planter. The FaZe were like, if we can at least get 3 kills, then we've got the numbers to deal with the post-plant scenario, and they did exactly that.
I did quite like the strategy from from M80 and the initial bait admin side, etc. But that was, I think, a good example of FaZe defensively just a little sharper.
Well, the bait and switch works as well because they got Kino top yellow and then pushed through. And then he was able to kind of block off the horizontal cross towards the default plant and also absorb utility. Like the Nitrocell that killed him, if he's not there, that Nitrocell is going onto the planter. So 2-5, FaZe able to withstand the first round, first attempt of M80 on their attack. Still 100% opening kill conversion, by the way, and that keeps ticking along now through 7 rounds played. Cyber yet to find a kill. Thinking about a balcony run out. Or at least maybe just trying to see if someone is a little bit lackadaisical on their rappel up and get a free kill. So straight through the front door for Gunner. And back out. Proxy alarm there as well, not helping.
Cyber garnering that information. Again, Solos available, so good against the mid-round drone work. And identifying that potential playmaking opportunity for M80. Elsewhere though, hot and cold, down below, server side. Blackbeard will be key in this round for fighting close quarters here.
They're going direct now.
Just the 2 defenders basement currently. KDS now the 3rd rotating back towards garage.
Well, Kit server side, so that to me kind of suggests for M80 the eventual finish here on basement's going to be from this horizontal push. If they can get Kino involved, I mean, ideally you want him like around main breach or bot yellow, get smokes out. Gunner gets the opening kill. That was from top floor against Handy. Now calls out the logic bomb. Don't forget, for M80, they're well set up down below inside basement. They can make a push now in towards storage for Gavini.
Yeah, they've split.
And they've still got a minute.
They've split this push really nicely. Kino already in yellow. Aggressive butt shut down.
Wow, okay. Good reaction from KDS. So Kino on the glass cannot get involved this round now. That's a big piece missing for M80. They do shut down Cyber. Again, they do not have to rush this. It feels like it's the pivotal point in the round. But there's still a minute remaining in the 2v3, and Hot and Cold went for the shot. The time pressure is just not there for M80. And KDS will then get rid of Gav and leaves Diffuser in the 1v2. A lot of setup. Nicely done by M80, but it's FaZe on the defensive. Execute the end of round. Oh my god, flick headshot for KDS, who's on a heater in this round. Does not allow for any shenanigans. That was an insane flick headshot from Diffuser, but not enough to steal the round.
So close. Kind of encapsulating the round there for M80. They structurally looked really sound. I loved the split push with Kino yellow, but he pushes through a mistiming. There was no trade. We saw hot and cold, shield down, potential mistime, no trade. They had those really key moments in the round where it didn't go their way.
Oh, look at this.
That was clean.
I'm surprised that he didn't actually die before that, by the way. Bitter King must have.
There we go.
Yeah,
go together. I mean, there's a reason Fabian's the best of the best.
Well, in saying that, I mean, so it was Gunner that gets killed top floor. He gets the opening pick on Handy. Pops the logic bomb, and then those that were down below start to make their push, but they did so without Gunner. And technically then Kino is solo pushing from yellow. Now, I mean, that's the design really of kind of what they were doing, but in theory, it does then look a little bit disjointed because you've got certain players doing certain different things.
5 seconds to insertion.
As I think a split push structurally can be really scary for defense to deal with, but it's so reliant on really precise timings, and it was just off a fraction there in that round.
It's not too straight for FaZe. 3 of the last 4 rounds.
It's getting intriguing.
It's getting a little bit more intriguing.
It's really going to put the nail in the coffin, though, for Const this event. It will voluntarily be the most defender-sided map by a long margin.
Well, I mean, the thing as well to take note of is these 2 rounds have been pretty decent from M80, but they're not getting the result mentally. If they keep losing rounds in this fashion, that gets a little bit distraught. Whereas M80 on their defensive rounds were just winning so comfortably. FaZe never even felt like they had much of an opportunity. If this goes 5-4, M80 will be sitting there thinking, geez, we've been playing well, but we're not getting the round win. Cyber has struggled immensely. He doesn't even shoot back. 0-8 for Cyber. Another opening kill for M80.
Now it's about to return to form with the opening kill conversion. The last round, the only one in this match where it wasn't successfully converted, and even then, very, very close. FaZe a player down. Vidiking looking for a playmaking opportunity, but good drone work from N80 will force him back. 3-1 split from defense. It's just KDS down below on first floor lounge. M80 now progressing admin side across. A lot of execute utility available for them with the Capitao and the Sense combination, Glaz as well. And in the meantime, Diffuser could be a nuisance on the Deimos.
And we heard what Fabian said prior to this round. Essentially play together, push together, something along those lines. So with so much time 5v4, but Vidiking times out Kino. Kino trying to make his way up service stairs. Well, that was popped.
He was droned earlier, and they haven't cleared this position, so they should have been a little bit more wary of that lurk top floor.
Has not been able to get this Glaz involved now for 2 rounds. And a timely kill as well for FaZe to even things up. Now the numbers are no longer at a disadvantage for the defense heading into the execute portion of this round. And you don't have that Glaz to really over-empower when the execute then follows through with smokes littered around the site. Now you're reliant on this ROU. Sends wall up from hot and cold, but down immediately, and they just lost Diffuser.
Yeah, and it forces Gunner now to rotate down below as well.
They're playing catch-up.
Man, it's compromising this attack significantly.
And wall's not going to get opened up either. It feels like M80 now are very much just playing on instinct.
It's a Hail Mary.
Yeah. The overall setup has now been dismantled by FaZe. Hot and Cold trying to maybe bait out some pre-fire shots. Runs in deep to Expo. FaZe are all over this though. Hot and Cold immediately then blown up by the Nitrocell. FaZe are going to make it 3 rounds straight. This is getting interesting.
And FaZe doing it the hard way with Cyber.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, having minimal impact in this match so far, they've still been able to string rounds together. 3 straight.
Minimal? Less than minimal.
Well, he's been finding a bit of info on the Solace, but in terms of fragging power.
Well, I mean, the concern right now, though, as well for M80 is a couple of factors here. First and foremost, 4 of the last 5 rounds now have been won by FaZe. 1 of those on the attack. Thus far, M80 have not been able to win an attacking round, so they've not been able to meet that objective that FaZe have now already completed back in the first half. Secondly, up until the last 2 rounds, I'll come back to this shortly.
What we've already talked about is pretty much spot on, Matt. But Leo, you need to stop thinking about the big image. Just focus on what's right in front of you, what's happening in front of you. You're thinking so many steps ahead that you're making mistakes that are giving back the rounds. Every single round so far, we're getting the advantage. What do? We mess up. Yep. There was no 3-2-1. There was no fucking teamwork on the first baseman. Get those basics back. That's all we need. Yep. We should have won this game already. We haven't. Yep. Round by round, 1-1 every single time. 0-0. Yep. 1, 2, 3 rounds. And then we reset, do the DCs, do the calm downs and relax. All we need. But make sure we play as a team because I don't want to see a solo shit anymore.
Yep. Back to the fundies. Let's go. Default fucking admin.
Yeah, super safe.
Well, Fabian kind of just explaining there a little bit as to what I was going to mention, which is up until the last 2 rounds, 100% opening kill conversion. And as he just said in his words, we should have already won this game. We've had advantages, and then we've kind of blown them away with solo pushes. Yeah, the last 2 rounds, they actually got opening picks, but didn't convert. The first team to do so in this match, and then followed up immediately after. That's the concern. And obviously, FaZe have picked up their game and looking comfortable on defense, but again, M80's defense was better than FaZe's defense.
Yeah. It's always really tricky to judge, and it's always an element of both, but this so far feels like M80 losing more so than FaZe getting ascendancy back in this match. At least at this stage, with the advantages they've been garnering and some of the key errors that have been made so far. FaZe are playing well, obviously punishing those mistakes, but
well, that's the thing. The top teams are going to punish that, absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely.
You're not going to get away with making small but critical errors.
Yep.
And all it does now is fills the confidence for FaZe. It's 4-5 now on the scoreboard, rather than 5-1. And the longer this goes on, well, now you're starting to then run out of time. It could be 5-5 after this, and then you get the nerves and the mental aspect involved. Handy with some information.
Yeah, Handy with live information currently on to Gav. As he looks to you to clear from front desk. Actually goes for a jump out. Nitro!
Oh, this is a wonderful Nitro Cell.
It's a good attempt.
Gavini, though, able to react in time. I mean, you say it's a good, it's a really, really good try.
Pretty opportunistic.
Well, it doesn't really net anything. What it does tell me, though, is FaZe now starting to gain some confidence and starting to explore just how aggressive they maybe can be on this defense.
In the meantime, admin side hit, and the balcony now exposed. Or tricked.
Oh, wow.
The ladder. So Cyber's still finding a way to have impact in this match.
Absolutely. It's not just about the 0-8. He does have 1 assist, and he's got a wall trick.
Does that now prompt a pivot from M80? Maybe looking to converge over towards front desk.
Well, they got Kino on the Blackbeard, so he's going to be able to facilitate a little bit of that entry over towards the hallway. Seems like this is going to be a meeting-focused hit right now, at least the way it's shaping up from M80. Double stack over towards Spiral, now trying to clear out, make it a triple stack, sorry. Clearing out long desk, Kino already having done so. It's forced FaZe back, and it has also netted them the opening kill. Kino opted the shot and lost his life for it, but M80 continued to fire away. Handy, top
trapped.
Spiral, trapped. No, Diffuser's trapped with him. Now the push from Gavini as well, and does get the clear. A messy, messy round that leaves it in a 2v2. M80 searching for their first round on the attack of success, and hot and cold, headshot through the wall onto Vidiking. Souls. Can he claw this round back for FaZe? Hot and cold will get this diffuser down successfully. Now into the post plant. Souls wants to keep him trapped, cannot fully connect. Allows hot and cold back over to server stairs.
Goes chasing.
Chasing and does do so. 1v1, 30 seconds, pistol out. Gavini gives his position away. Souls now goes back to the primary, but only 4 bullets. Fire extinguisher brings the smoke into the battlefield. Pistol back up. Headshot though from Gav. That's now match point, M80.
A sigh of relief for M80. Great pivot call there in the mid round. And I think I could hear it actually here in the studio. A 3-2-1 countdown for the front desk push. Stack Spiral, Repel. Kino able to get active over towards vending side. Hot and cold playing safe in the back line with that diffuser. And once they were finally able to unlock and get a man advantage, good structured plant. Coverage was sound. Souls unable to break that cross. Right here, it started to look dicey with Handy able to get the pick before that. Flash blinded him. But the trade was good, and again at this point 2v1. Souls doing his absolute finest. But very difficult to win it in 1v1 in that particular position. 2 opportunities now for M80 in regulation here on Consulate.
Yeah, and it deserved as well. I mean, I think Fabian said it best. This really should have already been won for M80. 3 rounds straight, they've got the opening kills. I mean, if you actually look at the overall opening kills, 10 rounds played, they've gotten 8. 8 of them. And that's been a weakness for FaZe so far at this event. 49% has been their hit rate on opening kills, and that's inclusive of the wildcard series they played earlier today, where they were strong in that department. That actually raised them up to 9th. Prior to that, they were in the bottom half. Oh, indeed. Cyber's on the board. Woo. First kill. Can he double it up quickly? No.
No.
DMR too strong from Gunner. Gets the trade.
And probably not the worst trade for M80. They lose the buck, but they have the fallback to the ram. Cyber, though, on the catch with no Jaeger replacement. That could make things intriguing for the YouTube dump later in this round. So a little unfortunate. M80 now to get to work with Heartbreach and Basement for this side, of course. Impact Trick, though, in response. Wall now opened up.
A hand is going to be so important on this clash. Nitro from Vidiking gets nothing. I do still have one more with KDS. Gunnar is just positioning himself for the hack. M80's pacing this round has been pretty solid in terms of getting the setup for this basement hit. Good pressure over towards breach. They've already got players first floor.
Well, they have a drone inside of garage currently. Diffuser sitting that at the moment from the grave.
FaZe are scrambling pretty early in this round.
Boogie deployed.
Once this ram opens up line of sight, there's going to be a ton of pressure on the objective itself. Handy will retain position over towards yellow pillar. And so still some site presence, but the rest of this defensive structure from FaZe forced back.
Still over a minute remaining too. I mean, M80 are so flushed for time. It's an abundant amount remaining. Logic bomb from Gunnar. But that doesn't mean you want to go for a 20-second hit. They will take their time and use it now. Hot and Cold is straight into sight and will go for the plant inside a garage. Handy has got eyes on this, but can't do much. He's got a player in his face. Putting pressure straight on him is Kino. Kino gets back over towards yellow. The plant will be successful from Hot and Cold. But can he get himself out of this position? The Gas Babes couldn't connect. That one could. Now they get the clear. Souls will get the kill. Stays alive, low on health. Time, though, the biggest factor, Gus. There's 30 seconds remaining and still 3 players up for M80.
And vert control for M80. FaZe likely needing to contest above.
They've got to start making their push and do it quickly. No time for shields, Handy, either. It has to be pistol and SMG up. 15 seconds, running out of time here on this map of Consulate. There is really no time unless Souls connects the whole way through, and indeed he will. Wow. Clutch from Souls and FaZe at the last moments. Fabian probably wondering, how have we not won this map?
That's crazy from Souls to find that pocket, that window of opportunity to jump on the diffuser. Rest of the team contesting fiercely off-site. And he sneaks in. Gunnar was forced on that long rotation due to complications elsewhere and just unable to get to position in time. 2:45 and a 4v4. Plant goes down. Kino did a really good job contesting the clash to allow the diffuser to go on the ground. But then Handy really coming alive there over towards yellow stairs. Snoll sneaks through, Gunnar too far away.
What's that, like maybe 2 more seconds? And he would have got there. Plus time. I mean, yeah, it was a really close finish to the round. FaZe just edge it out. But it goes with the story in this half that continues to be maintained. FaZe are not winning in a dominant fashion on their defenses, similar to what we saw from M80. I mean, they're kind of just scraping through a lot of these rounds, but I mean, if you can scrape your way to overtime, who cares? Yeah. One more round needed for FaZe.
It hasn't been the prettiest half of Siege, but
no, it
doesn't have to be sometimes.
Starting shock drone.
M80 would hate to go to overtime. They have dominated in so many areas on this map, but yet it's 6-5. It doesn't feel like that should be the case. In this half, 2 alive, 1 alive, 1 alive, and then 3 and 4. That was not the case in the first half, especially led by double flawless from M80. And you get that adrenaline as well as a boost for FaZe winning a round in that fashion. A nice close contest one, a clutch counter defuse at the end of the round. Gives them that hope. Coming into Expo Piano for the final round of regulation.
The twitch in play from Hot and Cold in response to the mirror. Shutting down a bunch of utility and default cameras already. Mute included in that. Gav can establish a foothold, yellow stairs, and in combination with the gridlock, ensure that his flank is protected.
Gaveni making the push up, like you said, off the back of the logic bomb called out by Gunnar. And he did take some damage. Needs to be careful. Did have a Nitrocell, now thrown it. And that one connects from Souls onto Kino. The Glaz dead again. Every round that Kino's played Glaz, I don't think he's fired a shot.
It's been quite unfortunate. Big responsibility on Gav here to find a pick or two.
And another logic bomb to help out. Final one called by Gunner. Handy tucked in bathroom.
They can't push yellow, especially with that mirror in play. I think they have to pivot to something a little bit more
Well, they can't just also go direct at this point either.
I don't think they have many options available.
They're running out of options. FaZe might be saving their best defensive round for last. 40 seconds remains. Huge kill from Diffuser to give a slight hope to M80.
Oh,
Flash repel in. Diffuser running around the corridor. Gets caught by Handy. Hot and cold will fall. Only Gunner. And he's gone down. FaZe will force overtime on Consulate. And it's been hard fought for the Brazilians.
It really has been. 1-5 to kick off the initial half for FaZe. Just that one attacking round win. Being able to really grind out that second half. A lot of dicey rounds. But able to produce results, push at 6-6. And M80...
Well, what about the mental now for M80, right?
Are they chalked?
Are they? Well, I mean, this is going to be the test for them. These are the kind of matches, deeper as you go within a major, that you're going to be tested. Not just inside of the server, but also mentally outside of it.
Yeah.
5-1 lead. Multiple opportunities to close out. Even at match point, they had 2 chances to win prior to even getting that match point. Multiple rounds that maybe they should have won. Fabian himself even said that this match should have been over. And that was, what, 4 rounds ago when he said that? Now we go to overtime. FaZe will have double defense. And, well, dare I say, cuz, considering we've only had 2 attacking rounds, 1 so far in this match, double defense gives FaZe now the advantage for Consulate.
10 seconds left.
But the one asterisk to that is M80's attacks have probably been better than FaZe's attacks. If there's going to be a team that has a chance of getting an attacking round win, it is M80.
Yeah, I would largely agree.
Loading new magazine!
Need to reload.
So it's top floor, double flank watch. They drop the Amaru. Likely to be admin side across. Could be a flood front desk again, up spiral. Potential for the yellow drop as well, but still hesitant to say that's a high percentage play. Handy once again will be lurking on the poles on this corner of the map. Nitro.
Oh, Handy.
Wow.
But we saw him try one earlier and it was close. This time he does connect, shuts down Gaveni, and now advantage once again for FaZe. And Handy has been so good in this game.
And we saw last time when Gav was able to dodge the Nitro, got really good value with the Teros as the follow-up, clearing front desk, other pieces of utility, etc. M80 now no longer with that tool here.
Oh, I am going to bring up a stat. That's not going to be good news for M80, but they have not won a single round where they've had the opening death. They've not won a 4v5. They must now do so here. Diffuser,
where did he come from?
Timely kill onto Vidiking.
That's nice from Diffuser. Walked straight up Visa stairs. Issues elsewhere in hard breach. Balcony will remain closed for this round, so yet another checkpoint failed by M80 on this attack. King with a key role on the Blackbeard here to provide pressure for his team. He's been up and down so far on this map. We'll be looking to produce a result here, though. Diffuser spiral.
Oh, and Handy, aggressive position, but shot down by Diffuser. Cyber got his second kill of the game, but then traded immediately by Hot and Cold. And Mady have stolen the advantage in the round. Can they now steal an attacking round as well? But Gunner goes for a walk through long desk and caught by KDS. A free kill. And FaZe then compound into this advantage now where it's down to Diffuser. He's been the best performing player for M80 at the tournament so far, now needs a 1vx clutch. Otherwise, FaZe will get 2 opportunities to take out Consulate. Souls still has a Nitrosol, so do canisters as well. Diffuser trying to flush him out, but the frag grenade doesn't do that job. KDS will be watching as well for the cross to deny Diffuser the chance to walk into meeting. He does slip through. I think he's got a pretty good idea as to where both these players are. Up close though, and the timing captures him the wrong way. FaZe have now got map point. M80 5-1 up.
Fabian's voice raised as well, sensing
they've lost 6 of the last 7 rounds.
Yeah, been a devastating string of rounds, but credit to FaZe. Looking rock solid there to open up overtime. It will be basement, the side of choice here for M80 to keep this map alive.
And the problem as well, right? So when you're taking on a champion team, and if they're a little bit stumbly, they're not playing at their best, which I think was not only the case in the first half, but even to start the second half, and certainly chances for M80 to get some earlier attacking rounds. If you don't punish them, the beast will be awoken, and that feels like that's the case now for FaZe. It's 3 rounds straight, opening kills, round wins, starting to look a little bit stronger on their defense. Now they go attack. The only attacking site they did win in the opening half was Split. Again, they don't need to win this attacking round. They will then go defense after this. So this is a free swing right now for FaZe. Pressure on M80.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
So to basement we go, but a roam employed here from M80. Key position, second floor admin. Gav will play the midpoint of the map. And then Gunner also situated piano side. FaZe with the option to go for full clear, could try and half clear, drop for back push. Options available. Pretty versatile lineup, double range hard breach. Cyber block for soft breach, and potentially some vert pressure later on in the round as well. Gav currently watching in towards Visa, ensuring that nobody does try and slip in and lurk for the back hit here from attack. Diffuser can render assistance as well, has vert control above. Here is the lurk. Here it is.
Well, feeling as if FaZe have got their mojo back, Sidepick goes for the push in, gets the kill onto Diffuser.
And M80 had the systems primed and ready to deny that.
Feels like it's falling apart for M80. Have to do it the hard way now on Consulate, where they had it for seemingly a long time, the easy way. And FaZe love to take their time. They've still got lots of it remaining in this round. You won't see them over push. KDS with the tin can opener towards main breach. And right now it's just checklist scenario for FaZe. Go through, take your time. We've got the advantage. We can trade on site later in the round. Get ourselves in the best position. Gas bait thrown out by Kino. First, 2 more remaining to block off this push through electrical from Souls.
Minute to go. FaZe beginning to split this push. A lot for M80 to account for now. Minute to go. Fight lobby.
Andy tapping away. Wanted to get a bit of help and got it through Vidiking. And then Gunner to fall as well. Well, M80 were absolutely sensational in the opening half on their defense. We never saw a round like this where they have been decimated. And maybe they have been inside of the server and now also mentally. That map of Lair to follow now suddenly looks so different for M80. They were 5-1 up. They had 2 map points, but it's FaZe who are looking to be the team to punish them. Hold on. Cold needs 3 more. No holding on at all. Indeed flawless from FaZe to close out this map of Consulate. Did it the hard way, the long way, the right way for the SI champions. 8-6 for FaZe, and they have now got their sights set on Lair.
By the skin of their teeth, FaZe make it through on their own map pick, push it into overtime, win this first map here. We're joined actually by Richie to talk about this map, also from players' perspective, and also having seen this first map together with us. Now, what a first map this was, though, we're going to start talking about. I mean, M80 were almost there, and then FaZe, they just come through, and they win it again.
I mean, looking at this game, Richie, I think we're saying, you know what, M80 has an incredible defense start. Surely they're taking it. I know this was FaZe's map pick, but also M80 is super comfortable, and it's just a matter of how do they close it in attack. And we see them plant 3 times actually in attack, and despite that, they only get 1 round. And as FaZe comes back, here was one of the occasions where actually they plant and they still lose the round. I'm just so disappointed in M80. I thought they hide it, Richie, and I don't get it.
Yeah, so I also thought M80 were going to win the map because I do think they played, they started out and their defense is very strong, and I also think M80 are a very good attacking team. And as you mentioned previously, like them getting 3 bombs down and only winning 1 of those rounds is very crucial. So you could say in a way that they played it very well, but just they fell short those rounds, and that really cost them. As you can tell, they lost the map.
And if you think about it and you look at this and you think, okay, they played 3 times in attack and they can still win only a single round. And then you look at their entries and their fraggers, and you compare Cyber with Gaveni right now, 2 of the best fraggers in the world, right? But if you look at that match, on one hand, you've got Cyber 3-12, Gaveni 12-9. You're telling me that M80 had 5-1 defensive split. They put 3 bombs down in attack, and they've got to play a 5v4, and with all of that, they still lose.
Yeah, so I would like to make a point is that even though Cyber did not play very well at all, the last round he did get the opening kill, but FaZe, are one of the lowest teams in opening kills, and also when they do get the opening death, they most likely lose a round. But also contrast is that they have 90% conversion rate. So when they get opening kill, they do really, really well. So as you can tell, FaZe are playing pretty much 4v5 for lack of a better term, and I want to see how they do on layer with all 5 players, playing very well. So I'm excited to see that map.
I mean, that sounds pretty scary if you're going into that as an actual 5v5 in this case, seeing how it's going so far with certain players on the side of FaZe. Now, we're going into layer. That is our second map, and I think was already mentioned, it is a rematch. That was the map they played when it was the best of 1. Technically, it was also a 4v5 then, wasn't it?
Yeah, so when these 2 teams faced each other on layer, it was 7-2 for M80, and the big thing was they were playing against Souls 1 that was 0-9. So that was another 5v4 that they were playing. So looking at M80 right now, I'm expecting a bounce back. You mentioned it before, Richie, right? The big thing here is the mental, I think, because when you throw away a 5-1 lead, that's got to impact you as a player.
Yeah, I mean, I've been there before. I understand, Constant's a very heavily defender-side map, so when you go up 5-1, you're feeling really good. You got those first couple rounds, and then once it gets to 5-3, it's a little shaky and scary. Your mental fortitude has to be really, really good because, when you're up so much and then you lose, you have to reset for the next map because it's a new map. That's a new chance to win that. So,
and you know M80 well, right? You've been swimming against these guys. Obviously, you're from NA as well. How does the layer fare? Do you think they're a great layer team?
I think M80 is a good layer team. I think M80 they're good on attack. They're good on defense. I think they will most likely take this map, but we have yet to see that map be played out as they had a pretty upsetting first map.
Yeah, we're looking at M80, of course, looking back of this map. And we had 2 of them on the late show yesterday. They were saying, we have a really good team culture. We will say it how it is. So I'm sure there's going to be harsh words spoken between the team, especially with the way that they were winning that map. And I also wonder, I mean, from the 2 of you, from a player's perspective, right? You're going back to a map, M80 being that you've already won before. Does that put them in a profitable spot, you think, or not really?
In my opinion, if you go back to a map where you've just lost 7-2 in the shoes of FaZe, I think that you learn way more than your opponent, right?
Yeah.
They battered you, so they didn't learn anything, but you did. And so to go back to that map, I think that you're at an advantage. But I don't know what you think about it.
I have an opposing view. I think if I'm the player and, say I get spanked on a map that we practiced a while, I would prefer to play a different map. So I'd say for M80, you were saying that the team that won didn't learn anything. I think they do. It just shows that their fundamentals are well. They understand the map very well. Actually, the team that lost, it's like, what is your confidence going to be going back into that map? You know, like we didn't play well last time. How are we going to do this time? I feel like it's going to be M80 favorite map.
And you understand they chose because they're the one that picked it again. So like they beat FaZe 7-2, they pick that map again, they feel confident on it again. Like would you have done that?
Yes, yeah, it's a good map we're at. We spanked the last time we played it. Of course, I'd pick that map every time.
I don't know. I'm the opposite, but you know what? Maybe it's because I'm the AGL and I just like knowing when things fail so that I could fix it, I guess.
Well, of course, we're going to have a look at the second map, though. First of all, Richie, thank you so much for joining us. If you're ever looking to, join us on the desk, you're always welcome to do that. It was great having you and talking about this series as a whole, though. The second map is ready, so we're going to have a look. Who stays in the upper bracket? Will that be FaZe or can M80 fight back?
Yeah, I think this is going to be a really good map. Obviously spoken well on the desk about maybe some of the positives, negatives of replaying a map, essentially, where for these two, what was it, 3 days ago, the start of the major, a 7-2 victory for M80 on this map against FaZe. I do agree with Alfama and kind of what he's alluding to, where for the losing team, but being FaZe, they would have gained a lot of learning. But also from Rexon's perspective, for M80, like, fundamentals are good. Everything worked. We can go back there and do it again.
Fundamentals weren't great, though, back on map 1, and that's what I think allowed that comeback from FaZe. So we'll see how much of that transitions across. Of course, they've now had an opportunity to mentally reset and pick themselves back up for a map where they should, as we are kind of alluding to, naturally have more confidence on that they can back in their systems, and they should be able to push us to map 3 of Labs. But FaZe, they're up and about, they're firing, and they start out on defense, and so naturally have a slight advantage.
Yeah, my concern for FaZe, though, is actually not with their defense. It's probably with their attack, at least on this map. Only a 43% attacker win rate. Now, in contrast to that, it's 65% defensive to the defensive win rate of M80 57, but a 57% attack as well for M80 on the map of Lair means for this first half, it may be the most telling. Will it be FaZe's strong defense on this map or M80's strong attack that prevails in this half? That will give us a really, really good picture then going into the second half as to who to maybe favor. For FaZe, though, a lot of confidence would have been gained from that win on Consulate. They did it the hard way. They had to play from behind. They probably weren't playing their best Siege either, to be completely honest.
It was effectively a 4v5 as well, so...
Oh my god, it's a bit rich.
I'm quoting the desk, that wasn't me.
But what the thing for me is they got going towards the end. So they picked up steam. Can they now carry that momentum here into this map of Lair? FaZe 1 map away now from booking their place in the upper bracket final and joining Furia as another SI qualified team.
The winner of this game to take on the winner of G2 Falcons.
Yep. Which would be directly after this game. Well, Kino on the glass. To note, of course, back on Consulate, he played it 3 times in all 3 of those rounds. I genuinely don't think he fired a shot. Hot and Cold will fire the first shot, though, on Lair. Easy kill onto Cyber. Well, the confidence might be up for the team, but I do wonder individually for Cyber, who knows he's not having the greatest day. To then be the opening death on this map doesn't fill you with good confidence.
Good use of the shock drone from Gav. Able to disrupt the Denari hold here from KDS. Oh, well, that was unaccounted for. Gunner up close.
I mean, Gunner, I think, just wanted like a little shoulder peek, get some information. Handy just hits the immediate headshot. Played a bit more of an aggressive position there on the smoke, and it caught Gunner off guard. It's no ace, no Salmers. And then Hot and Cold gets caught as well, just standing over towards Bridge.
It's a bit of an awkward round.
Awkward round indeed, but Kino does have impact on the glass. To be fair, Hot and Cold not dead, and he's able to crawl himself out of danger. He will get revived. So M80 will have the player advantage. Swinging the window, though, is KDS.
This is a weird round of Lair. So many fights on the exterior at the moment. No structure inside of the map currently. 2v4. 3 members low, though, for M80. Kino, so low on HP. Impact, though, from Souls, unable to land.
And they must be, of course, wary of the Shamika launcher. Kino, Hot and Cold, so low on health, need to be careful of the fire. Got a lot of time remaining, though. If they can just keep trying to posture Kino into a position where he can get a decent amount of sight on the glass, hold a long angle, buy some time for the Diffuser to get to work here with the Vendetta. Deathmark activated onto Vidiking. Pressure on the Tachenka. Kino just still holding outside. Souls needs to be careful with his positioning. There is the Shemika launcher. In use by Vidiking, but shot down by Diffuser. Souls will need a 4K to clutch this round for FaZe. Gaveni will get the plant successfully down inside of R6. Will not be denied. And now makes the task for Souls near on impossible. Kino still at this window. While Souls will give it his all, M80 have him surrounded. Close right, he should get this kill, and he does. In fact, look at the health of the remaining 3 players. The time, though, now actually the hardest part about this. 4 Souls still couldn't find the shot, though, onto Hot and Cold.
Look at how good we are. This is what we do every day. Keep these up. Good shit, guys. One fucking line.
He has a lot of energy for an old man.
He's not that old.
Oh, he's been playing the game a lot.
But I think
he's been involved in the game a lot.
I think winning the opening round on attack on Lair against FaZe, who are strong defensively on this map, you want to try and bottle that the motion, and Fabian's kind of just let it all out.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
FaZe, the way that they played Master R6, though, is not really close to conventional.
They wanted to deny it any semblance of map entry, map control there from M80. We saw the fight and the loss onto Gunner. We saw the dump of util to try and find Kino. M80 though with a good pivot, 3-1 split. Able to flood sight, Diffuser down, forcing the clutch attempt. Really good start.
And typically, if you're going to find attacking rounds on Lair, it doesn't usually come in the form of winning Master and R6. So this is a really good start to the map for M80. So we get a lab. So not going to see the repeat from FaZe. They do not opt to go back top floor, instead go basement. And as of right now, with their current positioning, not really looking like a roam will be employed by the defense, which has become a little bit standard to really kind of control the stairwell positions and deny the filter down those stairs towards basement. Most teams don't necessarily opt for the direct hit. A lot of denial, though, for FaZe in this round. Tachenka once again will be used. They've got the Echo for late round plant denial. Vulcan canisters that will need to be dealt with. And to aid for the execution, the Warden will be strong to deny the flashes and the smokes.
Goya, though, contested nicely by Diffuser, and in the meantime, M80 post that drone work, able to take control of the Barb and activate the Ram as well. And so layering pressure onto this defense, and they'll be able to fortify positions up above with the Nomad. Gab deploying those air jabs. Yellow ping information here for Kino to potentially play off of. That's in towards Warehouse. KDS and Handy, though, with a aggressive cross. That will be challenging to break. 3 players, though, of M80 looking to converge.
Well, M80's got full vert control here. And couple that with Gunner on the Ram, you should be able to make the most of the vertical pressure that you can apply towards the site. So now what M80 really want to do is just force them back to site. And that's what Kino's kind of trying to do over towards Warehouse.
Minute to go.
They got loads of time. So far, so good for M80. The Diffuser does take a bit of unnecessary damage on the way back out. To be fair, FaZe playing this well. I mean, them head on. The cross.
Oh no!
Well, Kino ends up killing Gab. To be fair, he was down anyway. And M80 are still winning the exchange over towards the site with a bit of help from that vert. And that's where M80 have played this so well. FaZe can't just fall back play site freely. They've got no one to contest Gunner up above. And there's still 30 seconds left. M80 are primed in this second round.
Yeah, Diffuser rotating off the back hit as well. 20 seconds on the clock. Hot and cold Diffuser in hand.
Oh, that's not ideal. That means that's Diffuser on the floor. Kino, gun up, hits the headshot onto Sidebar. One close left, that's Vidiking. He gets the kill onto Diffuser. Kino then across the map, gets rid of Souls. Now allows room for Gunner to go and get that plant down inside a lab. Vidiking will not be able to deny. Tries to reposition to now take the fights, forcing the flash. Meant that he has to now hold this angle, this position. The Blackbeard in the post plant, oh so annoying. And that has now allowed Gunner to retreat back over to Barrels. He is a distance away. Need to force this fight, but Kino's better. Kino was ready.
Play the game. Now you're doing it. Good job, guys. Good shit, guys.
A really solid round from M80. 2 attacking rounds to start here on Lair sets the tone. FaZe are much better statistically on their defense than they are on their attack on this map. Top floor didn't work, basement didn't work. Time for bunks and briefing.
Yeah, really well formulated attack there from M80. A lot of it centered around the Blackbeard play from Kino. And so important that he stays alive in that round. Helps to facilitate some of the back pressure from Diffuser, which we saw come into play. And he offered some really good value in terms of view tool clearance. And as they were able to slowly chip away at more and more map control, he was then freed up to rotate. Able to then posture for the plant, well covered on the cross. Kino again valuing his life really well in that round. There are a couple of occasions back on Consulate where perhaps that wasn't the case. We even saw Fabian specifically talking to him and making sure that he's focused in on his role specifically and not, trying to take control too much of other macro areas of the game. Yeah, really good work there from Kino in that round. Round 3 to follow. Bunk the side of choice.
And Gunner as well. I mean, he technically has the easier spot to play. First floor control on the ram, open up the floorboards, but he does find the kill during what was madness. And that really helped alleviate pressure for those on the horizontal push for M80. FaZe need to respond and respond quickly. Cannot afford to give up more defensive rounds on this map of Lair. So a really strong response from M80 after arguably throwing away the opening map of Consulate.
So the Capitao and the Sense combination here, rather common for this site. Typically indicative that the attacking lineup will go direct in towards site. Capitao smokes a couple of vert Sense as well to counterplay and allow the cross. It'll be very difficult then for the defense to contest and find the exact position of the planter pinpointed and then deny from vert. First step though, also in combination with that breach pressure, is control green side. And interestingly, the flames to be used on this position. Vidiking catches the timing though.
Aggressive swing on the water. Nitro will connect as well onto Gavini, and that is a double from Vida. Huge power play. Wants to hold this position as well up close. Not caring at all about the gridlock and their stingers. That's a 3rd kill from Vidiking in the round. But a little bit more aggression from FaZe. Kino keeps the round in a winnable position for M80, wanting to retreat and grab that diffuser kit. Done so successfully. Kino's too low on health though to take a battle with Vidiking. Shotgun up close. Shotgun should win more often than not. Retreat back down. That's where you got to trust the stands of the ROUs.
Trying to force the plan. Red King. Kino.
Still mindful of Vidiking potentially pushing green.
Yeah.
Diffuser's going to go for the plant. Kino in position, hits the headshot, gets the kill. Diffuser now off because there's still 30 seconds left, but no, now down. And we'll get back to safety. Kino is doing it all right now. 6-0, getting revives. KDS though swings. Successfully got rid of one, but Kino was almost on for an incredible round. Shut down though at the very end.
Again, another really solid round from Kino. Worked really hard to maintain a winnable status in that round, but unfortunately succumbing to the pressure from FaZe, who up above on the vert did a really good job in dismissing that plant attempt. Nitro was good. And rewinding even further, the play up close shotgun for the green hold was great, and M80 not allowed to really fully flesh out that execute idea.
A big round from Vidiking. In the middle portion of that round, he's played. It's aggressive. You swing towards bridge, and if you lose that fight, you ward instead. You open up space for the attack. High risk, high reward though, and the reward was there for FaZe. They are now on the board for Lair. But boy, do they need a lot more in this half. We've been quite blessed at this tournament for Lair so far. In fact, it is officially the most played map so far at the Munich Major, which is always a good sign. It's a really solid map. But alongside that, it is also the most defender-sided map outside of the map of Consulate. Only played 3 times, so less of a sample size. Means there's a long way to go for FaZe, and so far this early start for M80 has put them in a solid position. Back to top floor, Master and R6 in the 4th round.
The Blackbeard and his army also taken off for the remainder of this particular half.
His army's a big loss as well. They'll substitute and bring the Goyo.
Reloading ammo.
Blackbeard was only played once, by the way, which was Basement 2nd round. Has been banned out, of course, as well.
Activated.
Packed. And lands. Good work there from Souls, denying the Selma from Gunner, who, mindful of that potential counter, still has 2 in pocket. Gav with a big role in this round too. Twitch in play to counter both the Goyo and the Mirror. Denari to an extent as well. Speaking of Denari, available on Deathmark here for Diffuser, 4 targets pending. Good drone work. Oh, I was going to say good run out, but Hot and Cold denies it.
Yeah, Hot and Cold switched on. Handy just not able to connect. Not the first time we've seen Handy go for more of the aggressive plays in this series. Did well on Consulate with a couple of Nitrocell attempts, but this time losing out to Hot and Cold. Advantage for M80 now, and honestly perfectly timed too for M80, because now they've got the extra player number as they're starting to get ready for their execute. And playing the smoke as well, less denial opportunity too for FaZe. The high risk, high reward may have worked for FaZe in the previous round, but well, it hasn't worked for them in this round. Again, top floor for FaZe defensively, looking vulnerable.
There's control now for the attack. Minute on the clock. FaZe, do they succumb to the pressure in this round?
This is so winnable for M80 on top floor.
Deathmark on the way.
You've got to take these opportunities when provided. Deathmark from Diffuser onto Souls. There's no Nitrocell. I mean, the only thing you've really got left as active utility for FaZe is that Shamika launcher from Vidiking. Not able to fully land those shots, putting pressure from Breach. Souls gets a huge kill onto Hot and Cold. Desperately needed that one, FaZe. Eddie just continue to poke and prod.
Oh, they go for a smoke plant.
They go for the smoke plant inside of Master. Diffuser sits it. There is a gas babe, I think that was on it, maybe not. Sorry, I forgot Handy died earlier. It was the Shamika launcher. Diffuser got off, so he's no longer going to be able to go for that sort of play once again. Especially now that Gav is dead. No more smokes available. Diffuser, KDS got the double. Gunner's got no time, though, to find these 2 kills. He was sprinting for the kit, but waiting for him was KDS, and FaZe get a huge round win.
Well, they took a gamble that round, M80, to try and plant inside of the smoke in anticipation for the Shamika launcher towards a more default position. But a good read from FaZe, able to place that util correctly. M80 then left with very limited options with about 15-20 seconds to go. They full pivot, go for kills instead as the backup win con. But FaZe on the back line looking really strong.
And the fact that for M80, I mean, they were attacking into that site minus a smoke plus a player advantage. That was a huge opportunity. Credit to FaZe, though. I mean, playing it, you know, in the 4v5, it's still a very strong defensive site, but They didn't have too much utility remaining by that point. Shamika launcher clearly having impact, denying the ability for Diffuser to get that plant inside of the smoke. And then that just kind of offset things a little bit for M80. They had to readjust. FaZe may have dropped the opening 2 rounds, but they can go clean since then, all the way through to the half and go 4-2. That's not too bad for them. Back over to Lab. And the blitz will be employed for the first time in this half. Kino will operate. Oh, at the window. Gunner saw the shots, then opted to try and fight back, but Cyber just kept shooting. He gets the opening kill. So early into the round, the ace now dead. There is no hard breach available for M80.
That's a complication. Really amps up now the difficulty curve for this particular round, but it's not unwinnable. There's certainly worse sites here on Lair to lose that primary hard breach. Kino with another key role. We've seen it previously with the Blackbeard, but this time with the Blitz instead as BB's banned out. Needs to try and help be a big playmaker in this round. Yokai down, swing. Also, slain.
Really solid clear.
Really good read.
And it's the fact that it wasn't just Diffuser by himself. Gets help from Kino. Good clear on the Cyber, and that's the Warden dead too. Decent little 1-for-1 trade here early in this 5th round. Cell placed, blown, but no kill for KDS. Down yellow stairs now, combination of Diffuser and Kino.
Handy goes barrels. So he'll tuck into a pretty unexpected position here, unless M80 have a read.
I know Handy likes to get aggressive, but it's Diffuser that finds the off angle. Handy was not ready for it, and M80 have opened up the site. Kino on this blitz now doesn't have to get overly aggressive. He can just keep trying to aid and help his team push through. Full flash onto Vidiking. Force back, still alive. Souls get involved with this Shamika launcher to try and delay a little bit. No, he cannot. Lost out to Gaveni. M80 are just swarming basement. And on the brink of finding a 3rd attacking round. They look so well set up here on Lair. Another one from Diffuser. Vidiking all that remains as the plant goes down in Lab. It will not succeed because M80 have already won the round.
Good job, D.
They take the lead once again. 3 attacking rounds for M80 on Lair, setting themselves up nicely going into the 2nd half.
The confidence of M80 continues to grow here, establishing a good foothold in this match at the moment. Bunk's briefing, the final site of choice for this initial half. M80 struggled on this site last time out. Troubles began over towards Skybridge. Never really got good control green side. Never got close to a fully fledged execute onto the objective with the Sense and the Cap combo, which seems to be duplicated across here to the follow-up attempt. So there's going to be a big focus on this particular round. How good that map control initially is. What's the contest like from the likes of Vidiking if he is to play a similar position this time around?
I just want to highlight a statistic as well through this series, and it's not going to have maybe too much of a say for what's happening right now, but more so the conversation for the tournament as a whole. So far across Consular and Lair, M80 have actually been able to get the plant down 5 times. Coming into this game, 38% plant rate, second at the tournament. In contrast for FaZe, they have not got the Diffuser down once, so something to keep mind of going into the 2nd half. Well, they're dead last for plant percentage. FaZe aren't going to win too many attacking rounds here on Lair if they're not going to be improving in that category.
Some serious drywall work coming up!
So hard breach dealt with. Pretty top line though in terms of the checklist for this round. M80 now looking to reposition to the opposing side of the map and begin their fight forward. Gunner with the first drone on that particular position that was highlighted as being so key before the contest onto Vidiking storage hall. It's big in this round. M80 will want control to then establish a foothold for the final push. FaZe, in the meantime, will be looking to directly counter that and prevent M80 from being able to deploy that utility late round on the objective. Diffuser, though, already wrapping into a pretty aggro position here. Done a good job.
M80's ability to get into strong positions pretty early into the round has been quite noticeable.
A really big fucking hole coming right up!
Vidiking is directly above him still at the moment, so keep that in mind.
He is looking down below, can't find anything. Goes back in towards server. Maintaining the 4-man hold up above for FaZe. This is what they did last time out on Bunks and Briefing. In the end, came down to a 1v1. Souls. He's got a contest coming his way, but he needs to stay tucked into Bunks. Even if he allows them to force their way into the site, he's got good cover from above. He's still not dead, though. He's holding on. Although now he's forced back out, caught by Gunner. A decent clear from M80, but it has taken a lot of their utility to flush out Souls. So now means KDS has to rotate back down below to the site.
Still 2 Sense ROUs. Hot and cold with full belt of smoke util on the Capitao as well. They can make this work.
So 3 up, 1 down now for FaZe. Heading into the final 30 seconds, M80 are looking for this direct hit. Have they got any kind of pressure up above? They do have the sends, but no more REUs. This is it. As the smoke goes out along with the shield screen, Hot and Cold tries to get into position, but clearly spotted. Visible from KDS. And you've still got these players top floor that need to be dealt with. Gavini goes searching. But unfortunately now Diffuser the only one on site. Double from Gav. 2 seconds left. Diffuser dead. That should be the round unless KDS dies. He does not. Good reposition. FaZe hold on to tie the half up 3-3. A decent attempt though from M80 late in the round to go for that top floor clear with like, what, 30 seconds left. Once they realized they couldn't really go for that direct plan.
Some individual brilliance, though, from KDS in that round. Not only did he find the final pick there and play the time perfectly, but even before that, Hot and Cold, dying, perhaps just spotted through the ROU wall. A little bit difficult to tell from the POV that we observed, but did a great job to find that kill. Great lurk position security, made it work. 3-3 scoreline. Anticipating, though, for M80 to fire up here defensively and look solid. FaZe arguably still trailing somewhat here if we go off typical benchmarks. Bans for this second half to be Kaid and Mirror. Double shield with Monty Blitz taken out.
Yeah, it's an intriguing one. As M80 go defense now, I genuinely do think they'll prevail. But they've got to obviously go and do it. Yeah, there was not much time remaining, even with that double kill. 3 seconds left. So once that was confirmed, all KDS had to do was deny Diffuser, who wasn't even sticking plant yet. Just getting in position to do so. But M80 making it at least spicy towards the end of that round. 3 attacking rounds, though, is a win for M80. They're now set up here on the defensive side. Pressure forced the way of FaZe to now crack open these sites like Master and R6 in a way that M80 were able to do in the opening half. M80, again, a lot of numbers are going in their favor. Winning out on the opening kills so far here on Lair, as they were doing on Consulate.
5 seconds to insertion.
It's been a weakness of FaZe so far at this event. Opening kills, below average, plants dead last. Oh, well, there is an opening kill. Very early one as well, onto Diffuser. That's the Tuber out dead immediately to kickstart the second half. Actually, a little bit of similarity goes all the way back into the opening round. 2.5 minutes on the clock when Hot and Cold got that kill onto Cyber. Very early pick. Gave M80 a good look into that opening round. They ended up winning it. Now the same can be said for FaZe. This would go a long way if they can also take top floor immediately.
Yeah, if they overlook the primary.
no Tuberau does also remove a bit of delay there for M80.
Yeah. And allows the path forward Ops Cross to just be a little bit more open now for the attack. FaZe not hesitating to take that ground. They'll split the attack elsewhere though, and Handy as well will lurk below. Immediately contesting the site. That's onto Gunner's position in the objective, but quick to pivot, just on the off chance that M80 are looked to potentially contest. Not to be the case though, all 4 members still on this second floor.
I know FaZe like to take their time. They can do so now as well with the extra player advantage. Master and R6, naturally the kind of site where you're going to posture close to the site for a large chunk of time.
Gunner on drone.
Yeah, good drone information from Vidiking.
Barrier activated.
Full site hold for M80. They've got no one exterior to the site. Handy down below. Skeleton Key does open up the floorboard, continuing to just shuffle the deck chairs on site for M80. They are just rotating from spot to spot. So much pressure being applied by FaZe.
Gunner's done really well though to preserve his life in that position.
Hit behind. Soul's making his way through the mezzanine. Handy gets rid of Hot and Cold. Kino throws out the gas babe. Inside a storage, shotgun in hand. Gunner lucky to be alive. Now falls back in towards R6. Handy caught though by Kino. Big shotgun kill. FaZe still with the advantage. All M80 need to do now is trying to lay for as long as possible. Force that clock to become a factor. FaZe are very split. I mean, looking at the top down right now, I mean, Souls is completely by himself towards mezzanine. Vidiking and Cyber doubling up, and then KDS by himself as well. There's the swing, Kino up close, shotgun, that's a huge kill. That mezzanine side now is clear. M80 can group up, takes the fight to FaZe. KDS by himself without the kit. M80 have flipped this script. And now we'll take the opening round of the second half. KDS, no urgency, no agency in that push towards the end. Big round again from Kino.
He misunderstood, bro. That's so funny.
Yeah, wow. Frustrating one. Bit of a head scratcher for FaZe, splitting that attack perhaps a little too much towards the end. Couldn't quite spearhead in towards R6.
A 2-1-1 split, and the solo Mez dead, and then everyone at M80 rotates over to take the battle with the 2 players, leaving then KDS, the solo, who never really was able to get involved.
Yeah, good snappy counterplay from M80, reading that situation really nicely. Position themselves in advantageous positions. Rewarded with the round win. And the lead now heading into round number 8. Basement site of choice. So the Solus back in play. Valuable tool in dealing with the map clear that's likely here from FaZe and trying to really dampen that drone economy. I think with the kind of pacing that we typically see from FaZe as well, that approach is quite wise. Try and starve that attack of as much information as possible.
8-6 on the first map, 3-4 here on the second map. If you were to just look at the scorelines, guys, you'd probably sit back and say this has been an engrossing series and how close it has been. And while the rounds do suggest that, M80, for me, have just been clearly the better of the 2 teams. Not by a large discrepancy, otherwise I'm sure they would have blown this one open and certainly have made mistakes, but they've played really, really good Siege so far. And FaZe just, to me, feel like they're kind of holding on.
Got eyes on.
And that might change on Labs if we get there, though.
Reload.
Very early death mark, by the way, from Vidiking onto Gunner, trying to get information on the roaming Solus.
Yeah, I like that decision though. Try to pin down the Solus here. Try and protect drones a little bit better. Does prompt the peel from Gunner, drops down hatch from lobby. Still presence though elsewhere on the map, on the roam.
Well, Hot and Cold's top floor.
Yeah.
A basement site, and he's sitting storage top floor right now. And as the logic bomb dissipates, no one was top floor for FaZe, so he would not have been hurt, may not be known. He could be the point of difference now for M80 in this round.
do wonder if FaZe are aware.
Well, and it's also not like FaZe is the sort of team that's just going to go and rush site directly. And he finds a pick through briefing. Gets rid of Gunner. They're doing their due diligence of clearing out first floor. But as I said, they've not cleared out top floor. So Hot and Cold will still be one to watch.
It's all about timing your run, though, not leaving it too late here.
Oh. I mean, look at the information that he's been able to garner here, now over towards Ops. And caught, though, by KDS. The timing is everything.
Yep.
And that feels like a pivotal piece of the puzzle for M80 now ripped away from them. Now 2 players. And then KDS, sharp shot through the hatch. FaZe have been in control this round. Falcon canister popped. Kino has been sensational so far on Lair. 13-3, compounded by that headshot. Clean onto KDS, who's been playing so well for FaZe. The death mark onto Kino's position makes this more difficult. But now does know as well where Vidiking is located.
He has bought time, though, for Gav to come alongside an aid. 15 seconds.
Spotted him. To the right side. Vidiking going for the plant. Gav is down, and so is Kino. FaZe will take the round. Their first attacking round of the half converted. And honestly, one of the better rounds played from FaZe so far, I think, in this series. They looked really sharp. We are tied here on Lair, 4-4.
Yeah, certainly doing a good job to fight for that map control, isolated the Solace nicely, able to then net a pick, I believe, through Vert. Hot and Cold was kind of the trick play potential there from the side of M80, but didn't catch a great timing. He got trapped. And relatively straightforward when you still have the Deimos up and an advantage to snowball that late round.
And just because it didn't work for Hot and Cold doesn't make it a bad play in theory, from what we've got to see. I mean, he had a very good opportunity to probably get something done, but as we've kind of alluded to, I think it was just a timing issue. Got a little bit unfortunate on the drop. And Kino has just proved to be such a strong defensive barrier on site. If he's still alive, it made it hard to push through.
Loading new magazine!
But a really solid round from FaZe, and KDS now really performing well. 11-5, 152 EPS, beaten though by Kino's 180. Gunner, aggressive hold warehouse, doesn't get the kill onto Vidiking, but does get the ace down to half health.
Of course, Gunner shut down on an earlier spawn peak attempt in the half. Lands some damage here for the 9th. That ranged hard breach though of the ace will remain available though for this round.
Well, so many of these rounds have played out wildly differently.
Well, taking the discussion back a little bit, how do we feel about the reattempt? It's pretty atypical in this kind of era to reattempt defensive sides.
It doesn't happen often. There's 2 ways you could look at it as well. Does it maybe suggest their bunk briefing site is not up to scratch? They don't feel as confident. You reattempt and then go back up top floor. Is somewhat common, I think, on Lair.
Yeah, that would be potentially sound logic, yeah. Just tweak a couple of things here this time out. Like dropping the Solace, they don't play the roam, it's very basement heavy. Gavin Med, that's about it. As far as I can tell, he hasn't been droned off site currently, so again, there is that potential flank threat again in this round for M80. Comes down though to execution.
Activated.
Without the Deimos as well available, his position should be a little bit easier to mask off site. FaZe beginning to pepper this util.
They're really trying to put a lot of this horizontal pressure, slightly different to how they played out in the previous round. Final minute remaining. Now Souls to get some information from the Blackbeard. Gun up as well and catching the kill onto Gunner. Went for a run. Push from a different location as well through stock comes KDS. Gets rid of Hot and Cold. Souls then got a second. The Blackbeard aggressive. And M80 now just being ripped apart defensively. Kavini gets 2. King to get the plant down. Very much will be covered. Actually, goes for a reposition. The cover then is blown. Full white though, and kept on running, and King does confirm the kill. Gav giving it his all towards the end, but FaZe will make it 2 straight attacking rounds in basement. Well, top floor is now to come, and this is must-win territory for M80. They cannot be affording a loss on Master R6.
And the intriguing layer for me, still at this point in the match, both teams have their tactical timeouts as well. And how will that come into play in trying to formulate plans, disrupt momentum, etc.? What will the approach be from both of these rosters? It's the Azami and the Blackbeard taken out. Timeout M80.
Because we need to have a solid win condition every single round now. Because they're playing basic LAR 1.0, the first fucking shit people figured out, right? Vertical, drones to flank. And if that's what we want to go against, that's fine. Use Valkyries to retake shit, and then go and kill the vertical guy together if they're doing that. Or they're really fucking slow. Tashanka, Smoke, Goyo, and a fucking Clash. I don't think they can deal with this. They're so fucking slow. But figure out the win condition we want to have, because they're playing basic 1.0 Siege, and they're just doing it over and over and over. There's nothing that's surprising us, is there? We know their entire read from the fucking first second of the round. Use that to our advantage. But let's call some win conditions so we know what we're doing, and then maybe even overload on them. Because right now, we're not playing good as a team. The only people that can change it is you guys. So let's fucking do that.
Well, different messaging to actually the timeout that we got on Consulate, which was far more along the lines of we should really have already won this match, and you're doing a lot of things right. Just got to kind of finish things off a little bit cleaner. Clearly, Fabian more frustrated with what's happened over the last couple of rounds. Have to remember on this map, FaZe are not proficient attacking. They're more so a defensive team on the map of Lair. Yeah, Vamos indeed. FaZe looking strong. The other thing to note as well, actually, Fabian mentioning, you know, kind of more stall-out operating utility, but in the previous round, they brought the Smoke, they brought the Goyo, they had the 2-Brow, even the Alla as well, which the Griswold Mines did actually get some stall-out.
10 seconds remaining.
Bring the Clash. He did mention, actually, so they've brought the Smoke, the Goyo, Tachanka, which we heard Fabian kind of mention as the trio.
Are heading out to defuse a bomb.
It's the first time we will see all 3 of those in the same round, but they have been, of course, using these operators. And coupled with the Clash, to me, what this now suggests, considering it's Master R6, full bunker. FaZe are going to play slow, force them to have to clear 5 on site.
Yeah, just try and suffocate them of as much drone utility as possible, and then space. Have all that spacing utility.
Setting up a sequential.
You can install out a very significant portion of this round. So many different avenues to site as well. Mezzanine, you can stall out the routes to R6, even the default plant positions on the A site if required as well. So versatility on offer here for M80, but they have to really value their life. They cannot give away any free picks because that utility is so valuable in the last minute 30 of this round.
I mean, I'd say you could maybe give the license to Gav at the Diffuser a little bit more of that preset utility.
Good. K1 deployed.
Hot and Cold's going to be the big one. If you can have that Clash available later in the round, makes it so much more difficult pushing into sight.
Death mark on the way.
Of which, you know, Hot and Cold could also look to defend positions like Mezzanine, like the hallway, but then you're putting yourself in a bit more of a risky position. He's happy to just hold sight. Down in from Handy. Shamika launcher fired by Gunner. Handy has slipped through. They might not be aware that he's gone all the way down the hallway. Diffuser caught. Lovely play from Handy. Exquisite through the smoke. But not getting past that Clash.
In the meantime as well, it's a stack over Bez. Oh, Handy actually pushes forward, gets traded out. 4v2, Hot and Cold now under the pump.
They've just completely gone around the Clash. Avoided Hot and Cold completely. Nothing that shield could do would help out M80. So time for the SMG, but not enough to salvage it. 3 straight attacking rounds for FaZe now puts M80 on the ropes. Out of the timeout, Fabian could not rally the troops. 2 match and series points for the Brazilians. M80 now potentially heading to the lower bracket.
I think it's probably fair to say that for a large portion of this event, FaZe have not played to their very best.
But you're getting glimpses of it,
But you
aren't you?
get glimpses
That's
of it, you
what
get an
they
insight.
do. Furia do the same thing. They rock up, they go 0-2, and then they just run the bracket. FaZe might start a little slow, but when they wake up, this is what they can do. Handy. So aggressive.
I mean, a great player.
But what they did so well is avoiding the clash, but also that's the downside, I guess, if the clash is not playing a bit more of an offensive position. The more entry positions. You're sitting back deep sight, which means it allows the attacking team to pretty much make that shield irrelevant.
As soon as one player slips through the area denial utility, that's where it gets really tough for the defense. And in the meantime, there's like double stack Mez that had so much control and playmaking potential. Diffuser was getting rotated. M80 were absolutely cooked in that round. FaZe really outread them.
That is just a FaZe round more than anything. And now we'll see if they can make this a FaZe map. 3 straight attacking round wins for FaZe. We've had more attacking round wins here on Let than defense for the map that was the most defender-sided of the maps with a large sample size here at the event. Not how I expected this to go. It's also 4 straight opening kills for FaZe, a weakness of theirs, and coupling that, they got the plant down. All of the statistics that FaZe have been lacking at the event so far, they're now starting to find improvements against M80.
Which is scary for every other team at this event as it progresses. So round 11. And intriguingly, another re-attempt of sight here from M80 top floor. The approach from FaZe shaping up to look fairly similar. It's the death mark onto the smoke. We saw that last round. And for the defense, it's a belt of all-out utility again. But can FaZe slip through the cracks like last time?
Device ready.
Well, no more clash now. So a little bit more active, I guess, on the defense for M80. I imagine they'll be more willing to take some of these fights.
No Ying for FaZe, so there is some points of difference.
Sol's already up towards Mezzanine. Bit of King on the other side of it.
Gunnar with the bandit trick. But is now isolated.
Diffuser is watching this doorway. Gunnar goes down. Now that might have to also spring Diffuser into action. He's got to make a decision. If he does go for this, it is being watched, but he hits the shot onto Souls. That is a crucial play from Diffuser. He gets the kill and he gets the revive.
But down there stuck from down below.
Good clear. KDS finds his 16th kill. Red ping intel, and KDS then plays off it perfectly. Gunnar got brought back up. Holds his position. Low on health. Kino, though, still alive, and he's been the best player for M80. They need to rely upon him once again.
40 seconds. FaZe still eagerly trying to clear Gunnar's position, but he does not move an inch.
He needs some help. Kino close by. No more gas babes available. Will opt to play a closer angle for this shotgun. Hot and cold. Has got the Shamika launcher that could aid. Kino went for the swing, got one, down to the 2v2. KDS has been on a rampage and clears out. Kino looking for the ace to send M80 to the lower bracket. The player who was the first one down, now the last one up for M80. Vidiking will get this plant down, and KDS, you will get your ace, and FaZe will get into the upper bracket final at the Munich Major. Another event where FaZe run this upper bracket like they own it.
Wow. What an outing for FaZe. I think few expecting them to win this, maybe in 3 maps, but to get it done in 2, remarkable.
4 straight on attack. Lair as well. They did a tremendous job in this series. Struggled a little bit in the opening map, but we saw the beast awake on Lair. They send M80 to the lower bracket.
What a result here from FaZe, though. What a great way to keep themselves alive in the upper bracket, sending M80 down. Amazing stuff, but to do it in a 2-0 as well, I don't think we had that anticipated like on our bingo cards for this matchup.
Definitely not. I think we said it at the beginning of the match, Jack. That was one of the big questions we were asking. Is FaZe back on a world champion level? Are they able to be good and to show good things against some of the best teams in the tournament? M80, in my opinion, was the best hope of NA. They were a favorite for the trophy. To beat them 2-0 in a dominant fashion, to come back on Consulate and close it off here on Lair, to me, that screams world champion.
Yeah, it shows the resilience, it shows the mentality, the fortitude that you need as a team, as individual players. It was the comeback on map 1 that I think really set the scene. And then going into map 2, I think FaZe, they managed to, I suppose, drag M80 into the late, and they managed to get them into that fight, into the executes at the end, and then really punish them from there.
I'm really impressed by KDS. One of the biggest things that we've seen so far, the lack of entry kills for FaZe. Yeah. They were the worst team at entry coming into this tournament. They needed a big fragger to step up. Well, KDS was that player for FaZe. And I think M80 did not give up. You know, I want to praise Kino as well, a player that I think really was doing it all as a support player, trying to bring his team back when his fraggers could not. And he never gave up. That gave us such a good fight. But in the end, KDS, for me, the real hero of this match, 20 kills.
Yeah.
And exactly what FaZe needed, right? A fragger that can get open kills, that can create multi-kills, that can create the chaos, give them an edge. And that's why we see FaZe going into the upper bracket. Once again, a big surprise for me that thought that, they were dropping in performance.
And how crazy is that? A big surprise of our world champions winning in the upper bracket of a major. But I think realistically, that probably documents FaZe's journey across the last 6 months, 7, 8 months since they won that world championship. Is they haven't really set tournaments alight. They haven't really had that fear factor that they had back in Boston. And I think, we've got into the bracket today. That I think they dealt with the occasion better overall. With that comeback, they shouldn't have won Consulate. We should be heading into a map 3 right now, but they did. And then they got it done on their opponent's map pickup layer as well.
Yeah, got it done. 7-4 on the map where they got destroyed only 3 days ago, 7-2. It goes to show once again, maybe my theory was the better one. When I was saying that when you replay...
what does Rexon know?
Yeah, what does Rexon know after all? But when I was saying that, after losing this kind of map and in the way that they did it, they learn a lot and they can then abuse that. And I think going into Lair, I think they had the right game plan overall.
And I mean, they were definitely showing that they learned a lot from this matchup in particular against M80 in the initial one, though. And luckily, we get to speak to the winners. We have Maria standing by at FaZe to talk to them.
Yeah, so I'm here with the winner, top 3 of this major. We were talking about that, and also an invitational in SI. You guys are already there, so congratulations. And I want to know about the game that we just saw. Between the maps, I've talked to Cyber, and he was like, "Oh, the lost rounds was because of us playing poorly and not M80 doing too great." What do you think of that? Se quiser falar português também pode, mas você sabe.
Okay. M80 is a good team, but in this day was a bad day, and that is.
So yes, only that?
Yeah.
Okay. I had an interview with Hot and Cold when you first faced them, and he said that FaZe Clan play really slow. Cyber is the only one that plays good there. What do you think of M80 now in Hot and Cold?
Oh, Hot and Cold is our auto player, and M80 carrying here again. Oh, it's a bad player.
Thank you so much. Alemon was in the background. It's true. Thank you, and congratulations.
Thank you so much. I'm so glad that this event we get to speak to some different players as well here and there. Not the usual faces, You get a bit of spice from that.
Maria's doing such a good job of grabbing the Brazilians and being able to explain in Portuguese and just get some stuff out of them. And, the little bit of English, bad player.
I love Andy, a man of few words but of many titles, He's
and you can't argue with him.
Yeah, he's got a few words in English, and that's enough to trash talk.
Yeah.
I've got to praise the progress of the Brazilians in English. I'm loving to hear more of them.
Yeah, this is just what they're saying with just a little bit of English, right? Give it some time, maybe more practice in other countries, traveling internationally for those events. But that is our first match here on the, third match. I'm so used to starting the day out. It was our third match here. We're going to have one more match, though, for today inside of those players. And you're seeing the players already getting ready for their matchup. It is none other than Falcons versus G2 after this.
Look away now. Shepard with a quadra kill. And now it's all up to Basetto. Basetto slaughtered by Shaco. I don't even think he knew what happened.
And
C4! Genius! Steal that round from Furio!
Are you ready for this? Bangu, are you kidding me with a third getting taken down? And then the drop right below, and it's just in the face! Penta are going to the grand final!
This could be difficult. The swing. Mason a second. Mason a third. Ryder. Oh my God! Wow.
Pre-day holding up for the blood.
It's a 1v5. They had everything going. 1v5.
For a second though, just didn't fully commit. Waiting to pop the last available second, was hoping he baited them out!
Soliton's down! Pre-day's up!
Welcome back to the EML lower bracket finals, I would say, because it's two teams going up against each other as they did in those lower bracket finals at EML Stage 2. But no jokes aside, this is how, of course, Falcons received their EU brethren earlier today as the G2 won that matchup. We don't have the audio of it, but they were all cheering King, King after G2 had won that matchup. But, you know, these two, there's actually a rivalry between them, right? Of course, you know, they faced off against each other so many times. They play each other so many times. And when we talk about Falcons going into this one, it's been a while since we've seen them, of course, not having played that matchup earlier today, but they are looking great in regards to this tournament.
Yeah, they are. They came through the tournament pretty easily, pretty handily, a straight 3-0 victory. And I think for Falcons, that's just been a continuation of the stuff that we've seen across the ML this year. They are our champions. They have been top. They've been playing together as a team more, and I think we're seeing that, Leo.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think I want to point out that this is just nothing out of the, or it's nothing ordinary, rather. I think it's something that's quite out of the ordinary, in the sense that if you look at Falcons and the way they've played these tier tournaments, usually it takes them at least one match that they need to lose early on. Today, it's completely different. Look at that. Leading every single metric except for opening kill and time. Even there, they're part of the top 3, Jack. They've been looking absolutely amazing ever since entering this tournament.
Yeah, these were the stats as at the start of today. Of course, we have had some games since, but look at those attack and defense win rate in the 70%.
Wow.
Like, that is just unheard of, and it dispels the myth that they rely on individuals. It dispels that. They are a team, they operate as a team, but they also have the best individuals as well. Solotov this tournament has been on another level. 142 EPS, plus 26 on the KD, basically leading the stat for everything. Note that he's third in survival rate. That's only because he's second behind another teammate in League and third and behind also Brede, who is in first place. Falcons have 3 players leading the survival rate metric as well.
And looking at these two, looking especially at Solotov and looking at Shaiko. You have Shaiko on the Deimos, you have Solotov on the Dokkaebi. The two of them playing the meta operators to go and kill any roamer. Their entry rates has been absolutely amazing. Most importantly, pay attention when we go into the game. If Dokkaebi is up, you will see Solotov pick it. Yeah. You will see one of the best, if not the best, current DMR player in the game. And that's going to be amazing.
Honestly, what I'm hearing, like, I'm getting scared for G2 on this note here with what is going on over on the side of Falcons. But for G2, you know, they're warm. They've already played a game earlier today. They're coming into this one, though, and you casted that one, actually, Jack. What were your main takeaways from that game?
My main takeaway is that G2 had some of the best attacks I've seen inside of CJX in pretty long time, especially for this team, but across the whole tournament. I think that whole best of 3 that they played with Team Secret, both of those teams controlled the attacks and the tempo on the attacks incredibly well. G2 to go flawless on their attacks of Cafe. That is unheard of. That is a defender-sided map by nature. You know, for the longest time, it was one of the most defender-sided maps along with Skyscraper, and G2 went flawless against our current EWC champions. That's how well they're attacking this, and it wasn't just that. When they played Lair, they attacked superbly well. When they played Bank, even though it was their opponent's map pick, they played and attacked it superbly well. Defenses went a bit awry, I think, for both teams in that fixture, but G2 will be feeling themselves because they put in 3 really good performances there.
Now we have to ask ourselves the question, why is that surprising to see G2 there? Well, because during this Munich Major, very different performance as for Falcons. On one hand, we've got Falcons that is flawless. On the other hand, we've got G2 that's struggling, that was battle-tested, that dropped maps, entire matches. We look at G2 right now, and I see a team that has warmed up throughout the tournament. That win against Secret, that has fueled the confidence in their IGL, and I think that's what they needed. The individuals were there, but we were missing an in-game leader, and he's popped up today.
And I was saying it as well, when they were doing the little group role, they seem overly excited this event, maybe in comparison to other ones, but the energy is definitely there from this roster. We'll have a look at the map, Vito, as it is a best of 3. You know, these two teams are so familiar playing all these best of 3s against each other. I wonder how that goes for the attacks as well, especially when we're going into Lair.
Yeah, well, when these two teams played before, in terms of the EML playoffs, G2 picked Lair. Leo, how did that one go?
Didn't go very well because Falcons beat them.
In fact, they tend to beat everybody on Lair, apart from the last time they played it inside of the official circuit, which was against Falcons, and they lost the map. So, G2, very, very good Lair early against Team Secret. They'll be feeling good. Oh, wait. When they played back in EML?
They also played Chalet, and
did Falcons pick Chalet?
It's a direct rematch?
So it's a direct rematch of the 2 same maps. Last time it happened, it was 7-5, 8-6 for Falcons. And if we move on to the decider, maybe we're going to see a change. Maybe we're going to see the exact same maps. No, this time we're going to see Night Heaven Labs. Now this is a new one, assuming that Falcons has started working on it a little bit more. G2 was always ready to play it. Falcons not so much. I assume that Falcons has now have added it into their map pool before the event. I think most importantly, we're looking at Lair, we're looking at Chalet, 2 maps on which G2 has played Falcons lately. You've learned more from that? You've learned more from that defeat? Is the theory working? Can they beat them because they lost them before?
Theory or theory not? I think if this was a completely fresh map, Vito, and this was the first game of a tournament, I would be saying it's advantage Falcons on the basis that they can play Lair much better than G2 can play Chalet relative to their opponent. So on that basis, you know, it would favor Falcons. Apart from the fact that G2 are coming into this with a crazy amount of momentum, having played 3 maps against a really formidable opponent today and overcoming them.
And as we get further in the tournament, you know, SI is only coming closer. So we'll take another look at the SI chances for these teams because, you know, despite them already making it so far, we have to put it here officially. You know, you win today, you're 100% locked in to make it to SI for Falcons with a big part of that roster being from France. That's huge.
Yeah, we did, of course, just qualify FaZe Clan to the 6th Invitational. And, of course, whoever inside of this fixture wins it will go to the 6th Invitational. As you say, Falcons, very French heavy on the roster. They will want to be there in Paris.
I mean, from speaking to the guys, it's a dream come true to see 6th Invitational in our home country, in France. Obviously, they want to perform there. They want to qualify there and making it so as quickly as possible. So I think starting this match, they really want to win for the main stage, but also to secure Paris.
So who is going to win, do you think? Do you have an idea of, like, does it actually favor G2 now knowing that they can learn from those previous matches, or will Falcons have the upper hand?
I think it's a really tough call. I think the momentum clearly is with G2 right now. I think the first few rounds will really show us if Falcons can warm up into it and can quickly match that momentum, or if G2 is just too strong and a running wave that will kill Secret and kill Falcons in the same day.
That would be one hell of a run. I will say that the previous fixture we've just watched with M80 and FaZe, you know, M80, they didn't quite close it out. They did look a little bit rusty after having a few days off. Falcons will, I agree with you, Falcons need to hit the ground running early because G2 are on a hot wave of momentum, and that can snowball very quickly in any G2 game, never mind when they've already played a best of 3 today.
And of course, it is a full EU matchup. You know, we've got the EU desk here as well, part of the EU desk. I mean, we have the part of the EU casters as well joining us for this matchup between EML. We're joined by Dev and Pengu. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Anne and everyone down at the player area. Pengu, this is a great matchup. It always is. G2 and Falcons. Who is the best team in EU? In stage 2, it was Falcons. Today, we get to send an EU team up into the upper bracket final. Will it be the French Falcons, or will it be this G2 roster who have been on a tear after this morning taking down Secrets? Who will face FaZe in the upper final? We're about to find out. As you can see, both these teams basically locked in for 6th Invitational. But the battle starts right here, right now. And it has been 2 years since they met at an S-tier LAN event. The last time was when G2 completely dashed any of this Falcon roster's hopes of making 6th Invitational 24. Now Falcons look for revenge.
And looking at G2's matchup earlier up against Secret, this match will feel like an unstoppable force up against an immovable object. G2 so lethal, so successful when it comes to the opening kills, and Falcons with the top 3 highest survival rate players of the entire tournament so far in Brede, League Effect, and Solo Top. So it feels like, can G2 find those openings? Can they have as lethal of an attack as against Secret earlier today? That's going to make or break this BO3. They had some banter in in-game chat, Doki, Shaiko getting lippy, and I heard them howling earlier when the match started. G2, I feel like when they got the energy, when they're hyped up, when they're feeling it, that's when they play their best Siege, and they are really hyped up today.
We saw it this morning. G2, such an impressive showing that they had against Team Secret, a big 3-mapper. But after the first map that they lost, it was a pretty straight up and down affair. It was a 7-2 Lair, 7-1 Cafe. So of the last 2 maps they've played, they've only lost 3 rounds. Pretty good. There's a hell of a lot of momentum going into Falcons.
Oh, it is.
5 seconds to insertion.
And you're gonna need that. Falcons, I feel like, had a bit of a question mark above their head going into this event. You know, they've had a little bit of an inconsistent performance in the last few months, and then, you know, are they gonna go far this major? It's gonna be like the BDS run where they go to every single grand final for the year, or they're gonna, you know, clock out early, are they gonna miss a tournament? I don't know. They're here, and they had a quick start, unlike the Brazilian teams, for example. Furia, where were they? Shepard Rebellion, where were they? Falcons and M80 and G2, and to a degree Secret. They've just been here the entire event, always looking good, loading ammo.
That's right. And G2 have only been ramping up with every game they have played. Falcons now on the defensive side. This is the first time at the event that we've seen them play this map of Lair. Whereas G2, well, they played it this morning and destroyed Secret 7-2. Falcons, I mean, this is only the 5th map that they've played all tournament long.
Exactly. Pretty clean cut. Can hide some stretch for later on because that's what the expected top 4 team should. Play the same maps as much as possible. Keep some maps hidden for later on for stronger opponents.
I mean, they've only played 4 games. Between that, they've only played 3 different maps. They have won every single map they've played so far, and they're looking good.
Oh, what?
As things kick off in the server, G2 trade 1 back. Users goes down. Shoddy on the attacking side from Loira in bathroom.
Secondary packs a punch, confirms 1 to Users, the mute. But, what we said earlier, the desk as well, Solotov, all eyes on him. He's been a phenomenal individual player this tournament in every single category. And he is still very much alive. C4 in pocket as well. So Falcons, they have Plant Denial. They got their star players. And G2, they got the even numbers in the 4v4, but they also have the Monty. This feels like they would like to go for a Planetin, but looking at Tashanka, looking at that C4 from Solotov, the default plan should be impossible. C4, it hits the mark.
And it does. Loira is going to have to go massive in this round. He's already found 2. As he looks to pick up that diffuser. No, Stompin, the young gunner, to take it. Loira will cover low HP. As Stompin starts to set down that diffuser. The full HP, Stompin should be able to confirm it, but no, he backs on off. Elsewhere, Leakafak finishing off Blaz, putting these 2 players from G2 in a very precarious position.
Had to go for kills now. They know they can't plant. They've been called, they've been figured out. Loira snaking his way in. His flash goes out, could make a push here.
Good flash. I'll see Solotov for a brief moment.
He's still snaking
Very
in.
snaky. He's on a sliver of HP, by the way.
Does he bait the
perfect position from Bride. Good shot onto Solotov. Can't double it up. And the 3K comes to an end. Stompin. The American must 1v2. Bride and Leakafak, they're separated in this crossfire. He might be able to isolate.
2 flashbangs.
And he lands the first. Bride on the other side. No more is it about the utility. He must stand tall with the LMG. As he looks to bait out Stompin, the plan is not faked. Pros do fake! But Stompin is the real deal!
You're the best, bro. Let's go.
Let's go.
The 1v2 for the American and G2 are off to a flying start.
Loira said it best. You are the best player, Stompin. 2 flashbangs in pocket. Crossfire destroyed. The pre-fire perfect. I thought he was going to stick it and he's going to lose the round, look like a fool, but no. He stuck it till the last quarter of a second. Milliseconds on the clock difference there with the perfect pre-fire.
Oh my god, bro, my bad.
Happens to the best of us, Turkey.
I gotta say, Loira proning from the hallway all the way through side to get the 3rd kill in the round, that really opened things up.
Such a little snake.
Such a little rat in the server. I mean, look at that. I gotta say in the replay, Bride did whiff a couple of shots there as well. Gotta say.
You are the best, bro. Let's go.
If Stompin starts off this BO3 with that kind of round, you have to feel a little bit concerned for Falcons because once he starts to feel like he can disrespect his opponents and get away with it, he's gonna keep making plays.
Yeah.
Good players make their own luck. Let me just say, Stompin, very lucky player.
He is. We saw him 1 versus 5 against Team Secret at EWC. One of the most incredible clutches I've ever seen. He is one of the best players in the game right now. And yet, if we look back historically, I mean, overall in Stage 2, 109 EPS. It's good. It's 30th best in the world, not like outstanding compared to a player like Loira. And even just at this tournament so far, he's not in the top 10. Oh, he is in the top 10. He's a 7th best player at the tournament so far. If anything, it is a surprise that he isn't higher.
Well, Loira's been playing well. G2, I feel like every player is putting up their numbers. Missed opportunity there for Elamau, doesn't get the kill or any damage on Solotov. He runs back towards the bomb site. But look at the pace from G2. Less than 50 seconds in. They got garage warehouse control. They pushed in, popped the Goyo fires, and forced Solotov back one step further. The Falcons, they have roamers from above, but they're feeling so much pressure by the side. They might have to fall back a little bit too early. Scobos is on the, Uses is on the Scobos, so could just go for a teleport back and forth at least.
It's a dangerous game when G2 is so close to the objective. The Dokkaebi call rings on out. Bride immediately answers his phone so he can get back onto his Yokai drones. But Shaiko keeps gun up so that he watches where Doki wants to make an entry.
50-50.
Oh, he's behind the wall. He's behind the wall. I was a little bit debated there.
It looked like he was holding the ankle.
Usus is still upstairs. He's looking for vert opportunities to assist his teammates, but maybe they don't need it because Shaiko's gone big on the site. Stompin doubles back upstairs and reads to perfection that position. Usus is still upstairs. Shaiko on the bomb site is the main player for Falcons. Has gifted them the majority of this round. Last call comes out from Stompin. Doki to go deep. Usus needs to come back to site, otherwise it's all on Shaiko. And Stompin's making his way forward. Shaiko will fall. Usus still above. TP's back onto the bomb site.
Risky.
And Doki gets off the diffuser, immediately falls. Stompin again. Must clutch for G2.
Has a spare drone and Doki plays the information game. Here's the 1v1 though.
Surely not again. Surely not again. Usus will find the double kill. Usus will clutch the round. And Falcons have tied the score.
That is a round of chaos. Almost no trades, just 1 versus 1 versus 1. There's kills happening up above, below on the bomb side. And then when it comes down to that 2v1 in favor of G2, it's a scope post, teleport back towards the side, confusion in the server. What's going on? Where is he? I don't think G2 actually ever saw the shell by the bomb site because they pushed in on the right-hand angle instead, kind of past the scope post shell. So we saw Doki kind of running around, getting shot, injured, leaving Stompin alone. But first 2 rounds comes down to 1v1s. Love that.
It's classic. I mean, whenever these teams face off, almost always it is the absolute maximum distance bang. I mean, the 2 times these guys have played BO1s in this year, it's been 8-7s. The first one in stage 1 was won by G2. In stage 2, Falcons beat them. Of course, it was the grand final of EML in stage 1 that you and I casted these teams go head-to-head. And G2 surprisingly won that. I think a lot of people were expecting Falcons to take it.
Sure.
And they ended up doing so. They got their revenge in the lower bracket final in stage 2 of EML through that playoffs, and then took the title, of course, over Secret.
Yeah, the thing about G2 is that you really don't know where you have them. They could go out first, but they could also make it to the grand finals.
Yeah.
It's which version shows up on LAN, you know?
That is very classic.
Sometimes they have too much fun to serve, is all I can say. But they seem locked in and very focused, but Laura might get caught off guard here. No, wow. What? Oh, he whiffs though, and he goes down to Leakyfac. The Jaeger puts down the util in prep phase and just goes roaming, hunting for that buck below. That means G2, one of their big win conditions of playing downstairs, has now been removed from action, leaving just Doki and a DMR who can't replace the buck at all.
Yeah. And without the shield of Alamau to brute force things, G2 have far fewer options. Stompin on the glass here will move together with Doki. Doki actually marches forward and finds the kill. Very well played, but the Tachanka will keep him at bay. And like you said, without that vertical pressure from Loira on the buck, how are they going to kill Bride and deny the Tachanka?
It's not a plan B angle, it's a plan C, okay? It's going to be going for kills, jumping in a window, going in through a door. They need to even down these numbers to a 3-on-3 or leverage Stompin on the glass. The only problem here I see, they have 2 smoke grenades and so much map to work with, they don't even have the full roam clear. And they're tagging mostly from the back portion of the bomb site. You see Bride, Shaiko uses triple crossfire with Leakyfac locking down the flank and display window. Stompin has to be the one to make the play here. He has to.
He is.
He's trying.
Yeah, I like this.
The keeper.
Yeah, it means that he is going to reveal his position potentially. Elsewhere, though, with Blaz falling, this becomes a very unenviable position for Stompin to be in. Doki supports from the other direction. Shaiko spots Stompin. QE peek, 1 tap, almost finds him, sees the angle, very aware of this crossfire, knows he's being stared at by 2 angles, and Leakyfac will triple up. Doki 1v4, and Shaiko's gonna call him out and immediately get killed. Dead.
See?
1v3. There's time, technically.
Yeah, it's winnable, but I mean, the crossfire is solid here, and Shaiko, he's gonna just snooze in the chat. Here comes the push. Can he make it happen? Oh! Finds one. Not bad.
Very sharp from Doki.
Finally. Now, call me crazy, James, but how do you feel about it, Shanka ban here from G2?
I actually love that idea.
It's been such a problem. Every single, well, on the basement not so much, but on these top floors, it's not even the default plan, it's the hallways. When Doki pushed forward and killed Solotov, fire comes out. They have to run away and respect it. I feel like it's gonna be a Shanka ban.
I love the idea. No, in fact, they're gonna
Target ban
counterban
Shaiko, dude. Come on.
Okay. You play around green and you leave if you can't, okay? Play Mira. Play Mira. Play whatever party. Play whatever, okay?
Oh, the whatever call out.
I love that about Leakafac's IGLing. He's such a, like, a you-go kind of IGL. He's a leader of this team and he's got a strategic mind, but he will also trust his teammates and say, if you want to do that, go do that. Play whatever you feel like doing.
Hey, he's got a lot of freedom to his players, and I think it shows in his own gameplay. I mean, he's a very free spirit. I mean, look at that last round. He's a roaming Jaeger on bottom floor looking for the buck. Sure, you can do it because he has passive utility, but that's just like Leakafac's playstyle. He will put himself on the Jaeger instead of Omai to open himself up to make those kinds of in-the-moment plays. And almost every single time we see Falcons on land and you get like snippets of voice comms, it's always Leakyfact going, all right, this bomb site, let's get the mirror, the Jaeger, the this, and then +2. And then it's like those +2 is like free open operators, and Leakyfact knows they can trust, like you said, his players to pick the right operators, and the players knows, okay, well, C4 is good, maybe a camera, verticality, whatever.
Yeah, it's about the role rather than the operator.
Exactly. You might have a specific job in these bomb site strats, but you can do that with many different ops.
You are right about passive utility. I mean, you look at this lineup and there are 3 players who are basically free once they put down their util and uses Shaiko and Solotov. They can play aggressively. If they die, it's just their explosives that have kind of been wasted. 2 Nitros, though, with the Solus and the Valkyrie could be nice.
They try to call it Shanka ban, was not on the money with Asami instead, and then Dokubi, of course, from the side of Falcons.
I think they'll be punished for that.
I could see it. Obviously, tertiary bomb side, maybe basement, not as relevant, but when we get back to the top 4 side later on, for the final round and a half, or the second half, should I say, very well might happen. Stomping, Doki this time on the Monty actually, pushing forward. Shaka taking a bit of damage. He's playing that very impossible position by the bomb site here. You're under so much pressure from the exterior breaches, from possibility of grenades, counter fire. Like, it is not a fun place to be. Shaco suffering so much damage early on means 1 or 2 more bullets and he's going to be injured or dead. And once that happens, bomb site is quote-unquote open for the taking.
It's nice being a 3 armor operator, but in that position, because you're taking a lot of damage as you
don't actually have armor anymore, you have health.
Sure, a 3 health operator, 125 health operator.
There it is.
But he doesn't have a great gun, and you know, Melusi doesn't have the ACOG like she has in the past.
Ooh.
Deploying nitro.
That's a side player. Oh my god, the C4!
That is a big nitro. Blaz going down. He hasn't found a kill yet this game. G2 are now going to have to execute without the Frenchman. Stompin looks to execute onto the bomb site. Exothermic. And that's one more way that Shaiko is vulnerable.
Still not sure about the plant though. Let's say Shaiko dies, right? Oh, there it is. That's the injure. Confirm it. Maybe difficult. Walks on in. Takes care of business. But again, Leakyfact up on the Solus can give constant information where the plant is going down. G2 need a backstep up above or a cheeky smoke plant, but they have no smokes. They can't do that.
Yeah, this flank could be big, though, from Leakyfact. And Solotov, he's flanked down the stairs, forcing G2 back further and further. Nice kill from Doki, though.
He needs help. He's completely alone. Can't jump out the window. One toxic bait, one take of C4. He's gonna die.
Big nitro. 2v3 now. As G2 try desperately, and with Bride overstepping into the air jab, they might be gifted an opportunity to do so. Leakyfact and users are mostly on the site. Loira is looking for a hole through the vert, and he does land that shot. Leakyfact has to clutch up. He's just around the corner. Not a lot of bullets, 3 seconds. Brings out the shotgun. The flash gets in, and they hunt him down. Come on! Doki is riled up because G2 have just stolen that round from Falcons.
Diffuser far away, timer 1.3 seconds. You saw Falcons, they are proning on the ground saying timer has to run out. It has to be the saving grace because you cannot fight out that 1v2 with flashes coming through. G2 had Doki on the Monty and they got called out by Shago saying, Doki on Monty, that's alright.
And he died. He paid the price, but Doki did get that one kill before the C4 came through. There's C4 though. Oh my.
The fact that both of the C4s got kills as well is really high value from Falcons. There's a second one. Great work from users. It's funny, 2 of the air jabs that round triggered. I feel like most of the time, people are not walking into air jabs because they're hearing them, they're knowing they're there. It's just slowing them down or preventing them from going through a doorway. But one of those actually got a kill for G2.
I think right now, with how much chaos is happening in the server, it's so hard to be perfect in the minuscule details of the game. Hearing the air jab, hearing like barbed wire whistling if there's somebody moving through it, and you know,
it's a loud environment.
It's a very loud environment, and like honestly, we've worked. This is our second time on A stream, I want to say.
Third.
We
worked a full day on it and then a half
both
day.
actually. That's why. Yeah. So the third day, it's been the loudest by far. Maybe it's because there's only 2 teams here, but that would kind of go against logic. Like I can hear the players talk.
Yeah, I
right
feel
now.
like I could hear G2 from my hotel.
Exactly. I mean, it just feels like we're at the point now in the tournament where these games are just, they're so hyped up, they're so important, and teams know who's hot and who's cold. There's no weak teams here anymore.
Certainly isn't. And no weak players on these rosters. Every one of them can step up, as Stompin has so far. He's on for a lurk with the nuke.
Ooh.
He's not even going to activate his gadget.
I was going to say.
He's just waiting. Shaiko covers him off, walks straight into his waiting arms. It's a great start. I can hear the comms from here.
Exactly.
Both teams are getting very riled up, very excited. Doki will fall too. Ooh. Another Roma. As Stompin brings out that Deagle. He wants to get up close and personal. Solotov takes a bit of damage. One more shot from that Deagle, and Solotov will go down. But Stompin thinks better of it and falls back.
Worried about the flank right now. They know Ella. Solotov is still lurking around that area. Either Stompin needs backup for 2v1, or they just need to hit the bomb side, but Stompin goes down. Back to even numbers.
It should be confirmed, though. Blaz not able to get to him before he falls back down that hatch. Well played from Solotov. Huge round. 3v3 is still winnable for G2. Leakefact's going all the way upstairs.
This got like a help there for Stompin. I mean, he was in a good spot, had info on Solotov, and meanwhile, Laura outside, LML far away, Blaz almost scared to take the gunfight. I get it. Blaz is currently 0-4. If he was used like 4-0, he would have probably swung Solotov with the red ping and just said, you know, I'm gonna win that gunfight. But when you're a little bit far back on the mental right now, not really getting shots, can't take that risk. Leakefacts, though, he's feeling good and takes down LML.
Lightning fast reactions. And this is where we test out Blaz. And Loira, who's still hunting him. Leakefacts got the angle, got the shot.
Okay.
He takes matters into his own hands, and the team captain farms G2.
He can do it all. He IDLs, he shot calls, he prepares all the analyticals and the strats to counterplay. He also entries, he flexes.
Also the second round, he's had a big multi-kill that's essentially won the round for Falcons.
He's too good. Like, also speaking to Leakefact, I generally think that he is the quote-unquote perfect player. Like, he literally fulfills every aspect of what you want in a good team, in a good player aspect. I cannot tell you a weakness of his. Maybe his weakness is that he's too passionate. Like, there was a time when on BDS he didn't make SI qualification, he considered retiring from Siege Pro Play.
That was the last time that these two teams played at S-tier event on LAN. Was the time
them from qualifying.
Yeah, G2 knocked out at the time BDS and stopped them from qualifying for SI. And so what, he told you that?
No. It's in an interview that happened around the time. He was like, he was so devastated and so like shocked. He was like, he honestly, from memory at least, I gotta maybe fish it up. He was like, he considered like retiring from the game because he thought it was over. And then you know what happens? They make every grand final not long after in the year. They just play out of their mind. I mean, Leakefact, as I said, quote-unquote perfect player.
I think you could argue that maybe BDS needed that critical loss to make that roster reshuffle that ended up making this, a world championship contending team. Bringing in Users and Solotov.
Yeah, when you're stuck on just speaking French, you can only pick up French players. You do limit yourself quite a lot. It's a big change for them, big risk, but massive in reward. They've done well for themselves.
Still chasing that World Championship title, our Falcons, by the way.
Yeah.
None of these players
and it's in Paris
have ever raised a hammer, and yet in a couple of months' time we will go to Paris.
Feels fitting to be your first, no? If you're Falcon.
It's too poetic.
It is. Which means it can't happen because no one ever gets what they want, okay?
I don't know about that. We've had some poetry in Rainbow Six finals before.
They gotta make the final at least, I'm telling you that
They
much.
do.
That would be wonderful.
They do. They would shake the stadium. The French fans cheering for them. Ooh. For now, though, they just continue to hold on. It's the last round of their defense, and Alamau is finally marching on forward with this blitz. G2 have been poising for a long time, but they're trying to bait out the Nitro cells. They've already done so with one. There are 2 more remaining. Second one goes out.
Played from Alamau there, the spacing. One smoke C4, one smoke C4. Doesn't rush it, doesn't push it. Has the punch from Miracle Shatter. There we go. It did take a lot of time, but mind you, by doing those 2 C4s, they have bought back a lot of time and utility as well. This was definitely worth it, but there's still a big concern for me. Deshanka is back on the board. Mirror windows and Goyo Fire. G2 cannot opt for a default plant attempt this round either. They have to be explosive and precise and try and go for kills. So the fact that it's a 5v5 is great for them because now they can attack from many different angles. Alamau rotates to the back portion as well. They recognize that they have to hit every angle at the same time.
In he goes. Loira getting very aggressive on the verge of our 6th room. He brings out the pistol back onto the shotgun. It's a complete flip from G2. Instead of going for the main mask room, they flipped a switch, went for the other side, and now Leakavac has fallen. Users will follow. Blaz is on the board, and G2 are back fighting again.
The secret weapon, Blast. He was 0-4, 1-5, and now clutches up on the entry, gets 3 quick kills, and it was a good flip from G2. They said, you know what, let's just take Ops room nice and slow and make it seem like we really care about this ground. Instant flip to the back portion. In goes Lar with shotgun, and Blitz Alamau follows through shortly after. Everyone played their role and their position perfectly in that one, and you can see how Falcons are caught by surprise. Did he just...
Who said that? Is it Solotov?
It was Solotov or Shaiko maybe, I don't know. Oh, it's Solotov. Not happy with Laura's Ying shotgun, huh?
I will say, Ying shotgun, very much now mainstream on that bomb site, but
you know
usually from the bathroom side.
It is, yeah. Do you know who actually originally was the creator of the Ying shotgun?
Was Hungary.
No, you gotta go further back. APAC.
Was it Aces?
APAC? I don't recall the exact player.
That?
I don't recall the exact player. I gotta say it.
Remember Aces do that on Fnatic?
So on Bank, they would play Ying on open area and drop down the hatchet with Ying shotgun. And people were memeing them. And then a year, 2 or 3 later, and now everyone is just doing it, and it's meta and all these things. But I do think in current iteration, Laura might be one of the best Ying shotgun players that I see. In Tier 1 at least. Because I look at how he plays, I'm going, there's no way he gets a kill here. That doesn't work, right? And it works every time to no fail.
And also usually your typical kind of like gunners, your aimers, like Loira and Shaiko, they don't usually like getting on shotguns.
No, and rightfully so.
They want to play headshot. But there's another skill to play a shotgun.
There is.
It's a different skill, like the kind of skill that a player like Anaton has really well. Because it's mechanical, but it's more about your movement than your mouse, you know?
I do think a shotgun is wasted in the hands of Shaiko, for example, you know, like, Shaiko doesn't play Ying and Monty and Glass and all these
I think Shaiko
things.
would be terrible with a shotgun. I don't think it's wasted on him. I think the shotgun is...
He aims to the head, he's too good, you know?
Exactly. We've seen some aimers pick up other operators, like you mentioned, Glaz, for example. We've seen Stomp play Glaz this game.
Exactly that. Oh, I love this. A good old Hibana trick. Get the top, get the bottom, make the wall soft if you do it correctly. Let's see. Can they do it? Yes, they can. Great job from Brede. I will say Shaiko's struggling in the injury department. He's 2-6 currently, so really want to see him kind of step up, but he's on support duty on the Capitao, and Leakyfac, Lurky Leakyfac, has been enabled and allowed to go for a roam play instead.
Literally, it's just iconic. Lurking Leakyfac.
But that's your IGL, right? And this is where you have to wonder, Solotov probably taking the reins right now upstairs and guiding the front push while Leakyfac, because his mouse is not moving barely at all. He's going for the flank.
Ooh, this is soft. He has angles. He might be able to see into sight and take down that one player on the objective. Does find him. Goodbye to Doki. I was wrong though. Loira is actually supporting him also in that position. I think that Leakyfac's just going to take that kill and then run away.
That's it. You got the flank. You know, it's over. They know you're there. But they gotta worry about above because just like when G2 were attacking with the top floor hold and a Warden and smokes and C4s, you can't just go for a cheeky plant. Either you backstep top floor at the exact same time, or you have to find more kills. League Effect's not done. Rocket's there. She wants to go for that backstep upstairs instead. As long as Laura stays alive on side, G2 can stay alive.
Yeah, and he's doing well, protected by some keeper barriers. He's got this Nitro, he's just waiting for someone to swing in. This is pretty much a guaranteed kill if anyone's near that doorway, but no, they are further back. He reads to perfection the flank, but doesn't land the shots. Meanwhile, he has more support on the bomb site. Stompin dropping down that hatch. He needs to take this fight, but he's worried about the crossfire, and he will fall to the breach. Falcons, a two-man advantage.
Now Stompin stuck below as well. Blast and Alamao gotta make a play somewhere because Stompin shouldn't be allowed to get more than one kill in that position. And then down in numbers. Smart from League Effect. Peels back away though.
Yeah, so well read from League Effect. He's got good ears, but Blaz pops the fire extinguisher and uses that to move back towards the site. Stompin is near the objective, and after taking down the player outside the breach, he has a safe spot to hold on side. League Effect and Bride together make this possible. Alamao, he has to clutch up, and he finds the first one. League Effect's low, but Bride's forcing that plant down in the 1v2. League Effect locks it in. Falcons again take the lead.
Such a hard round to play out for G2 because they don't know where League Effect is at any point in that round. But I do have to say, the verticality was kind of neglected. G2, Stompin, for example, dropped down the hatch to support Laura, fair enough, but then Laura dies right after. Now Stompin is stuck. Elamao had the vert, walks down the staircase to then help Stompin, but now Elamao is stuck. It felt like they kept replacing positions to help a particular player when the verticality up above could have done it from the very beginning. But credit to League Effect, credit to Bride here for the push as well, going on the offense. Bride known as a clutch king, support master, heart breacher, but when he needs to become the entry, he becomes the entry.
That's the magic of Falcons. Every one of these players can step it up, an entry, and take fights when they need to. There are no dead weights in the server today. Even Blaz, who's had a very rough start, has had a few impact rounds now.
Yeah.
He's found his way back onto the scoreboard. G2, a little bit rough on that first defense. I think you said it perfectly. Once Falcons read that G2 had been baited away from holding the vert, it was free.
Yeah, they just walk in the door.
Time to walk in that door.
Which normally is impossible because they're all above watching you, right?
Often teams will sacrifice site control just to hold on to 2 or 3 players above, especially if you're running like a Sens or a Warden or maybe someone with a C4 or Impacts for that matter, all of which can kill any player planting in any of the quote-unquote safe plant spots.
Yeah, safe plant spots.
There's no such thing as a safe. No such thing as safe planting on that bomb site.
Oh, there really isn't. It is hell in a cell. The only thing right now that worries me for Falcons, and I know they're leading 4-3, is just like, we're still missing Shaiko in the server. He has to and said, we gotta talk about it. He was on the demos for a little bit, and the call was changed. Let's go off the verticality. Yeah. And I think this is just Falcons saying, let's play together from one front and push together, instead of sending in, for example, Shaiko solo downstairs with a drone, while 4 players go above. Because now you're isolated. And G2, they like the aggression. They want to hunt down those kinds of players. So I like this stylistic choice from Falcons, understanding the possibility of the weaknesses, and just saying, this could have been a great strat, but it's simply too risky.
And hey, look, if Falcons can be winning on G2's map pick this deep into the game, with Shaiko going 2-7, that bodes very well if you're a Falcons fan.
And he'll come online, just a matter of when. That's really the thing. Shaiko always comes online.
One of the most consistent players in the game. He is not a hot and cold type of guy. I like this little fortress that Laura has got. Fortress, a fun word to say at the moment. Rainbow Six.
Yeah.
Very excited.
A little bit of news coming there. Yeah. Very soon. On Sunday, you can get a bit of a look at what's going to be changing and happening. Laura leaves the fortress and will pay the price. He dies actually shortly after due to the hallway.
I could hear Shaiko cry yes as soon as that kill came through as well. He needs it. One by one, he will ramp up every kill, building that confidence.
That's a big kill, because mind you, they don't have the Deimos of Buck downstairs. The fact that they get a freebie just walking in like that is huge for them. And now Tashanka, Dogi shouldn't realistically be the player to be here. He's the plant denier. He's in the most front forward position. If he dies now, that means the plant is free.
Solotov's fire himself will flush out the Tashanka. The kill confirmed by Bride. And like you say, plant opportunity available. As Bride crosses off those lines of sight using the Sen's walls, Stompin will claim a life. 2 players of Falcons very low on HP, and I think Stompin might just have the read to take the fight, but uses, swings him with the Bailiff, finds the kill, the round for Falcons. 2 rounds away from locking in G2's map pick.
And you see the effect of the Tashanka. It is such a strong operator if you simply stay alive. And it's one of those cases where sometimes your roads to do nothing. G2 will call a tag time to figure out how they can come back into this one.
Talk about like we fight main, like we have to
but it's gonna be hard, Romario. It's gonna be hard because they have the nomad. They just like flash nomad. I'm gonna be dying back from blind.
Okay, okay, it's fine. So let's go basement now. Like expect like the garage push. We have the Daenerys for the push. Like we can do the armory hold with the blasted Tachanka. Use the clash now. Maybe they're gonna play the clash because they're gonna start to use the clash now. So like be aware of this. Okay, I think we'll do like basement now. Then we can go for bunks. Maybe Fury. So like we are more compact. They can take the CC, and then like if you see, like you can also do the delivery and do the 2 guys hiding there. Okay, like maybe it's the time now. Okay, guys. Okay. Let's go. Guys, come on, guys. Let's talk their winkles. Okay, guys. Talk their winkles, bro. Let's go, guys.
Wow. Yeah. I never would have expected when you import a Brazilian coach to an English-speaking roster. Even though you gradually do put more Brazilian players on the roster, Alamau and Loira, never would I have imagined Romario taking the tactical timeouts, mostly in Portuguese, where only 2 players on that team know what's going on.
It's a bit of a mix-up. A little bit of Portuguese, a little bit of English.
I mean, does that mean that he's just talking to Alamau directly?
He was speaking English, but I think if you're not used to listening to it, it can be hard to gauge at first because the accent is there, of course.
There was some Portuguese in there.
There was some Portuguese in the beginning, there was. At least it sounded like to me as well. I was very surprised at just how specific it was. It seemed much more like a strategical timeout, obviously, than anything else. And it was very just like this upcoming basement bomb site. I was thinking a bit more, you know, top-down overview, big stuff like, oh, be mindful of this playstyle, whatever. It was Alamau saying they're gonna play Nomad and Flash Me, I'm gonna die. So, okay, we play the Nari, it's fine, whatever. Bit of a counter strat. But not a lot of, what should you say? Mental, emotion, kind of...
No, it's not macro. It was extremely micro. It was all in the nitty-gritty details of how they're going to hold this with the Clash. And, oh, look, you look at this lineup. Clash, Tachanka, Goyo, even the Denari. Like, this is just creating time delay. So if it comes down to the late round with a lot of those players still alive, a lot of that util still alive, Falcons will really struggle to make an entry.
I'm kind of curious on the Brava pick, actually, if that's just going to be for, in case they, you know, didn't see a specific defender and they want to try and hack it. Like that looked like a Fenrir look, for example, you know, top of the door.
Could be they didn't know going in.
Yeah.
But one nice little additive about having the Brava pick is that it actually helps with the info that is otherwise very much lacking. There's only 1 normal drone left 1 minute into the game.
Okay. I'm gonna trust that but it seems crazy.
See, it's a 0 for all the players.
I know, but they can be pre-placed on the ground, right? That's in pocket. So I'm not sure. It might be. It just seems crazy to me that with G2 barely roaming, they've killed that many drones. But regardless, Bravo might not have the most effect in this one, so it means Chaco has to do some killing in the server instead. I am curious of Falcons what the approach is going to be, because G2 are not going to give you a fight. You said before, the Clash, you know, the Nari, the plant denial.
It's not about fighting.
It's not about fighting for G2 at all. Falcons, they have to force a bad gunfight or rely on G2 to make a mistake somewhere along the way. And, I mean, they have some verticality, they have a ram, but they're not really all that much above. It's a half take. They're taking Garage Warehouse and the vert area right above it. They're not gonna get the hatch. It's not gonna get the total of the vert. Might just be walking in that lock the door for Shaiku and try and get something done.
Yeah. No, Falcons really do lack the utility they need to pick away at the setup.
Feels like
would have been nice, even something to counter the Clash, but a few entries, and it might not matter what util they have if the guns come to life. Laztachanka not going to have an impact. Loira as well, he will fall with no kill. And Solotov as well and truly made an entry. Doki looks to respond, but hidden down. Solotov finds his third on the round. The kill will be confirmed, but it is far too little for G2 to have anything to say about it. It's an easy round for Falcons.
I'm puzzled. Like, on paper, that was such a G2 round. They had the deployable shield. The vert started happening in the 1v5. That was when the last Boogie drone went out. That was gonna be problematic. They had the clash. They had the walk in the night with the fire and the smoke. They had the deployable shield. They had the good crossfires. That was Falcons walking in one or two doorways and just winning.
What a free game, says Shaiko.
This doesn't need to play the game.
Don't even need to play.
He's waiting for map 2.
Yeah, because they expect the mid-ban, because we did mid-ban this time.
Could be very quick. Oh, that's interesting, Reed. So, League of Facts saw the Grim ban, and he said, oh, G2 were expecting us to ban Mute.
Makes sense.
Layer of strategy we don't often get to hear about there. Oh, we need these guys to fire up. 6-3 down.
Yeah, see, they just walked in. 1 kill above, 1 kill below, and then honestly, the big thing for G2 right now, in defense in particular, is lack of trade game. It's people dying alone when you are playing close together on supposed good crossfires. So a lot of energy from Falcons. I feel like that's been a big thing they've changed, perhaps.
Yeah.
Where before they were very, very serious, very professional. When they start losing, they get a bit quiet. They're being silly. It was not G2 howling when the game started. It was Falcons. Yeah. Just for the vibe, you know.
I like that.
Get silly with it.
I really do like that from them. And of course, Leakafak is their leader, and he is a very high energy leader. A lot of the leaders on teams are the quieter people, the, you know, giving advice, but it's the fraggers who are doing the smack talking.
I mean, Shaiko's only role right now is mental warfare with that. He's criticizing Doki every round. Now he said Valkyrie pick, nice. Monty pick, nice. You got your bait kill, Doki, good job. You got your one. Shaiko is 3-8 playing all these different ops, Brava, IQ, whichever, Capital, and he's not really doing much in the server in terms of killing, but he is just targeting Doki specifically.
Keyboard warrior.
Yeah. I mean, I gotta say, if you're not having a game where you're shooting straight, you might as well get some value elsewhere. And if you're not gonna be a hop because Solotov and Breedy does that, just talk your smack.
I like it.
It's working.
G2 now getting pretty desperate. 6-3 down on their map pick. Falcons did well to hide Lair up until this point in the tournament. So now when G2 pick it, Falcons are more than prepared. And just the change up in playstyle from G2 is so clear as well.
Yeah.
G2 clearly play at their best when they are hyper aggressive.
Yeah, and they're giving so much. I mean, look at this. They're giving half the map completely for free again. Last round basement, they gave the entire map for free as well. They're not fighting Falcons early and falling back in layers. They're just saying, we're gonna hard hold these 2 spots in the map, and Falcons will come to us and we'll see what happens. But that's when you see someone like Leakyfact calling the shots. He knows how to get his people in the right spots to get the job done. Secondary MP with the can opener on Deimos will open up the wall, and it's users actually on the Deimos, not Shaiko. And they have so much util. I love the blitz here from Beatty because what they need is an entry.
Oh, Alamalt. He's the one that finds it. Stomp out. And tries to fight that blitz for a little bit, but then falls back. Good read from Breede. Alamalt falling back from the hallway as well. And the top floor has been taken by Falcons, but with no kill.
They played it well, though, I gotta say. Good use of the shield, the util, and playing together. Just no one taking any silly risks.
But does it matter? G2 have gotten away with the pick.
They have, and there's no vert here from Falcons. I mean, they don't have a ram sledge or a buck. So they can Deimos primary shotgun maybe the floor a little bit. That's all they can really do.
Alamount Stomping gonna retake this in the late
Yeah, they will.
100%.
They just gotta wait for the Falcons attack by the bomb side, retake a ball, fight by the side. They thought about it for a second, but nope, wrong timing.
It's a bait. Alamount knows it, and Users has the shotgun. He's the perfect operator to hold this flank right now.
And G2 know they can't plant.
Oh, nice C4 catch. Alamount finds one with the shotgun.
Timing.
Users doubling up. Goodbye to the flank from G2. Very well read from Users.
Oh, the saving
Doki
grace.
is called upon to make an impact, and he does with 2 big kills. Shaiko to clutch up. He hasn't had to play today, and he won't get a chance to in that clutch. G2 Stop the bleeding for a brief moment, but there's a long way to go to overtime.
Definitely a bit of a missed timing there in the upstairs flank with the bomb side, but it did work out in the end. Clutch play from Doki. Cover was not there from Falcons, and Falcons will call it tag time to finish this in regulation.
Top floor, you can just do the same thing. I like the way we are playing when we are like attacking S5, you know. Like, watch out. They can do like Clash Geisha side and then one guy below because we have to clear Clash from below. Yeah. Remember they do this. For labs, I think we do the same thing as well, guys. Garage push, like if you try to refract below, he just goes lower. I feel like they might try to double up on Josh above, so we can just push side. You know, check their setup. You know, if they're playing more aggro above and they don't have a lot of setup below, we can just rush side as well. No. Yeah. But I feel like we should play.
They're playing Valken like
guys. Take control and play together. You know, it's work. You know, you want 3 rounds like this. I think this round is just like try to push more from everywhere. But it was good to see you. But I feel like just play compact and that's it. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Let's go, guys.
Just kind of amplifying that what they were doing was correct. Yeah. And I think Julius right on the money as well. What they were doing was great. That was a one-off round. Play together. Don't give them the 1v1s, for example. And just kind of talking about the possibilities of the bomb sides, what they should be doing.
I think it's phenomenal leadership from Julio to, in a moment where Falcons have a clear lead and don't need to stress just yet, have a very relaxed tone.
Very much so.
Falcons have been so energized all game, they don't need to be gassed up anymore. Yeah. They're already coasting at that energy level. If Julio cools them off a little bit in his tactical timeout, he's not saying, guys, chill. He's just saying, yeah, you guys are playing well. There's not really much to talk about here.
Just reinforcing that what they're doing is correct. And I was watching the M80 game earlier, and it was against FaZe, and Fabian did a similar thing, where he was like, guys, what you're doing is actually perfect, but you just gotta do these small things differently, right? Play more together, or think smaller picture, not bigger picture, or you gotta communicate a 3-2-1 countdown. And I think it's important because when you're losing rounds, and you're a player in the server, and you're very emotional about it, it can be hard to pinpoint why it is that you lost. And if somebody doesn't say, for example, Solotov last round, oh guys, my bad, I died in a bad way, we should have won that, but that was just on me. If he doesn't take that responsibility, League Effect might think it was a strategical problem. It is an individual problem.
League Effect thinks, okay, well, I need to change things.
Exactly.
Don't change anything.
So Julio goes, guys, what you're doing is perfect. Just gotta do it better, if you will. Keep doing it.
Keep it simple as well, he said. Just gotta take some control, and then once we do that, we just play together. It's really that simple for Falcons. And they have a few chances.
Like the fighting early from G2, the baiting position with Laura inside the stall. We mentioned last round how G2 been having to sacrifice map control and not finding Falcons or meeting them early in the round. This might change. Again, they find one player, but Laura is completely hidden. And if Elmar plays this perfectly, this could literally make or break the round because Shaiko and Solotov, 2 attackers, are looking for him.
He's really got to sell this though, doesn't he?
He does have to. Wow. It's a delicious candy bar for the taking, but I feel like the read is good from Falcons. They recognize we can't take this without the Blitz, and Blitz is nowhere nearby, so...
Yeah, they're going to ignore him completely.
They're not even holding him stuck. Animal could literally walk out of the spot, but he's sticking around for now. Who? Meanwhile, Juice is on the staircase, is going to struggle with the Element and the barbed wire, and out the gas as well.
Blaz at the top of the stairs. Trying to hold him off. Oh, here we go from Leaky. He snuck into sight. I don't know how he managed to achieve that. What? He's traded back. This is another bomb site that we see very often, but G2 are very happy to take us there. Solotov and Shaiko now in this 2 versus 4. Spotted on the camera. Shaiko has to march forward. It's into a crossfire though. So the nade tries to bait out the position. Blaz does not have to do anything. Good shot onto Loira, trading back. Shaiko has it all to do in this 1v3. No one gifting him an opportunity to clutch.
Yeah, they can give him a side. They know he can't plant. Too many open angles, too many potential crossfires, and he can start baiting it. And G2 will close the net. There it is, 3-2-1 together. Stumpin finds the final kill. And I really think the thing that saved G2 in that round is how quickly they reacted when League Effect found that first pick. Everyone turned their guns towards him, said, okay, we gotta take down League Effect, then we can look back towards the front pushes.
And it's beautiful the way that, even though Falcons took their tactical timeout, which we got to listen to, G2 capitalized on the opportunity to talk to their own coach as well. Now, we didn't hear it, but it's no coincidence that tactical timeout is followed by the least picked bomb site on the map.
I was going to say, they cooked that one up, yeah.
Yeah, I've never seen that exact strat before. Never.
No, we don't see this site almost ever. That's completely correct.
I'm not sure if I've ever casted that site before, genuinely.
That actually is possible. You might not have, yeah. It's such a rarity, especially this level of play.
And so it gave Falcons more to think about. You know, they were already expecting it to be, I'm guessing the top floor is what they probably would have expected.
Yeah, probably.
And a lot of their conversation was relevant to the top floor or the basement. And yet suddenly once they drone and find where the bomb site is, that has to change completely.
I feel like, just like a theory, I feel like too much is happening last round with Falcons because remember attack timeout, Julia was like, guys, let's play 5 men together. I like that. What happened was actually League Effect solo roaming and finding the gap, which worked. It was like one of the only things that actually worked out for them. But when you have your primary IGL being on the lurking role, you don't call the front take. Now, when you see Alamar stuck in lockers, and you got a blitz, and you got, you know, grenades and whatnot, in my mind, I'm like, let's take down Alamar. Let's play 5v4, right? But League Effect had a different angle, and I think that kind of forced the push to be that bomb set explosiveness and not going for the freebie and Alamar instead. And that's the thing. When you're in the server, you gotta make a split-second decision. You cannot waste this time and say, guys, I know we said we gotta play together, but I have a gap. Let's play the gap. Could have worked, although it didn't. G2 only falling behind by 1 round. They want to make it 6-6 and go into overtime. There's no more parachutes, no technical timeouts. There's just the players in the server to problem solve and figure things out.
G2 have a very good setup with the Goyo, Smoke, Pachanka combo. We talked about it before, especially with that clash. Very difficult to clear, very difficult to get in. Waste a lot of time. Falcons have to make sure that they're pretty quick and prompt in this mid-round. Yeah. Otherwise, it'll come to the end, and they'll be choking on smoke, they'll be burning in the fire.
I will say, the Falcons have been really good at just making something out of nothing. Like, it looks like a G2 round. They got the planted out, they got the crossfire. So all of a sudden, Falcons 1, 2, 3 quick kills. But I have to wonder, is this Falcons playing really well and forcing the fight? So G2 overstepping their boundary like this right here.
Great, surely.
He's fired off.
There's no way Stompin survives.
Oh, they push for it.
It's a bait, and Loira laps it up. Goodbye to Shaiko. Goodbye to the Capital. The Frenchman is playing terribly today. 5 kills to 11 deaths. And G2 have a very solid chance of pushing us to overtime.
I gotta say for Shaiko though, I think that was a great play. G2 have been pretty passive in the early stage, and I think in his mind, that's a freebie. Fired off, they're not gonna come and help him. They're gonna think Stumpin can live, but Loira does make that hero play happen. Now both players of G2 and Stumpin and Loira are kind of half on the health bars, but that's alright. The only kind of worry for G2 is they're gonna be that buck downstairs, which gets a kill onto Loira.
Good fire. Does lock out Solotov for a brief moment. Leakafak still survives. He's downstairs, watching out for flanks, but also ready to make more vert. Problem is the diffuser hasn't been collected here for Falcons. 45 seconds. You're gonna need someone to rotate to go pick it up, or to sprint through the site.
Yeah, again, they can't plant default with the Tachanka and Clash up alive. See, the Buck below has to get the job done, or they gotta go again, go for kill.
Oh,
he's dead.
Tachanka
they can
is
plant
gone.
again.
Solotov has just gifted Falcons an opportunity here.
No case.
With the air jab locking things down, maybe Falcons have a way back into it. Blaz will shut down one.
It's outside.
Leaving just Users remaining, the first of 3. But how on earth is Users meant to kill Stompin on the clash? He starts running towards it. Remember, Stompin has already taken some damage. Another couple of shots, and he will be dead.
7 seconds.
Blaz needs to fall on back. He doesn't want to give a chance for Users to clutch this. Out comes the pistol, but there's no way he can find the last one. G2, tooth and nail, push us into overtime.
D2 did not realize they had the case outside the breach, and for good reason, because that kill happened a good while ago, and they had no visual confirmation on it either. Again, it's gonna be coming down to details. A singular gunfight, playing down the timer, Stumpin just playing it perfectly on the spacing. Blast had 1 point of health left. All those small things make a huge difference, but we gotta go back to the beginning of that round. Loira lashing out and taking on Shaiko right here. Losing the smokes and the fire from Capital makes a huge difference in that one. And Blast, he's had 2 rounds now where he had a round-winning impact.
True, even though it did not take any kills, Blaz did win that round by retreating down the stairs. Stompin knew exactly what his role was, and it was just to burn time. So Blaz was terrified, because he was 1 HP as well. A stray bullet through the floor, and this map would be done. Into OT now. Falcons, they had, what, a 6-3 advantage? G2's now found 3 in a row. And the mental warfare will continue between Doki and Shaiko.
Yeah, Doki said, Shaiko, you're currently doing what I call a Doki. It's when you have one of those inconsistent games and not really doing a lot of good things as opposed to the server.
What is he again? 2-11, 3 and something like that.
Yeah. Again, I don't fault Shaiko for dying last, and I think it was a good play. That just goes punished. No, that happens sometimes. I am curious now in OT if G2 will either speed up their pace and be a little bit more aggressive, more convincing, or if they're going to slow down even further and just be like, okay, now in OT, Falcons will be a bit slow to the punch. Because we haven't seen Falcons as like what I would call S-tier playstyle, where we're gonna see here, for example, Shaiko on the Deimos, Breely on the shield, and they can do verticality pushing while also pushing up above. It's felt a bit like either Falcons are pushing from below and pausing upstairs, or they're pushing upstairs and just kind of forgetting about below. In that last round, it was Capital Shaiko going aggressive early alone, he dies. 10 seconds later, now Buck is downstairs, but because Shaiko died, they don't have upstream control. So they're not cutting off the bomb site at all.
Yeah, I think that's one of the weaknesses of Falcons trying to play so together, is sometimes they end up not covering as much grounds.
Yeah, think of G2's attacks, right? Lara's just sort of jump in the window with Ying shotgun. You got Stompin going for a back push.
They trust them to be individual.
Yeah.
And be much more split up.
So I like this. Breely did go from the blitz onto Capital, but again, we do see the Ying, we do see the Deimos come into play. This is Falcons with a lineup that can say, we're gonna take control, we're gonna force the kills. And when you got operators like Mira, like Tubrao, like Clash that are gonna depend on utility and playing in certain positions, a Ying or a Deimos that can give you a really, unfair advantage can make or break those gunfights.
Yeah, especially when the Clash is on the other side. Dangerous. Good pre-fire from Loira, even though it doesn't find anything. Really, you could feel how threatened Likafak was.
So in OT, they get the mirror window on the breach, a C4 denial, and the freeze and Tuber out. This is G2 slowing things down and making Falcons work for it. And they've been playing Ace almost every single round, sometimes even Hibana. And now they just got the Thermite, which can't really be utilized on the main breach. So I do wonder for Falcons, it's time for plan B, maybe go for the back take instead. And Nate comes out to clear the barbed wire from Shaiko, but again, most of Falcons players are seemingly pushing solo and they're not even in the building yet, but half the round already burnt away.
I like this aggression here from G2 as well.
Hello.
Just fact checking what's going on out here. Oh, Shaiko's still there, nice. Let's keep him at bay. Stomping on that Clash, continuing to just lap up information for the rest of his team. Now he's put the shield down.
Target located.
They could fall back and reinforce the wall as well. They got spare Rio.
No Tachanka this round.
Yeah. There's still time. I feel like Emma wants to min-max a little bit longer, if anything. He's still playing that small box.
No more smokes left.
Could be time for a fallback, but he might just be stuck just about now. Here comes the nade. He's gonna play to die in this position.
Good damage. I mean, Alamau, he's used all his util. He may as well play to die with the SMG-11 and the shotgun. Here comes Usus. Shotgun of his own at the ready, but Alamau falls regardless before Usus even makes his move. Now Falcons reset and slow down.
They don't know about Laura though. They only saw Alamau. Tubrau's targeted though. Here comes the freeze.
Zoto deployed.
He's frozen himself. Oh, Candela primed at the ready from Usus. It exposes his elbow for a brief moment, and Breely threads the needle. Goodbye to Loira. A gap now to be found by Falcons, and Shaiko steps up at the last moment when he's needed. He will come to the party, but Stompin, after dodging those bullets, does find his kill. 2v2 Blaz again on a sliver, but the American goes big again for G2. 3 kills on the round, and Shaiko has to clutch up, but Blaz has got his number. It's 4 in a row for G2, and map point in their hands.
If it's Stompin and Doki on the entry, then it's Stompin and Blast with 1 HP, 2v1 to get the job done twice here on Lair. Mixture of running away, picking your gunfights, and just being patient in the server. I don't know how they get that round victory. G2 lose 2 players in the small box, unable to fight back, and they get annihilated by Falcons. But Falcons are pushing the back and the front at the same time. And while the front failed, the back hold did succeed. Stompin here, sprints past the doorway, picks up a huge kill right here, while Deimos tracked, mind you. Stompin has been saving G2 in so many small moments with Blast.
These two have clutched up again. It's been a long day for these guys.
Yeah, they played earlier.
They did. It was a tough map.
Doki's not tired, though. He's fired up.
A little bit of a middle of the day siesta. Back into the fiesta.
That's it.
And we know, Falcons G2, that's always going to be a long series. I mean, G2 had a long one earlier against Team Secret. Well, the second and third maps were pretty short, but it was still a 3-mapper. And yet G2, they're not slowing down. They're still standing up. They're still very much energized. Stompin has hit 11 kills. Loira's popping off as well.
It's very even, actually, across the board.
I mean, Users, Likafak, and Solotov all have 12 or 13 kills.
Yeah, but then you got 6 and 6 in Shaco Breeder, right? For G2, it's 8 that's the bottom and 12 that's the top. Yeah. And Blast has literally won 2 rounds individually despite the 8 kills. Yeah. Playing time, for example.
There's no question. Like, Shaco is the least valuable player in the server right now. It's very rare that we would say that.
And this has been, I think, one of the only big critique that you can give Shaco, right? He's a great, phenomenal mechanical player. Gets kills, gets intros, etc. What happens when he doesn't get the intro kills? Well, he's not going to be your insane flex player, shield player. He's not going to be your IGL. Right now, in this game, he's playing Brava, IQ, Capital, kind of just dying first most rounds. Now on defense, he's playing the Bandit.
He's not going to win Support of the Year award or Favorite Teammate of the Year award.
Well, he seems fun to play with these days, now that he speaks English. But yeah. But you're right, like, I feel like when you have League Attack or Breede, for example, or even Stumpin playing all these flex operators, they will find value not in kills, but elsewhere.
Yeah. Oh. Leafac sees the blitz for a brief moment. Here comes the exothermic from Stompin, so a retreat is going to be needed from Shaco and from Likafak, so they fall back further and further, deeper into that bomb site.
Let's see if they read this, though. The Bandit trick could actually just deny G2 a way into the bomb site. The exterior wall still closed. And the interior hallway wall is also currently closed up. Lara's been in this bathroom window before, so it should be expected from Falcons that he's going to try and go for it again once that Candela comes in. Maybe they bait it. You know, he will try and bait the bathroom, but they push up the staircase instead because I see a blitz and a twitch outside, just waiting for the call to happen.
Yeah, you're right. They're definitely going to go up that staircase. G2, they keep toying with Falcons. They keep changing their attacks. They keep manipulating them. Shaco sees Alamau. Nitro Cell doesn't find him. Well baited from G2. They have the ground that they want.
Exactly. Like, you might think, oh, what now? Well, they're in the hallway. That means now they can work the hall, breach the wall perhaps, but the issue is, again, that Bandit trick, Shaco, is going to deny them. Then final grenade spent by Blast. They have to go below now, but they haven't cleared downstairs to the roamer, so it's time for plan B. It has to be Lara now on the Ying to open things up. Maybe a Twitch drone. It doesn't find the right Bandit batteries, though. They need the interior wall, not the exterior, because Stumpin is inside the building.
True, there's not going to be any time to rotate and get that breach open. It's going to have to be brute force straight into the site, and the Tachanka will be waiting for them, as will Solotov. Shaco in the middle of the bomb site, dances around for one, looks for a little bit more, and finds it! Goodbye, Doki! Blaz has to step up, him and Alamau find one apiece, but Alamau will surely fall! 1v3 for G2, and Falcons finally get around back on the board!
And unironically, Shaco on the Bandit saved the round for Falcons. G2 could not go for plan A or plan B, falls into a bad doorway and a bad push. No grenades to destroy the Bandit batteries, nobody downstairs with the verticality, and Timer also working against D2.
All it took was us to flame Shaco a little bit for not having value aside from the kills, and then he has value aside from the kills and gets 2 kills.
It has been a lot of rounds coming down to these small details, and a Bandit in overtime is certainly one of them. G2's not had to deal with that at all so far in this series.
Should have banned the Tachanka, G2.
I'm starting to think that Sami ban was a bit of a troll, but that's just my feeling, you know. I'm not in the server, but the fire has stopped them from wanting to do their plant strats so many times at this point.
Final round of Lair today, Nick.
Yeah.
Falcons and G2 always give us a good show. And today is no different, but this is G2's map pick. They looked great on it this morning. They've won it twice already at the tournament. This is Falcons' first time taken to it. The fact that Falcons have pushed it this deep, the fact they had a 6-3 lead, it speaks volumes about how good they are. The only undefeated team still at this event. They haven't even dropped a map. Will that be broken here by G2?
Changing max.
I like this setup from G2 a lot more than last time. It's much more top-heavy, right? They have the Solus, which means they can find the plant spot. They also have Valkyrie for backup. Before, it was very much like we don't have a lot of information by the bomb site, so we had to drop the hatches and worry about the site itself. They can now evacuate below, almost like playing border ventilation workshop. You care about what's above the bomb site to watch the bomb site. This means Falcons are forced into a bigger roam clear, or they have to risk just going for a desperate plant attempt, and that's a 50-50, especially with the Solus. And to make things even better here for G2, there is no Dokkaebi counter for those Valcams for a bit of distraction. So there's not going to be a ton of chaos in the server, and that's going to favor G2, because if they have information and they have control over the bomb side, they're going to thrive.
It's a very awkward breach.
That too. Those damn mirror windows, man.
Yeah. First step, of course, for Falcons tends to be putting some pressure on that site player and then exposing him as much as possible.
Yeah.
Hopefully eventually taking him down. But G2, they still have a lot of map control. Look at these roamers on the ground floor in addition to the roamers upstairs.
And this is pretty new for them. We see them usually give space to Falcons, but in OT, they're much more fighting for it. I mean, look at Laura. He's overstaying his welcome, killing 3-4 drones in the process, and watching every single angle known to man. And Falcons are respecting it too much, I would say. I mean, they're not pushing forward because they're like, oh, Laura's there, guys. Laura's there.
I mean, halfway through the round, and only finally do we have more than one player in the building for Falcons.
That's a very small breach as well. Look at that. Just 4x Kairos, no way in, just a bit of pressure. And Laura's back on site, actually.
Somehow he is, and he's fragging like crazy. Good night to Shaiko. He sits down for the rest of this round and the rest of the map. Ride taking a bit of damage as well. G2 continue to fight from that bomb site.
Laura's the +1 player. It doesn't matter what happens to him. He's gotten the value done. If he dies now, that's okay. They can deny the plant from above.
And Falcons are no closer to clearing out those players on the top floor. In fact, Alamau is getting aggressive upstairs.
Oh, the
fire, though, will finally end Laura's life. Falcons, they do not have enough of a gap yet, though, to look for an execute.
No, it's going to be an act of desperation. It's going to be pushing up above at the same time as they're pushing on in. They got to catch Stompin on the Solus and they'll take him down or try and secure that diffuser. That's going to be the win con. They have to go for a plant.
What, that's your plan spot left of door?
It can't be.
This is so risky.
They're waiting for the push above, I think, but they're smoked off.
There is no way in hell
now they can go
that this works here for Falcons. It's a 4v4 and G2 have all of the control. They hold all the cards from upstairs. The Solus will peer down and confirm where Bride is planting. Doki will easily counter him. It needs to be an execute on the top floor, but Linkafak will fall. Solotov desperately needs to assist users who's hunting for the site, and one by one they will fall. G2 are here to fight yet again. Another round, and they take the map of Lair.
Beautiful read from a strategical point there from G2, slowing down the game, playing the verticality, but the cherry on top, the saving grace, Laura being fully enabled to do whatever he wanted to.
And the undefeated streak from the Falcons has come to a close. Will they go down to the lower bracket? Find out after this break.
G2 prevail in what has been an exciting map. All 15 rounds for this first map here even. We could look at a full 45 map series of
45 map series, that would be crazy.
So much fun.
I'll take it. I'll take
let's
it.
look at this though, because we know that the Falcons players have been barking a lot, right, at these rounds. But I think that was what we were doing as well in the green room. Every single round, the end of these rounds were just so insane.
I mean, it starts with that 1v2 from Stomp, and then I was just giving the rest of the match. Look at this, 1v2 clutches onto 1v2 clutches into 1v1s. Every single round came out to the last moment, the last few players alive. We were expecting a banger game, but I did not expect it to be a banger game every single round, and that's what it was every single time. Things were so close. It's what happens when two great teams face each other.
Look at Leakyfac claiming out the end of this round, by the way. Just bang, bang, bang. The crosshair placement with the SMG. Oh, beautiful. And that's what it was, right? It was two really high-quality teams going at it. And then at the end of rounds, what was determining the rounds? It was individual talent making big plays. And it just did not stop. That whole first half was an absolute montage of clips.
And if you think of other regions watching this matchup, you think everyone's got to be scared of Europe because with the quality that we're seeing here from the two teams, not only the kills that we just saw, but I think in general, the strategy, the team play, the coordination from everyone, it could have went either ways. It went 8-7 the last time for Falcons, this time 8-7 for G2. I'm so excited.
There's a lot of teams that have crossed the ocean to come and play here and are going to be struggling. Are going to be worrying about these two teams behind.
You see Psycho trying to literally shut them up. They're yelling at him as he's walking past, and he's just trying to shush them already. I mean, there was a lot of talk in this game as well, you know, in general. But, you know, as three people from EU, I think we're very happy to see our region do so well and deliver such exciting gameplay, because that highlight reel that we just showed, I mean, clip it, ship it right onto YouTube. It's a frag montage as it is, but it'll remind you of the stakes of this match as we pull up the brackets and what these teams are actually playing for. I mean, of course, we're talking about the upper bracket so far inside of our playoffs here. A matchup against FaZe is up for grabs if you win this matchup here, but that means you could finish third guaranteed, and by winning that game, you double your prize pool at least.
Yeah, I think that is very interesting in the sense that we've seen FaZe, and I will still say this, being a little bit weaker than usual, being weaker than Boston. I think with the quality that we're seeing from G2 and Falcons right now, heading into the matchup against FaZe, I would blatantly say that I would think they were the favorites, which would maybe guarantee a way into a top 2, into a grand final of the major. Yes, heated arguments, heated talks, I think. They were not expecting to lose that match, and I will be honest, although we're praying everyone for the level, Falcons was in the lead and in fact was probably the better team in the last map. Should have taken that map if it wasn't for a few clutches.
There's a lot of pressure on it as well. I think that it ultimately comes down to it, like you say, is to get into the upper bracket final. It's actually a real good shot at the grand final, like you say, with how FaZe are playing. They're not quite at that 10 out of 10 Boston FaZe that we saw earlier on in the year. So for these teams, it's massive game for them. And when you're G2, you're getting it done on your map pick. Only 8-7 for Falcons. That was a huge opportunity to get it done on G2's map.
These guys will want a rematch against FaZe, like 100%. If we're looking at the ones that we're seeing now down in this series, they want to play against FaZe again to kind of reclaim that. I mean, book a spot in the grand final as well. Could be absolutely huge. But we're going into Chalet. That is our second map. That ended in regulation when we were email, but it was won by Falcons. Do you think they can replicate that here, or is it going to be rough?
Yes, I do. And the reason that I do is, one, they've already beaten G2 on that map inside of the playoffs, but we saw G2 lose it to worse teams than Falcons in EML as well. We saw G2 lose it to Gen G, who came in with Counter-Strat and analysis, being ready for how G2 play it. G2 are going to play a fast place, Chalet. They're going to try and explode inside. They're going to try and be everywhere at once. If you can set the appropriate traps for them, you can punish them hard.
If you think about it, that 8-7 victory from G2, it was still on their own map. And even then, they had to go crazy. They had to pull out multiple clutches to be able to grasp that victory. It goes to show just how much they have to do to be able to beat Falcons. Now Falcons heading to their own map. I think we can be in for a banger of a game that goes all the way to a 3-map series.
Okay. I mean, it sounds convincing. I'm buying it for sure. Let's see if Falcons can pull it off though as well. Send it back to our casters.
Thank you very much, Anne, and everybody in the studio. Are we buying that Falcons can make a comeback here, Nick?
Yes, we are. They arguably shoulda, coulda, woulda won layer, but they didn't.
Yeah, but that's how it always happens between Falcons and G2. There's a whole lot of woulda, shoulda, coulda, but an 8-7 that's edged out in favor of G2 sets them up for a 2-0. They have already broken Falcons' undefeated streak here in Munich. Can they get it done on Chalet? I don't know, man. Falcons, as Jack said, they are good at Chalet.
Yeah.
I think that if G2 win this, it's much more likely to be when we go to a third map.
think it really comes down to if G2 is going to play the Lair playstyle on Chalet or not. I feel like they're a little bit too passive sometimes. So the G2 that we saw earlier against Secret and the G2 that we know enough of their peak. If they go to Chalet is like aggressive, in your face, kind of like Lyra on that last round of Lair, I have G2 taking this. But if they get too passive and give Falcons too much space, I don't see that happening.
Well, G2 have lost Chalet the last 3 times that they have played it. Whereas the last times that Falcons won it, it was actually against G2 in the EML. They should be set up as the favored team here on their map pick, but you never know what happens once G2 start building that momentum, once they start firing. They've played 4 maps of Siege today, heading into a 5th as they go to their 8th different map that they have played at the Munich Major. After Chalet, they will have played 8 out of the 9 maps in the pool.
What are they missing? Skyscraper?
That's a great question. Let me just do a little...
I haven't seen
they
that.
They played Bank, Lair, Cafe, Border, Consulate, Labs, and Skyscraper.
Oh, so...
And Chalet, so...
Missing Border? Did you
No,
Border?
they played Border.
I honestly, I'm blanked out now.
Bank, Lair, Cafe, Border, Consulate, Clubhouse. Wow, can you believe it? Clubhouse, only map they haven't played.
That's surprising to me, actually.
Well, G2 historically don't love that map.
I know, but I also know for a fact that they're always cooking it. Every time you see that events and they say they don't play, they say, oh, but we could play it. You know,
well, it was their first ban in the veto today, and it is their least favorite map statistically in the pool.
It's a Grand Finals map, that's what it is. It's a BO5 Grand Finals map.
And as the guys in the studio said, there is a very reasonable chance that one or both of these teams may end up in that Grand Final.
Certainly is possible. I think before this event started, you know, your Furia, your Falcon, maybe G2 if you're like a Copium kind of guy, you know, because they're still a young roster.
You're not saying FaZe. FaZe are so far the best team at the tournament.
I wasn't finished as well, and then FaZe. And then I personally had M80, but I think that's Copium. Obviously now, in hindsight, we know that they're looking pretty damn good. But I also had like Shiva Rebellion making top 8, and they didn't.
that was unfortunately
it's hard
not
to call these days.
They're kind of in the triple F era, Falcons, Furia, FaZe. And I think G2 and M80 are starting to make a case to join that as well. But
sure.
Look, this is our...
hello?
What is going on there? Users very early caught rotating back down the blue stairs.
Yep.
Love that from Lyra.
That's what I was saying. If Lyra and G2 can play like Lyra himself did in the end of Lair, it's going to be a great Chalet. He boogie red drones to the front door, gets a bit of vert, runs in, takes down the smoke. One of the highest value targets. They're off to a great start. And now G2 can actually slow things down. They got the 5v4 and they got the demos, so you don't got to throw any bodies at the problem. Secondly, they have now got themselves an extra 30 seconds on the clock as there is no toxic babes later on.
A cheeky from Lyra, he threw down his boogie drone and activated it as he ran forward, masking the sound.
Oh, it's solid. Just gotta make sure that they, again, as I said, take it nice and slow. Use nades where they have to, flashes, demos trackers. Bit of dry peek in here from Stumpin, though, but Leak Effect falls on back towards the blue staircase, and he will live, as will Stumpin.
Does what his teammate could not and retreats back to site safely. You can see by the way that Solotov was peeking up from Snowmobile and the way that EFAC is hoping to try and find something here. Falcons, I don't want to gift G2 the whole map too quickly. Fighting from a man behind. Oh, I like that. The tub. Tuberau Zoto canister. Starting to freeze up that hatch. Wine cellar. A lot of vert now enabled from G2. There's just no way that Falcons will survive on the bomb site.
And the freeze, in theory, should and would matter, but when smoke dies so early, this stalling from the Tuberau, honestly, not that high in value. Bit of vert damage there from Lara downstairs.
The way to win this round for Falcons is by lashing out, but how do you achieve that when G2 have so much time to dot the I's and cross the T's? Nice nade.
Careful here.
Oh, nice air jab. That is beautifully played from Doki. The bait and the switch and the swing. 3v5 for Falcons. Desperation starting to mount as Solotov needs to find his fight, but Doki claims a second and a third. It's flawless for G2 to kick off Chalet.
And it just starts off with the opening kill from Lyra. I mean, you saw Falcons the entirety of the round. They were desperate for a kill because they knew strategically they had likely lost the round before it had even really started. So you can't fault them for trying, but in the end, they just lost the round even faster. And Lyra and Doki are both feeling pretty good in that very first round.
Attack is always going to be a little bit more favored on Chalet. It's a very small map, especially on that basement bomb site, especially when you find that first kill. So Falcons, you know, it being their map pick, they're going to start on the unfavored side. They might take a little bit of time to get that momentum, get into it. They can't afford to stray too long because G2, well, they were hot on Lair, especially in the, so first 9 rounds, right, on Lair.
Okay.
Falcons won 6 out of those 9. And then the rest of the map, the other six rounds?
Yes, 15.
G2 won 5 out of those 6.
Yeah.
So there was a huge flip. Once it hit 6-3 for Falcons, G2 won almost every round from that point forward.
Yeah, don't mind you, right? There was like 3 different kinds of clutches too. Like it wasn't easy for them at all. There was Stomp and Blast, 2 rounds. They went on time. Laura in the final round found incredible amounts of value. It felt very much like G2. They had that classic style of they're just better in that moment. You know, they make that magic happen when they really need to in the server. The Falcons, I gotta say, I really want to applaud their mental. They're calmer in the server, less emotional. They're laughing, having more fun. And if I recall correctly, they have been working with Esports psychologists in recent history, and this could very well be the result of that. The discipline on the mental, understanding that we're here to have fun, enjoy it, and play at a high level, and we can't let our emotions get the better of us when we start losing. Because they've looked much better losing that last map than they have in the last year.
That's right. There's no such thing as playing perfect Siege.
No, and you gotta accept that.
Oh, I hear so many
I hear a lot of comms, yeah. But nothing's happening just yet.
EFAC is so tempted to go for a runner. He does, and he's going to immediately retreat back using the Scopos to teleport to his inactive shell.
Gotta deal with it though, just so he can TP back, but a word about the bait there from Doki, so gonna take it nice and chill. Doki will get a job done instead.
The
phone.
Yeah, I didn't actually know that, but when you destroy the inactive shell, it also drops a phone. So G2 have hacked the cameras without actually having to get
I actually
killed.
didn't know that either, to be honest. Like, Doki is often banned, or, you know...
It's such an edge case.
Doki and Scope was in the same round, and you get that in front of it. Yeah, it's definitely a bit of a one-off.
You know, you can check if G2 have if the attack has a Dokkaebi.
If someone dies,
yeah,
you only drop the phone.
Team kill one of your teammates. Yeah.
If you don't, whoa, or if they spawn peek and lose the fight.
That too.
Bad timing for a call there. Laura goes down.
Wow,
Shaco trades on blue stairs as well.
Frenetic exchange for Falcons, and they come out on top. EFAC also managing to hang up his phone. Get rid of that effect. Now G2 sit back and just wait for a chance to get back into it. Hacks on the cams does make Solotov a little bit more exposed, and now Stompin, very patient from him, waiting in display. He finds that kill and makes it look a little bit more winnable here for G2.
Oh, for sure. Mind you, Leaguefag has no TP back. They know he's in the West main, but Shaik was fired up, gets 2 kills in this round.
Yeah, where'd Blaz die? That's the problem here. G2 are very separated. It means that one by one they can get picked apart. Stompin now, bit of sound cover as he drops down below. He could isolate EFAC, but he's worried about Shaiko on the side, who is very aggressively swinging that position, continues to take the fights with the SMG-12. A very fired up Falcons after they get their first round on the board.
Very proactive play as well, definitely taking the fight to G2. Not waiting for execute, not waiting him to get to the bomb site.
And the in-game chat battle continues. Shaiko just said, what did he say?
I'm not a bot like you.
Talking to Doki, he said, have some respect.
The Taiping Olympics.
That's a good take from Doki.
Oh, Doki.
To be fair, if there was a Taiping Olympics, Doki would probably be a gold medalist.
Yeah, he might be a 2-timer over there.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
No, I like it. There's a bit of banter between friends, of course, and Doki had a phenomenal first round to start things off in the blue stairs, getting 3 quick kills. But in that second round, his team was missing him. Didn't find much success. I feel like a name that we haven't spoken of almost at all in the entire series is actually Alama.
Yeah.
He's just kind of been there. Because he wasn't playing the shields. Well, half the rounds he weren't playing the shields with G2. It was Laura on the entry. It was Stumble on the Clash. Alama has just kind of been like the middleman that's kind of been existing. And he's doing stuff. I think he was even positive in KD, for example. But he hasn't been an outlier. And I think that's a great thing when Laura, Stompin, and Doki can shine. Blast had his big moments, but in the scoreboard he was kind of chilling.
Oh,
well, now we talk about it. Alamar has been spawn peaked.
Yeah, he has. He's actually not had the greatest tournament so far. 91 EPS, which is just outside the top 50 players at the tournament.
What's his plus minus? That's what I'm, the easy stats.
He is 59 to 69.
Okay.
So minus 10 on the kills.
I think that tells the consistency story that he's probably had a game here and there where he's looking pretty good, but overall he is falling behind the curve.
KOST's all right, 61.
Okay.
I feel like that's not too bad for a KOST rating.
Yeah, it's all right. It's not phenomenal. Given how good G2's been, you would argue that maybe should have been higher, but with that being said, I feel like the current playstyle of G2 just doesn't always have to speak to LMAO's individuals because he has so many other star players. It's a matter of can LMAO enable those people. Like in this round, he's playing Ashe, there's no Mira. You're just a gun for hire, and you're dead to a spawn peak.
Very strange
It's very low
choice.
value.
Yeah. The operator I really like in this round, or the two operators, the special drone squad, the Twitch and the Brava, both really powerful on this map. We saw Loira clearing out some of those Ela mines before. It's that plus the Banshees, the Fenrir that you're really going to be wanting to target, especially with that Brava from Doki.
Not sure what the plan is here, though. I mean, I was going to say, Big with the Repel was there, gets C4, and a big yes shouted from Falcon, celebrating those small victories. But G2, ever since Edmund died, this round has been without fangs, no claws, no teeth. I mean, they're just out at the building.
Not a good look. And Brede has a side on lock. Uses just is a million exit frag for Stompin. Outside on that double window, replacing his dead teammate. They know just where he is, and he'll look for a few more exit frags. But this round, I mean, it was Falcons right from the get-go.
I'm not sure what the plan was, though. Even with LMAO, if you were to be alive, like with the operator lineup and where they're playing from outside the building, you're gonna want to have utilities like, let's say, a Capital or a Smoke or a Ying or some sort of Chaos. They had Twitch Brava, and they're outside the building on window repels. Don't want any drama. Yeah.
Don't trash talk Stompin or the Jinxie fans will come for you.
That's it. Stompin might be a nice guy because his fans do the dirty talking for him, you know?
Yeah. Oh, he is a very mature and lovely man, but he will fall regardless. Niceties get you nowhere, and Solotov, peering up through the hatch, confirms the round. It was always looking solid for Falcons. And now a 2-1 lead on the defense. And Likafak always has a lot to say. Here in the operator veto.
I don't know about the bans right now. There's nothing that comes to mind where I'm like, you know what, they should ban this particular operator. Because it hasn't really been an operator kinds of rounds that's been happening. It's been like just a small things.
Dokkaebi maybe?
Dokkaebi's not a bad shout.
Yeah.
Not at all. Nor is Nuera. Kind of basic, kind of default, if you will. I do want to see a bit more energy from G2, not on the player camps and the comms, but in the server. I want to see them be a bit more proactive.
More confident.
Yeah, more confident. Like, again, like the first round, they're on a heater, they're flying in the building, they're playing together, they're doing all these mini games. Round 2 and 3, they're just kind of lackluster.
And they're never even really getting to the point of the round where they're up to an execute, though. They're kind of dying. Well, aside from that first round.
Died twice.
Yeah, we did. Yeah, look, I don't know. If I'm G2 here, I'm happy that we're going back to attack the basement, because I think, in a way, it's the simplest of the bomb sites.
Yeah, I would say so too.
You get the external breaches if you want. You prioritize the roaming clear if you want.
Yeah.
Everything is achievable on this bomb site. There's nothing like, for example, even when we were playing Lair before, like there are some parts of that map where if they have a really nice setup, good luck. You might actually say, no, we're not even going to try to attack that. Chalet, there isn't anything like that. Unless if you don't bring the right operators to deal with something like the Tubarão Bandit, for example, which has made an appearance.
Paradise for sure. Like, if you want something, you pick the right operators, or you can take it.
You can get it, for sure.
And the spawn peak, though, Falcons want to keep applying that pressure. And it's funny how it was Shanko playing on site with Bandit on Lair, and now Likafak roaming with Bandit on Chalet.
Yeah.
It almost feels opposite, but like we said before, Likafak likes to get active and have that freedom. And in a perfect world at this level of play, Bandit tricking isn't possible.
Well, yeah, it's interesting that we are getting the Bandit instead of the Kaid, because Kaid, who often gets banned, isn't. Oh, actually, Solotov is still chilling here, and he just pre-fires Loira on his retreat. EFAC is coming into support, takes a little bit of damage as he looks to run away, but Solotov will double up. This has been a beautiful start for Falcons, and another round for G2 that's pretty much over in the first minute.
I really like that extensive roam though. Solotov and Likafak playing together, denying that quick injury from Loira. LMAO down as well as Capital, and you just have your Blast and Stompin left, but I mean, you can push the bomb site, guys, but you're 2v5. There's only one player down here as well. Oh, there's two now.
And Bride's got a good read as well. As the main anchor player, Solotov finds another kill on that roam as he makes his way back to site. I think Shaiko's having a good time.
So is Solotov. He's been howling all day, all night. Timeout from D2 as well. The mentalist talked.
E o Bandemira, so they can extend to master. No,
Bar,
I see they can go bar. Yeah, they can go bar. Bandemira, so like they probably gonna extend. I think if they extend is good to split. But look, you did the split one, bro. The split, you bait like the bomb side to play the floors. Remember, like play everything inside, so like count positions and then like we play whatever we can play. Okay, so I think you do the split if they extend, and if they don't extend, I would say like play the Monte, bro. Play the Monte to go up the main stairs like the Brazilians are doing, and then like we try to kill. Try to focus and kill this guy landing, okay? Like so we focus in kill him, and then after when we go kitchen guys, I think like can do split using like strong operators. Everything is open, shields, okay? Like let's try to kill.
Okay. Let's go, boys.
That was hectic.
I feel like Ramallah has like 1,000 thoughts. And just a little bit limited maybe by the language barrier sometimes. Sure. Because he wants to get so much out and be so precise.
Yeah.
You know, we talked about this before where when you have these 60 seconds, you either have few things that you go through very like thoroughly, or you talk general bigger picture, but he wants to be very specific and go through 4 bomb sites.
I felt like, yeah, I don't know, he said so much there. And then he's like, guys, you have all these strong operators, you pick them. Which is a very general comment. Like,
I hope they know what those operators are. But no, I mean, obviously the G2 players, they have worked with Ramallah now for quite some time, and they're familiar with how he coaches. And if they were unfamiliar or not liking that style, they would have changed it. So obviously this system works for them.
I guess.
As far as I know, from everyone I've spoken to, Ramallah is like a siege strategical genius.
That's what I heard. I heard that when
he came from FaZe.
I heard that when G2 bought him off FaZe, it was like the biggest buyout any coach has ever received.
Yeah, and I remember I spoke to Helmau, Fabian, he said they're all like, dude, this guy's brain is insane. He'll just look at a piece of paper and be like, he can just put all the things on the map. He can't play the game at all, but his mind about the game is incredible. And sometimes maybe what G2 and Alabama needs to lead the team forward is just a bit of strategical input. Get back on what's the plan, guys. Well, they get the plan told by their coach. They get opening pick from Doki as well to use this. This is the best case scenario after attack timeout.
Yeah. Well, the truth will be proven in the pudding. If G2 can make a comeback here. Really lovely work from the Twitch, though. I mean, clearing so much of that util, but he's going to have to regenerate. Oh, well hidden, though, as well. Another drone will die, but not the Twitch drone. So this is good value here from Alamau. And he still has good info on Solotov dancing around library. He's going to get regened pretty shortly, and he's going to have enough tasers to destroy the lone ADS that is protecting Solotov.
Yeah. If you time it together as well, you can maybe get some to go, but there's no grenades left. Just Grim Bees or an air jab or a flashbang, so not the best value, but Solotov doesn't know that. He's going to retreat, fall back towards the bomb site. D2 get map space practically for free. Just Shaiko now on the blue staircase with no backup. Is also forced to run on back. Half the round to go. This is the best round for D2 since that opening one.
Shaiko's doubling back, though. He sees that his dread mine goes off, but Stompin shuts him down regardless. Falcons. The water is rising here. G2 have the advantage, but this roam is still very much alive. Upstairs, it's Leakafact, team captain. He's distracting G2. Meanwhile, the players on site can reposition, but the patience from Alamau will certainly reward him.
He's right there.
2 more steps forward. G2 know exactly where he is, and EFAC will walk straight into death. 2v4. It should be the round back into it for G2.
Oh my god.
Laz will all but confirm it. Bride up against the world, the first to be found, and now they come in droves. Loira puts him in the dirt. G2.
All they need, opening pick. And they use that fire. They just go forward, 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 push, push, push. Again, they're in the building. They're looking confident. But it also goes back to the opening point. Falcons were just playing bar and then library. They weren't in master bedroom. They weren't in solarium, trophy dining. They were giving a lot of space this time for them. It's one more round left in the first half. I want to see Falcons get a bit more spread around the building like before.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by...
Now 1 round left in the half. The G2 to make it even on their attacks. And based on how this game started, that's exactly what they should be gunning for. We didn't have high expectations for them on Chalet. It's not a top G2 map. In fact, like I said at the start of this game, 3-map loss streak here on Chalet. And Falcons bested them in the regular stage. Now, if we go the distance to Labs, I think it's
10 seconds.
like it is so neck and neck.
That's a 50-50.
Both of these teams really love Labs. Both these teams have multiple wins on it so far at the tournament.
I also think there's a good mixture of like almost like Chalet and Lair combined in a way.
Yeah.
You're gonna have the aggression of Chalet but executes of Lair. We gotta pick apart the bomb set in certain areas. It's definitely gonna come down to the wire if we go there. Of course, if you are G2, get it done in 2. Call it night, because mind you, because they played a BO3 earlier against Secret, the longer this goes on for, I mean, it is currently almost 10 p.m. local. G2 played earlier.
It's getting late.
It's getting late. You know, energies is a limited thing.
I'm not too worried about most of these G2 players. They've been around the block for a long time. However,
Well, Dogi's getting old.
Sure.
You know.
If anything, I'm the opposite. I'm worried about the young one stomping at his major
This guy has
debut.
been grinding, like, if tournaments on console where they play for like 16 hours straight, do these crazy things. I am not worried about Stompin at all. This guy could play 24 hours straight and probably outperform majority of Pro League players. Because he's been in the console scene where they play the most unregulated, crazy hours and like 4 AM finishes and such.
Let's see. For now, G2 look to try and close this half with an entry from Alamau on the Deimos. He's so close to Shaiko. He's continuing to hold on to this piano position for this roam upstairs, this extinction.
Where's the push, though?
Laura wants to try and make his way in through office, but the problem is Shaiko is using those glance glasses from the Warden, and he'll be able to peer back through the smoke as well. It's going to need to be Alamau. Him and Stompin together do clear the Warden's position inside of Piano, and they continue marching forward further and further. Doki with the shotgun puts an end to the top floor hold. Efak and Bride now. How do they lash out?
I know, they got so much time to work with as well. They gotta do it soon, because the more time you give G2, the more the net's gonna close onto you. But the staircase, that sucks. The vert sucks as well. So what option do you really have? The Deimos Trackers comes out, and League Efak got so much pressure now from every single angle.
Oh, there's no safe haven for Efak, but Bride, thankfully, will make this a little bit closer. A player already snuck in the trophy. It's Doki. He's with the shotgun. Lyra will drop. The shotgun comes out and forces Bride all the way back. Thank you, Candelas from Ying. And now Doki should have this on lock. He doesn't need to peek. He can just wait. The rest of his team needs to get in the sight. And as Blaz does so, the plant will begin. It's on Lyra from above. And he will do exactly what is required of him. Great coverage from G2 as they close the half.
Felt a little bit like Falcons were eager to start the fight themselves. I mean, it's a Warden Piano that is swinging outside the window while Deimos tracked and getting double pushed. The glass was ineffective. The Ying didn't really get to do much until 2 players already died from Falcons. It seemed like they wanted to be the ones in control, but let's be honest, G2's players are mostly outside the building. Those are very unfavorable fights to take as a defender. But it means we're tied up 3-3 in the first half. Side swap rotations, Falcons on the attack now. They're gonna ban the Asami. Could be a Mira, could be a Castle. Could be honestly, could be a Clash. It's a bit of a risk. I think it's a risky pre-fire. It's like a better third option ban maybe, but I do see a world where Clash gets played by G2.
I can see Romalio has a lot to say. If you look at Alamau's camera, you can see him gesticulating. Plenty to talk about in these operator bans. And yeah, it's double shield ban on the attacking side out of G2. Falcons getting rid of 2 operators that create those power positions, because it's hard to do that on Chalet without the Mira and the Azami. It's hard to pick one spot and say, I'm going to defend this position.
Yeah, they say with like maps like Bang, like Cafe, the Asami, Mirror, Castle, Trio, they just get so much value in practically every single bomb site. Border as well. So we often see those getting banned together. This time it was Doki with the Ying shotgun, not Lyra. They get that push done successfully. I think 3-3 for G2 in the attack is They can be happy with that, I think.
Absolutely. I mean, from where we were looking at a couple of rounds ago, it was, what, 3-1? 2-1?
3-1.
Yeah, it was
looking a little bit dire.
Yeah, Falcons. We expected great things out of them on Chalet, especially after fumbling that 6-3 on the first map. You sure would hope that they look better on their own map pick. Now they move on to the favored side. If Falcons really are prepared for Chalet against G2, this is where they start to run away with it.
Yes, mind you, this was G2's map pick, right?
This was Falcons.
Oh, that makes more sense. Okay. I was gonna say, because the starting sides.
Yeah.
That makes more sense.
Swapping names.
But you are correct. This is where it's gonna have to show Shaiko and Damos in the first second round. That bodes well for me.
Yeah,
I'm happy
I
for
like that.
Because we're missing that aggression on Lair from him.
Yeah, well, we missed a lot from Shaiko on Lair. If he doesn't show up in the series, then that could be the 1% difference between Falcons making upper bracket final or heading down into the lower bracket.
And also, I think just when you're a player that is playing so consistently well as Shaiko, but you fall short in majority of the grand finals that you've been in, which you've lost, when you start having these really important games and that's where you stop performing, like right here again, it has to affect you at some point, right? Why am I not doing well in these important games? Why am I farming in the easier ones? He's had a very tough game so far. This time it was Blast taking him down early.
Their mental's just in the bin for Shaiko, but thankfully Solotov is having a phenomenal day. Straight into the objective, back out again after he finds his pick. But the rest of his team is struggling to find a way into it. Uses, tries to get Stompin, but doesn't have an opportunity to do so. Stompin still toying with him, actually lands damage as well as Usus goes deep and finds another kill. It's Solotov coming in to support. And now they can actually focus up on Stompin. I think this is going to be the round for Falcons.
It's 1 on site.
Stompin took a very risky play, but it pans out for him. This guy's been going for a ski on Chalet. Outside the building for what feels like a year. Oh, dearie me.
It's a tough one to play. It was a 1v1 outside and a 1v1 by the bomb.
And Falcons are completely silenced by that.
I mean, I think they got a bit distracted. I mean, what if you let Stompin jump in West Main? He needs to spend 7 seconds to go from West Main to top Solarium stairs. You can 2v1 Doki in the meantime and get bomb site control and force Stompin, which you know, up a staircase. Instead, Solotov, I'm not sure if it's greed or indecisiveness or what it is, but it felt like the wrong play there.
It's definitely indecision. Falcons, where was the cohesion for both players to commit to the same thing? One to jump outside to hunt, and one to push the site. It's the worst way to play it for Falcons. That's what happens.
That's how the cookie crumbles.
When you're on the field, and things are mounting up in pressure, and Shaiko's tilted, and G2 have just taken the lead on your own map pick after you fumbled 4 match points on map 1. I'm not at all surprised, and this is where the leadership of League-of-Fact has to reel the boys in.
It's true. I mean, you can reel them in strategically, mentally, but if you don't have the confidence in the server, that has to come from yourself as well, right? If you're not hitting your shots or you're choking those gunfights, if you're dying to silly things, which you can argue, Shaiko last round did kind of fumble the ball outside the building, dying to a swing from Blast. That has to come from the individual players. League-of-Fact cannot play his own game, the strat game, and dictate everyone's movement at the same time.
If we have one more pitiful round from Falcons, we need a League-of-Fact crash out. That's what we need. The League-of-Fact Hope Core needs to make a return.
Pushing Lumba or White Stairs, James?
Or White?
White Stairs or Lumba? I love that clip so much.
I think we're on the verge of seeing it happen again.
Sometimes you do need just to get that frustration out in a positive way. I will say though, Stompin has been so phenomenal playing that perfect middle line. And look at this, the cheekiness of the pre-fire too early from Doki, doesn't hit the hitbox.
Perfect hold, but the nade comes through, and Bride slaps him on down. Well played from Falcons, perfectly in sync.
Yeah.
Burning the ADSs, following up with a nade. 2 players to take the fight.
Had he gotten that kill though onto Solotov, that were the nades that killed him. Had he gotten the kill onto Lion, he would have been unmovable on that blue stairs position. But because he doesn't get that kill, instead he dies. As does Blast. I feel like D2 now falls into one playstyle, swing or be swung. If they get to the side for Falcons, you will lose strategically, especially with those Demos trackers. You need to go for kills.
And so the two Brazilians holding these positions, and Solotov deletes Loira upstairs in office. Alum out to try and retake that position and trade him on back. He does so under Shaiko. A 2v4, not easy. A 1v4, almost impossible for anybody but Stompin. Oh, my one tap. He is so sharp, but not quite sharp enough. Falcons trade it back, and they can restabilize. This game is still very much winnable as we tie the score.
It's definitely a round where I feel like G2 could have maybe helped each other a little bit more. Every single gunfight was 1v1 or 1v2 against their odds. Doki, of course, forced into a bad swing because the nades were coming through. But that every player that followed after, just you need help, you need a body.
Yeah. Falcons, one round at a time. That's all it takes. It's what they struggled to do on the first after they got that 6-3 advantage. Now they've tied things up. Their attacks are looking a little bit more in sync, right? Even if all it is, hey, we see Doki, he's holding this position. Look, it's hard. He's a Warden, he's got a shield and 2 ADSs. We got flashbangs, we got nades, we can clear him out.
100%.
They take those fights.
And that's kind of the thing that they didn't do on Lair, because mind you, there was that one round on Lair where Alama was in lockers, and they only knew Alama was there. We knew that Lair was also hiding. And they could have said, oh, wait, let's 5v1 Alama to get that freebie, but they opted not to do it, because Lair, there's so much map to work with. But like you said early on Chalet, if you want to take a spot on attack on Chalet, as long as you got the right operators, you 100% can. There's no really impossible spot as a defender to like falsify.
Plenty of util to get the job done.
Tons.
You just have to decide.
Flashes, nades, Capital. Again this round, look at the operator lineup. They got util, they got a push in the shield. There's nothing Falcons can't get done this round as long as they execute correctly.
Yeah. 6 smokes, by the way, if you count the 2 from Capital as well.
Yeah.
Doki's on this roam downstairs. He'll be the first one spotted on G2. He can continue falling on back.
That's why it's so important. I think that League Effect is on an ace and not a nuke, for example, because he's going to be with the squad now and leading the squad forward and not doing his own thing. And that's what Falcons they need. They need direction. They're looking to cheese the bomb site, though. They got the Blitz in the Capital, and they got Library, Repel. What they can do here is smoke off the drone hole from Bleed's position. Blitz can jump on in. They can hit the side. They can also take the basement, though. They know there's a player on that staircase. 50-50 between Doki and Leaky Fact.
And Plantina will be very awkward from G2 if it is a rush, because Blaz is the only one in position to do so. Loira has a Nitro elsewhere. I'm not sure what he's doing with that, but Doki is the one who's being targeted by Falcons. They don't manage to catch him from outside the lobby. In fact, it's a rotation from Users. He's not going into gaming at all. He takes a bit of damage, escaping, and Alamau has gone down. Good lobby control here for Falcons. And another shot from Solotov, and Blaz will fall. The flank has to come through now from Doki, and he is in perfect position, but he's a little bit too late, and he's allowed Falcons to make their way into the site. The plant is going down, and G2 are not in position to deny it. Doki will find the first one, but he's got 4 more to find. The Blitz is looking hungry for him. Users hunts him down, knocks him on the floor, and Doki steals the kill. 1v3, but that bomb is going to be very difficult to disable.
Impossible.
He's being tracked by the Deimos as well. Shaiko, this is your moment. Allay our doubts, confirm the round. And with a smirk on his face, he puts down his opponent and steals the lead for Falcons.
Beautiful round strategically. So at first, they start library side. Shaco's on the balcony to watch over the entirety of it, can track the player upstairs. They had the Blitz and the Capital by the bomb site window, pressuring a bomb site rush. But then, very important thing, Breedy stayed behind with Diffuser. The Blitz got into Fireplace. They create a bit of chaos. They get a kill to the smoke. Now the plan is going to be free. Blitz rotates back towards Breedy on the bomb site window. They jump in on the bomb site window while the other teammates push Fireplace. And G2 have no idea what the actual push is going to be. Falcons, they had 2 different win conditions at all times. Either they're gonna get a couple of kills, which they did, or bomb goes down, which also happened. And because they won on both fronts, it was like a 4v1. It was flawless, it was beautiful. And look here, not a single gunfight is G2 looking at the actual location of Falcons. They're looking the wrong way because they have no clue what's happening.
Now you see me, now you don't. A cat and mouse game. And you can see Shaiko. No.
And Deimos ban as well.
Oh, wow.
I think that's really good, though.
And Solus ban.
Yeah. Both target bans.
Doki and Shaiko targeted here.
Exchanging. Oh, there's the clash, though.
Yeah.
So that was the thing, right? So with operators like the Clash, or even in some cases like Mira, ops that you can stylistically choose, they're always kind of good to do, but you need to play around it as a full team.
Oh, yeah.
You can either play the Clash the first 3 rounds here for G2 and force the Clash back on the 3rd rotation, or you don't play the Clash at all, you see what they ban, now you have a guaranteed Clash open.
Yeah, the great thing here for G2 is they can completely change their push. They can completely change the way they're holding this because they have the Clash. And yeah, they're blocking up the drone hole as well.
Normally you'll just nade or Capital Fire it, but there's a good old clubhouse shot from way back in the day that Mentalist actually from APAC created, if I recall correctly. And you block the drone hole with the Clash, and you can just bandit trick, which normally you can't.
You can actually do this even better if you
on the back?
Put it on the back and then crouch down.
Yeah.
Thing is, with the Capitao on the board, it's not a perfect strategy because you can actually fire the Clash and it prevents
the fire
it
will
from staying
spread,
there.
right? So, but again, like it just goes to show G2, they definitely thought about this way in advance, and they had that up their sleeve for the second bomb site rotation. The Falcons, I mean, they've not gone. So normally for this attack, almost every attacking team, they go main breach first, breach the wall. Now they can go for backside, and they got that job done. They haven't opted for it, probably for 2 reasons. One, they only have the ace. There's no can openers, no secondary hot breach, so they have very limited hot breach destruction. They can't quickly get both the front and the back. They gotta choose. And secondly, if they did see the Clash by that drone hole, you're not gonna mess with it because you can't spare that utility.
Did they use 2 Selmas just for the dining hatch?
I
or
mean,
was that pre-opened by defense? I think it might have been a full.
They spend 2 Selma, so it's gonna be a backside take. Like we know this now,
but that's still not as much hard breach as you want.
I feel like if users and Capitao had secondary can openers, that would have been completely okay. Instead, they got the secondary in peace, maybe because they're fearing the possibility of a Kaid. G2 are playing with boiler control here for Alama on the Clash. That's why they got the hatch. They need to get the hatch to cut off that rotation because that's going to matter the most.
Look at this aggression from Alamau.
Yeah, I mean, with the hatch being opened up, he knows that if he's going to get stuck in that corner, he'll die. So he has to make a play.
The question is, do Falcons know about it? Falcons, again, are changing their decision about how they want to hold this time and time again. The Warden ready to meet this blitz. Marching forward. Loira is in position, the Nitro Cell as well.
Bad.
He tries to use it just to enable a push, sees the blitz, worried about the flash coming out. He does need some form of support. He's not going to be able to take the fight against both of these players. And now his glasses have finished off as well. And he gets immediately shot down by Solotov. Great usage of the teamwork from Falcons. They have the numbers advantage. They have pressure all over the bomb side, and they've got the vertical picks as well. Goodbye to Blaz. Alamau has to rotate back to side, but he's been read to perfection. It's Doki against the world, and they're pushing from every which way. One by one, they fall into him, but eventually he is put to the sword. Falcons have map point on Chalet. They continue fighting to push us to a 3rd.
It's a very simple thing the Falcons are doing, but it's so hard to execute effectively. They keep changing the strat in the middle of the round. They show all their cards. Guys, we only have 1 hot breacher, and we breach the dining hatch. It's gonna be a backside push, right? No, 1 Selma on the main snowball wall after they've abandoned that spot for G2, and they flip the entire push. And I gotta say there, I am disappointed in the lack of foresight when it comes to G2. They got the Clash, who is just standing in the middle of the bomb side, watching basically nothing, just seeing the main breach. Right here, get Doki helping Laura on blue stairs. He can stick the corner. They had an ADS. Instead, Laura's falls into a bad swing. He dies. Nothing happens. Alamau had the deep push backside. Falcons player jumps the hatch, kills Alamau. Yeah. They're holding nothing for G2. Have 1 guy watch the breach, help the guy on blue stairs if there's a blitz there. You know there's 2 players, and then if Alamau watch the back hatch drop. Now you're covering every angle that's dangerous.
Yeah, you want the blitz wherever, sorry, you want the clash wherever the blitz
matches.
Exactly. Yeah. Well, the clash nullifies the blitz. Because the blitz cannot move forward. No. The only thing the blitz can do is put the shield on his back and take fights with a pistol. Yeah. That's all he can do when he's staring at a clash.
The back, but blue gives you so much access, and it's why Loira's playing there with an ADS shotgun Warden, because it's important. But it's not important enough to help the important guy to hold on to it. I don't get that. Small things, but I gotta say here, so impressive how much Falcons get done with so little.
Yeah.
3 Selmas, and they get everything done.
1 hatch and 1 breach.
Yeah.
That's all it took.
1 crouch hole breach.
Yeah.
It's not even a great thing to push, but to get it done against Solotov before this series started, phenomenal in every category, and still throughout this series as well. Phenomenal in every category.
The Falcons are being really hard to predict as well, because like you said, they keep poising that they're going to push one area, and then immediately being like, okay, no, Blitz is done over here, let's go back. Yeah. Let's push the other side.
But they're selling it so well.
They do. They sell it to perfection.
I too would buy it if I was G2 because it looks so free. And I think right now you can almost call this a battle between Alama and League Effect from like side. The chess moves, who's 4 steps ahead, who's 3 steps ahead. And it's been League Effect, it's been Falcons. Oh, and the shots.
Great lurk from Leaky. Straight up from the basement now. And if you bought the dip on Shaco, you'd be very happy as a Falcons fan. EFAC is traded again. A lot of roamers from G2. Bride puts the pressure on them for a brief moment, but Falcons really should turn their attention instead onto a weakened site while all these roamers are down below. The one at a time has enabled G2 to further this numbers advantage.
The best thing G2 did this round was saying the bomb site does not matter. We need to get on their own proactively. League Effect did not expect 2 people downstairs by a bar. He saw the first one and thought, you know what, I can lurk around the corner. Nope, second guy shows up. And now Falcons, they gotta take all this map control pretty much alone and blind. No drone, no real intel.
Oh, big opening though. That's exactly what users needed. With Solotov down, the rest of Falcons have to step up in the fragging department. 3v3 is winnable. Stompen is isolated as well. He hasn't even placed his shield down. Scheichel duels him. It's too easy for the Frenchman. And now Loira knows he and his fellow Brazilian need to get active. Again, they abandon the bomb site completely. They look to get aggressive, but Falcons are so patient.
They could have fallen back as well, arguably, but they want to take this fight to them. They see them.
Oh, Users comes with a backstab. Alamau's got a clutch. Is he truly the king? He has to prove it now. Bride's got the diffuser, but Users has landed the shots. G2, well, they've gone down in the dumps. It's nowhere near like what happened on Lair. Chalet is all Falcons.
Such an impressive display of strategical depth on what is normally known as a very simple map of Chalet, and Falcons is not playing to the usual form of what you can expect to see, and I think it really showed here. G2 probably had the prep work saying, they're gonna go for this playstyle, they're gonna go for these kinds of pushes. Guess what? They just took that, flipped it upside down a couple of times in the round, and just completely surprised their opponent.
Falcons, they've drawn blood, but they bounce back. They look to get it done on the 3rd map. We'll go to Labs after this.
Available now.
Falcons, they bring it back, and we'll see it very soon on their faces, their reactions. We could see how much this rivalry and them bringing it back really means to them.
For once, we were right. We predicted the Falcons come back, and
we're
look
not
at
often
this.
Right.
Yeah, and we're not often right, but look at this. Look at that emotion. Look at them yelling. It means a lot. It means a lot for the team, for the confidence, for the momentum as well. And I just want to mention how they did so. Look at that blitz. Look at how annoying it was. As soon as some Falcons started going into attack, they figured something. Let's poke around the bomb site. Let's abuse the blitz to get us in the building, and let's just use the chaos and pressure that he creates to punish movement. And I think we saw that overreaction on the side of G2.
Yeah, I think that was it. Like G2, when they were on their attack, they were able to get a couple of preset plays and opportunity spots. But Falcons, when they moved on to their attack, the big thing that they used the blitz, as we just saw in the clip, but they were creating a lot of what I call shadow pressure. They were opening up a breach over here, but actually attacking over here. They were opening windows, creating pressure, putting somebody there, Nomad trapping it off, and then leaving. And G2 are just chasing shadows all over the map. They didn't know where the execute was coming down, and then they were getting punished and caught off guard.
A sad story for G2 because they banned the Blackbeard, they banned the Monty.
They were ready for the shields.
And they could go for the third one, and they chose Deimos, and in the end, the Blitz bites them back.
It was an ego pick trying to ban out Shaiko in the mental warfare.
I mean, I get it.
Both teams have been engaging in it, and actually, G2 got baited. They got baited into that Deimos ban. Should have been the Blitz because it was devastating against them.
But the way that we're seeing Falcons play with these shields, of course, it just shows to me that the teamwork really is there. And we're looking at G2 now, but just before the third map. Do we feel like the teamwork is there on the same level as well, or is it just...
I think so. I think this is two incredibly high-quality teams. You know, I'm not going to sit here and talk down either of these two teams. I think both teams managed to get over the line on their own map pick. Falcons were clearly superior on Chalet, but we knew that coming into the map. I think G2 still put in a decent enough performance on that map that they're not going to be too worried going into map 3.
As you say that, I look at Blast's face and he looks worried. Everyone looks worried.
Alamal looks worried.
Yeah, all on their faces. You can feel the weight of having just lost that second map. I think winning 8-7 on there meant a lot to them. It felt like they had the mental edge. I just want to salute the resilience on the side of Falcons. Yep. I can see the work of the psychologists behind the team also paying off. I can see that resilience coming through when it matters the most in this season. Of course, they're aiming to go and find another grand final, but this time win it. And I think we can see the mental resilience ready for that. But before that, they have to take on J2 on a third map, and that would be Nighthaven Labs. For me, it's a really interesting one. On one side, a 5-0 record for Falcons, including beating W7M here, 7-0.
Wow.
I remember watching the W7M faces here, all stunned after playing Falcons on that map. And if you look at G2, again, a great record, 6-0 on that map as well.
Yeah, I think both teams love it. It's why it came through as a decider ultimately. Nighthaven plays out for me. I say it all the time, it's similar to Clubhouse. It's very much about breaching. It's about some preset plans. It's about the execution. There's very few spots that you can plant, but there is a lot of lurk opportunity. And I think that shadow pressure that Falcons we've just seen inside of Chalet, if they can create the same mental warfare, the same aspects of the game on Chalet onto Nighthaven Labs, they maybe have the edge alongside the momentum.
I love looking at the theory crafting here. You can see everyone getting involved with it. Alemao, cameraman, everyone on the theory part, right? On the strategy part, looking into this map. They want to make this close. They want to make it eventually. And I love to see the involvement on everyone surrounding the IGL. He's the one that's going to be responsible for calling all of those shots and basically redistributing whatever the staff is feeding into him. I'm really excited to see what they will be cooking up.
Yeah, and especially with them starting on defense, you know that the more difficult half, I guess, when it comes to making up strategies and doing the calls with the attack is coming up later in that series. Now, for G2, we know they've been playing a lot already today. They've already played that one series. Now, Falcons coming into this one, though, we talked about their resilience, the mental stuff behind this too, but it is an important match. I mean, there's a rivalry between these two, but we're talking about staying inside the upper bracket. We've already mentioned FaZe, right? The opponent that you're playing against, and they look a little bit weakened. This could be your direct ticket to the final.
This is a massive opportunity here, Anne, because we've said it before. FaZe is looking a little bit weaker than these two teams, and if you look at the level that they showed us so far, I'm excited. Maybe it's the EU Cup team speaking to me, but I think objectively, I'm looking at two teams that can take on FaZe and be looked as the favorite.
I wasn't listening to you then, Leo. I was looking at the mental warfare going on in chat, right, as Shaiko and Falcons joined the lobby. They said, Labs, oh dear. And Dokia said, it's my favorite map. So, yeah, it's already started again. What I will say is I think both of these teams have improved significantly over the last 3 to 6 months to a point that both are genuine contenders for this event. I think for, G2, they're looking sharp. For Falcons, they really improved their strategy and their psychology. It's not just about the hero plays anymore. Whoever takes it, I put as favourite to be in that grand final.
All right, the final map is almost ready though. We'll bring in our casters who are joined with us here for the final map of this series. It's going to be a close game. I can feel it and everything. I mean, it has been a really close game so far. Who do we think takes it?
Both teams are on a win streak on this map.
Sure.
G2 6 in a row, Falcons 5 in a row. Neither have lost it since SI.
Okay.
So one of those records is about to get broken.
So it's a non-answer. You're not going to pick a team?
Yes, I want an answer. Who wins
G2.
it?
I'm going to say Falcons. I think the mental resilience has been phenomenal for them. I think League Effect, Agile Masterclass, and Chalet, and I think they're going to take that same philosophy onto this map of Labs.
I mean, it is crazy that it essentially comes down to a best of one to see who stays in the upper bracket. We'll go to our final map with you, Tio.
Thank you very much. And Falcons, they've taken down a team from North America. They've taken down a team from APAC. They've even taken down a team from Brazil. But they are yet to defeat Europe.
Missing Europe.
Here at the Munich Major. 51-49 on the social prediction. Falcons barely edging it out as the EML champions look to book themselves a ticket in the upper bracket final. G2 standing in their way. And we go to Nighthaven Labs.
Falcons on the attacking side, I think that's actually going to be quite nice for them. I feel like on Chalet, obviously different map than Labs, but still, I feel like that's where IGLing of League Effect can take more control. On defense, you got your set paper stats, obviously, but you're playing your role, you're playing your position, and you're playing very reactively. On the attack, you're playing proactively, you're countering, you're thinking ahead, etc. And that's where Falcons, I think, can really find that edge over G2.
Well, Falcons actually, or rather Shaiko specifically, actually said in the all chat before the game started,
he did.
You guys start defense, it's over.
Oh dear.
A lot of confidence in the Falcons' attacks.
I'm thinking maybe a Demo span here is on the tally on the board here early on. It is not.
Maverick.
Oh, very hard destruction oriented. I mean, Jack said it best on the desk. This plays a bit like Clubhouse in the sense of hard destruction is oh so important. But I do feel like when you play at this level, between Falcons and G2, those walls will get opened one way or another. We saw how efficient Falcons were on Chalet getting that job done with just one hard-breaching operator, and G2 are now leaving open Capital, Grim, all the shields and Deimos while they're on defense. That's where I'm gonna go.
Oh boy.
Is it the code saying these, but see, even Shaiko knows.
I'll be honest, like this is not a good ban phase for G2.
I don't think so.
Every single operator band just affects hard breach, and they kind of all cancel themselves out.
Yes.
So as a result, because of the Kaid and Bandit, Falcons are not going to have any problems breaching walls.
Exactly.
Even though they've just lost 2 hard breaches, they could run Hibana, they could run Thermite, they could run Tin Can openers,
exactly.
and there's never anything that's going to stop them from opening the walls.
I mean, what they could do here as well, if they really want to play out this playstyle, is same thing as on Lair. You ban these operators, and then you play Mirror. Put a mirror on the external wall, some C4 tricking, some impact tricking. You're annoying Falcons around the breach.
But they've got Hibana, it's not the worst.
It's not, but the thing is, if you're investing this much into the walls, why not go all the distance? Why are you not playing the Mirror? Why are you not playing the C4 impact tricking? It just feels to me like G2 have let themselves open to every single power operator known to man. And that, to me, seems like a game-losing plan.
We can already see the Ying and Capital being brought out by Falcons. G2 banned Monty on that previous map.
Yes.
That's been left in as well, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see Falcons bring it out later into the map.
Yeah, could be a basement angle for them, a tertiary angle for them. But here for top floor, you're on a bit of firepower. A little bit surprised, to be honest, that there was no Deimos to speak of. They did hover it for a brief moment, but we also know they got the mute jammers in effect. And again, if you want to go downstairs, you're a bit more vulnerable to a lurk from Laura, for example. So now it's Falcons saying, guys, let's play 5 guys together upstairs. Now, what you need for this top floor attack is two of the three things. You're gonna have the front breach, IT, and garage. You're gonna have fish/aqua, and you're gonna have connector. And you're gonna be attacking two of those three areas, or all three. You cannot funnel into just one of them at a single notice. You gotta spread out your aggression.
And Blaz is going to enable that aggression with his presence on connector. Again, just the fact that G2 tried to put mute jammers on the walls just shows that they don't have a clear grasp on how this map is going to play out. It's so easy for Leakafact to open IT with an exothermic even while the mute's present, so it just feels like a bit of a wasted utility from G2. There was a nice idea there, but the timing was off for Stompin', so no C4 kill as of yet.
They're basically pretty much closing in the retakes here for G2 because they have the Clash. They're closing off the Catwalk retake and the Connector retake, meaning that where G2 are currently finding themselves is where they're going to be stuck. But they tank the air jab, they cover the angle. That's going to give them a different way to aggress later in this round. But here comes the push from Falcons. They got Catwalk control and they're pushing IT. The big question, will they go for Fish Aqua or for Connector? Because the thing is, Blaz on the Clash shield, his sole purpose right now is to get intel on Connector, and that's it.
Alamau still has gas left, so he can lock out blue, or aqua as you call it. And that means that G2 have one less thing to worry about. The rest of the push will be from elsewhere. Users can just fake out that he's going to push blue with his Candelas. True. Meanwhile, Shaiko's found the young player of Stompin'.
Good fire.
The fire from the Capitao is just perfect. Shaiko's hungry for a little bit more. Loira gets big. He pops his head up and finds a double. Shaiko looks to try and trade him back. Big 4K. It's just Blaz on the Clash, and Shaiko is hunting him! Ace up for Shaiko! He is back, baby! And he is putting G2 to sleep.
Mind you, that is a first round on the third map after a comeback on Chalet, and they are celebrating they just won a trophy. And I point this out because Falcons, they'll celebrate the big moments, obviously, but they are over-celebrating this because this new mental they found, this new resilience where they're happy, they're energetic, they're vibing, they're really bringing up the good energy by overdoing it in a good way. And this is so new for them. And I feel like when you're getting this much sunshine into your bottle, your happy energy, when things don't go their way, they're gonna have some spare sunshine left.
Yeah.
Whereas you're a little bit dark the entire time and things get even darker, oh, it sucks, we're sad.
Yeah, this hype that we want out of Falcons is something that we know G2 is typical for. Right?
Yes.
It's their stereotype. G2 is such a vibe-based team. Falcons historically much more of that kind of cold, calculated. And yet, when these players are gassing each other up, there's no stopping him. Look at Shaiko right now. Acing the first rounds. His confidence has turned around completely.
That's the
compared
first
to the previous
of him
map.
as well. His tie booth, like he's been there, but a little bit lackluster, a little bit underwhelming, right? It's been a solo top show, Leakafact show.
There hasn't been a single Shaiko multi-kill round in this series so far.
And then he just aced it. First round here in Laps. On the Nomad, one of the more iconic operators of his, same with Deimos, now being brought out. And this is the thing that's dangerous to me. You give him that first round where he is owning everyone on the server. Now, it's Deimos time. And that's where I'm thinking to myself, G2, if you have one thing that you want to do right now, it's to target Shaiko. Find the Deimos, take down the Deimos, because otherwise he's going to come for you instead.
He loves to go for a hunt with that Deimos. Now, G2 are bringing out the mirror in the second round, something that you said that they should have done in the first. Let's see. Nope. He misses
Two of the pellets were misaligned up top.
Oh, so he's actually not going to try and do the trick?
No. I think it's better just to spend 4 and know what you're getting than spend 4 and maybe not get what you're getting.
And Exothermic's going to go down anyway from Bride.
Oh, okay.
So, very big hole coming right up. Shaiko almost finds a cheeky angle beneath the Kiba barrier. Doki's waiting. He's got 3 more in pocket, so as soon as that gets destroyed, another will likely follow.
Yeah. Speaking of that Monty being left open as well, has been brought out in the second round. Tertiary bomb site. Can go for top floor room clear, can go for a plant downstairs because they got that main breach opened up.
Going garage as well.
Yeah, might take catwalk control actually.
Yeah, Usus is actually just heading straight up from warehouse. Now, it's a bit awkward. He doesn't want to take damage through the barbed wire. Solotov is going to take out Blaz though. The mirror dismantled as the Monty is still spotted and Doki is under all kinds of pressure. He's going to be forced back. Good nitro cell from Alamau through the smoke, but it doesn't land on its target. Nice idea.
They can plant now. That's the thing. They got top floor control. They have IT, Catwalk. They do know there's a player in by the bomb site. It's going to be Stompin. If they clear his position, the plant is going to be absolutely free, and Monty can get that job done.
Where is the plant denial in the late round for G2? At the moment, the entries from Falcons are what's making the difference for the attacking side. One by one, G2 will fall. It's Alamau against the world, and lying in wait is Shaiko. A flawless round as the 5 players work together like clockwork to guarantee that round is theirs.
It once again feels very reminiscent of Chalet, where it looks like a default take from Falcons, but it's not. And D2 call an early tactical timeout. That's what they need.
Remember the reaction, okay? We are reacting very slow. Don't try to take the gunfight alone. Let's try to target someone before. If you saw, let's try to comment the Wincon, what they are doing, what's the Wincon, and then which one we should target, how we gonna do. Let's fight together. Right now, we have 2 open kills, just alone, you know. So let's try to avoid this, okay? Remember, this map is very important. This because then if someone dies, we have so many gaps. So we leave top floor. You know, leave Foca, leave without anyone. So let's be play more reactive, okay, guys? Let's go play more proactive.
Yeah, look,
go, guys,
if they do the same attack, you can play on KDS, okay? But
Bandemonte after, okay?
Okay.
Yeah, okay, I can.
Okay, do bem que basement Rome, okay?
Wow. Obviously, the coach is going to know best, but I feel like what G2 needs, look at the player cams and the break they have between map 2 and 3, they need more energy. Guys, you got this, come on, etc. It's very strat heavy, and it's very general. Where it's okay, for example, Falcons and Chalet, almost every attack, they will do a default setup, but then they'll flip the script to do something out of the norm, and D2 are not ready for it and probably not communicating at how to deal with these things before they happen. So they are reacting to the situation instead of countering the situation, and they're losing. The only real thing we can take away from Romalo's tactical timeout is that play more together and don't die alone.
Yeah.
But that's so general.
I like play more proactively.
Sure, yeah.
But aside from that, there wasn't a lot of substance in there. And yeah, it's something that we talked about. I can't remember who was it that we watched the timeout of. It was Julio's timeout, where I was saying, man, the way that he exudes confidence and calmness was exactly what Falcons needed, because they already had enough energy. And I feel like that's the opposite of what we just saw from Romalio. It was very panicked, to be honest. That was a very panicked timeout. He was rushing to get all of the words out in a short space of time. There was so much indecision. It was very chaotic.
In an already chaotic environment in the server for the players as well.
I mean, you got to wonder, you talked about how Stompin, he can play forever, right? He's got the endurance, but does he have the mental endurance when things are really complicated and there's 1,000 things to think about? Sometimes you actually just need to think about less.
Yeah, less is more.
Yeah, less is more. Just follow the vibes. And that's not at all what Romalio has just put in their heads.
I do see your point. I mean, right now, if you're G2, I feel like you just need to have one guy call the shots and kind of streamline the experience for everybody so you can focus on your own performance, what you need to do. Because right now you're thinking, okay, what am I going to do if this happens? And if this guy dies,
we got to run. We got to fight map control.
Yeah, exactly.
Proactive.
Oh, but Doki makes it easier by finding that first pick and a second as well. Aggression, ego challenge, successful twice and goes down on the third. Solotov on the glass jumps on in, but I will say massively worth. He's playing Alibi. All he can do is get kills, and he got that.
I mean, yeah, it's just G2 having a hero play, and it's great. But that is not something that is going to decide the game. Unless if G2 leverage that momentum now. There's an execute tempted here as Shaiko sends out all of these smokes. Brido's actually going to cross in for a plant. One of those smokes unfortunately missed, but it's going to be really good vision for Solotov. And there's no way to deny it here from G2. Amazing usage of the smoke, floods to the sites, and enables Shaiko to get in the building after the plant is down. Now, the coverage! Alamau, he's shut down on the clash. Bride has to clutch up though, as G2
in a great spot.
Have fought back very well, but that plant is nigh impossible as Laura gets picked up. G2 will have to throw bodies, and Bride has crossed.
Risky.
They don't know that he's here, but they have the numbers to outfrag him regardless. Time's ticking away. One person needs to go straight on, and he's gonna hold his nerve, and he's won the round! I can't believe it! Is a clutch god!
There is only one way you win that round, and it's doing exactly what Bride went for. Rotating up above takes too much time. Taking the fight on the corner to the left means you're 3v1 jiggle tapping. That's not gonna work out either. You have to play the number in the corner saying, there's a chance they know and I will be dead. There's a chance they don't know and I will be victorious.
The trigger discipline.
He held it the entire way
there and see that player look away from him. At any moment, the mute could have swung around and it would have been round over. But Bride, he is so calm. He is so confident that all he needs is to kill that player on the diffuser and the round is his. And then he'll just find all three.
I want to see, they threw a C4 as well. They checked, look, C4.
C4 checked.
And doesn't even shake, doesn't even whiff.
Stompin'.
Nothing.
Never looks behind him. And Falcons.
That's cold.
Gifted a round.
That's cold.
Thanks to this man right here. And the Hyenas have come out to play. I feel like half of Germany can hear Falcons' cries right now.
Julo's headset went flying off as well in the celebration right there. Again, this is something that we never see from Falcons. Those so over-the-top celebrations. And it really is helping them out. It truly is mattering.
This new look Falcons that gets hyped up. I mean,
Yeah,
what a contrast
emotion.
to back in the day when they had Stuflex behind them. A much more strategic, analytical, much more quiet coach. No, Julio, he hasn't needed to take the tactical timeout. He's gassing up his players. His mere presence behind them is giving them the energy. G2 sorely need the same.
It might just work off the fact that when, you have all this bottled up emotion because you're a robot, right? And then it can be positive build up or they can be negative build up. They're letting it out. I feel like they're de-stressing themselves and their mental by just getting out of it. Every time Solostov gets a kill, he's screaming, either howling or being like, yes!
And Alamau, the king, allegedly is 0-3. Stompin', the best player in the world, allegedly is 0-3. And G2 themselves are 0-3 on the third map. After how hard they fought on the very first map of Lair to bring it back to an 8-7 from a 3-6 deficit, surely they cannot let it crumble here. And Shaiko with the long shot and the hollow sight eliminates Loira. Another advantage early on for Falcons.
And G2 swinging solo, no crosses, no double swings, a second hero play for Doki, acts of desperation.
Needs it.
Has to keep going for it, but again, loses out. Solotov's ready, he's waiting for it. Whose turn is it next? One by one, G2 will fight, and one by one, they will fall.
That they will. Falcons are flying, soaring above, looking for their fourth in a row. Death is waiting for G2. Alamau will find an exit before falling himself. Stomping against the world. I've seen him clutch up before on this very bomb site, but that was a very different day, a very different opponent, and a very different outcome. All he's gonna do is sit here with the shotgun and bait. There's no time, and there's nothing left to be done. But listen to the howls of the Falcons. 4 in a row, and not showing any signs of slowing down.
No tag timeout, no parachute, and right now, honestly, it looks like no leadership. And from the outside looking in, you can only really look towards Alamau and be like, what's happening? And there's been this story for a long time that in big important games, he himself shuts down. Only a few days ago, Alamau and Fabian had a bit of an exchange on social media where Alamau was memeing Fabian, how he was messing up the map veto, being an old man, and how he was actually boosted and was never a good coach, even back when he won the Hammer with Alamau as his own coach. To which Fabian goes, you shut down in big games, you get gray in the face, and whenever you're against a Brazilian team, you can't even play the game. This is not a Brazil issue. This is a European EML team that they've known each other for so long. They play each other all the goddamn time, and still, Alamau seems to be shutting down.
And G2, historically, over the tournament so far, they struggled in their BO1s, but they looked good once they got to those longer best-of-3 series.
Yeah.
They lost both their BO1s, but ever since then, their BO3s have been impeccable. They're undefeated on them since that point. And now into the playoffs, with an upper bracket final on the line, G2 will crumble at the final hurdle. Map 3 against Falcons is a far cry from what G2 were hoping. They thought it was a date with FaZe, a rematch for Romalio against his own team. But no, instead, Falcons look to book their tickets through to the final play days of this tournament. And it comes down to a rush here with Bride in the building on this blitz, spotting out the first G2 player. And hungry for more. Bride is not slowing down anytime soon. He takes the fight, he takes the kill. Doki will trade. The Falcons are not out of the woods yet because Doki has come to life upstairs. A retake, Kiba for protection. The diffuser cold on the ground. How do Falcons retake this ground?
Doki on the hash, looking to fall back, has to try and min-max the position. Stay too long, he dies. He should have fallen back when he had the chance. Laura also low on health from that engagement earlier, means Falcons are pretty much in a leading position. Yeah, they lost the Blitz and the Dokkaebi, but they got Shaiko 8-2. They got the IGL, and they got one spare Yingadilla in pocket. A plant and a push both are possible. G2 need to reset the round now. And I would say, try and play together. They have a singular C4. They cannot rely on getting the plant down necessarily. I want to see them double up. Expect the gunfights. Expect Falcons to bring it to you. Or like Blast, bring the pain to them.
This is what we need.
Ahead of Valcam.
G2 to play proactively. It's exactly what Romalio said. Blaz has now got his team an advantage, but it's not done. User still has a Candela in pocket. Leakafak a grenade. And they're rotating to regroup upstairs.
Shaiko actually missed the Valcam as the IQ player. He was scanning early upstairs, but I guess missed that one particular spot because right now Alamau's been sitting at that second floor warehouse cam the entire time, so they know where the push is coming from.
That's an awkward angle.
Yellow pink galore.
Yeah. Great usage of those Valcams. And Blaz will confirm that kill. Leakafak 1v3. And the Hyenas have been silenced for now. G2, all they need to do is put the nail in the coffin, and the round is done. But Leakafak is poising for a clutch. The first found, low HP. Stompin holding his nerve. The nade will miss. As he recollects that diffuser, Stompin reveals his position, lying in wait. He cannot afford to lose this fight, and yet he does! Thank your lucky stars that Loira has clutched it, because otherwise Leakafak would have just put G2 down. The fact that he's still laughing after losing that round tells you wonders.
From the player account, I thought Falcons clutched it. They were all smiling and laughing, just again having a bit of a giggle, not letting any of the potential mental tilts affect them at all, because no, they are running away with this game right now. They're up 4-1. That was a rush, Blitz died early, whatever. And I gotta say, when it came down to the 1v3, and Leakafak walks down the warehouse stairs, I thought they were gonna double swing with the Valkyrie camera formation, but they didn't. They're a bit scared in the server, and Animal's facial expression tells the full story. There's a bit of tilt, there's a bit of shutdown.
But he's tilted out of his
Right here, they don't
mind.
double swing.
Yeah, it goes to show that Stompin just isn't confident enough, and he should have swung.
It's either he swings or his teammate has to fall back. You can't play the mid line where one guy stays, one guy swings. Like, either you do or you don't.
Yeah.
Lack of leadership.
The fact that Bride, who's usually the slowest player on Falcons, was the first in the building, solo pushing with Blitz, by the way.
Yeah,
that's the kind of thing is going to tilt Alamau. There was no drone ahead of him.
No.
He was face-checking that.
You can say, I mean, maybe Falcons a little bit too fast because, you know, there was no crossfire for Doki and the Catwalk. Let's expect him to be there.
It's fine, though, because win or lose, it's still tilting G2.
Exactly. And when you're up 4-0, you can afford to go for a crazy rush. You know what? If you lose, no big deal.
And Stompin is still yet to find a kill in this map. The only player on his team.
Oh, true.
Users, we can forgive that. He's only died twice in the 5 rounds we played so far. He's just being support boy.
He hasn't had much of a chance because Shaiko's a, you know,
that's true. Shaiko and Bride and Solotov, I guess, have done a lot of the work. Now, last time G2 played on this bomb site, they really just leveraged Doki on this roam. He found 2 on the alibi before he fell, and then it was the clutch downstairs from Bride. Can G2 find similar success on this loose roam again? I'm not convinced.
There's always a chance, though, for G2. All they need is a little bit of magic, that one round where it all clicks together. But what I want to see more than anything else is just working together. That the clash isn't so, the roamer above isn't so, that they have people helping one another. I like this. They're playing the triple layer stack. Roaming top floor, vert towards the primary floor. But the bomb site is all the way downstairs in the basement. That means Falcons either have to walk through a bunch of different problems or hit the bomb site below, but they don't know that Leakafak does what he's doing best. He's lurking above with Capital, no less. With the right timing, if he can take down Stompin, they get control over the vert above them.
Stompin doesn't know that he's got company,
game.
but yes,
and Leaky can push.
Distraction from users will surely give the opportunity for Leakyfact to move on forward.
It's coming here.
So he does, straight up towards the barbed wire. If users can feed the information, then maybe there's a chance for Leakyfact. But no, Loira will finish off the blitz. And Solotov trying to push from the other side, but Stompin finally off the donut. A 2v2 on this top floor now, as one by one, the attackers fall apart. Stompin has tripled up in the round and single-handedly won the final round of the half for G2. Doki finding his own. Shaiko up against 5. He's good, but let's be real, he's not that good.
Elamar gets that final kill. Massive props to G2, Stompin, and someone else. I didn't see who it was, playing together above with a crossfire.
It was Loira.
It was Loira, there it is. And then I gotta say for Falcons, bit of a, I think, misunderstanding of the roles. In my mind, of course, with all the information, Leakyfact should have pushed him as the flanker, and Blitz doesn't go too deep. Yeah. Blitz went too deep, and now Leakyfact is holding a dead angle, and he was the last alive upstairs. Elamine, when he pushed the door, no crossfire, he goes down. 2 for half though. Means anything is possible, but it will be win or lose of G2's attacks, which means they have to make all the first moves.
That's right. We always knew that Falcons were good at attacking this map. They said so themselves. They said, you guys start defense, you guys are dead.
Yeah.
And like they made good on that. 4 and some very dominant ones at that. Well, what we need to see from G2 right now is exactly what Doki did after they won that round, hyping up the team. You start to hear and feel the belief in his voice that it actually is possible to make this comeback, because the look on Alamar's face 2 rounds ago wasn't telling you that at all.
Feels like Falcons are prepping for an exam. Every time I see their player cams and the break between map 2 and 3, they got stacks of paper just going through and be like, okay, this bomb's like, yep, this bomb's like that.
So I actually had a chat with Eaglemees, who obviously is part of the support staff. And he walks around everywhere with this whole suitcase. And he said it was like, what, 5 kilos of paper
and a
in
printer.
There. He has a portable printer.
And ink.
And his own ink. Apparently he got in trouble for using the ones that Blast have here.
Because he uses so... He
has so much
paper.
Massive respect for all the work that goes on behind the scenes. But Falcons, they have a very large staff team.
I mean, it's also why you expect them to go far. They got the support, they got the funding, they got the players. Like, they have all the resources they would need to be a World Championship level roster. And they've been so close. So many grand finals back when they were BDS, same core, of course. And now that they're with Falcons, they want to make the year the victory year. Not the grand finalist, the second up-and-comer, no, the victor.
Of course, at the start of this year under the BDS banner, Falcons entered 2025 being the favorite team to win the Boston 6 Invitational, and yet they fell to FaZe. We could get a grand final rematch in this upper final tomorrow. Or actually, no, that'll be in a few days' time. If Falcons are able to finish what they started here against G2.
Slow and steady wins the race for G2. They cannot afford to make a silly mistake where one guy pushes too far forward while his teammates being ready. The way they end the defense, playing close together, is how they gotta start their attacks. I want to see a clear 3, 2, 1 when they go for execute. I want to see Laura start doing the buck vertical when other people can act upon it, and he's not going to be swung alone. Right now, they're watching angles, they're setting up the flank drones, ensuring that Laura is safe. Once he is, he can start opening up those walls, cut the rotation. Now that he's watching this, they gotta push the catwalk player, if there is one, which currently there isn't, into that exact line of sight.
Patience is important because Falcons are so keen to take these fights. I think Leakyfact actually saw the tail end of Loira.
Yeah, I think so.
He's droning him, this is good. Oh wow, they're gonna send the clash down below.
Guys.
Trying to enable the kill. No running in my house.
That's a lot of things lost for G2 though, like all the effort downstairs, the 2 drones, the buck verticality, that's lost.
They've just abandoned it.
They've gained catwalk control, Animal's on the staircase, they got the, the IT breach done as well, so they have gotten the very first step, but there's 2 more steps to be achieved. One is going to be that second pressure point, connector or aqua/fish, and then third is going to be the execute. And they've only gotten a third of the way, but there's only 60 seconds left. I feel like time against the clash here will be problematic.
The fire from Capital will be imperative in the late round to expose these Falcons players in their cover and to dismantle that clash. In goes the fire, but we need to see an entry from G2. In their first attack round, they will be the first one to draw blood. Blaz falling.
Swapping!
And G2 have absolutely no response.
They have one backstep player stopping on Connect. There are 3 guys on Catwalk/IT. Again, they're lacking pressure. Look at Falcons, not worried about any angles. They have one guy holding Stompin and matching numbers on the front.
That's the first that Doki needed, but he couldn't find a second. And so Solidov easily recomposes. The flashbangs are a desperate attempt at clearing out users. We need Alamau to have an impact. But this Kiba barrier is keeping Leak-Effect safe. And he swings at the perfect moments. Lyra is dead. 4v1 is too easy for Falcons. Their attack was impeccable, their defense is on lock, and G2 have 1 foot out the door.
Draw the comparison how these two teams are working on the attacking side. Falcons, they're quick in the early part of getting the wall opened up. They take catwalk control. That's the default basics. But then they flip it and they do something unexpected. G2 do literally what every team is doing. Breach IT, take catwalk, block below. They don't support the block properly with the clash being open. So one clash, no gun behind them by the way, walks down aqua stairs and they give up the entire vert that they spent half the round to gain control over. And G2 never retook the verticality, they never pushed fish. So they end up being 4 people attacking from the same side of the map against Mira, against Clash, against the crossfires. No vert, no execute operator like a Ying or a Grim or Capital to great effect. It's just guns in really disadvantageous gunfights. You need to take a page out of Falcon's book and say, either we're gonna surprise our opponents or we're gonna bring the right tools. You can't be this simple on your attacking side at this level of play. That's not gonna work for you.
Yeah, unless if you're deadly. And G2 just are not lethal today.
No.
Well, at least not in this map. That's the problem. It's so different to what we saw on Lair.
Go back to Lair, exactly. Lair G2 would do much better here.
Explosivity.
This is Chalet Lair, or Chalet G2.
Individuality. We had that from G2. Now we don't have individuals popping off, but nor do we have the team working as a unit to take these positions and to pick apart Falcons. Have certainly found their stride. They came out of the gates hot. They were slowed down for a brief moment, and now Falcons are flying.
Gotta look at Alamau for this round. He's playing the Blitz, likely on the entry in Aguma right now. To go to Stompin on the Deimos. They want to look for kills and openings. But again, we look at the clash being in place. C-Force with the Valcams. Again, one small misstep, you might just die to utility. If you find the clash as a Blitz, you literally cannot fight back. So it's very important for G2 that they figure out and map it out. Where's the clash? Okay, Blitz cannot go over there. Stompin wins in a huge gunfight. League Effect flanking very early in the round. That's the opening they need. They can now leverage the Deimos trackers with the Blitz to further the lead in man count.
That's a full retreat for Falcons. Player on each of these staircases to try and just whittle away a little bit more information. Force G2 to go through the motions, and so they do. Lyra is a pivotal part of that.
Yeah. They have the right tools with G2, to be honest. I mean, this is perfect. They got soft destruction, they got a plant operator, they got an execute operator.
Info on site too.
Info on site, cherry top. They find the Valcam because they have like
much more.
We're not sure where it is. It's somewhere. It's
How the
in
hell
there.
do you get that?
It's right in the net on the right. To the left here, and then inside this net.
Oh, it's inside that net.
Right there. Haha. They don't recognize it. He's still.
Oh, Lyra, mate.
Oh,
you can
wait,
get it
what?
from that side? What the hell?
I guess you can get it from both sides. Okay, I was wrong. He was right.
Oh, you were both right.
And both wrong. They got it done though with 50 seconds to spare. Again, plenty of time. There's one C4 for Falcons that can really dislodge this push. Otherwise, it's just gunfights and a small clash. Clash at this point of the game, not that big of a deal. You see where they are. They're playing from the bottom of Cargo stairs. That's not gonna affect this push. G2 should be fine.
Thing is here, the side is pretty much clear. Shaiko's in an awkward spot, but you're right, there's no one covering except the Vert, who does come through with Stompin, finding a critical kill for G2. And now it's going to be a last-minute switch-up from Alamau, who's pushing elsewhere while Blaz forces this plant down. Is Solotov adequately covered through the vertical game? He is indeed. It's users up against everybody, and a flawless round is exactly what the doctor ordered for G2.
Much, much better. Again, nice, slow and steady. They get the right picks. No one's overcommitting. No one is going alone. They waited for the countdown. They worked together. Blaz even came off the plant for a few seconds to ensure if they got swung by the clash in cargo, it's a 2v1, not a 1v1. No one made a mistake.
So piece by piece, G2 need a couple more rounds like that.
That was a team round, like you said. They have been missing the individual pop-offs. They've been missing teamwork.
A smile.
A smile? Oh, we're so bad.
Did my eyes deceive me?
Alamau happy?
Someone call Fabian.
Ruin this guy's day right now. Honestly, all it takes, I think, to ruin Alamau's day is just one really stinker around, because then Falcons are looking at matching series point.
Alamau's the kind of guy where if he individually just has a stinker round, that's still going to tilt him, even if the rest of his team wins it.
When he face-palmed a few rounds ago was when he individually died, but the team did. They actually won that round, I think, even.
Yeah, the team did win that round in the end, I think.
But he was tilted.
Yeah, 10 seconds left before insertion.
But slow and steady, they're going to make the comeback round by round happen.
Look, they came back from 6-3 down on Lair, so there is no reason whatsoever why they could not do the same thing here from a 2-5 deficit.
Question for you, James. Do you think that Falcons are overselling the clash right now to force it as the third ban? Because it feels a little bit overforced. Not in a bad way, but I feel like this is them saying, ban the clash, I dare you, because you don't know what we want to play yet.
Well, look, that is something that I know you talk about a lot. You really love it when teams play clash early to bait it out as an extra ban.
Because the way they're playing the clash, to me, it doesn't feel like it's like the main win condition. It just seems like a, hey, this sucks for you, ban it please so we can play our real strategy.
The thing is, I just don't think the clash has had a lot of impact in these rounds. Last round, it didn't do much at all.
No, not at all. And that's what I mean. Like, it feels like if this was truly the win condition to play around the clash, I think they'd do better because we know they're capable of it, so to speak.
Yeah, I don't think G2 need to ban it right now. Hopefully they don't, but of course it depends how this round goes. If Users does have an impact on it, then maybe it is worth it. Honestly, the mute could be worth getting rid of.
Also true, actually. Mute is not a bad ban at all.
Between Deimos, Dokkaebi, and all the drone work, absolutely. Oh, here we go. Bit of a crossfire. Loira, maybe get out of there.
He's trying. Very low health now. Position exposed. Might have to go to a different location. There it is. And this is Falcons turning up the pressure. Not giving catwalk control whatsoever. Got those mute jammers as well. And no blasts outside as you shut the default camera.
Shaiko wins this.
I think he just might. He got a Finra mine outside. When that goes off, you know he's going to pre-fire it. And he's got a really good read here on the window as well. That's Loira, who's very low on health.
Here comes the Dokkaebi call, though. Shaiko standing on a mute jammer, so he is safe, but the rest of the team is not. And Doki is making his way forward. He needs to pinch together with Blaz, but Blaz will fall outside. It gets detected, and Shaiko takes him out. Shaiko also goes for the 180 and holds down the fort on this top floor. 1 HP to his name, but it doesn't matter because the rest of G2 are dropping one by one. Stomping again. Must 1v5. History will not repeat itself. Lightning does not strike twice. Shaiko is showing off. Big round for Falcons, and it's match point.
Series point as well. They are one away. One more howl, one more cause of celebration, one more reason to keep playing, and then it's wraps. A bit worried right now. Falcons, they just played the disrespect card. They just kept fighting. Shaiko 180 flick on catwalk takes down Doge, who knew exactly where he even the small things where they're supposed to win, they kind of lose out right now in the gunfights. Clash did get banned in the end. Grim got responded with. So yeah, perhaps they're expecting a mute ban in case. Ban the Grim and counter response. But now mute is open. Top floor with Solus. And there comes the mirror as well, yeah.
Yeah.
But look, I mean, I gotta say here, Uses might be 0-4, but that clash?
Is that a lot of impact?
It's pretty good.
plenty of impact. Look at Julio's reaction to that. The whole of Falcons have been fired up for pretty much this whole series long.
Yeah, it's a new look for them.
It's been a very long day for G2 though. A 3-mapper against Secret, and now 3 maps against Falcons. The first one of which went so deep. Falcons will have to, G2 will have to do the exact same thing that they did on Lair. From 6-3 down to win in overtime. It's possible with how Falcons are playing right now. The fact that G2 have been shot back into their shells, that Stompen just looks like a regular guy, that Alamau is tilted. All the signs point towards G2 going down into the lower bracket, and our upper final being an SI Grand Final rematch.
I see some more teeth in this one. Go down swinging. Everyone's either even or negative on the tally for G2. No one really leading that spearhead, the entry, the engagements. Loira has been trying, but he needs to be sniffed out every single time, and then gets pre-fire, gets 2v1. They just keep choking him out, and engagements. Alamau on the Monty, but the Clash being bent away means he should be unkillable. Only like a vertical C4 could really take him down. And that's going to be that stabilizing operator for G2. He can IGL safely behind the shield. But if you're investing into the Monty, into that playstyle, you have to play what we call perfect siege. You have one gun less, one important utility operator less to get that shield. It has to be a clean and a perfect execute for G2.
How many times have you played around a siege and your bottom fragger, your tilted IGL supportive player is like, guys, I'm just gonna play Monty.
Yeah, because it's easy for me. I can do my stuff.
Because I know I'm not gonna just die uselessly.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean that it's gonna be the right play.
Not necessarily.
And the Legion pick is perfect to counter it.
And again, look at the timer, half the round, and the Garrett's door only just got opened up. I know they're already in there, but the pace is not that quick. Selma goes out, second key.
Well played.
Those at the same time. This is good coordination together, pressuring Shaiko and his teammates upstairs.
I like this. The Selmas from the ace and Loira down below. I like that Loira isn't overcommitting to these fights. He needs to stay alive. Falcons are unafraid to peek him. As Doki marches forward, he's actually tempted to go into sight.
There is a gap, but again, the confidence to do so, it's risky. If you die, it could be round. If you get a kill, you could also win it. Gotta work together though.
And there's the opening. Solotov to find one, but Shaiko is down. Falcons step up to the plate once again. Doki needs to have a big impact, but he's just waiting for the chance to be taking that fight against users. And Solotov has the side on lock. Blaz is the only gun left for G2, and he can't land the shots. As 2 players swinging, he's worried about the behind. Alamau cannot support a measly pistol, and the Nitro leaves Alamau all alone. The water is rising. The birds of prey are circling. Falcons, 3v1. Alamau has nothing for him. The GG is called for Shaiko. A long and grueling series, but we have known for quite some time there can only be one king of Europe. As Falcons are set to take center stage in the upper bracket final.
And it's D2 in that final round, the exact same attack with a Monty. Bog downstairs, no support. Stomp and flank and connector. Falcons has seen that push so many times already, and it didn't work the last time. Why would it work this one? Monty extended the entire round, afraid to take the fights. Shaiko, we said early, he will show up when it matters the most. Third map is arguably the most important to close it out, and he opened up this one with an ace.
Shaiko has pushed G2 down into the lower bracket. Falcons are into the upper final, and we'll break it down at the studio. What a performance from Falcons.
We're hearing it behind us, though. The Falcons players will not keep quiet, of course, with that result moving into the upper bracket. Not just yet, but also making it 2-6 Invitational. We're qualifying teams left, right, center. Of course, the upper bracket is great, but SI, for a predominantly French team, still is amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. I just saw Julio.
Leo ignored the broadcast just to tell Julio that they were qualified.
He was looking at the screen, but the screen turned out just before, so he couldn't see it. Yes, they qualified to a site means a lot to them. I think it's the manner of doing it. I think it's the way of doing it. I think that coming back after that lair where they lost on the edge, only 8-7, showing that resilience and doing it the way they did it. I mean, an ace with Shaiko, 1v3 with Bride.
Yeah.
Overall, so many good things.
And on that note, I'd love to speak to you as well, of course, but Maria is standing by with Bride to get his reactions after this game.
Whoa, what a crazy match. I'm here with Breed, and I need to ask you something. Did you feel in the early rounds that you would already win the game? I mean, the hype, the ace from Shaiko, your clutch 1v3, that was awesome.
To be honest, when we started Lair, we were pretty confident. I think we were leading 6-3, and we lost the map, but all the round we lost, it was on our side. It was their map as well, so for this it was like only trolling from our side. Sorry. After Chalet, we knew that how they will play, so the plan was good, so everything worked. And for labs as well. So we just prepared well G2, and I think they didn't expect anything on what we're playing today. So.
Yeah, you really got into their mind. They couldn't expect a thing. Every round you would do something different. But now I want to know, you are in the upper bracket. You are the best defense and attack rate on the tournament. Do you think you are the favorite ones?
To be honest, I don't know, because FaZe is a good team as well.
Yeah.
So it will be a revenge for us from SI 25. It will be a good match. And yeah, let's take at least the grand final.
Okay, great, thank you. Studio, take it away.
Thank you so much. We'll have a look at that clutch from Brady, of course, mentioned in the interview, but that was just played out to perfection.
Wow. Generational. It was generational trigger discipline from Brady. He went on to the off angle. I know Leo using the back room wondering why he crossed, why he wasn't playing the safe angle to the diffuser, gets on the off angle, waits for the G2 players to push out. Incredible trigger discipline, gets all 3 kills. It's been a while since we've seen a generational Breeder clutch, but he's reminding us that he's still got it.
Still the clutch master, and once again on the back of Solotov, dropping another amazing BO3. He was already the best rated player in the tournament. I think after this game he will retain that spot. Almost short of 6 kills to get to 40 kills. Crazy KD, crazy entry as well. 8 opening kills for only 1 opening death.
He's a monster.
He's absolutely leading the way for Falcons. I think we've mentioned Bride, we've mentioned Shaiko, but Solotov, really an amazing showing today, proving once again that Falcons can both have a superstar roster, but also a team that works like a unit.
Yeah, it is incredible stuff coming out from them, though. We'll see them in the upper bracket final. I mean, to already have an EU team confirmed in there, they'll get their rematch against FaZe as well.
Yeah.
That's going to be absolutely huge for them.
Yeah, it's a rematch of the Invitational final, of course, and yeah, it's going to be huge. It's a great game. You know, Bride showed some respect to his opponent inside of the interview. Just quickly on Falcons, I think, you know, the improvement that we've seen. You know, we've seen them go from a team that maybe relied on the hero players, maybe relied on Shaiko, maybe relied on Solotov. They have that team play now. They have that team play, they have that composure, they've got the mentality, the understanding. Everything's coming together for Falcons at the right time. They look, in my opinion at least, so much more of a threat than even in the previous tournaments where they were getting to the finals and competing for them.
I will say, even looking at EWC and the performance there, and looking at 2.5 months later, we're looking at something entirely different.
And it's no surprise, there's more support staff here for Falcons than there are players.
Yeah,
there's 6 support staff with them, and there's 5 players.
It is very busy in this player booth behind us, though. But we've had a long day. Let's have a look at the results of all the games that happened just before this one, though. 4 best of 3s, a very long day, as we said. 3 of those going the full distance as well. And I'm especially talking about that first one between Falcons and G2, going the full distance. But when we're looking at these results, so is there anything to really be considered a big, you know, surprise, a big anything?
I'm going to put it out there, actually. I am going to say that I think FaZe winning both games was a bit of a surprise, because I think Wildcard had FaZe's number in that very first game of the day, and ultimately maybe fell a little bit short to the occasion. And I think maybe as did M80. I'm not saying FaZe are a bad team, of course they're not. The current world champions. I just don't think they're the 10 out of 10 world champions they were back in February. Right now, they can still get there. So I'm actually surprised a little bit to see FaZe have gone all the way through today, but that shows the quality of the team.
And then a surprise in match 2 and match 4 when you see the competitiveness of Europe once again. Every single game between G2, Secret and Falcons are absolute bangers. Once again, the quality of our region is just nothing to be proven yet, and that makes me even more excited. I didn't forget what Bride said there in that interview. We're at least aiming for a grand final. I hope for more. I hope for a grand final where they can win it. Yeah. But at least focus on the match against FaZe. Make sure they can get to that grand final through that winner bracket. We've seen them amazing at this event. Still haven't dropped a match. That is the Falcons that we were hoping to see soar today.
And of course, for all of those who will be joining us in the arena on Friday, I mean, you've got some banger matches to look forward to when we're looking at the schedule for Friday. We're starting off bright early, 11 on that Friday, as we said. Furia versus Secret. What a great game.
The lower half of the lower bracket is stacked. Furia, Secret, winner plays M80. That's probably potentially, the best team coming from each region. Fury, of course, the best team from SAL. Secret, the EWC champions, M80, NAL, like
in the
lower half of the lower bracket. Yeah, it's absolutely crazy.
That's going to be a crazy game. And on the other side, NIP Wildcats, let's keep our eyes on this. I know a lot of people were underrating them. NIP coming as the last Brazilian seed. Same thing for Wildcat. These two teams, they've made it to the main stage. They've been deserving of this spot. Let's not forget Wildcat took a map off phase. They're going to be competitive as well. And it's going to be a challenge for G2 facing the winner of that match.
There is definitely some upset potential in that game, though. Now we want to bring you back all the way to our second game of the day. So we're going to talk about our Blacklight detail. In our second game of the day, the first map, Bank, we noticed something so tiny, like you'd have to really be paying attention to watch what happened in a specific moment. A triple wallbang angle from Noah on the rappel.
Look at this. 1, 2, 3. 3 different walls, and all the way down there, Blaz, the poor victim of that angle from Noah.
People play that all the time.
Was he on his Echo drone as well?
Yeah. So if you didn't know that lineup, you can go and play and try that in ranked, because you can kill the elevator player all the way from CEO windows if you hit that lineup perfectly.
Yeah, it's the E3 spot that so many people sit in, right? And it's such a difficult one to deal with as well, because just walking up Spiral is never going to really put you in a beneficial situation there. But we're getting really into the details there for this one. This was our last match in the player booth and everything. We're going to be going to the arena after this. We excited?
Super excited.
Very. We've had a sneak peek. We've had a
sneak
peek
is
through the door.
Crazy. Okay, I'm not going to reveal anything, but the art direction of this event is just so good. I cannot wait to see the stage.
Yeah, me neither. I mean, it's definitely cooking somewhere in the background. That is it from us here today on our 4 best of 3 day. As we said, we're looking back at the highlights once more, but we had so much happiness today from our teams progressing further in that bracket. It's been an amazing day. Thank you so much for spending the time with me here and talking about these games. We'll see you once again in the arena.